In Lingxiao City, the bustling capital of the Qianlong Continent in the world of cultivators, a luxurious and seemingly endless convoy of carriages was speeding along, with imposing soldiers standing solemnly on both sides of the convoy. Inside the most imposing carriage, a woman of graceful figure and stunning beauty was deep in thought. She wore a red veil, and the face beneath it was enough to captivate anyone at first sight. The woman was around 20 years old, and already a high-ranking martial king. 2 years ago, she ascended the throne as Empress, becoming the only female emperor in the history of the Tianxuan Dynasty. Her name was Feng Qingwu. Suddenly a voice came. "Miss, we've arrived." The carriage stopped next to an ordinary shop, and the old man driving the carriage said respectfully. Feng Qingwu stepped out of the carriage. Her hands were as soft as tender shoots, her skin as smooth as jade, her head was delicate and her eyebrows arched, and her waist was slender. Even with a veil covering her face, her appearance was still stunning. "Tianyuan Pavilion!" Feng Qingwu looked up at the shop's signboard. The 3 large characters were powerful and vigorous, definitely the work of a master calligrapher. "Guests number 6, 37, and 83 have won the lottery. The rest of you may leave now." A gentle voice came from inside the shop. The shop wasn't large, but there were already dozens of people inside. Several men in black cleared a path, and Feng Qingwu easily entered the shop. "Gentlemen, our young lady wants to have her fortune told by Xiao Fan. She's buying all 3 appointments today, 100 taels of silver per person," the leader of the men in black said in a deep voice. The shop owner was a tall, handsome man in his early 20s. He was highly knowledgeable and considered the most accurate fortune teller in the city and even the country. It turns out that the shop owner was a time traveler who arrived in the world as an infant. 2 years ago, his system awakened, and 6 months ago he moved to Lingxiao City and rented this shop. This man became famous because he mastered a master-level physiognomy skill through the system. He could see through other people's past, present, fortune, and even predict disasters and adjust feng shui patterns. His fortune-telling skills were renowned throughout the country, and people from all over the country came to him for divination. Therefore, he set up a lottery system and only served 3 customers a day. Besides fortune-telling, this man also possesses master-level medical skills, master-level calligraphy, and culinary skills. His daily customers who come to seek his fortune are often young beauties and marriage proposal adversaries. Just as the man in black was about to take out his silver notes to pay, Xiao Fan suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute. Gentlemen, my rule here is that I only do 3 divinations a day, and only those who win the lottery can have theirs told, and they are non-transferable. This is stipulated by the system. His system is the supreme divine calculation system. Fortune-telling not only earns points, but accumulating enough points can completely defend against attacks, including poisoning." "What did you say?" The leader of the men in black glared at Xiao Fan, who instantly felt immense pressure. Undeterred, Xiao Fan calmly replied, "If you want your fortune told, please come early tomorrow." In fact, Xiao Fan was somewhat helpless, because this was truly a limitation of the system. Besides being used for protection, points could also be exchanged for various items in the system shop. Accumulating 10,000 points will grant him the strength of a martial emperor, even if it only lasts for 10 minutes, allowing him to accomplish many things and achieve his goals. The strongest expert on the Qianlong Continent is also a martial emperor. A martial emperor can slaughter an entire city by himself. If one could possess the strength of a martial emperor, even if it were only for 10 minutes, one could accomplish a great deal. Several men in black were furious. Feng Qingwu frowned slightly and said, "Don't be rude." "Yes, Mississippi." The men in black, who had been aggressive, immediately became extremely respectful. Feng Qingwu turned to Xiao Fan. "Shopkeeper, I'll give you 1,000 times the divination fee. I wonder if you can make an exception?" 1,000 times the divination fee is a considerable sum of money, but the system's rules cannot be broken. Xiao Fan shook his head. "I'm sorry, even if the divination fee is 10,000 times higher, I cannot break my rules." Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. "Then I'll take a look first." The man who drew number 6 sat down in front of Xiao Fan. He had been to Xiao Fan's place several times before. "Master Xiao, my business hasn't been doing very well lately," the man said helplessly. "Please enlighten me, Master Xiao." Xiao Fan stared at the middle-aged man in front of him, and the system's effect immediately brought to mind the man's situation over the past year. "Your surname is Liu, and your name is Liu Dafu. You had a child late in life, and your youngest son is only 2 years old now. Your business hasn't gotten worse, but your profits have decreased significantly. This month, your business has suffered even greater losses." Xiao Fan spoke slowly, and Liu Dafu nodded repeatedly. Yes, Master Xiao, I had my wife check the accounts. She's very good at this, but she couldn't find any problems." Xiao Fan smiled slightly, his expression somewhat strange. "The child is old enough to remember things soon. Maybe your young wife wants him to know who his real father is, and wants to make some money so she can run away." Liu Dafu was struck dumb. He looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. "Master Xiao, you mean he had a son late in life and doted on him? Could it be that his son wasn't his biological child?" Xiao Fan shook his head. "You should have had some suspicions in your heart long ago. His biological father is the bodyguard you hired 3 years ago, surnamed Liu." "Thank you, Master Xiao." Liu Dafu put down a tael of silver and left quickly. "Master Xiao, isn't it my turn?" An old man nervously sat down in front of Xiao Fan. 3 days ago, his grandson went missing, and the old man had searched desperately for 3 days, but still had no clues. Through a referral, the old man found Xiao Fan. The information provided by the system quickly flooded into Xiao Fan's mind, and his eyes lit up. Liu Dafu received very few fortune-telling points due to his relationship problems, while the old man came to Xiao Fan because of his grandson's disappearance. Such a matter would earn more fortune-telling points, potentially 30 to 50 points. "Don't worry, old man, your grandson is still alive. He was just kidnapped," Xiao Fan said calmly. "I'll write down an address for you. You can go with the government officials to look for him. You should be able to find something." Xiao Fan picked up a calligraphy brush and wrote down an address. His handwriting flowed like clouds and water, master-level calligraphy, a skill he had acquired with 1,000 points, and it was indeed very beautiful. "Thank you, Master Xiao," the old man said gratefully, getting up to leave. Xiao Fan quickly said, "Old man, 1 tael of silver, thank you. It wouldn't be good for you not to give me money." If you seek fortune-telling from Xiao Fan without paying, you'll suffer financial loss at best, and injury at worst. "I'm sorry, I forgot." The old man didn't mean it. He quickly left a tael of silver and hurried away. Soon, the third customer finished his fortune-telling. The leader of the men in black glanced around, and the customers who had come to watch the commotion all left, leaving only Xiao Fan, the woman, and her entourage inside. Feng Qingwu sat down opposite Xiao Fan and gently removed her veil. Xiao Fan was taken aback, thinking to himself, he had long guessed that this woman was an absolute beauty. But now, those 4 words were no longer enough to describe her beauty. The phrase, "a beauty of unparalleled grace," is entirely fitting for her. Lingxiao City truly lives up to its reputation as the most outstanding city on the Qianlong Continent. It actually boasts such a beauty. Only the Empress can compare. Xiao Fan thought to himself, Feng Qingwu, the Empress of the Tianxuan Dynasty, the legendary #1 beauty of Tianxuan. She is high above. How many people have actually seen her? Those who have seen her would probably all say she is perfect. "Boss, could you make an exception? It's not easy for me to come all this way." Feng Qingwu smiled slightly. Xiao Fan gasped, his heart pounding. He simply couldn't refuse. With Feng Qingwu's beauty, her smile was simply deadly. "Guest, unless you are the current Empress, I cannot make an exception for this fortune-telling." Xiao Fan shook his head, his tone firm. "Sorry, the shop is closed today." He relied on the system to tell his fortune. How could he know that Feng Qingwu was actually the Empress of the Tianxuan Dynasty? This was extremely illogical for Xiao Fan. Feng Qingwu looked at Xiao Fan speechlessly. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed since Xiao Fan opened the door to tell fortunes. Just a quarter of an hour ago he was making tea and grinding ink. In the entire Lingxiao City, probably no other shop is as leisurely as Xiao Fan's. "Shopkeeper, have you secretly calculated my fortune?" Feng Qingwu asked. Xiao Fan looked directly at Feng Qingwu. "Guest, fortune-telling is no child's play. If you don't win the lottery, I naturally won't tell your fortune again. If you are destined, you will come again." Feng Qingwu stood up and smiled slightly. "Shopkeeper, you're quite an interesting person. You're right, if I hadn't won the lottery, I would have come again. Who knows when I'll be back next time?" With that, Feng Qingwu turned and left. She naturally couldn't reveal her identity voluntarily. If Xiao Fan could predict her situation in the future, it would prove his abilities were sufficient. Watching Feng Qingwu's departing figure, Xiao Fan felt a stirring in his heart. This woman was beautiful and had an extraordinary air about her. No one knew which family's daughter she was from. Whoever marries her is truly blessed for 8 lifetimes. No. Why someone else? If I become stronger, maybe I can marry her too. With that thought, Xiao Fan got up and walked towards the door. With the system in hand, Xiao Fan's standards naturally rose considerably. This was the first time he had ever felt attracted to a woman. Instead of just thinking about it, he decided to take action. The woman had already boarded the carriage and was preparing to leave. "Is the young lady married?" Xiao Fan asked loudly. In this world, women usually married in their 20s, and some unmarried women were already engaged long ago. Xiao Fan did not want to kidnap a bride. The leader of the men in black's gaze gradually turned fierce, as if Xiao Fan's question was a grave offense. Feng Qingwu lifted the carriage curtain, put her veil back on, and said calmly, "No. Let's go." The carriage quickly drove away, and Xiao Fan's smile deepened. So the beauty was unmarried. What wonderful news! Clatter, clatter! The carriage gradually disappeared into the distance. "Your Majesty, Xiao Fan has offended you. Should I have someone secretly eliminate him?" The leader of the men in black beside the carriage asked in a low voice. Feng Qingwu gently shook her head. "He is a rare and exceptional talent." More than a year ago, when Xiao Fan first arrived in Lingxiao City, the Imperial Guards had already taken notice of him and reported it to Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu instructed the Imperial Guards to continue monitoring Xiao Fan's movements. She had read about Xiao Fan and knew he was an accurate fortune-teller who had helped many people. Feng Qingwu was curious about him. "A person who follows the rules, I think, is quite good," Feng Qingwu said calmly. "No rash actions are allowed?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Inside the carriage, Feng Qingwu recalled Xiao Fan's appearance, a smile unconsciously creeping onto her lips. She thought to herself, "This guy actually asked me if I was married. Could he be trying to make a move on me?" Her thoughts drifted to the arrangements made by the ministers, the retired emperor, and the Empress Dowager, and her brow furrowed. They had been urging her to decide on an emperor as soon as possible, because only with an emperor in place could she have children. A ruler without an heir was a matter of great importance. Feng Qingwu was annoyed by this, especially by her aversion to political marriages. Even when she was a princess, she disliked being forced into marriage. She wanted to find a husband who would satisfy her. Xiao Fan closed the shop door, his feelings somewhat complicated. He strolled to a nearby tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and listened to the storyteller recount one tale after another. The storyteller's tales were as captivating as a modern mobile phone. This world has no cell phones or computers, and entertainment options are limited. There are entertainers in brothels who are good at singing and talking, but Xiao Fan doesn't like going there because he's afraid of getting sick. "Master Xiao!" "Greetings, Master Xiao!" Many people in the tea house recognized Xiao Fan and greeted him upon his arrival. In Lingxiao City, Xiao Fan was quite famous. His accurate fortune-telling had earned him considerable recognition. "Gentlemen, today I will tell you the story of His Majesty's pacification of the northern frontier." Xiao Fan listened with a smile. Although the story had been embellished, some information could still be gleaned from it. Her Majesty is only 20 years old this year, isn't she? Does she really have the strength of a martial king?" someone asked loudly. He smiled. "Indeed, Her Majesty is exceptionally talented, and I estimate she is already a high-level martial king." The cultivation system of the Hidden Dragon Continent has multiple levels, from martial apprentice and martial warrior to martial king and martial emperor, and then to martial venerable and martial emperor. Each level has its own star rating. To become a martial artist, or even a martial arts master, at the age of 20 is already the height of genius. Xiao Fan sighed as he listened. Although he also wanted to become a top expert, unfortunately, he lacked the aptitude for cultivation. Fortunately, he had the system. With enough points, Xiao Fan believed that even if he didn't become a martial emperor, he could easily break through to the legendary martial venerable level with the help of the system. After leaving the tea house, Xiao Fan returned to his rented room. Although he had some savings and was financially secure, he probably couldn't afford a good house in Lingxiao City and could only rent a decent place. Xiao Fan thought to himself, "Why did I think of marrying her? Could it be that I've really fallen for her?" He made himself a cup of tea and seriously considered the question. After all, having transmigrated to this place, settling down and starting a family is a huge decision, one I hadn't considered before. But this is the first time I've had this thought. Buying a house needs to be put on the agenda. If I want to buy a house, I need to make more money. It seems I need to use points to exchange for some abilities. Xiao Fan muttered to himself after thinking for a long time. When you don't feel poor, it's because you haven't met the girl who makes your heart flutter. Xiao Fan shook his head inwardly, realizing he was poor. That girl was definitely the daughter of a wealthy family. An ordinary house was certainly not good enough for her. The houses of wealthy families typically had 4 or 5 courtyards. While it wasn't necessary to reach that level of grandeur, the world did value social standing in marriage. To marry the daughter of a wealthy family, one's house would need to have at least 3 courtyards. Property prices in Lingxiao City are exorbitant. A 3-courtyard house in a less desirable location would cost around 40,000 to 50,000 taels of silver, while a well-located one would exceed 100,000 taels. Xiao Fan couldn't afford to buy, let alone rent. Chapter 3, Master Level Feng Shui. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Even if the system opens up more slots, it's almost impossible to earn that much money. He knew that to make a breakthrough, he needed to develop new businesses. He used to be a carefree, unambitious nobody. But now, for the girl he loved, Xiao Fan decided to work hard. He silently chanted, "Points!" A screen immediately appeared, displaying his points as 10,963. The points for today's second customer haven't arrived yet, but they should be soon. Points aren't credited instantly. Like today's customer, rescuing their grandson earned 40 or 50 points. If they hadn't, they'd only get around 10. His points suddenly increased by 45, bringing his total to 11,008. Xiao Fan smiled. Looks like I've rescued them. That's great. Not only did he gain points, but he also helped someone solve a problem, making him feel relaxed and happy. Over 11,000 points minus 1,000, there's still enough left. Xiao Fan calculated in his mind. With 10,000 points, his own safety would be guaranteed. The strongest martial emperor on the Hidden Dragon Continent was no more than that. Martial emperor-level experts were rare. Xiao Fan planned to browse the system shop to see what he could exchange for. The shop offered skills in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, horseback riding, and archery, but more importantly, it also included professional skills such as feng shui, divination, and ghost hunting. These skills perfectly met Xiao Fan's needs. However, there were no sword or saber techniques, nor any peerless martial arts manuals. Offensive skills were what Xiao Fan needed most. He finally focused his attention on Feng Shui. This profession seemed like an easy way to make money. System, exchange for master-level Feng Shui for me. The information entered Xiao Fan's mind, and in a short time, he reached the master level. Xiao Fan quickly realized that the layout of the house he was living in was extremely dangerous. This house has a bad layout. Something bad is bound to happen if I stay here for too long. Xiao Fan frowned, realizing that someone had died in this house, and it wasn't a natural death. No wonder the rent was so cheap. I thought the landlord was kind-hearted, but I never expected there to be such a hidden reason. Xiao Fan thought to himself, deciding to move out as soon as possible. The landlord's knocking broke his thoughts. Xiao Fan opened the door and saw Chao Hao's fat face. Chao Hao was a long-time resident of Lingxiao City. His old house had been demolished, making him a resettlement household, and he earned a considerable amount from renting out the property. "Young man, your lease is almost up. You'll have to pay rent if you want to renew," Chao Hao said with a smile. "The rent was low before, so it'll have to go up from here." Xiao Fan sneered inwardly. "You're really unfair. The house where the accident happened is still so expensive." Chao Hao's expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. "Who told him that?" He forced a smile and said, Xiao, you don't believe me? No price increase, it's the same price." Xiao Fan shook his head. "Landlord, I'm not renting anymore, I'm moving out. This house has a problem. Living here long enough will either lead to death or permanent disability. If you want to resolve this, prepare your money and come find me at Tianyuan Pavilion in the West City Market." Chao Hao's eyes widened, and he threatened viciously. "You brat, you're not getting your deposit back." Xiao Fan sneered, knowing in his heart that the landlord would most likely find fault and refuse to return the deposit. "Landlord, I will take good care of this house. Return my deposit in full." Chao Hao gritted his teeth and threatened viciously. "Do you know what my status is here? You'd better move out today, or I won't give you your deposit back. If you dare say another word, I'll break your legs." Xiao Fan calmly replied, "Okay, I'll move out today. I can give you the deposit, come find me later, and remember to bring enough money." Xiao Fan quickly found another house through a brokerage firm, which was in better condition and built by the water. Xiao Fan's new house has a yard and a good feng shui layout, but the rent is much higher, at 50 taels per month. "This house is not bad. If the young lady comes to see it, it won't be too shabby," Xiao Fan thought to himself. Chapter 4: The Consequences of Provoking a Fortune Teller. After moving into his new house, Xiao Fan hired a carriage to move his belongings from his old house. However, to his surprise, the landlord, Chao Hao, threw his things outside. Bang! Chao Hao walked out and angrily threw the items he was carrying to the ground. "You brat, how dare you damage my house? Get out of here right now!" His face was fierce as he scanned the surroundings. "Anyone who dares to say a word, I'll make you regret it." Xiao Fan walked into the house with a cold face, quickly packed up the remaining things, and quietly changed the layout of the house. He changed the original ordinary layout into an inauspicious one. Although this layout will not affect future tenants, it will have a very negative impact on Chao Hao, the landlord. "Landlord, be careful lately," Xiao Fan said casually after loading the goods onto the carriage. Chao Hao spat disdainfully, almost hitting Xiao Fan. "Get lost!" Seeing this, the coachman dared not linger and quickly drove away. Chao Hao returned to the house, his fat face full of smugness. "This kid really thinks he can fight me? He's too green." After tidying up, Chao Hao locked the door with satisfaction, preparing to go get something good to eat and then visit a brothel later that evening. As he was about to leave, Chao Hao tripped and fell to the ground, his face hitting the floor and his nose nearly flattened. Chao Hao tried to sit up, but bit into something filthy, and a foul stench filled his mouth. He spat it out, and discovered it was a pile of dog feces. "Ugh! Ugh!" Chao Hao roared angrily. "Damn wild dogs!" He vowed to eat the dog meat that night. But his misfortune was not over. Not long after, Chao Hao screamed again. A rusty nail pierced his soul, causing him to cry out in pain. Chao Hao's nightmare had only just begun. The inauspicious Feng Shui configuration meant that Chao Hao's misfortune was just starting. Meanwhile, inside the Tianxian Imperial Palace, a palace maid brought news. "Your Majesty, Lord Yan has sent word that young Master Xiao has changed his residence and is now staying at Xingyuefeng." Feng Qingwu raised an eyebrow, wondering to herself why Yan Quan, as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, would specifically report this news. "Your Majesty, Lord Yan also mentioned that young Master Xiao was evicted by his former landlord, and Chao Hao has suffered a series of misfortunes, a series of coincidences." Feng Qingwu's mind raced. A question arose in her mind. Who exactly was Xiao Fan? The next day, Xiao Fan leisurely went to the news shop. Although the new house was closer to the shop, it was already getting late when he arrived. Outside the shop, as usual, everyone bowed to Xiao Fan upon his arrival. The old man from yesterday was among them. He knelt down, deeply moved, and exclaimed, "Our whole family is eternally grateful for your immense kindness." Xiao Fan quickly helped the old man up, and the other young couples with their children followed closely behind, all bowing respectfully. "Master Xiao, if it weren't for you, our grandson would definitely be beyond saving." The old man was so moved he almost cried. They had reported the case to the authorities last night, and, sure enough, found their missing child. "Having taken the money for the divination, I naturally have to do my job," Xiao Fan said with a smile. "Get up quickly." The old man stood up gratefully and handed a packet of silver to Xiao Fan. "Please accept this small token of my appreciation, Master Xiao." Xiao Fan looked at the packet. It contained about 20 taels. "I cannot accept this money," he declined, saying, "I've already received the fee for the fortune-telling. Taking money for services is my principle. Please don't break it. The money is our token of appreciation," the man said awkwardly. At this moment, the people around him began to speak up, mocking Xiao Fan. So young, and already trying to scam people. Some of them weren't there to have their fortunes told. They just wanted to watch the show. "Don't talk nonsense!" The old man angrily defended Xiao Fan, and those around him also supported Xiao Fan. After all, Xiao Fan was now a household name in the city as a master. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded. "I will add a new service to my shop in the future, Feng Shui adjustment," he continued. "The price starts at 100 taels, and there is only one spot available each day, with priority given to those who are selected." "What? Feng Shui adjustments are so expensive?" someone questioned, dissatisfied. "Master Xiao, could you not win the lottery and come to my house for adjustments first?" "My family is also an option, the price is negotiable." Many people chimed in, knowing that the price was absolutely worth it despite the high price. Although Xiao Fan was young, he had already earned people's recognition. Chapter 5. Earning 1,000 taels of silver a day. The two young men were stunned by what they saw. They couldn't believe it. Had these people all been brainwashed by Xiao Fan, or were they all shills? "Everyone, don't believe him! These people must be shills he hired. They've all been swindled out of their money," the two young men said firmly, clearly distrusting Xiao Fan's business. Xiao Fan watched from the side, shaking his head inwardly. Although these two weren't bad people, they were indeed too impulsive. He stopped arguing and said calmly, "Everyone, I'll go prepare." After saying this, he turned and went into the shop. Xiao Fan brewed tea and ground ink, while the customers outside drew their lots. He received 3 numbers and called out, "Number 1, number 17, number 85. Soon 3 people entered the shop, one of whom was the same confident young man from before. Xiao Fan looked at him and smiled. "Please have a seat, sir." After the young man sat down, still defiant, he said, "I'll expose him. Ask whatever you want. I know the tricks of these fortune-tellers." The young man, clearly intending to expose him, began his speech with great confidence. Xiao Fan chuckled and calmly replied, "I have rules here, you can say anything." The young man scoffed. Xiao Fan nodded, then directly revealed the young man's information. "Your name is Zhang Qingyan, you are 25 years old this year, your mother died in childbirth, and your father passed away when you were 2 years old." The young man's expression changed slightly, and he sneered, wanting to refute, but Xiao Fan did not give him a chance to speak and continued. "Your father's sworn brother adopted you. His surname is Zhang, and your adoptive mother's surname is Li." Zhang Qingyan's expression changed drastically. Clearly Xiao Fan had spoken exactly as he said. "Because your adoptive father has already designated your younger brother as his heir." Xiao Fan's words were precise and accurate, and Zhang Qingyan's feelings became extremely complicated. "Raising someone before you were born is a debt that can never be repaid. Your adoptive parents have done their best, you should be content," Xiao Fan said calmly. The young man couldn't help but retort angrily. "Absurd! Your fraudulent shop will go bankrupt sooner or later. Having said that, he stood up angrily, ready to leave. Sir, the divination fee is 1 tael of silver, please pay, Xiao Fan said calmly. The young man angrily retorted. You want more money? Believe me, I'll smash up your shop. Ousting money to a fortune teller will surely bring retribution, Xiao Fan replied calmly. The young man sneered and quickly left with his friends. Xiao Fan thought to himself, as for the consequences, that was entirely up to the young man to bear. Xiao Fan said to himself, at best I'll lose money, at worst I'll be injured or disabled, but I won't die. He simply let things unfold calmly. Next, Guiqing, a man in his 40s, walked into the shop. He was clearly a regular customer. Master Xiao, it's finally my turn. I've been here several times. Guiqing sat down excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. Xiao Fan greeted him with a smile. Xiao Fan vaguely remembered him. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Your name is Guiqing. You own thousands of acres of fertile land and live a carefree life. You have no concubines, only a strong-willed wife named Di. You have 3 daughters, and your wife is currently 2 months pregnant. Guiqing was astonished. Yes, Master Xiao, you are truly amazing. Xiao Fan continued. You want to know if your wife's baby is a boy. If not, you may choose to have an abortion. Guiqing sighed. My wife is getting old, and she doesn't have much time left to conceive again. If this baby isn't a boy, I've decided to have an abortion. Xiao Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. Congratulations, your wife is having twins, a boy. Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Guiqing was overjoyed. Master Xiao, both are boys? Xiao Fan nodded, confirming. People around him offered their congratulations. Mr. Gua, congratulations. Since Master Xiao said so, it must be true. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding banquet. Guiqing's face was beaming with smiles. His earlier worries had completely vanished. Thank you. Master Xiao, would you do me the honor of joining me for a drink at your wedding? Xiao Fan smiled and agreed. If I have time, I'll come to the wedding. Guiqing was very grateful. Thank you. By the way, Master Xiao, could you please come to my house to take a look at the feng shui? Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, the family does need some care. Your wife's emotions have been fluctuating a lot lately, and this care should help. Guiqing immediately said to prepare a carriage, and Xiao Fan followed him into the carriage. The carriage passed through the outer city of Lingxiao City, where house prices were relatively low, but the Gua family's 4-courtyard house was still very expensive. Master Xiao, please! Guiqing led Xiao Fan into the house and began to inspect the residence. After observing for a moment, Xiao Fan said, Your residence is quite large, and the price is 500 taels of silver. If you think it as suitable, we can begin. If not, we won't force it. Xiao Fan gave his offer after a moment as thought. Master Xiao, 500 taels is too little, let us round it up to 1,000 taels. Guiqing appeared very generous, believing that spending several hundred taels to befriend a master like Xiao Fan was entirely worthwhile. Sure! Xiao Fan nodded, without refusing. After 2 hours of adjustments, the feng shui problem was resolved, and Xiao Fan prepared to leave. Guiqing warmly saw Xiao Fan onto the carriage. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly, feeling very satisfied with the 1,000 taels of silver he had earned that day. It took me so long to save 3,000 taels, but I earned 1,000 taels so easily today, Xiao Fan exclaimed. If you want to make big money, you need to expand your business. He knew in his heart that today's income was not a regular occurrence, but if he could have a stable income of 200 taels every day, he could buy a decent 3-courtyard house in the city within a year. He couldn't help but smile. Chapter 6. Huge compensation. Zhang Qingyun, his face full of anger, pushed over the cards in his hand and said indignantly, Damn it, I'm not playing anymore. After leaving Xiao Fan's shop, Zhang Qingyun was in a bad mood and decided to gamble a few rounds with his friends. Coming from a well-off family, Zhang Qingyun often played a few rounds and was usually quite skilled at cards, but today, he seemed to be having a run of bad luck. Whenever he had a strong hand, he was always beaten even more badly by others. In just 2 hours, he lost all his winnings from the past few months. Is it because he didn't pay the fortune-telling fee? His friend Feng Qingwu reminded him. How could that be? That guy's a fraud. How could not paying for the divination affect my luck? Zhang Qingyan sneered. Anyway, let's go gamble with dice. There shouldn't be any problem. Although Zhang Qingyan had originally planned to quit, he was unwilling to give up after hearing his friend's words, so he decided to try one more time. Half an hour later, Zhang Qingyan was pale-faced. After borrowing a lot of money, he gambled it all away. Young Master Yun, this is really bad. Today is just too strange, Feng Qingwu advised. Zhang Qingyan walked out of the casino, dejected. He realized that if he didn't pay off his gambling debts, the 2,000 taels of silver he had borrowed would quickly double. Back home, he hurriedly found his father. Qingyun, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I've decided I have to tell you. Zhang Qingyan's heart sank. His father's tone was serious. Qingyun, you are not my biological son. Zhang Qingyan's father began to recount what happened back then. It's actually true. Zhang Qingyan's heart churned. He hadn't expected Xiao Fan to really be a master. Father, you will always be my father. Zhang Qingyan was moved and knelt down. Get up quickly. A father knows what is going on. Then, Zhang Qingyan told his father what had happened that day. Such an extraordinary person exists. After a moment of contemplation, the father said, Tomorrow, take some gifts and go to apologize. Pay off the gambling debts first. Qingyan's father took this matter very seriously. The next day, Xiao Fan arrived at the shop at noon as usual. Xiao Fan, no, Master Xiao, please have mercy on me, I beg you. Xiao Hao was carried in front of Xiao Fan, his body covered in burns and his face covered in blisters. Last night, he experienced a fire. His house was destroyed, and he lost several thousand taels of silver. Filled with remorse and anger, he went to Tianyuan Pavilion, believing Xiao Fan to be a jinx. Upon arriving here, he learned that Xiao Fan was actually a master-level fortune-teller, and only then did he realize that he had offended a powerful figure. Oh, isn't this the former landlord? He really made a grand entrance when he kicked me out yesterday. Xiao Fan smiled dismissively, showing no surprise at Xiao Hao's disheveled appearance. Those around him, hearing this, also expressed their displeasure with Xiao Hao. He actually kicked Master Xiao out. What a jerk! Hearing these words, Xiao Hao's face darkened further. He wanted to lash out but dared not. Master Xiao, it's all my fault, please forgive me? Xiao Hao said with a bitter face, his heart aching at the loss. Xiao Fan said calmly, Someone died in your house. The feng shui is bad. I can fix it, but it'll cost 3,000 taels. If it's less than 1 tael, find someone else. Xiao Hao frowned. 3,000 taels was beyond his means. Xiao Fan remained uncompromising. If you don't want to, you can leave. Xiao Hao was furious, never expecting Xiao Fan to be so resolute. Fine, how about 1,000 taels? Xiao Hao pleaded in a low voice. Just then, Zhang Qingyan and Feng Qingwu arrived. Zhang Qingyan smiled and said, 3,000 taels, I'll pay. Zhang Qingyan knew that this amount of money was nothing to the Zhang family, and he knew that it was worth the money. I'll also offer 3,000 taels, Xiao Hao shouted. He feared he wouldn't survive until tomorrow if he didn't pay. The people around him were shocked. 3,000 taels was enough to buy a small house. Get the money ready, Xiao Fan said calmly. Since the matter could be resolved, he wouldn't dwell on it anymore. Zhang Qingyan, you refused to pay the divination fee yesterday. Are you feeling better today? Xiao Fan chuckled as he looked at Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan smiled wryly. Master Xiao, I lost more than 2,000 taels of silver at the casino yesterday. Master Xiao, you are truly a master, I am completely convinced. He opened a gift box, inside which was a set of exquisite tea utensils worth 1,000 taels of silver. Chapter 7. The Empress is here again. Xiao Fan shook his head. Zhang Qingyan, take the things back. Just pay yesterday's divination fee. Don't try to renege on your divination fees next time. Zhang Qingyan quickly took out 1 tael of silver and respectfully handed it to Xiao Fan. Thank you for your guidance, Master Xiao. This is the divination fee from yesterday. A merchant who specializes in selling tea sets nearby smiled and said, Master Xiao, this tea set is quite nice, worth over 1,000 taels of silver. Please accept it. Xiao Fan replied calmly. I only accept what I deserve. I don't accept extra gifts. He finished tidying everything up and said softly, Gentlemen, we've already wasted a lot of time today. I need to open the door. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Fan was ready. Number 9, number 35, number 98. The three entered the store, while the others remained outside, many of them not leaving. Passers-by also stopped in their tracks. Master Xiao. Number 9 was a man in his 30s, his face haggard, clearly tormented by years of suffering. 5 years ago, my child was murdered, and I want to know who the killer is. Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened. This man had come here half a month ago. Judging from his appearance over the past 2 weeks, he must have come for the divination fee. 1 tael of silver for divination is not expensive for ordinary people, but it is not easy for someone like him. People outside the shop started talking. Will Master Xiao say anything? This is a matter of life and death. Anyone who dares to kill someone must be a ruthless character, and perhaps they have a powerful family behind them. The man said excitedly. Master Xiao, I know this is difficult, but I really don't know what to do. I'm willing to kneel down. Xiao Fan stopped him. You paid the money, you should get the answer you want. Sit down, and I will tell you. Upon hearing this, the man stopped kneeling and sat down awkwardly. Your name is Qinpingyan. You once had a happy family. Although you weren't wealthy, your wife was virtuous, your son was intelligent, and you lived a good life. Tears welled up in Qinpingyan's eyes. Master Xiao, you are truly amazing. I am not from Lingxiao City, yet you were able to calculate all this. Xiao Fan continued, 6 years ago, your wife died a violent death. You thought it was an accident, but in fact, she was pushed off a height and died. A flash of anger crossed Qinpingyan's eyes. He too had harbored such suspicions. 5 years ago, your son was also pushed into a well and drowned. He was only 4 years old at the time. The people outside the shop were furious upon hearing this. To do such a thing to a 4-year-old child is utterly inhuman. Qinpingyan choked back tears, the pain of losing a loved one unbearable. Master Xiao, who is the murderer? Xiao Fan paused briefly, his gaze becoming serious. Your wife and son were both killed by Wei Tai, the eldest son of the Wei family. The murderer's motive is actually quite simple. You once stood up to criticize Wei Tai for harassing women, and he harbored hatred towards you because of that. Qinpingyan was shocked. I don't know him at all. Xiao Fan sighed. Wei Tai once harassed a woman on the street, and you stood up and said a few words of justice. He has held a grudge against you ever since. Qinpingyan was filled with grief and rage, and the crowd outside the shop was also furious. To kill 2 people over such a trivial matter was outrageous. You were already close to death, and Wei Tai planned to find an opportunity to get rid of you in Lingxiao City. Xiao Fan turned to a man standing at the shop entrance. Sir, am I right? The man was strong and a martial artist. Qinpingyan was just an ordinary person. A martial artist could kill an ordinary person with ease. Nonsense! The man's face changed drastically, and he shouted. Men, seize him, tie him up, and send him to the authorities. Whether it's true or false, the government will naturally find out. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Master Xiao! Feng Qingwu and her guards appeared. 2 men in black quickly subdued the burly man. Master Xiao, rest assured, if this is true, the authorities will definitely investigate thoroughly. Feng Qingwu's words were calm and powerful. The guards beside her were highly skilled and not to be underestimated. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Thank you, young lady. If it's convenient, I'll treat you to a meal. Feng Qingwu nodded. We will definitely handle your matter. She looked at Xiao Fan, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Qinpingyan was moved to tears. Master Xiao, you are truly our benefactor. I believe every word you say. Xiao Fan smiled and said, My shop needs someone to help with odd jobs and cleaning. How about we open in the morning? Qinpingyan immediately understood that Xiao Fan had given him a chance to survive. I'm willing to serve Master Xiao. Chen Pingyan was extremely excited. Without this opportunity, he would probably have died without a burial place. Xiao Fan nodded. As a father, to avenge his son for 5 years is truly admirable. The reward is 10 taels of silver per month, including room and board. Chen Pingyan quickly waved his hand. Master Xiao, I don't want money, room and board are enough. Xiao Fan smiled and said, No need to be polite, I don't need these. Soon, the second and third customers were also served, and most people left quickly. Feng Qingwu stood aside, her presence still exerting immense pressure on everyone. Master Xiao, although you are not a cultivator, you dare to say these things. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Wei family? Feng Qingwu walked to Xiao Fan's side and asked in a deep voice. Although some members of the Wei family have been punished, there are many high-ranking officials behind Wei Tai. Chapter 8. Miss Mingwei, do you have someone you love? Xiao Fan poured Feng Qingwu a cup of tea and said softly, Please sit down, Mississippi. Since a guest has come to inquire, and it does not go against my conscience, I will certainly answer. He smiled slightly. As for whether I will offend the Wei family, I haven't thought about it much, nor is it necessary to consider it. Although I am not a cultivator, anyone who wants to deal with me will have to pay a huge price. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly, clearly indicating that Xiao Fan hadn't acted solely by brute force. Miss Chen Pingyan is already a shop assistant in my store. Thank you for your help before, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Feng Qingwu replied, Master Xiao, my family has some influence. If what you say is true, the Wei family will be severely punished, and we will not bother you again. Thank you, young lady. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. May I ask your name? Feng Qingwu removed her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Xiao Fan was secretly astonished. This girl was truly naturally beautiful, with impeccable looks and temperament. My surname is Qin Mingwei, Feng Qingwu said softly. A good name, Xiao Fan praised with a smile. Feng Qingwu gazed at Xiao Fan, her eyes clear and devoid of desire, filled with appreciation, which put Feng Qingwu at ease. Master Xiao, all 3 spots for today are filled, so it seems you can't do a divination for me. Feng Qingwu said with a hint of disappointment. Xiao Fan said apologetically, Miss Mingwei, I'm sorry, fortune-telling has rules, and one cannot tell fortunes for people casually. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Master Xiao, my father is an official. If he comes to have his fortune told, can he predict his future and avoid misfortune? Feng Qingwu clearly hoped to predict her father's future through fortune-telling. Xiao Fan shook his head. Miss Mingwei, I'm afraid you overestimate me. I can calculate the fate of ordinary officials, but I'm afraid I'm powerless to help those of higher ranks. He wasn't exaggerating. The system's capabilities were limited. Feng Qingwu was slightly disappointed. Then my father can't be calculated? But we can calculate his health. Xiao Fan suddenly thought that if he could solve his father's illness, it might solve a big problem for her family. Feng Qingwu's eyes lit up. My father has a chronic illness. I wonder if you could calculate the cause? She seemed eager, clearly very concerned about this question. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. That should be possible. Feng Qingwu said happily. I will do my best to persuade him to come. Miss Mingwei, if your father comes, he will probably have to draw lots and wait in line in advance. Xiao Fan said with a slight apology. Feng Qingwu had a headache. He doesn't believe in this stuff. If he comes early to queue up, he might just order your head chopped off if he gets upset. She sighed helplessly. It seems this matter needs to be considered more carefully. Xiao Fan smiled calmly. I will do my best to persuade him. His eyes were full of determination. Miss Mingwei, I have to take my leave now because of some family matters. You owe me a meal, remember that. Feng Qingwu got up and prepared to leave. Xiao Fan hurriedly asked, Miss Mingwei, may I ask if you have someone you're interested in? The men in black around him glared angrily, clearly displeased with Xiao Fan. Feng Qingwu glanced at him and chuckled. Master Xiao, is it because you have feelings for me? She didn't seem angry. Instead, she said with a hint of teasing, Master Xiao, you'd better work hard. Xiao Fan smiled slightly. I'll do my best. He secretly resolved that if he could marry such a woman, he would work even harder to improve his own status. Feng Qingwu smiled slightly. Goodbye, Master Xiao. She turned and left. Xiao Fan escorted her to the door, watching the carriage drive away until it was out of sight. A moment later, Xiao Fan walked to the boxing gym next door and asked, Old Jin, how's business lately? Old Jing sighed helplessly. Master Xiao, you know my business. Recently, business has been dismal, my reputation has been damaged, and my students have been poached by other boxing gyms. He seemed somewhat frustrated. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Old Jing, I don't consult the oracle casually, but I can tell that there are indeed some problems with your business. Your space is quite large, and the rent isn't low either. Do you intend to continue operating here, or are you planning to sublet it? Old Jing asked in surprise. Master Xiao, you want to rent it? He had clearly considered subletting, as the boxing gym was losing money every day. Xiao Fan nodded. I want to rent it, so my guests won't be stuck outside and everyone will have a place to sit. Old Jing immediately agreed. Master Xiao, if you want to rent it, I will sublet it to you at the original price. Xiao Fan agreed and signed a sublease agreement with Old Jing. The landlord readily agreed to the request to combine the two shops for Xiao Fan's convenience. Master Xiao, I'll take care of the house opening project. I'll get it done for you today. The landlord said respectfully. As the landlord, he had witnessed Xiao Fan's fortune-telling many times and was amazed by Xiao Fan's abilities. He actually didn't want to charge the rent. But Xiao Fan didn't want to owe such a favor. It was afternoon when Xiao Fan finally arrived at his old rented house by carriage. Master Xiao, you've finally arrived. Wow! When Qiao Hao saw Xiao Fan, it was as if he had seen a relative, and tears streamed down his face. Chapter 9, Mother, go and see Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan returned to his old rented house by horse-drawn carriage in the afternoon. Qiao Hao had been waiting at the door for a long time, and when he saw Xiao Fan, tears almost welled up in his eyes. Since leaving Xiao Fan's shop, Qiao Hao has encountered a series of misfortunes. The worst one was when a roof beam nearly crushed him to death. His right hand was broken, and he was physically and mentally exhausted. Qiao Hao, for the sake of 3,000 taels of silver, I'll help you deal with this, Xiao Fan said calmly. You'd better be kind to others in the future, or you might face even bigger trouble. In the morning, Qiao Hao had already delivered the 3,000 taels of silver notes to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan quickly walked around the house, checking the feng shui layout, and found that the house had changed from inauspicious to neutral. He didn't intend to waste any more time, and once the problem was solved, he planned to leave. Qiao Hao, the house issue has been resolved, but since someone died there, you'd better tell others before renting it out, Xiao Fan reminded him. Qiao Hao nodded repeatedly, and Xiao Fan then left. Qiao Hao cursed inwardly. Although Xiao Fan had only been busy for less than 5 minutes, he had earned 3,000 taels of silver from him. He had also lost tens of thousands of taels of silver and a house, and he was heartbroken. If I don't let Xiao Fan into the house, I can avoid trouble. Xiao Hao harbored malicious intent. Xiao Fan, you just wait. Xiao Fan didn't care about Qiao Hao's scheme. He was confident that Qiao Hao was just a minor character, and he didn't care about him. Originally, I had 3,000 taels in savings, Guoqing had 1,000 taels, and with this 3,000 taels, I have 7,000 taels in savings. That's really good. Xiao Fan thought to himself with delight. Although properties in Lingxiao City can no longer be purchased with a down payment like in my previous life, at this rate of savings, buying a 3-courtyard house is not difficult. At the Tianxian Imperial Palace, Yan Quan reported. Your Majesty, the captured criminals have confessed that Qin Pingan's family was instigated by Wei Tai. Yan Quan is the commander of the embroidered uniform guard and a 9-star martial emperor. However, he is extremely cautious when facing Feng Qingwu. The entire Wei family must be thoroughly investigated, Feng Qingwu commanded coldly. Investigate them from top to bottom. Yes, Your Majesty. Yan Quan accepted the order and left, but in his heart he was pondering the relationship between Feng Qingwu and Xiao Fan. Is His Majesty truly interested in Xiao Fan? Yan Quan pondered to himself, then shook his head. He believed that Feng Qingwu wouldn't make a wrong choice because of Xiao Fan. After all, Xiao Fan was just a fortune teller. At this moment, Feng Qingwu's maid came to invite her. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager requests your presence. Feng Qingwu frowned, knowing that her mother had been paying close attention to her marriage. The Empress Dowager has arranged another blind date? Feng Qingwu asked, somewhat displeased. She always arranges these talented young men for me. I really don't want this. Feng Qingwu understood her parents' good intentions, but she hated political marriages and had no intention of complying. Go and tell the Empress Dowager that I have some realizations and my cultivation may be about to break through. I need to cultivate and cannot go to Yanyan Palace for the time being. The Empress Dowager resides in Yanyan Palace, while Feng Qingwu's bedroom is located to the east of Tianxuan Emperor's palace. She knew her mother wasn't forcing her to choose someone as the emperor, but the constant blind dates were making her tired of it. When Feng Qingwu arrived at Yanyan Palace, the Empress Dowager smiled and said, Qingwu, I heard that you left the palace twice and met a little fortune teller? Feng Qingwu frowned. Mother, who dares to talk nonsense? You should know that anyone who lies will have their tongue cut out. The Empress Dowager glared at her, annoyed. Qingwu, you may not want a political marriage, but you should understand that all empresses throughout history have come from powerful families. Feng Qingwu frowned. Mother, I understand your good intentions, but I don't want to be bound. The Empress Dowager said in a deep voice. If you break the rules, other powerful families will also rebel. If you do not comply, the throne may fall into the wrong hands. Feng Qingwu knew that if she had no heir, the opposition in the court would be even more intense. Qingwu, you must choose an emperor as soon as possible and give birth to a child so that your throne will be more secure. Feng Qingwu nodded. She knew perfectly well that her parents had put a lot of pressure on her to succeed to the throne, and there was a lot of opposition in the court. Only by having an heir could she keep her throne. Mother, I will meet with the Crown Prince of Nanling, but I have a request, Feng Qingwu said earnestly. The Empress Dowager asked curiously. What request? Feng Qingwu slowly spoke. I hope you can accompany me out of the palace to see Xiao Fan. Perhaps he can figure out the cause of my brother's death. The Empress Dowager frowned. Qingwu, Xiao Fan is just a minor fortune teller. What could he possibly predict? Feng Qingwu said firmly. I believe he can. She knew that Xiao Fan might help her uncover the truth behind her brother's death. Chapter 10. You're just a mistress. A look of pain appeared in Feng Qingwu's eyes. Her brother had been extremely good to her back then. She gets priority when it comes to delicious food and fun activities. Mother, even though father has not found out, I will continue to investigate the truth behind my brother's death. I believe the truth will eventually come out. The murderer will pay a bloody price. Feng Qingwu gritted her teeth and said that after she ascended the throne, she had actually ordered a full investigation, but the murderer was too cunning, and she still couldn't find any clues. The Empress Dowager sighed softly. Qingwu, you should investigate your brother's death, but don't place your hopes on a mere fortune teller. That's not something an emperor should do. What will the people think if word gets out? Feng Qingwu said. Mother, Master Zhao's skill in this area is truly remarkable. Mother, I beg you. The Empress Dowager remained silent for a while before saying, Qingwu, observe him further. If you still insist after some time, summon him to the palace. I may see him. Feng Qingwu nodded gently. She now has some affection for Xiao Fan, but that's all. If Xiao Fan were to be summoned to the palace and immediately back down, and dare not pursue her again, Feng Qingwu would not see any loss. In that respect, how was Xiao Fan any different from the other young men who fawned over her? Qingwu, consider the Prince of Nanling. Although his talent for cultivation is not particularly good, he is well educated and polite, and is a promising young talent. The Empress Dowager said. Feng Qingwu shook her head. She had no intention of getting married at the moment. His Majesty has arrived. Soon Feng Qingwu arrived at the side hall of Yanyan Palace. Prince Zhao Mukan of Nanling had been waiting here for quite some time. Zhao Mukan secretly reminded himself that he must behave generously and appropriately when he met Feng Qingwu. Don't be nervous. Based on her father, the Prince of Nanling, Feng Qingwu probably didn't want the Emperor to be afraid of her. Greetings, Your Majesty! Zhao Mukan bowed his head in greeting, his manners impeccable, displaying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. No need for formalities, Feng Qingwu said calmly. Zhao Mukan straightened up and boldly looked at Feng Qingwu. Zhao Mukan was instantly stunned. Although he was the heir of the Prince of Nanling and had seen many beauties, he had never seen Feng Qingwu as beautiful as her. Snort! Feng Qingwu let out a soft hum, and a vast imperial aura instantly emanated from her body. Zhao Mukan quickly lowered his head. He couldn't stop feeling terrified. Cold sweat broke out on my back immediately. Feng Qingwu shook her head secretly. She was not satisfied with the performance of the Prince of Nanling. Zhao Mukan smiled bitterly to himself. What's the point of constantly reminding yourself of this? When truly facing Feng Qingwu, the fear he felt came from the depths of his soul. Feng Qingwu is the Emperor. A single word from her could kill him. Your Highness, how is your father? Feng Qingwu sat down and said calmly. Zhao Mukan wanted to sit down and appear more dignified, but he didn't dare. Your Majesty, my father is well, Zhao Mukan said respectfully, but he sighed inwardly, knowing that he probably had no hope. That's fine too. Although Feng Qingwu is absolutely stunning, serving a ruler is like walking on thin ice. If I have to live in constant fear every day, it would be more comfortable to be the crown prince now. After exchanging a few casual words, Zhao Mukan tactfully took his leave. Qingwu, you've scared one away again, the Empress Dowager said helplessly. Mother, I still have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Feng Qingwu quickly left. My mother, who's pressuring me to get married, is someone I can't afford to mess with. Have you heard? The Wei family in Huangyan City has been investigated, and Wei Tai and many others have been arrested. I've heard about that too. Even Lord Wei has been implicated, and he might lose his official hat. That young lady seems to come from a very powerful family. I think she and Master Xiao are a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. It would be great if they could be together. The next day, Xiao Fan arrived at his shop. The two shops have been connected. There's no need to squeeze onto the street. There are seats available, and the store is packed with even more people. Before Xiao Fan even entered the store, he could hear various discussions coming from inside. Master Xiao has arrived! Greetings, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, I've been coming for 10 days in a row. Could you please give me a spot today? Upon seeing Xiao Fan enter the store, the 100 or 200 people waiting inside greeted him. Boss, Chen Ping'an said respectfully. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. With Chen Ping'an in charge of chores, the shop was much cleaner than usual. Moreover, the ink has been ground and the tea has been brewed. Everyone, number 17, number 73, number 145. After consulting the system, Xiao Fan raised his voice. Number 17 quickly sat down in front of Xiao Fan. She is a woman in her 30s. Master Xiao, please tell me my fortune. My husband drowned in an accident, and I don't know where he hid the house deed. The woman spoke up. She was well dressed, and although she was a bit older, she was quite attractive. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Let's look back first. You got together with your man 13 years ago. He was in business, and only came back for a few days a month. But you get a lot of money every month, and you don't care if he doesn't come back. The woman frowned and said, Master Xiao, you don't need to say anything else. Just tell me where the house deed is located. I'll give you 10 times the price for the divination. Xiao Fan said calmly. The divination fee is only 1 tael. I will say what needs to be said. You've been together for 13 years and have no children. A while ago you wanted to sell the house and leave Lingxiao City with your lover, But you couldn't find the property deed. The woman's expression changed slightly. She said with a bit of a sharp tongue, "That deadbeat was away from home most of the time, so naturally I had to find someone to comfort myself. Now that he's dead, there's no problem with me remarrying." Xiao Fan chuckled and said, "But he didn't die. The fact that he fell into the water and his body couldn't be found was just an illusion. He was just using this to get rid of you. He has a family. The property deed is naturally in his hands." The audience was in an uproar. This couple was truly evenly matched. The woman thought she was the original wife, but it turned out she was just the mistress. As a mistress, she secretly kept a gigolo. "You're talking nonsense. He's absolutely dead. The house is mine. You know where the deed is and you're trying to steal that house. Let me tell you, you're dreaming." The woman was furious. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and said calmly, "He will find you soon. You will then know everything. The divination fee is 1 tael of silver." "Thank you." The woman was furious, but she still paid the divination fee. She had already found out that there would be serious consequences if she didn't pay the divination fee to Xiao Fan. Number 73 sat down in front of Xiao Fan. He was an elderly man in his 80s or 90s, who was helped by his grandson to sit down in the chair in front of Xiao Fan. "Master Xiao, my grandfather has learned about your situation and insists on coming to see you. Could you please do a fortune-telling for my grandfather?" The old man's grandson was very polite. He was dressed simply, but the jade pendant at his waist was quite extraordinary. Xiao Fan estimated that the jade pendant was worth no less than 100,000 taels of silver. "He's definitely a super rich guy." The old man shakily took out a neatly folded, yellowed piece of paper from his pocket. "Master Xiao, this is the last letter my comrade wrote before he died. He saved my life and asked me to come back and deliver this letter to his family. But it was no use, I couldn't find his family." The old man's eyes welled up with cloudy tears. Beside him, the old man's grandson said, "Master Xiao, this is my grandfather's lifelong regret. Please help us, Master Xiao. We will repay you handsomely." Chapter 11, An Extremely Valuable Gift. The system transmitted the old man's information to Xiao Fan's mind, and Xiao Fan felt a deep sense of respect. This old man was a soldier who fought for his country and made many sacrifices. Afterwards, he made a lot of money in business, and donated more than 1 million taels of silver to the families of his fallen comrades. "Grandpa Jiang, your comrade in arms is named Feng Ping." Xiao Fan's words greatly surprised the old man, who was clearly shocked by the accuracy of his statement. "You were 22 years old back then, and Feng Ping was 3 years older than you. He already had a 2-year-old child when he enlisted. You had a close relationship, and he always took good care of you. The old man was shocked. Xiao Fan had actually revealed something that happened many years ago. "Yes, Master Xiao, brother Feng. Where are his family members?" The old man asked with remorse, his eyes filled with tears and his voice choked with emotion. Xiao Fan quickly reassured him. "Old man, don't get agitated. Feng Ping's wife and children are still alive. After Feng Ping enlisted in the army, his father passed away, and his wife and children went to the countryside to observe mourning. After learning of Feng Ping's death, they have been living in the countryside ever since. I'll write down their address here so you can find them." Xiao Fan picked up a brush and wrote down Feng Ping's family's address. The old man was moved to tears. "Master Xiao, thank you, thank you." He hurriedly tried to bow, but Xiao Fan immediately stepped aside, saying, "Old man, please don't, it's bad luck for you to do that. Where are the things your grandson brought?" Grandpa Jiang turned to Jiang Feng beside him, and Jiang Feng immediately handed him a house deed. "Master Xiao, come with me to the government office to register, and this house will be yours. Not far from here is a 3-courtyard house. Jiang Feng's words shocked the onlookers. A 3-courtyard house is worth at least 50,000 taels of silver, something an ordinary person could never own in a lifetime. Xiao Fan was slightly taken aback, and thought to himself, "He really is a super rich man." However, Xiao Fan knew he had principles and didn't want to cross his bottom line. The system's capabilities would allow him to make money easily, but he didn't want to lose his principles for the sake of money. Guests, please keep your things safe. The divination fee must be paid. I do not accept gifts or anything extra. This is my principle. Please understand. Xiao Fan explicitly refused. The onlookers stared at him in surprise. After all, although the previous gifts were not expensive, this 3-courtyard house was worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, and it was almost impossible to refuse. Jiang Feng was somewhat embarrassed, but still insisted. Master Xiao, this house is a gift from our Jiang family. Master Xiao, this house is actually nothing special. Grandpa Jiang also advised. Please accept it. We would feel bad if you didn't. Xiao Fan shook his head firmly. Gentlemen, the divination fee is fine, nothing else is necessary. In the end, Jiang Feng had no choice but to comply with Xiao Fan's insistence, put away the house deed, pay the divination fee, and leave. As new guests arrived, Xiao Fan continued to perform divination for them. Not long after, Grandpa Jiang appeared with Fang Ping's family members in front of an earthen grave. The old man had already completed Xiao Fan's entrustment. At the same time, Feng Qingwu learned of the news and secretly assigned people to protect Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's family wealth is probably only a few thousand taels, yet he refused a house worth tens of thousands of taels. She muttered to herself, a hint of admiration in her eyes mixed with a touch of helplessness. He's really principled. Feng Qingwu knew that Xiao Fan had his bottom line. If Xiao Fan really entered the palace to see the Empress Dowager, and the Empress Dowager requested divination, would he refuse? It seems that we should not let Xiao Fan enter the palace in the short term. Feng Qingwu thought to herself. A few days later, Xiao Fan was still in a good mood because he had gained 800 or 900 points in the past few days, most of which were contributed by Grandpa Jiang. The system rewarded him with 500 points for his contributions, and his silver income was also good, averaging about 200 taels a day. In just a few days he earned more than 1,000 taels. Greetings, Master Xiao! When Xiao Fan entered the store that day, everyone bowed to him, including Jiang Feng and several of his colleagues. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Jiang Feng was like a fat sheep. Even if he couldn't earn hundreds of points from him, it was entirely possible to get 100 or 200 points. Xiao Fan thought to himself. System, if Jiang Feng and the others draw lots, give them a chance. The system responded. Understood. Xiao Fan knew in his heart that this was not coercion, but a reasonable demand. Master Xiao, I have taken my grandfather to the place you mentioned. Jiang Feng said respectfully. We have indeed found Grandpa Feng's family. We have been there for the past few days and only returned today. Grandpa wanted to come and thank you in person, but I advised him to go back and rest. Old Master Jiang is a respectable person. The divination fee has already been paid, so there is no need to thank me further. Xiao Fan responded. I know that this may be a small matter for you, Master Xiao, but for my grandfather, it is a regret he has carried for the rest of his life. It is only right that we express our gratitude. Jiang Feng said earnestly. Master Xiao, I would like to ask you to come to my home and help adjust the feng shui. Xiao Fan nodded. If the three of them don't have any other needs, then we can help with the treatment, and the old man's health will improve. Those who want their fortunes told, hurry up and get a number. Jiang Feng and his friends took their numbers, and the system quickly issued numbers. One of Jiang Feng's female friends excitedly exclaimed, I won! She looks fresh and refined, giving off a delicate and charming vibe. Chapter 12. Exchange for new abilities. The system gave me the numbers, number 2, number 68, and number 168. Jiang Feng's friend's number was at the very end of the queue. Hello, Master Xiao. Number 2 turned out to be a little girl of 6 or 7 years old, who was led in by her father. The little girl was timid. The father and daughter were dressed in ordinary clothes, just ordinary people. Hello? Guests are welcome. Whether you are extremely wealthy or a commoner, everyone is treated the same here. You don't need to be reserved. Xiao Fan smiled and said. The father and daughter's expressions softened slightly. Master Xiao, my daughter won the lottery. The man patted the little girl's head and said. Xiao Fan said, Guess, the more you calculate her fate, the thinner it becomes. She's still young. Are you sure you want to have it done? Moreover, 1 or 2 taels of silver might not be a small amount for you. The man said with a wry smile. My daughter hasn't been sleeping well lately, and I'm worried that she might be sick. Could you please take a look, Master Xiao? We went to see a doctor, and the doctor said there was nothing wrong. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Since the guest insisted, then there was no problem. It's only once, so it's not a big deal. Little sister, then sit down and don't be afraid. Xiao Fan smiled gently at the little girl. The little girl sat down in front of Xiao Fan, clutching the hem of her clothes and looking down. Big brother, that day our family had an extra coffin. Many more relatives have joined. There are many more flowers. There are many more white clothes. There were many more unfamiliar people. But that day, my mother is gone. The little girl murmured to herself. Xiao Fan couldn't see her eyes, only her tears falling. The onlookers quieted down. About 200 people looked at the little girl with deep sympathy. Beside the little girl, her father looked up at the ceiling, tears welling up in his eyes. Big brother, I want to see mother one more time, just one more time. I was at school when my mother died. I wasn't by her side. The little girl mustered her courage and looked at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's heart trembled. From the information provided by the system, he knew clearly that the little girl's mother had died more than 10 days ago, and now her mother was buried in the ground, leaving her forever. Big brother, is it okay? I've heard people say you're a living deity. You can definitely let me see my mother, right? The little girl spoke with great anticipation. Looking into her eyes, Xiao Fan found it really hard to refuse. System, now that you've chosen her, what should we do in this situation? Xiao Fan thought to himself. The system said, Host, you can exchange for master-level yin-yang techniques, which allow you to communicate with yin and yang. As long as a ghost has not yet been reincarnated, you can have it visit your dreams. Price, 1,000 points. Grandmaster yin-yang technique, which can summon ghosts to descend directly at night, priced at 10,000 points. Xiao Fan immediately ruled out the second possibility. Summoning ghosts to descend directly would scare even himself. I currently have less than 11,000 points. If I spend 1,000 points, even if I can't get back to over 10,000 points today, I can definitely do it in 2 days. It's not a big problem that I can't exchange for martial emperor level strength for the time being. Xiao Fan thought to himself. System, exchange for master level yin-yang technique. The next second, a flood of information rushed into Xiao Fan's mind. With the system protecting him, the influx of information did not burden Xiao Fan at all. Moreover, Xiao Fan directly mastered the master-level yin-yang technique, as if he had been studying it for decades. The little girl is so pitiful. It is pitiful that she lost her mother at such a young age, but I am afraid Master Xiao can't make it happen if she wants to see her mother again. It would be too much of a burden for Master Xiao. Yes, her mother is dead, they are now separated by death. 7 or 8 meters away, many onlookers were talking in hushed tones. Xiao Fan didn't speak immediately, and the little girl's expectant eyes gradually dimmed. Father, let's go. Big brother, I'm sorry, I was being willful. Goodbye, big brother. The little girl stood up. Xiao Fan quickly said, Little sister, wait a minute. Although I can't let you actually see your mother, I can let you dream about her. The little girl said with tears in her eyes. Big brother, I've dreamed about my mother several times, but I can't talk to her, and I can't remember anything when I wake up. Xiao Fan said gently. Little sister, your brother asked your mother to appear in your dream. This is different from the dreams you usually have of your mother, and you will remember it when you wake up. Master Xiao, is it really possible? The man said in disbelief. Sending a message in a dream sounds simple, but communicating between the living and the dead is never that easy. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. I need a single hair from her. The little girl quickly pulled out several strands of hair. Xiao Fan picked up the brush, and the tip of the brush seemed to shimmer with a mysterious light. Soon, Xiao Fan finished writing a letter about yin and yang. He folded the yin-yang calligraphy scroll into a triangle, and the little girl's hair was wrapped inside. Burn it before the child goes to sleep at night. Her mother died recently and should not have been reincarnated yet. Xiao Fan handed the folded triangular paper packet to the little girl's father. Thank you, Master Xiao. The little girl's father said he was somewhat skeptical. Fortune-telling and spiritual communication are vastly different. Thank you, big brother. The little girl said happily, without doubting a word Xiao Fan said. After paying for the divination, the father and daughter quickly left. Master Xiao, do you still possess the ability to communicate with spirits? Master Xiao, I would like to see my father in my dreams. Is that possible? Master Xiao, this isn't fortune-telling. Can we pay to get the qualification directly? Many people spoke up. Transportation in this world is not as advanced as in the previous life. When loved ones pass away, many people cannot see them one last time, which leaves many with regrets. Xiao Fan shook his head. Since we are now separated by life and death, it is best not to disturb each other anymore. Unless there are very special circumstances, our store does not offer this service. One of the young men who came with Jiang Feng said in a deep voice. Master Xiao, I'll offer 10,000 taels of silver. Could you please ask my father to appear in my dream? Everyone was shocked. 10,000 taels of silver is no small sum. Xiao Fan looked at the other party and frowned, saying, Friend, you need to win the lottery first. If I do the divination and find that the situation is special, then this service will be available. If my friend doesn't win the lottery, then we're not meant to be. The young man's eyes gleamed. Master Xiao, I believe there is nothing in the world that money cannot accomplish. If it doesn't work, it's simply because there isn't enough money. 50,000 taels. Many people gasped in shock. An ordinary person might not earn 5,000 taels of silver in their entire life. Brother Cui, please don't do this. You are offending Master Xiao. Jiang Feng quickly replied. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Jiang Feng, throwing money at someone isn't offensive. Many people would probably like it. However, I don't like breaking the rules I set for myself. So don't even mention 50,000 taels, not even 500,000 taels. Chapter 13 The Jiang Family's Doubts. The young man who threw the money away frowned secretly. He could grit his teeth and come up with 50,000 taels. There was nothing more he could do. It wouldn't be difficult for his family to come up with 500,000 taels, but he himself didn't have that much money. Brother Cui, Master Xiao is a master. All you know is how to throw money around. That's vulgar. Jiang Feng tried to smooth things over. The powerful man surnamed Cui clasped his hands and said, Master Xiao, I'm sorry, I just desperately want to see my father. If I draw a lot in the future, I hope Master Xiao can help me. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I understand, but whether I can help you in this regard will depend on your situation. Where is guest number 68? The situation with guest number 68 was relatively simple, and Xiao Fan quickly resolved it for him. Hello, Master Xiao. It's my turn. The girl who came with Jiang Feng sat down in front of Xiao Fan. She was 17 or 18 years old. Master Xiao, I would like to have my marriage fortune told. The girl's face flushed slightly. Xiao Fan smiled slightly. Not many people actually come to him for marriage fortune telling. This world mainly values arranged marriages by parents and matchmakers. Even if people consult him about marriage prospects, many still lack the ability to change their fate. Your name is Luing. You are the 5th child in your family, with 4 older brothers. You were seriously ill when you were young and almost died. Luing nodded repeatedly. Master Xiao, I believe you now. Please tell me about my marital situation. Good. Xiao Fan checked the information provided by the system and frowned slightly. You are already secretly engaged to someone who is quite influential, but he is not your true love. Lu Ying's expression changed slightly. Master Xiao, what does positive peach blossom mean? Xiao Fan said. You should know about romantic luck. True peach blossom means that you can go all the way together. It's a peach blossom for a lifetime. A peach blossom relationship indicates that you will be together for a period of time, but you will eventually separate. Another type is bad luck in love. A woman who has an affair or spends a night with a brothel is a bad peach blossom. More than 200 people were watching Xiao Fan, listening intently. Lu Ying said, Master Xiao, you've calculated that my current marriage is only a romantic affair? Xiao Fan nodded slightly. That's right. If nothing changes, following the current trajectory, you will get married within 6 months, and separate within a year. That year of marriage will bring you painful memories. After that, you will meet your true love and live a peaceful and healthy life. Lu Ying whispered, Master Xiao, could you tell me who my true love is? Xiao Fan looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's heart raced. Lu Ying turned around and met Jiang Feng's gaze, her face immediately turning red. Do I need to say anything more? Xiao Fan said with a smile. Lu Ying quickly shook her head. Master Xiao, no need, thank you Master Xiao. After paying the divination fee, Lu Ying left quickly, without going with Jiang Feng and the others. The remaining onlookers also left. Only Jiang Feng stayed. Master Xiao, is it possible to change Lu Ying's luck with men? Jiang Feng bowed and said. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and said, First, fate, second, luck, third, feng shui. Fate is the hardest thing to change. For example, if you are born into a wealthy family, or if you have a good talent for cultivation, that is your fate. It is difficult to change one's fate, hence the saying that one should defy fate to change one's destiny. Speaking of this, Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. He was simply not destined to cultivate. As for fortune, it depends on the situation. For example, if someone is doing business and happens to be in a bad era, their personal fortune is linked to the fate of the country, and it is quite difficult to change that. Romantic luck is relatively easy to change because it involves few entanglements. It all depends on human effort. Jiang Feng nodded. Master Xiao, I think I understand. As long as we work hard, we have a great chance, right? Xiao Fan nodded. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Master Xiao, I would like to invite you to our home to adjust the feng shui. The carriage is already waiting outside. Is it convenient for you now, Master Xiao? Let's go. Xiao Fan and Jiang Feng boarded the carriage, which then headed towards the Jiang residence. Master Xiao, please tell me about feng shui as well. Jiang Feng asked curiously. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, This is rather complicated. You probably won't understand the technical stuff. Let me give you an example. Do vegetables grow better in a garden when someone waters and fertilizes them? You can think of this watering and fertilizing process as adjusting your feng shui. Jiang Feng said with some understanding. Where the rapeseed is sown is the fate of the cabbage. Whether there are wild boars or natural disasters is its fortune. Watering and fertilizing are feng shui. Ha ha! Xiao Fan laughed. Jiang Feng, you've grasped the meaning quite well, that's pretty much it. Jiang Feng coughed lightly and said, Master Xiao, you explained it very clearly. Some fortune tellers are half-baked and deliberately spout profound and mysterious phrases. Master Xiao, our house is quite large, so please charge us more. A fortune teller once came to our house to adjust the feng shui and charged us 6,000 taels. With Master Zhao's skill, accepting 60,000 taels of silver is entirely worthwhile for our family. Xiao Fan. Jiang Feng is deliberately wasting money. It took half an hour for the carriage to arrive at the Jiang residence, which covered an area of about 20 acres. In Lingxiao City, where land is incredibly valuable, such a mansion would probably cost over 2 million taels of silver. Moreover, even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it without a certain social status. Master Xiao, you've arrived! Grandpa Jiang had received the news before Xiao Fan and his group arrived, and he was waiting at the gate. The main gate of the Jiang residence is rarely opened, but it is open now. Greetings, Master Xiao. At the request of old Master Jiang, many other members of the Jiang family also waited outside the mansion gate. When Xiao Fan got off the carriage, all of them bowed in unison. Xiao Fan could tell that some of them didn't take it seriously. He was just a lowly fortune teller. The Jiang family is a powerful clan. There's no need for such formalities, everyone. Grandpa Jiang, you actually waited for me outside the gate. I'm so sorry. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting. Grandpa Jiang chuckled and said, Master Xiao, that's only right. You are a true master, a celestial being. Although I am old, I am just an ordinary person. A woman said sarcastically, Old man, what skills could a young man like him possibly have? Maybe he already knew where that family was. It's just a scheme to swindle a large sum of money from our Jiang family. The other person said, Father, we have already consulted Master Liang about the feng shui of our house. If you asked someone else, Master Liang might not be happy. Master Liang is the real master. Jiang Feng frowned and said, Second uncle, second aunt, you can't just say things like that. Master Xiao is a true master. Jiang Feng's father has died, and his second uncle is named Jiangde. Jiangde said in a deep voice, Xiao Feng, does that mean Master Liang isn't a true master? Master Liang is highly respected, while Xiao Fan is just a young upstart. Father, it might be inappropriate for you to summon Xiao Fan to change Master Liang's original arrangements. Many other members of the Jiang family also spoke up. Chapter 14 The Problems of the Jiang Family. Xiao Fan surveyed the layout of the Jiang residence, and he had already discerned some things from the outside. Grandpa Jiang, 3 years ago you invited Master Liang to improve the feng shui of your Jiang family. In the past 3 years, your Jiang family's business has been booming and your wealth has been increasing. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Grandpa Jiang nodded slightly. That's true. Master Liang is quite capable, but I believe Master Xiao is even more amazing. Jiangde sneered. Xiao Fan, do you need to calculate these things? You can find out by asking around. Your tricks aren't very clever. Master Liang is a true master. If you know what's good for you, you should leave immediately. Jiang Feng said with a dark face. Second uncle, Master Xiao was invited back by my grandfather and me. Master Xiao is a real master, definitely not the fraudster you're talking about. Jiangde frowned. Xiao Feng, you are still young and don't understand many things. There are many swindlers like this these days. It is even possible that he was sent by another family to swindle us with the aim of disrupting the Jiang family. Our Jiang family's business might plummet at that time. Hearing Jiangde say this, more members of the Jiang family spoke up to support him. After all, if business is booming, they can all benefit. Shut up! Old Master Jiang roared. I'm not dead yet, and I'm not blind. I can still tell whether Master Xiao is a true master or not. The entire Jiang family fell silent instantly. Grandpa Jiang is the head of the Jiang family, and it was he who brought the Jiang family to its current level. Master Xiao, I'm sorry, the old man has been too lenient with them. Grandpa Jiang looked at Xiao Fan apologetically. Fine. Xiao Fan shook his head. As a fortune teller, he was used to being questioned. Besides, Grandpa Jiang was in his 70s or 80s when he apologized to him, so what could he possibly be dissatisfied with? Master Xiao, please! Jiangde, you're all dismissed! That's what Grandpa Jiang said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, but since he hadn't looked inside yet, it wasn't appropriate to say anything more for the time being. It took Jiang Feng more than half an hour to show Xiao Fan around all the places in the Jiang family home. I paid special attention to the parts that Master Liang had worked on. Master Xiao, how is it? Xiao Fan and his group finally arrived at Old Master Jiang's courtyard, where Old Master Jiang quickly stood up and said. Xiao Fan glanced at the maids around him. Grandpa Jiang understood and led Xiao Fan and Jiang Feng into a quiet room. The walls of the quiet room are covered with intricate patterns. Even if someone with high cultivation level were to eavesdrop on a conversation inside, they wouldn't be able to hear it. Old Master Jiang, if I may ask, if you were to pass away, who would become the next head of the Jiang family? Xiao Fan said. Grandpa Jiang looked at Jiang Feng. This is confirmed. Xiao Feng will be the future head of the Jiang family. Xiao Fan said calmly. If you pass away before Jiang Feng has gained power, will the rest of the Jiang family continue to support Jiang Feng as the head of the family? This dash. Grandpa Jiang's expression changed slightly. Jiang Feng frowned. Master Xiao, although my grandfather's health has deteriorated a lot in recent years, he can definitely live for a long time. Xiao Fan shook his head. Old Jiang, you were originally supposed to live to be 93. But some people didn't want you to live that long, so they invited Master Liang back. This Master Liang practices unorthodox methods, such as shortening lifespan and increasing wealth. No one can tell that his lifespan has been reduced, but everyone can clearly see that his wealth has increased. Grandpa Jiang and Jiang Feng's expressions changed drastically. Master Liang was invited back by Jiangda. Old Master Jiang said in a trembling voice. Master Xiao, are you saying that Jiangda did this on purpose? Xiao Fan sighed softly. Cough, cough. Grandpa Jiang coughed violently. He took out a handkerchief and covered his mouth, and a little blood appeared on the handkerchief. Jiang Feng quickly patted Grandpa Jiang's back to help him catch his breath. It took a while for Grandpa Jiang to calm down a bit. Master Xiao, Jiangda is, after all, my son. The old man can't just suspect him without any evidence. Master Xiao, do you have any evidence? Grandpa Jiang asked. If he didn't have a high level of trust in Xiao Fan now, he might have kicked Xiao Fan out directly. Xiao Fan said, Elder Jiang, your health was much better 3 years ago than it is now. Such a big change shouldn't have happened in just 3 years. Old Jiang recalled. Indeed, his health began to deteriorate rapidly 3 years ago. Old Master Jiang, I can help the Jiang family rearrange the feng shui. Your original lifespan can be gradually restored, and the Jiang family's fortune will not be affected. As for whether Jiangda intends to harm you, you will know the answer. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Grandpa Jiang sighed softly. Master Xiao, then I'll have to trouble you. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. After leaving the quiet room, Xiao Fan quickly got to work. I was busy from morning until evening. Call! Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Feng, it's all settled. Let's go see how Elder Jiang is feeling. Soon they arrived at the courtyard where old Jiang lived. Master Xiao, I feel much more energetic, as if I'd become several years younger. Upon seeing Xiao Fan and the others, Elder Jiang immediately spoke with a strong voice. He strode towards Xiao Fan and the others. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Old Jiang, it's good that you're feeling well. But you are getting on in years, so you should still take care of yourself. I'll listen to you, Master Xiao. Old Master Jiang smiled and said, Master Xiao, I've arranged a banquet at my residence. Xiao Feng, you'd better keep Master Xiao company for a few drinks later, understand? Yes, Grandpa. Jiang Feng quickly replied. Xiao Fan shook his head. Old Jiang, I'll head back now that I've finished my work. Jiang Feng, could you please arrange a carriage to take me back? Xiao Fan disliked unnecessary social engagements. Some people in the Jiang family don't like him very much, so drinking this wine is probably pointless for them. Master Xiao, it's getting late, you should have some food before you go back. Jiang Feng advised. Xiao Fan shook his head firmly. All right, I'll do as you say, Master Xiao. Xiao Feng, where are the silver notes I told you to get from the accounting office? Jiang Feng quickly handed an envelope to old Master Jiang. Grandpa Jiang personally handed the envelope to Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, this is just a small token of our Jiang family's appreciation. We hope you won't find it offensive. Xiao Fan opened the envelope in front of Grandpa Jiang and the others. Grandpa Jiang frowned slightly. Xiao Fan's actions seemed somewhat inappropriate. Do you think the Jiang family would mistreat him? A staggering 100,000 taels. Xiao Fan was shocked. Inside the envelope were 10 silver notes, worth 10,000 taels of silver each, a huge fortune. Grandpa Jiang, Jiang Feng, you've given us too much. Xiao Fan took out a silver note, and then handed the envelope back to old Master Jiang. Grandpa Jiang was startled, realizing that he had misunderstood Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan wasn't afraid they would give him too little. He was afraid they would give him too much. Master Xiao, your help to our Jiang family is far more valuable than 10,000 taels of silver. You can take them all. Grandpa Jiang quickly replied. Xiao Fan shook his head. I know that my help to the Jiang family is indeed far more than 100,000 taels of silver. But I can't accept 100,000 taels. Being too greedy is not a good thing. Farewell. Chapter 15 Smash the Shop. Grandpa Jiang and Jiang Feng escorted Xiao Fan to the outside of the Jiang residence. The carriage carried Xiao Fan away into the distance. Xiao Feng, you must cultivate a good relationship with Master Xiao. Our Jiang family's future success may depend on Master Xiao. Old Master Jiang said slowly. Jiang Feng stared at his grandfather in surprise. His own grandfather actually had such a high opinion of Xiao Fan. Although Xiao Fan is quite skilled in divination and feng shui, the Jiang family is already a powerful clan. Can Xiao Fan really help the Jiang family advance further? Above the powerful clans are the aristocratic families. In the Tianxuan Dynasty, powerful families were common, but it might take decades for one to rise to the status of a prestigious family. Xiao Feng, if someone offered you 100,000 taels of silver, would you refuse? Grandpa Jiang asked. Jiang Feng coughed lightly and said, Grandpa, it's earned through hard work, not stolen or robbed, so I'm afraid I won't refuse it. So I really don't understand why Master Xiao refused just now. Grandpa Jiang sighed softly. That shows that Master Zhao's level of understanding is above yours. Money is a good thing, but it is also the root of all evil. If you cannot resist the desire for money, money may plunge you into an endless abyss. Jiang Feng frowned and said, Grandpa, we gave this money voluntarily, and there's no problem with him accepting it. It shouldn't be as serious as you're making it out to be. Old Jiang said, There won't be any problems in the short term, but what about in the long term? You must have a bottom line in your heart. Jiang Feng seemed to be deep in thought. Father, Xiao Fan is too young. He is inexperienced and unreliable. If you let him make a series of mistakes, I am afraid our Jiang family will be affected in many ways. Jiang De arrived at Old Master Jiang's side. When Xiao Fan was there, Old Master Jiang ordered him to stay in his room and not to come out. Old Jiang looked at Jiang De, his heart aching. He is now very clear about how his body feels, and his body is much more comfortable than before. Since Xiao Fan had only taken 10,000 taels of silver, Old Master Jiang believed Xiao Fan's words even more. Jiang De, Xiao Feng has been chosen as the next head of our Jiang family. You shouldn't have any thoughts you shouldn't have. Old Jiang said in a deep voice. Jiang De's expression changed slightly. Father, what are you saying? I have no other intentions. Haven't I already handed over all aspects of the family business to Xiao Feng? But Xiao Feng is still young and needs more training. It's not good to rush things. Jiang De spoke up. His eyes gleamed. It seemed he would have to invite Master Liang over again. The plan needs to be sped up. Xiao Fan, you ruined my plans. I'll kill you sooner or later. A murderous intent surged within Jiang De. Returning to his rented apartment, Xiao Fan was filled with excitement. The savings of 8,000 taels suddenly increased to 18,000 taels, which was very satisfying. If he accepted the Jiang family's 100,000 taels, he could even buy a house directly. However, Xiao Fan did not regret it. 100,000 taels of silver is equivalent to 50 million in a previous life. Charging 50 million for adjusting feng shui is not afraid of being overindulged. At the current pace, we can buy a 3-courtyard house within 6 months. I'll come to propose marriage then. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. He didn't have any grand ambitions. He just wanted to use his abilities to help some people, marry a beautiful wife, and then have a few children. That would make his life complete. Having transmigrated to this world, and with his parents having died early, Xiao Fan often felt like an outsider. If one marries and has children, then one can be considered to have truly integrated into this world. In the Empress's palace, Feng Qingwu received another message about Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan can actually make the deceased appear in his dreams? Before the maid could finish speaking, Feng Qingwu was shocked. If her brother could appear in her dreams, she could know directly who killed him. However, thinking that her brother had been gone for several years, Feng Qingwu sighed inwardly. They should have been reincarnated long ago. Your Majesty, I haven't finished yet. Commander Yan said that young Master Xiao went to the Jiang family to help adjust the feng shui, and the Jiang family gave young Master Xiao 100,000 taels of silver. Young Master Xiao only accepted 10,000 taels. After the maid finished speaking, Feng Qingwu's eyes lit up. Her impression of Xiao Fan improved. With less than 10,000 taels in savings, it's interesting that they would refuse such a large sum of money. Feng Qingwu thought to herself. She hadn't left the palace for several days, and now she wanted to go out and take a look. The outer city of Lingxiao City. Inside an ordinary little house, Huang Qiaoqiao nervously watched her father. Huang Qiaoqiao is the little girl Xiao Fan saw. Father, after burning this, will I really be able to dream of mother? Will I still remember my mother when I wake up? Huang Qiaoqiao said in a trembling voice that she longed to see her mother again. Yes, it's definitely possible. Master Xiao is a living god. Huang Qiaoqiao's father smiled and reached for the burning candle with his slightly trembling hand. Xiao Fan lit the yin-yang scroll that he had folded. A wisp of smoke rose, but it disappeared after rising less than half a meter. When the entire yin-yang post was burned, not a single ash remained. Huang Qiaoqiao's father was extremely shocked. Paper always leaves ash when burned, that's common sense. But the current situation goes against his common sense. Qiao, go to sleep. Huang Qiaoqiao's father said in a trembling voice that he felt Xiao Fan was very likely not lying to them. Huang Qiaoqiao quickly lay down. But she was so preoccupied with this matter that it took her 2 hours to fall asleep. Huang Qiaoqiao's mother has not yet been reincarnated. The yin-yang post connected yin and yang, giving Huang Qiaoqiao's mother the opportunity to appear in her dream. Qiao, my Qiao! Mother! In her dream, Huang Qiaoqiao clearly saw her mother, and her mother even spoke to her for a long time. Early the next morning. Wow! Upon opening her eyes, Huang Qiaoqiao burst into tears. She was crying tears of joy. Father, I saw Mother! I really saw Mother! Mother even hugged me. Huang Qiaoqiao's father hugged his daughter tightly. The daughter's emotional knot should be cleared up now, and she can grow up healthy and strong. Qiao, quickly wash up. We're going to Master Zhao's place to properly thank him. Big brother is so amazing. Huang Qiaoqiao nodded repeatedly. When the sun was high in the sky, Xiao Fan leisurely arrived at his shop. There are more people at the shop than usual. There are 300 or 400. They all wanted to know if Xiao Fan could really get Huang Qiaoqiao's mother to appear in her dream. They finally arrived. Guards! Xiao Fan is spreading heresy. Smash this lousy shop for me. A cold voice rang out. It was a young man in white who spoke. He was followed by a number of servants. Xiao Fan looked at the young man in white and frowned. Friend, I haven't provoked you, have I? The young man in white said coldly. Don't you know what you said to my fiancée? Xiao Fan suddenly realized that the young man in white was the man who was engaged to Lu Ying. After telling Lu Ying's fortune yesterday, he knew her name, but he didn't know what she looked like. The system is currently only at level 1. Upgrading to level 2 would definitely be much better than it is now, but reaching 100,000 points seems a long way off. What are you standing there for? Smash it for me! I'll smash this lousy shop to pieces! The young man in white shouted sternly, and the dozen or so servants he brought immediately prepared to attack. Chapter 16 Feng Qingwu's Domineering Aura. Smash it, go ahead and smash it. I was so lucky to run into you today. It's really great. Xiao Fan looked at the young man in white with a smile. He showed no sign of tension. His shop is easy to smash. The matter will not be over until there is compensation of tens or hundreds of times the amount. The Jiang family politely invited him to come and adjust the feng shui, even offering him 100,000 taels of silver. He felt that 10,000 taels would be enough and he wouldn't accept more money from the Jiang family. This is a principle. He won't let anyone get away with bullying him, that's his principle. Chao Hao paid a heavy price for his reckless actions. Don't smash up the big brother's shop. The older brother is a good person. He is not a liar. He really let me see my mother. Huang Qiao emerged from the crowd and spread her arms to block the store entrance. Her legs were trembling, and she was terrified. Many of the others who arrived recognized Huang Qiao, and they were shocked. Does Xiao Fan really have the ability to communicate with yin and yang? Everyone, Master Xiao is a true master. Can we really let someone smash up Master Zhao's shop? That's right, if even a little girl like her dares to stand up, what do we have to be afraid of? If you dare to smash Master Zhao's shop, you'll have to get past us first. Many others stepped forward. Their numbers far exceeded those of the servants. The young man in white sneered. A bunch of fools, do you think numbers are useful? Break in and smash the shop, and teach those who dare to stop us a lesson. All the servants he brought were true martial artists. One of them could take on dozens of ordinary people. Everyone, thank you for your kindness, but please don't stop them, let them smash things. The harder they smash it, the happier I am. As he spoke, Xiao Fan stepped forward and led Huang Qiao aside. Huang Qiao's father has an urgent matter to attend to and is not here at the moment. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the others stepped aside. A dozen or so servants rushed into the shop. Snap! Ah! Instantly, about 10 people screamed in agony. Their bodies flew more than 10 meters. Some people are unlucky and break their hands or feet upon landing. A man in black appeared at the entrance of Xiao Fan's shop. He shot down all 10 or so people. Among the hundreds of people with Xiao Fan, not many could clearly see his movements. Da-da! The sound of a carriage approached, and Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. A familiar carriage drove up. The one who came over was naturally Feng Qingwu. There was nothing particularly important today, so Feng Qingwu left the palace immediately after the morning court session. Who are you? What power do you come from? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Jiang family? The young man in white said sternly. His name is Jiang Hui, the eldest son of the Jiang family. The Jiang family, and the Lu family behind Luing are all powerful clans, but the Jiang family has been powerful for a longer time and has a deeper foundation. Miss Qin, it's been a long time. Xiao Fan said happily that Qin Mingwei hadn't come over for several days, and he was quite worried. He has his eye on Qin Mingwei. It would be heartbreaking if someone else took it from me. Master Xiao, it's only a few days, not long. Feng Qingwu stepped out of the carriage and smiled slightly. Her smile was absolutely gorgeous. However, she was wearing a veil, so Xiao Fan couldn't see her smile. This is good. Xiao Fan really didn't want the others to see Feng Qingwu's appearance. No way. Qin Mingwei is too beautiful, and he's afraid that other people will have their eyes on her. Miss Qin, you haven't come for 6 or 7 days. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, so in my opinion, it has been quite a long time since you last came. Xiao Fan smiled and said. The men in black surrounding Feng Qingwu glared fiercely at Xiao Fan. How dare they flirt with His Majesty? Master Xiao is quite witty. Feng Qingwu smiled and silently repeated it to herself. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. That saying really does sound beautiful. Jiang Hui said with a dark face. Young lady, you'd better not interfere in my affairs with Xiao Fan, otherwise our Jiang family is not to be trifled with. Feng Qingwu's bodyguards were highly skilled, so Jiang Hui didn't dare to be too presumptuous before knowing her background. Feng Qingwu said calmly. I'll take care of Master Zhao's matter. What are your plans? Jiang Hui felt a surge of anger. You look unfamiliar, so you're probably not from Lingxiao City. Let me tell you, The waters of Lingxiao City run deep, so be careful not to drown, Jiang Hui said in a cold voice. Feng Qingwu narrowed her eyes. Break his legs. I want to see just how deep the waters of Lingxiao City really are. As soon as Feng Qingwu finished speaking, the two men in black beside her attacked simultaneously. Snap! Snap! Jiang Hui's left and right legs were broken at the same time. Jiang Hui let out a terrifying scream and fainted from the pain. However, the intense pain soon woke him up again. Xiao Fan was somewhat surprised. Miss Qin Mingyue's background is probably even stronger than he had previously estimated. The Chang family is quite powerful. The assets are estimated to be over 100 million taels of silver. Jiang Hui is the eldest of the third generation of the Jiang family, and the future heir of the Jiang family. They started fighting without warning. Listen up, even your grandfather wouldn't dare to be disrespectful in front of me. You are not allowed to cause trouble here with Master Xiao from now on, or don't blame me for being impolite, Feng Qingwu said calmly. Those around her were utterly astonished. Just who was Feng Qingwu? The Chang family is so disregarded. Miss Qin, you've really delayed my efforts to make money. If they smash up my shop, I'll never let them off the hook unless I have to pay them 100 or 200 times the amount. I was hoping to use this money to buy a house and get married, but now I can't buy the house for the time being. What do you suggest we do? Xiao Fan smiled and looked at Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan, thinking, this guy has some nerve. Knowing that her family background must be extraordinary, she still dared to say such things. Is he trying to get her to pay him off? The men in black surrounding Feng Qingwu were utterly shocked. They were all her bodyguards and knew her temperament. Feng Qingwu wasn't angry at Xiao Fan for saying that. I heard the Jiang family offered you 100,000 taels of silver? You wanted to buy a house and get married, so why did you refuse the money they offered? Feng Qingwu asked with some curiosity, wanting to know why Xiao Fan did this. Those around Xiao Fan stared at him in disbelief. Xiao Fan actually refused the 100,000 taels of silver offered by the Jiang family. Just take what you're entitled to. I'm afraid my wife will look down on me if I'm too greedy. Xiao Fan smiled and looked at Feng Qingwu. Huang Qiaoqiao blinked and said, Pretty sister, Big Brother is very amazing. Do you want to become Big Brother's wife? Feng Qingwu's pretty face flushed slightly. Thankfully she was wearing a veil. Little sister, children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Master Xiao, are you not open for business today? Feng Qingwu had no choice but to change the subject. Xiao Fan was too audacious. Xiao Fan glanced at Jiang Hui lying on the ground with some regret. What a pity. If Jiang Hui and his gang really smash up the shop, they won't get his forgiveness without at least 50,000 taels of silver. Then the money for the house will come. But Qin Mingyue was beaten up, so what could he say? This is a huge loss. Heartbreaking. Chapter 17 Dating the Empress. Xiao Fan entered the store. Qin Ping'an had already ground the ink and brewed the tea, so Xiao Fan could begin immediately. Feng Qingwu also took a number. Number 268. 300 or 400 people came today, but many of them were just there to watch the excitement. They didn't intend to have Xiao Fan tell their fortunes. System, can I specify Miss Qin? Xiao Fan thought to himself, knowing Feng Qingwu's past, wouldn't pursuing her be as easy as having divine assistance? The system said calmly, Host, you are not at the current level to tell her fortune. Xiao Fan was surprised. The system couldn't even calculate that Qin Mingyue's family must be quite powerful. Although the system was only at level 1, Xiao Fan had never encountered a situation that he couldn't calculate. The Jiang family is a wealthy and powerful family. It's clear that old Master Jiang is the head of the family. If Miss Qin Mingyue can't figure it out, then her father is probably a high-ranking official. Xiao Fan felt a little sad. In this era that values social standing and family background, the greater the influence of Qin Mingyue's family, the more difficult it would be for him to marry her. Number 17, Number 103, Number 179. Xiao Fan raised his voice. His sadness lasted only a very short time. After all, he's a man with a system. With a cheat system like this, how can I not win the heart of my beloved? It didn't go in. Feng Qingwu sighed inwardly, unaware that she now had absolutely no hope of winning. The system level isn't high enough to calculate how to win. Hello, Master Xiao. Number 17 was a middle-aged man who exuded a fierce aura. Please sit down. Xiao Fan smiled. Your name is Zhao Hai, and you are a bodyguard. Some time ago, you lost your goods while escorting them. The other party offered a high price, so you insured the goods for 10,000 taels of silver. Zhao Hai nodded repeatedly. Yes, Master Xiao, you are amazing. Xiao Fan continued. You send out more people than usual, but the goods were still lost halfway, and the other party is now demanding 10,000 taels of silver in compensation from you. Zhao Hai smiled wryly and said, That's exactly right. If it were a normal loss of goods, we wouldn't have anything to say, but we feel there is something fishy about this shipment. Once we accept the escort, we'll set off immediately. There's absolutely no possibility of the news leaking out, and the goods we're escorting shouldn't be particularly valuable. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, So you suspect that the other party deliberately set a trap for you? Your suspicions are not wrong. They did this on purpose. This is a gang that travels around committing crimes and has cheated many people all over the country. Zhao Hai gritted his teeth. I knew something felt off. Xiao Fan said, I will write down where the other party committed the crimes. You can report it to the authorities later. Although it will be a bit troublesome, it can be found out. Thank you, Master Xiao. Zhao Hai paid the bill and got up to leave. Question number 103 was relatively simple, and Xiao Fan quickly dismissed him. Number 179 was a middle-aged man who looked honest and unassuming. His woman was also by his side. Both of them were wearing rather tattered clothes. Master Xiao, this is a tale of silver for fortune-telling, it's a bit loose. The man said nervously. He was afraid that Xiao Fan would dislike him. He didn't take out silver, but rather many copper coins. He originally intended to exchange it for 1 or 2 taels of silver, but others were too lazy to do so for him. The woman replied nervously. Master Xiao, we've counted them several times, there are definitely not too few. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. The clothes worn by the couple together probably cost less than 1/10 of an ounce of silver. It wasn't easy to come up with that 1 or 2 taels of silver. Fine, I won't give it to you. Just take the money and go. Xiao Fan waved his hand and said, Master Xiao, please! Master Xiao, our money is not dirty. The couple's expressions changed drastically, and the husband bent his knees as if to kneel down before Xiao Fan. Some of the onlookers looked at Xiao Fan with suspicion. Snobbish and greedy. Brother Lu, is this the so-called Master Xiao you admire? Many people started discussing it. The elderly people who frequented the place trusted Xiao Fan, but some of the newcomers thought he was of low character. Feng Qingwu had some doubts, but she believed that Xiao Fan must have a reason. The Jiang family offered 100,000 taels of silver, but Xiao Fan only accepted 10,000 taels. Xiao Fan had refused the house the Jiang family had offered him, so why would he care about a mere tael of silver? Others might think that Jiang Feng and the others were just putting on an act, and that nothing of the sort actually happened, but Feng Qingwu knew that there was no falsehood in it. Don't kneel. Please sit down. Xiao Fan quickly replied. Upon hearing this, the man sat down opposite Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan sighed. Gentlemen, it's not that I think your money is dirty, or that it's too small. It's all currency in circulation. What's the difference? You don't need to calculate it, you earned this money through hard work. The couple turned pale. The woman said in a trembling voice, Master Xiao, you've already considered it settled, haven't you? Is our child already? The man clenched his fists. Master Xiao, even though our child is dead, we still hope to give him a proper burial. We beg you, Master Xiao, to tell our fortunes. Xiao Fan remained silent for a long time. The couple kept their eyes fixed on Xiao Fan and wouldn't leave. Gentlemen, you believe your child was abducted, but that's not the case. Your child's name was Hu Liang. You called him Liang. He went to play in the water and drowned. Because so much time has passed, there are no bodies left. The couple were struck dumb. They had a glimmer of hope, but Xiao Fan's answer shattered it. You two don't need to blame yourselves. It was just an accident. Besides, you are destined to have children. Go back and take good care of yourselves. If you are physically weak, your second child may be sickly from a young age. Please remember this. The couple silently bowed and left. Master Xiao, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Master Xiao, I'm so sorry, I was just talking nonsense. Master Xiao dash. Many people spoke up, and after listening to Xiao Fan's explanation, they realized they had misunderstood him. Xiao Fan waved his hand. Everyone, the shop is closed for today, please disperse. Everyone left. Feeling uneasy? Feng Qingwu walked over and sat down opposite Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. I'm happy if fortune-telling can help others, but I'm not happy about things like this. Telling others will only make them more upset. Feng Qingwu said. It's not a bad thing to let them move on and start a new life sooner. Perhaps. Miss Jean, your seat is for my guest. Let us find another place to talk. I'll invite you to see a play. Consider it a thank you for your righteous help. Xiao Fan smiled and said. If you want to marry Qin Mingwei, it's not enough to just save money to buy a house, you also need to deepen your relationship. Feng Qingwu hesitated slightly. It's nothing for her to come and take a look as a guest, but it would be different if she went to see the opera with Xiao Fan. Miss Jean, this is just a friendly exchange of gifts. If you don't agree, then you shouldn't let your subordinates help me in the future. I'm probably not good enough to have a friend like Miss Jean. Xiao Fan said, looking injured. Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, you are good at fortune-telling, but your acting skills are a bit lacking. Alright, I don't have anything else to do today, so I'll go with you to see a play. The men in black beside Feng Qingwu were utterly shocked. Will Xiao Fan become an emperor in the future? Thinking about this, they felt a chill run down their spines. It seems best to glare at Xiao Fan less in the future. What if Feng Qingwu gets upset one day and cuts off their heads? Chapter 18. I will propose marriage within 2 years. The two walked out of the shop. Miss Jean, there's a theater not far away. Let us walk there. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Feng Qingwu glanced at her carriage. She had a carriage, but Xiao Fan did not. Her carriage was spacious enough, but it wasn't appropriate for unmarried men and women to ride together. Good. Feng Qingwu nodded. Although walking together was a little inappropriate, it was much better than riding in the same carriage. The two walked side by side, with Feng Qingwu's guards following behind. There were naturally other experts protecting them in secret. Feng Qingwu felt a strange sensation in her heart. She is the Empress. Apart from her parents, who would dare to walk alongside her? Moreover, she was walking side by side with a young man on the street. Miss Jean, how many people are in your family? Xiao Fan asked. If we make some inquiries, we might be able to find out which family Qin Mingwei belongs to. Feng Qingwu's expression changed slightly. My parents are still alive, but my brother has passed away. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Miss Jean, I'm sorry. Feng Qingwu shook her head slightly. No need, my brother has been dead for several years. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. No wonder Feng Qingwu, a girl, often goes out. She might need to get involved in the family business. Few women held official positions. It was virtually impossible for her to become one. Miss Jean is an only child, and her family is a prominent and wealthy household. Could she be planning to have someone marry into her family? Xiao Fan suddenly realized this. He doesn't want to marry into the family. He has a system, and he might become a big shot in the future. What kind of talk is it for him to marry into someone else's family? Master Xiao, there are suspicious points about my brother's death. I actually want you to help me calculate it. Feng Qingwu said. Xiao Fan said apologetically. Miss Qin, I would like to help you with this, but I really don't have the strength right now. It should be possible in the future. Feng Qingwu was not disappointed. Xiao Fan had said before that he couldn't calculate the answer to a high-ranking official with his current abilities. Miss Qin, you must have quite a few suitors, right? Xiao Fan asked. Feng Qingwu turned her head and glanced at Xiao Fan. She chuckled lightly. I do have quite a few suitors. What, Master Xiao, would you like to join them? My parents have high expectations. Xiao Fan coughed lightly and said, Miss Qin, your parents aren't planning to find someone to marry into their family, are they? Feng Qingwu blinked. She was looking for the emperor. It really is a case of marrying into another family. Whoever becomes emperor must enter the harem, and the harem must not interfere in politics. More or less, Feng Qingwu said. Xiao Fan smiled bitterly to himself. How come the future wife he had chosen was an only child? They also come from a very powerful family. This is really troublesome. Even in their previous lives, large families placed great importance on inheritance. Not to mention the world. If you find someone to marry into your family and have children, you'll become a member of the Qin family. If Qin Mingwei gets married and her child takes someone else's surname, then the child belongs to someone else's family. Completely different. A little sadness. It will probably take a lot of effort to convince my father-in-law and mother-in-law in the future. Buying a mere 3-courtyard house and thinking you can marry Qin Mingwei is probably a pipe dream. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Feng Qingwu said with a half-smile. Master Xiao, what, are you thinking of backing down? Haven't you ever considered your own marriage prospects? The men in black following behind pretended not to hear. His Majesty was actually discussing marriage with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan shook his head. Of course I haven't calculated it. I calculate others but not myself. There's no way I'll back down, Miss Qin. I will definitely marry you. The men in black shuddered. Xiao Fan really has a big mouth. Marry His Majesty? That's just wishful thinking. Feng Qingwu blushed slightly. She hadn't expected Xiao Fan to be so bold as to say it. Master Xiao, even if you intend to marry into the family, your chances are slim. Feng Qingwu said calmly. There was a hint of sadness in her expression. Even if she were an empress, she might not ultimately be able to decide her own marriage. She felt a connection with Xiao Fan, but the difference in their social status was far too great. Xiao Fan had no intention of marrying into the family. Miss Qin, that's not necessarily true. Xiao Fan smiled. As long as he accumulates enough points, his abilities in all aspects will become stronger and stronger, and in terms of strength, he may even be able to achieve the strength of a martial venerable in a short period of time. The only problem is that earning points is still a bit slow. His reputation is still not high enough, and few important people come to him for fortune-telling. Moreover, even if some important figures come, the system will not select them if they have nothing to do. Miss Qin, will you get married within 2 years? Xiao Fan asked, and they walked side by side into a theater. After some consideration, Feng Qingwu realized that she could probably only give herself 2 more years at most. It is a great taboo for an emperor to have no heir. Putting everything else aside, if she didn't have children, how could some ministers wholeheartedly support her? If we wholeheartedly support her now, what if something happens to her and the throne falls to a prince? What if the prince who ascends the throne comes after us? There were quite a few ministers in the court who were wary of such people. Although the retired emperor is still alive, he has encountered problems with his cultivation and is in poor health. Feng Qingwu's brother died unexpectedly a few years ago. Who knows if Feng Qingwu will die unexpectedly? Not within the next 2 years. We'll definitely need to find someone to marry into our family in 2 years. Feng Qingwu said with a hint of bitterness. She sighed inwardly. Even if I give Xiao Fan 2 years, what difference will it make? 2 years? Xiao Fan felt much more at ease. with so much time, he could become much stronger. An hour later, Xiao Fan and the others finished listening to the opera. Xiao Fan didn't pay any attention to what the opera was about. His attention was entirely focused on Feng Qingwu. Master Xiao, I should go back now. Thank you for inviting me to the opera. Feng Qingwu smiled and said that her carriage had been driven over here to wait for her. Miss Qin, I will definitely come to propose marriage within 2 years. Xiao Fan said solemnly. Feng Qingwu's heart trembled slightly. Goodbye. Without saying anything else, Feng Qingwu got into the carriage, which quickly disappeared from sight. Master Xiao, it seems that even a master like you has fallen in love with worldly desires. A familiar voice rang out. Xiao Fan turned his head and saw Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, where did you come from? Jiang Feng smiled and said, Master Xiao, I'm also watching the show here, but some people's attention is completely focused on Miss Qin, and they haven't noticed me at all. Xiao Fan curled his lip. You tell me, do you find it more interesting, or does Miss Qin find it more interesting? Jiang Feng was speechless. He couldn't respond to that. Xiao Fan said, Jiang Feng, how are things between you and Lu Ying? If you like her, go for it. You're the eldest son of the Jiang family, what are you afraid of? Xiao Fan hopes that Jiang Feng and Lu Ying can get together as soon as possible. Lu Ying's points haven't been tallied yet. He's almost 10,000 points right now. Unable to exchange for martial emperor level strength, Xiao Fan felt somewhat insecure. The Lu, Jiang, and Jiang families are all powerful clans, so they should be able to gain a lot of points this time. Chapter 19 Speculation about Qin Mingyue's identity. Jiang Feng said with a smile. Master Xiao, Miss Lu Ying and I should be together soon. Thanks to you, Master Xiao. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. It would be good if it was soon. His points should be coming in soon too. There shouldn't be a need for marriage. Once the relationship is established, his points will be allocated accordingly. Jiang Feng, I have a question for you. Do you know which Qin families in the Tianxuan Dynasty are very powerful? Xiao Fan asked. Miss Qin Minghua doesn't even know which family she belongs to. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and said, Master Xiao, Qin is a common surname, and there are quite a few powerful families with the surname Qin. There are 3 strongest ones. The Qin Prince's Mansion, the Qin General's Mansion, and the Qin family, the overlord of Weinan. Xiao Fan asked. Which of these 3 families isn't very prosperous? Without hesitation, Jiang Feng replied. It must be the Prince of Qin's residence. General Qin's sons are all exceptionally talented, with strong martial arts skills. The family is very prosperous, and the Qin family is estimated to have over 1,000 members. I heard that the King of Qin was granted the title of king for his meritorious service in protecting the emperor in his early years, but he was also injured that time. I also heard that he was very devoted to his wife and only married the Queen of Qin, so he must have few children. Xiao Fan was shocked. Qin Minghua was the daughter of the King of Qin. That's the princess. This identity is terrifying. Let's talk somewhere else. I'll buy you a drink. Jiang Feng quickly said. Master Xiao, look at what you're saying, I'll treat you. If I drink with you and you have to treat me, my grandfather will scold me to death when we get back. Soon Xiao Fan and his group arrived at a nearby tavern. After a few drinks, Xiao Fan continued to ask. Jiang Feng, how old is the Prince of Qin? Does he have a daughter? Jiang Feng thought for a moment and said. The King of Qin is probably in his 40s. Back then, his strength was no weaker than that of General Qin, and he was expected to become a martial emperor-level expert. What a pity! Now that General Qin is a martial emperor, his strength may have declined considerably. I've heard that the King of Qin has a son and a daughter, but I've never met them. With the strength of our Jiang family, we're not qualified to come into contact with a top family like the Qin family. At this point, Jiang Feng lowered his voice. I've heard a rumor that the King of Qin's son is actually dead, but that's just a rumor. No one dared to say anything more. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. it seemed that Miss Qin Mingwe was very likely the daughter of the King of Qin. It just so happens that their surname is Qin, and the Qin family has few members. Moreover, the King of Qin's son may also be dead. Master Xiao, I had previously guessed that Miss Qin Mingwe might be from the Qin Princess Mansion. If that is the case, I suggest you change your target. Jiang Feng also lowered his voice when he said this. How so? Jiang Feng said in a low voice. Master Xiao, think about it. How many non-royal kings are there in our entire Tianxuan Dynasty? Non-royal kings have noble status, but they are very conspicuous. Otherwise, why would the King of Qin be so low-key? The gates of the King of Qin's mansion are only opened a few times a year. The King of Qin almost never received guests. Besides, if the King of Qin's son dies, he will likely find someone to marry into the family. With your abilities, Master Xiao, why would you want to marry into another family, right? Master Xiao, I know quite a few wealthy young ladies, and Luing knows even more. Shall we introduce you to a few? Xiao Fan shook his head. Miss Mingwe may not necessarily be from the Qin Prince's mansion. Even so, I think it's fine. However, marrying into the family is impossible. I will find a way to marry Miss Mingwe. Jiang Feng raised a glass to Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, I wish you success. Master Xiao, if you change your mind, just let me know. Deep down, Jiang Feng felt that Xiao Fan had no chance of succeeding. Unless Xiao Fan's strength and influence are greater than those of the Qin Prince's mansion. There are very few such families in the entire Tianxuan Dynasty. And it's really that strong. The royal experts might just have to come knocking on our door for tea. They also want to form a marriage alliance with the Prince of Qin's mansion? Large families, even those with long-standing traditions, rarely encounter major problems when they intermarry. This is a very common occurrence. But when it comes to royal power and imperial authority, things get really complicated. Despite the fact that the King of Qin rarely left his residence, he still possessed a considerable fiefdom as a prince. The fiefdom contained 30 million people. Most of the tax revenue could be kept by the taxpayers and did not need to be handed over to the imperial court. To maintain order within his fiefdom, the King of Qin also maintained a private army of 100,000. With land, grain, soldiers, and so many people, it can be said that the basic conditions for rebellion were already in place. No need. Once I've made up my mind, I'll work towards that goal. Xiao Fan said calmly. He already considers Qin Mingwe his future wife, so it's impossible for him to change his mind. Besides, where can you find someone prettier than Qin Mingwe? Having seen Qin Mingwe's stunningly beautiful face, he knew that ordinary women simply couldn't catch his eye. After drinking with Xiao Fan, Jiang Feng returned home. The atmosphere at home was serious. Upon arriving at the family's main hall, Jiang Feng saw his second uncle, Jiang De, kneeling there, with another person beside him. It was Master Liang, whom I had met before. Xiao Feng, please plead for me. Jiang De pleaded. Jiang Feng looked at old Master Jiang sitting in the center of the main hall. Grandpa, this is... Old Jiang took a deep breath and said, Your second uncle called Master Liang over, intending to secretly change the family's feng shui to harm people. Xiao Feng, you are the future head of the family, so you should handle this matter. Old Master Jiang was filled with sorrow, for Jiang De was his son. In order to seize the position of head of the family, they actually conspired with outsiders to kill him using feng shui techniques. Jiang De kowtowed and said, Father, I just don't want the family business to decline. Xiao Fan is just a young upstart. How could his feng shui skills possibly be as high as Master Liang's? Father, I'm innocent. Old Jiang looked at Jiang De. Master Xiao said you would take further action, so I found an expert to keep an eye on you. I know very well what you and Master Liang were talking about in secret. Jiang De collapsed to the ground. Jiang Feng sneered inwardly. His grandfather had single-handedly brought the Jiang family to where it was today. With Xiao Fan's reminder, how could they possibly be harmed by Jiang De twice? Xiao Feng, you handle this. Old Jiang got up and left. Jiang De quickly said, Xiao Feng, I've helped you a lot over the years, you can't forget about our past kindness. I am your second uncle, Master Liang quickly replied. Young Master Feng, my feng shui skills are quite good. I can become your subordinate and help you a lot. Jiang Feng stared at them coldly. A while later, Jiang Feng said in a deep voice, You surnamed Liang, you have harmed my grandfather for a long time. If it weren't for Master Xiao, my grandfather would have been killed by you. You are doomed. Drag him out and beat him to death with sticks. For powerful clans like the Jiang family, killing 3 to 5 people every year was generally tolerated by the imperial court as long as it didn't cause serious consequences. Yes, young master! There were several family experts inside the main hall. 2 of them immediately dragged Master Liang away, and soon his screams rang out. A few minutes later, the 2 powerful figures who had gone out returned. Young master, Master Liang is dead, one of them said. Jiang De's face turned pale. Xiao Feng, I'm your second uncle, you can't treat me like this. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang De and remained silent for a long time. Cripple his cultivation. Second uncle, you are never allowed to leave your own courtyard for the rest of your life, or don't blame me for being ruthless, Jiang Feng said coldly. Chapter 20 The Guardians in the Dark. At the Lu residence, the steward hurried to the main courtyard. Patriarch, news has come from the Jiang family that Jiang De's cultivation has been crippled, the butler said respectfully. The head of the Lu family is Lu Ying's father, named Lu Zhe. A look of surprise crossed his eyes. What exactly happened? Patriarch, Jiang De's attempt to assassinate Elder Jiang by Liang Upping was discovered. Elder Jiang ordered Jiang Feng to deal with Jiang De, and Jiang Feng ordered that Jiang De's cultivation be crippled and that he be placed under house arrest. A glint flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes. If that were the case, Lu Ying and Jiang Feng's marriage could be arranged. Jiang Hui offended someone and had both his legs broken. He has already had the intended engagement cancelled. Jiang Feng and Lu Ying are engaged, but Lu Zhe is still considering it. He knew about the Jiang family's situation. Based on his original assessment, Jiang De had a 60 to 70% chance of becoming the head of the family. If Jiang De becomes the head of the family, Lu Ying marrying him would be like falling into a fire pit. Go and make preparations. Someone from the Jiang family should be coming to propose marriage soon, Lu Zhe said calmly. Yes, master. Lu Zhe's judgment was very accurate. That afternoon, old Master Jiang sent someone over to propose marriage. Jiang Feng and Lu Ying were already interested in each other. Both parties were well matched in terms of social standing and economic status. When the Jiang family came to propose marriage, Lu Zhe readily agreed. Xiao Fan was fishing when he suddenly received a notification from the system. My points increased by 700. Wow, I've gained so many points. This is a huge profit. Xiao Fan was overjoyed. With these 700 points added, Xiao Fan's total points reached 10,400. Once you accumulate over 10,000 points, you can exchange them for a temporary martial emperor level cultivation. Xiao Fan's sense of security greatly increased. Da-da! The sound of hooves approached, and 2 strong horses quickly ran to a spot not far from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan frowned secretly. The fish were all scared away. Your name is Xiao Fan? The riders were 2 martial artists in tight-fitting clothes, one of whom asked them rudely. You 2 should stop further away. And shouldn't you have asked others after they'd been dismissed from their posts? Xiao Fan turned his head and said unhappily. The 2 warriors on horseback looked down at him with indifferent expressions. Even though Xiao Fan said that, they didn't intend to dismount. Our master invites you to come with us, one of them said coldly. I'm afraid I don't know your family head, and I don't want to go on this trip with you. Xiao Fan frowned. He was a little sad. Are we going to take action? To take action, you need to spend 1,000 points to exchange for the strength of a martial emperor. I haven't even had a chance to enjoy these 700 points yet. The other person sneered. Xiao Fan, you're just a lowly fortune teller. You should know your place. Whether Miss Qin truly has a powerful background is still under investigation by our Jiang family. Even if Miss Qin does have a powerful background, you and she are just ordinary friends now. If our Jiang family really kills you, do you think she'll still fight us to the death? Xiao Fan was not surprised. It was indeed someone from the Jiang family. Among the powerful forces we've offended so far, only the Wei and Jiang families are truly formidable. The Wei family is in big trouble right now, and they have no time to provoke him anymore. It's not that I can't go with you. But I'm not happy that you're inviting me over like this, and if I'm unhappy, someone else will suffer. Xiao Fan picked up the fishing rod and said indifferently. If the Chang family thinks he is easy to bully, they are sorely mistaken. If we absolutely have to expend points, and use the strength of a martial emperor, it would be better to expend points on the Jiang family's side rather than here. The deterrent effect would be much better. You two get out of here right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind crippling you. Just then, a cold voice rang in the ears of the two warriors on horseback. Their expressions changed, and they scanned their surroundings warily. Someone actually sent them a message. The technique of transmitting sound secretly is something that even martial arts masters don't know. Moreover, seeing their companion's reaction, they knew that the other party was transmitting their voice to both of them at the same time, an ability that even top masters might not possess. Could it be a martial grandmaster? The two of them gasped. The powerful figure secretly protecting Xiao Fan must have been sent by Miss Qin. If she could assign a martial grandmaster level expert to secretly protect Xiao Fan, it means that her status and position must be very high. Furthermore, Xiao Fan may hold a higher place in Qin Minyue's heart. I'll give you 3 days. You'd better go to the Jiang residence. Otherwise, your shop will definitely be shut down. The two men turned their horses around and quickly rode away, looking somewhat frightened. A look of doubt appeared in Xiao Fan's eyes. He had clearly seen the change in their expressions. His statements were inconsistent. It seemed someone just spoke to them, scaring them away. Did Miss Qin secretly arrange for a skilled protector to protect me? Xiao Fan thought to himself. That's actually quite possible. If Miss Qin were a princess, arranging personal protection for me would be very simple. If that's the case, does Miss Qin have feelings for me? Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy as he thought this. After all, he didn't want to be a simp. The best kind of love is when both parties are attracted to each other and move towards one another. Miss Qin helped resolve the Wei family's issues. It was also Miss Qin who had people deal with the trouble caused by Jian Hui and his gang. If it is Miss Qin who secretly sent someone to protect me now. Miss Qin has helped me several times already. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, and I can only repay you another day. Xiao Fan carried the bucket and swayed as he approached the rented house next door. The two members of the Jiang family hurriedly rode back to the Jiang residence. After they reported the situation, the Jiang family patriarch's expression turned serious. The head of the Jiang family is Jiang Hui's father. He is in his 50s and possesses the cultivation level of a grandmaster. He is very strong, but he looks to be only in his 40s. A grandmaster level expert as a guard? Could it be that Qin Minghua really comes from the Qin prince's mansion? Jiang Hui's father, Jiang Peng, thought to himself. The prince of Qin's mansion is not something our Jiang family can afford to offend. The Chang family was merely a powerful clan, a level below even the most prestigious families. The Qin prince's mansion was superior to all other aristocratic families. No matter how large a family's business is, their social status can never compare to that of a prince who owns a fiefdom. Inside the palace, Feng Qingwu was practicing calligraphy. Her handwriting was quite good, at the level of a master. However, today, Feng Qingwu was not in the right state of mind and often lost focus while writing. After wasting another sheet of paper, Feng Qingwu put down her pen and waved her hand. The maid immediately tidied up everything. If I were just an ordinary woman, I could be with Xiao Fan. Even if she is a woman from a prestigious family, with further development by Xiao Fan, it is entirely possible. But I am the ruler of a country. Feng Qingwu sighed inwardly. When Xiao Fan said he would come to propose marriage 2 years later, she was really tempted, but her family's threshold was too high, and Xiao Fan could not possibly climb it no matter how hard he tried. His Majesty. At this moment, another maid entered the room. Lan Qin, what's wrong? Feng Qingwu asked. Lan Qin is her personal maid, and she also has good talent in martial arts, having already reached the level of a Grand Master. Lan Qin said, Your Majesty, Commander Yen has sent word that young Master Xiao suspects you come from the Prince of Qin's residence. In addition, the Jiang family sent 2 people to find young Master Xiao and ask him to go to the Jiang residence with them. Their attitude was rather bad, and they were driven away by the experts who were secretly protecting him. Before leaving, I told him to go to the Jiang family within 3 days, or his shop would be shut down. Chapter 21 The Qin Prince's mansion is mobilized. Feng Qingwu was surprised that Xiao Fan actually suspected that she came from the Qin Prince's mansion. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Although Qin is a common surname, there are only a few top families with the surname Qin. The head of the Jiang family is Jiangpeng, right? He has only been the head of the family for 2 years. I have seen several memorials suing the Jiang family in these 2 years. Feng Qingwu frowned slightly as she spoke. Your Majesty, the head of the Jiang family is Jiangping. Lan Qin said respectfully. She only answered Feng Qingwu's question. She wouldn't comment on the Jiang family. Feng Qingwu pondered. The Chang family is arrogant, but they haven't yet seriously violated the law. Even if an investigation is conducted, the outcome will be insignificant to the Chang family. Furthermore, as the emperor, it would be inappropriate for her to deal with the Chang family unless there was an important matter. Lan Qin, take my secret decree and go to the Prince of Qin's residence. Have the Prince of Qin send men to the Jiang family, and give Jiang Hui and his son a good beating. Feng Qingwu considered it for a moment, and then said. Lan Qin was surprised. Feng Qingwu rarely interacted with the Prince of Qin, yet the Prince of Qin's mansion was mobilized because of Xiao Fan's matter. Your Majesty, should we inform the King of Qin of the reason? Unnecessary. Yes, Your Majesty. Lan Qin left immediately. Although she is a woman, she possesses the strength of a Grand Master, making it easy for her to go out and handle matters. This wasn't the first time she had left the palace on official business. As evening fell, Lan Qin, dressed as a handsome young man, arrived at the Prince of Qin's residence. King Qin, His Majesty's secret decree. Lan Qin met Qin Huayan, the Prince of Qin, in the main hall of the Prince of Qin's mansion. Qin Huayan was stunned for a moment, and quickly dismissed the maid. He also closed the main hall door tightly. Then Qin Huayan knelt down. Lan Qin said, Your Majesty, His Majesty has decreed that Jiangpeng, the head of the Jiang family, and his son Jiang Hui are arrogant and should be taught a lesson by the Prince of Qin's mansion. Your subject obeys the decree. Qin Huayan was completely bewildered. Why would His Majesty issue such an imperial edict? Although the Jiang family was a powerful clan, they were nothing in His Majesty's eyes. And they actually asked the Prince of Qin's mansion to send people. Your Majesty, please rise. Your Majesty, do not ask too many questions about the specific reasons. Just follow His Majesty's orders. Lan Qin smiled. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Lan Qin. After Lan Qin left, Qin Huayan began to ponder. Does Your Majesty wish for me to tarnish my own reputation? But that doesn't make sense either. The Jiang family is indeed quite arrogant. If we teach them a lesson and word gets out, the people will probably cheer. Qin Huayan couldn't understand it. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it, and immediately issued the order. As a prince, Qin Huayan could command 100,000 private soldiers in his fiefdom, and at most 300 soldiers could be brought to his princely residence in the capital. However, the Prince of Qin's mansion only had 100 people. Duh! As darkness fell, the back gate of the Prince of Qin's residence opened, and 30 men rode swiftly towards the Jiang family's residence. Isn't that someone from the Prince of Qin's residence? Why has the Prince of Qin's mansion deployed armored soldiers? What happened? Upon seeing this team, many people secretly began to discuss it. The Qin prince's mansion is extremely low-key, and such a large group of people acting so aggressively is unprecedented. The Jiang family and the Qin prince's mansion were only 6 or 7 miles apart, and it wasn't long before the group of people sent by the Qin prince's mansion arrived at the Jiang family. The gatekeeper of the Jiang family immediately became trembling with fear. "Summon Jiang Peng and Jiang Hui to come out here," the silver-armored middle-aged man at the head of the group said. "His name is Yuanli, a genuine general. He possesses the cultivation level of a Grand Master. All the other blue-armored warriors were at the Master level. Although their numbers are small, it is not difficult for them to kill 10,000 ordinary soldiers on the battlefield." "General, what is the matter?" A steward from the Jiang residence rushed out to inquire. Smack! Yuanli raised his hand and lashed the other person hard with a whip. "Just come out obediently if you tell them to stop with all this nonsense. If you don't come out right now, we'll raze your Chang family mansion to the ground." Inside the Jiang residence, Jiang Ping and his group received the news immediately. They only sent someone to threaten Xiao Fan, yet the Qin prince's mansion has made such a big fuss. Jiang Ping was somewhat incredulous. They hurried to the gate of Chiang Kai-shek's residence. Jiang Hui was carried out. "General Yuan, what is it that requires your great attention?" Jiang Ping respectfully cupped his hands and said that Yuan Li's status was no lower than his. Yuan Li is a general certified by the imperial court. If the country is in trouble, he has the ability to lead troops into battle. Can I beat you up for no reason? Give Jiang Hui and his son a good beating. Anyone else in the Jiang family who wants to help, join the attack." Yuan Li coldly gave the order. "Yes, General." The rest of the men dismounted and, holding whips, lashed out at Jiang Hui and his companions. Immediately, Jiang Hui and his men let out pig-like screams. The rest of the Chang family didn't dare to make a move. "General Yuan, spare my life." "General Yuan, we were wrong." Jiang Ping and the others wailed in agony. Yuan Li and his group of 30, each with a whip, were not having an easy time with Jiang Ping and his men. "The Jiang family should not be so arrogant in the future. Mount up and retreat." Each person lashed out with about 10 lashes, and Yuan Li and his group quickly left. Jiang Ping and his son had been lashed more than 100 times, and there wasn't a single patch of intact skin left on their bodies. "Quickly carry the patriarch and the others inside." The Jiang family hurriedly carried Jiang Ping and the others inside. This process added to the suffering of Jiang Ping and his colleagues. What happened? The Prince of Qin's mansion actually sent people to beat the Jiang family patriarch and his men so badly. The people who witnessed it were discussing it extensively. It won't be long before a large number of people in Lingxiao City receive this news. "Cease all operations against Xiao Fan." Jiang Ping gritted his teeth and said that he never expected the Qin prince's mansion to do such a thing for Xiao Fan. "Father, even the king of Qin shouldn't do this. Let's go to his majesty and complain. Our Jiang family is not to be trifled with." Jiang Hui grinned, revealing several whip marks on both sides of his face. "Shut up! Are you tired of living?" Jiang Ping said sternly, the pain aggravating his wound and causing his facial muscles to contort. If they dared to file a complaint, the people from the Prince of Qin's mansion might secretly kill them. Without evidence, His Majesty will at most offer a few mild criticisms of the King of Qin. Yuan Li and his team returned to the Qin family quickly after completing their mission. "Your Highness, we have received some information. The incident may have started when Jiang Hui led his men to cause trouble for a fortune-teller named Xiao Fan, and was then ordered to be beaten by a girl named Qin Mingwei. Later, the Jiang family sent people to cause trouble for Xiao Fan. Jiang Ping suspects that Qin Mingwei is a young lady from a wealthy family," Yuan Li said respectfully. Qin Huayan seemed to be deep in thought. Qin Mingwei was definitely not his daughter. His daughter, Qin Ji, was frail and sickly from a young age and rarely left the Qin prince's mansion. "Qin Mingwei is probably His Majesty in disguise. He asked our Qin prince's mansion to help cover it up, and at the same time, he asked our Qin prince's mansion to secretly look after Xiao Fan. Qin Huayan thought to himself. Knowing the cause of the matter, it's not difficult to analyze Feng Qingwu's secret decree. A smile appeared on Qin Huayan's face. This is a good thing for the Qin prince's mansion. His Majesty's willingness to use their Qin prince's mansion shows that he still trusts them. Chapter 22. Are you provoking me? Good morning, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, please pick me today. I'd like to invite you to my home to adjust the feng shui. Master Xiao dash. When the sun was high in the sky, Xiao Fan leisurely arrived at the shop. The store was packed with several hundred people. Among them were many people dressed in fine clothes and wearing luxurious clothes. The news that Jiangping and Jianghui were brutally beaten last night has spread like wildfire throughout Lingxiao City. Ordinary people are generally unaware of the reason, but many powerful families are already aware of it. Xiao Fan's fame soared. Master Xiao, Lu Ying and I have already confirmed our engagement. We have come together to thank you, Master Xiao. Jiang Feng smiled. Lu Ying was right next to him, a happy smile on her face. Master Xiao, thank you? Lu Ying also said. The two of them bowed to Xiao Fan together. Xiao Fan accepted their greeting without flinching. He deserves this courtesy. If it weren't for his interference, Lu Ying would have married Jianghui first, and even if they had ended up together, it would have been a thorn in their side. No need for such formalities. You've brought a lot of people to patronize my business? Xiao Fan's gaze swept across the road, and he assumed that the many people in brocade robes and jade gowns were summoned by Jiang Feng and his group. There's no need to do that in the future, just let things take their natural course. Jiang Feng quickly said. Master Xiao, we didn't call them here. Something happened at the Jiang residence last night, you probably don't know about it yet. Oh? What happened? Xiao Fan asked in confusion. Jiang Feng recounted the events. Although he wasn't present, he already knows very well what happened. Xiao Fan was deeply moved. During the day, the Jiang family came to cause trouble, and at night, Jiang Hui and his son were beaten by people from the Qin prince's mansion. Xiao Fan believed that Qin Mingwei was definitely behind it. The Qin prince's residence is usually very low-key, and Qin Mingwei may not have even discussed this with the Qin prince. If the Qin prince finds out, he may severely criticize her. Such a wonderful girl, I absolutely must marry her. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Everyone, today's numbers are number 19, number 123, and number 277. Everyone else, keep quiet. Xiao Fan sat down and said. The three winners showed excitement in their eyes. It's not easy to win among hundreds of people. Number 19 was a beautiful woman, and she quickly sat down in front of Xiao Fan. The system's information quickly flooded into Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Goodness, that's incredibly bold. According to the information provided, this woman is a spy from another country. The kind that's very well hidden. She simply didn't believe that Xiao Fan was really that good at fortune-telling. She came to the store today only to find out the specific relationship between Xiao Fan and Qin Mingwei. Getting the visa is just a cover-up. I never expected to actually pick her. Master Xiao, someone has been pursuing me recently. I want to know if he is my true love. The woman made up a reason on the spot. As she spoke, she gave Xiao Fan a subtle wink. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and said, There are indeed people pursuing you, but they are not your true love interests. You will never have a true love in your life. Some people frowned secretly. Even if it really doesn't exist, it seems a bit inappropriate for Xiao Fan to say it so directly. That completely dashed their hopes. Your name is Xia Zhu, and your real name is Li Mei Zhu. You are not a member of our Tianxuan Dynasty. You are a spy sent to our Tianxuan Dynasty by other countries. I must say, you're quite bold. A spy dares to show up right under my nose. Are you trying to provoke me? Xiao Fan said sarcastically. Xia Zhu was greatly shocked. She said angrily, Master Xiao, I came here sincerely to ask for your help. How could you make such slanderous accusations? I'm not a spy, Xiao Fan said calmly. The authorities will question you soon. You can explain to them then. 1 tael of silver for the divination, thank you. Xia Zhu threw out a tael of silver and stood up angrily. What master? He's just a fraud. Everyone, he has no real skills at all, you don't need to consult him. He might frame you as spies or murderers too. 2 constables walked in from outside the shop. There are too many people here, so it's easy for things to go wrong. They're here to maintain order. Miss Xia Zhu, please come with us, one of the constables said. Xia Zhu said angrily. When did government officials become so superstitious? If fortune tellers could predict everything clearly with a simple calculation, what would we need you for? Miss Xia Zhu, please cooperate, another constable said seriously. Next. Xiao Fan said calmly that he had already seen Xia Zhu's fate, and there was no need to pay any more attention to it. There is also relevant evidence at her home. The authorities can confirm it with a simple search. Master Xiao, my husband and I have a youngest son who went to sea 2 years ago and hasn't he returned in 2 years. In the past, he would only go to sea to do business for a year or 2 at most. We want to ask him if he is still alive. 2 elderly people with gray hair approached Xiao Fan, and the older man sat down opposite him. They had 3 sons. The eldest and second sons are both dead. The youngest son went to sea, and his fate is now unknown. After 2 years of living in fear, their hair turned much whiter. Grandpas, your son's name is Li Changxing. At this point, Xiao Fan's expression became slightly strange. This name is not bad. He sounds like a peerless master. The 2 elderly people didn't think that far ahead. They simply hoped their child would live a long life. Their eldest son died in his teens. The second son also died at the age of 7. Xiao Fan's eyes showed surprise. He checked the information, but there was very little of it. Many of the documents are not clearly visible. Li Changxing had a miraculous encounter at sea, and he has probably become a formidable master by now. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Master Xiao, whether Changxing is alive or dead, we hope you can tell us. If he is really dead, we can burn some paper money for him, the old woman said, wiping away her tears. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpas, your son is not dead. He will be able to come home within 2 months. You can prepare some clothes for him. Congratulations to you both, you now have a grandson who is over 6 months old. Hearing Xiao Fan say this, the 2 elderly people's mental state improved greatly. Their life trajectories quietly changed. Following the original trajectory, one of them would fall seriously ill and pass away 2 weeks later. The death of my spouse was too much of a blow. Another elderly person will also pass away a month later. When Li Changxing returned, all he found were 2 new graves, and he was overcome with grief. These 2 old people are just ordinary people, but Li Changxing is not. Now that their life trajectories have changed, I may be able to gain a lot of points. Xiao Fan thought to himself. He had a vague feeling that he might be able to get more than 1,000 points this time. System, do I not need to wait for Li Changxing to return to calculate these points? No need. The system responded to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was relieved, it seemed the points would arrive later today. Master Xiao, thank you. After paying the divination fee, the 2 old people left happily. Their son is coming back, and he'll be bringing his grandson with him. It's a huge joy for them. Master Xiao, aren't you very good at divination? You should do the math and see if you'll have any bloodshed today. Number 277 was a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. He plopped down opposite Xiao Fan. Chapter 23: The Scheme to Cut Off One's Lineage. Jiang Feng and his group of several hundred people stared at the middle-aged man in disbelief. The Jiang family has already suffered losses, yet they still dare to cause trouble for Xiao Fan. Where did this idiot come from? Who are you? How dare you cause trouble for Master Xiao? Jiang Feng said sternly. The middle-aged man turned his head, his fierce gaze sweeping over Jiang Feng and the others. "Shut up, or I'll send you all to the Western Paradise," the middle-aged man said viciously. Bang! Turning his head back, the middle-aged man slammed his hand heavily on the table in front of him. "Master Xiao, come here, let me tell you whether you'll have any bloodshed today." Xiao Fan's expression remained calm. He said calmly, "Your name is Du Shan. You are 43 years old, unemployed, a second-level martial arts master, and you have gathered some thugs under your command who dare to fight and kill. A few days ago, I came to Lingxiao City from another place and set my sights on this street. My income here is quite good, so I've become the first target for you to establish your authority." Du Shan chuckled and said, "Master Xiao, I didn't expect you to actually have some skills. How much are you planning to give each month? If my brothers go hungry, they'll do anything." Many of the onlookers' expressions changed slightly. Some people quietly withdrew. Such scoundrels can sometimes be more troublesome than members of powerful families. People from powerful families generally follow the rules, but scoundrels like Du Shan often resort to any means necessary to get things done. Many of them had a thorough understanding of the laws of the imperial court. When the authorities come looking for them, they usually only stay in jail for 10 or 8 days. If they get out, they might retaliate even more severely. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and said, "Du Shan, I haven't finished speaking yet, so please don't rush me. Your top henchman is Guo Xiaoming, your woman is Lu Yuhe, who is more than 10 years younger than you, and their child is Du Gi, who is quite cute." Ha ha! Many of the onlookers burst out laughing. Du Shan didn't react at first, but when he heard the laughter of those people, he finally realized what was happening. "You're talking nonsense!" Du Shan roared. Xiao Fan said calmly, "If you hurry back, you might witness a good show." "Grass!" Du Shan cursed angrily, his face darkening as he rushed out of the shop and headed towards the house he had just bought. He has accumulated some savings over the years. "Master Xiao, he didn't pay the divination fee." Someone spoke up. Xiao Fan said calmly, "Everyone, let me remind you that many small evils will accumulate into great evils, and retribution may come at any time." He had already foreseen Du Shan's fate. Du Shan had accumulated countless petty evils in his daily life. If you don't pay the divination fee, those petty evils will be ignited. Du Shan will suffer a bloody disaster on this trip back. Du Shan stormed home and, without knocking, kicked the door open. Guo Xiaoming was cornered in the bedroom by Du Shan before he could even put on his clothes. "Shan, let us explain." Du Shan's woman, Lu Yuhe, said in fear. "Brother, it's all my fault, no matter what. You can decide whether to hit me or kill me. I'll endure all the cuts and holes. Guo Xiaoming drew his dagger and presented it to Du Shan with both hands. Du Shan was furious and grabbed the hilt of his knife. Boom! Just then, Guo Xiaoming kicked Du Shan hard in the groin. "Ah!" Du Shan screamed in agony, his body convulsing in pain. Lu Yuhe said sternly, "Xiaoming, kill him quickly, otherwise he will definitely kill us. Kill him and we'll run away." Adulterous husband. Du Shan's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Guo Xiaoming plunged the sharp knife in his hand deep into Du Shan's chest. Points plus 680. The system notification sounded in Xiao Fan's mind the instant Du Shan died. Xiao Fan was somewhat surprised. "I never expected Du Shan to give me such a surprise." With these 680 points, his total score has now exceeded 11,000. Du Shan has the cultivation of a martial master. If he doesn't die, he will commit many evil deeds in the future, so it's not surprising that he was given such a score. Xiao Fan was secretly delighted. If he could earn so many points from every customer, wouldn't he reach the pinnacle of life in no time? "Everyone, our shop is closed today. None of the 3 guests today requested feng shui adjustments. If any of the others have such requests, please make them now." Xiao Fan stood up and smiled. Luing had already been reminded by Jiang Feng. As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, she immediately said, Master Xiao, our Lu family would like to ask you to adjust the feng shui. Luing knew that she was able to be with Jiang Feng thanks to Xiao Fan. Even if Xiao Fan's feng shui adjustment didn't work, she would still give Xiao Fan a thank you fee. Miss Lu, you don't have anything to do at home, so please let me have it. Master Xiao, my family's situation is quite urgent. Please come to my house and take a look. Several other people chimed in. Xiao Fan looked at Luing and said, Miss Luing, there is no need to adjust the feng shui of your home for the time being. Even if your family offers me a lot of money, I will not go. Xiao Fan knew exactly what Luing was thinking. He wants to make money, but if he can't help his customers, he's not interested in earning it. Lu Ying's family originally needed to adjust the feng shui, but with the change of engagement, it is no longer necessary for the time being. In terms of wealth and fortune, the Lu family is already doing quite well. Further gains might not be a good thing. You guys, since you weren't drawn in the previous lottery, there's probably nothing particularly urgent going on at home. I'll go to whoever offers the highest price. I am an ordinary person. Xiao Fan chuckled. The group of people vying to invite Xiao Fan to their homes quickly started bidding. 2 of them came from prominent families, and the bidding soon reached 3,000 or 4,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels. This is my bottom line. If you bid again, I won't argue with you today. One of them glared and said. The other person had no choice but to back down. 5,000 taels of silver had exceeded his bottom line, and his 2 families were still far from being as wealthy as the Jiang family. The rest of the people around were shocked. 5,000 taels was a huge sum for most of them. You're the one. Prepare the carriage. Xiao Fan chuckled. He wouldn't rush to someone else's house to adjust their feng shui. He won't make money if the customer's attitude is bad. Yes, Master Xiao. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at the other party's house. This mansion was much worse than the Jiang family's. However, the price would be several 100,000 taels of silver. In my previous life, a house like this would have cost over 200 million, making it definitely the property of a wealthy family. Xiao Fan frowned. Zhao Kai, your Zhao family has offended some powerful figures. You won't earn those 5,000 taels of silver easily. Xiao Fan spoke up. Zhao Kai's expression changed slightly. Master Xiao, didn't you say there was no emergency at home? Xiao Fan shook his head. It's really not urgent. Having a child isn't something that can be rushed. Zhao Kai asked. Master Xiao, is there really a problem? Xiao Fan said calmly. A powerful figure has altered the feng shui of your Zhao family, creating a childless lineage configuration. Your Zhao family should not have any children born within the next 10 years. Thump! Master Xiao, please help our Zhao family. Our Zhao family has done a lot of good deeds over the years. We shouldn't be childless. Zhao Kai knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The rest of the Zhao family members nearby were shocked by what they saw. Zhao Kai is the heir of the Zhao family, and the Zhao family is a well-known family in this area. Master Xiao, our Zhao family has increased your reward to 10,000 taels. Zhao Kai said urgently. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and said, You should get up first. Do you know who your Zhao family offended 10 years ago? No one would set up such a feng shui arrangement without a deep-seated grudge. It also has a negative impact on the feng shui master himself. Chapter 24 The Song Family of Tianhe. Zhao Kai was helped up by the rest of the Zhao family. Master Xiao, let's talk inside. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Upon entering the main hall, Zhao Kai personally poured tea for Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, something did happen 10 years ago. My father knows about it quite well. Let him come out and tell you about it. Zhao Kai sighed softly. Good. Not long after, Zhao Kai's father was pushed out in a wheelchair. His legs had long been crippled. Master Xiao, I am in poor health and unable to come out to welcome you. I apologize. Zhao Kai's father, Zhao Rendong, cupped his hands in greeting. Patriarch Zhao, you flatter me. Xiao Fan quickly returned the greeting. Zhao Kai said, Father, Master Zhao's divination and feng shui skills are extremely high. Perhaps Master Xiao can help us solve our family's problems. Why don't you tell Master Xiao what happened back then? A look of reminiscence crossed Zhao Rendong's eyes. Master Xiao, to be precise, 11 years ago. Back then, I was still an official, investigating a series of murders, and the victims were all young girls. They had all been assaulted before they died. I investigated for 3 months and the case was almost solved, but then the case was transferred to other people by my superiors, and I was wrongly accused of embezzlement, and dismissed from my post. Zhao Kai then said, Master Xiao, our Zhao family's wealth was not obtained through embezzlement. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Zhao Rendong sighed softly. Back then, I was furious and wanted to give the deceased an explanation. Although I was dismissed from my post, I still conducted an investigation in private. Then one night I had my leg broken. Xiao Fan felt admiration. If what Zhao Rendong said was true, he was indeed a good official. They even threatened that if I interfered any further, they would kill the Zhao family. Although I am not afraid of death, I have so many people in my family, and my legs were broken, so this matter was not investigated and the case was left unresolved. Zhao Kai said, Master Xiao, if we're talking about a major event from 10 years ago, there's only one. Zhao Rendong sighed. Master Xiao, if it's really because of this case, it's very likely that it involves important figures, and it might implicate you, Master Xiao. Xiao Fan considered for a moment and said, Patriarch Xiao, if it involves important figures, I may not be able to use divination to find out who they are with my current level of skill. However, if it's just about adjusting the feng shui for your Zhao family, that's fine. There was something like this behind the scenes. The system hadn't selected Zhao Kai beforehand. It is highly likely that it cannot be calculated at the moment. Zhao Rendong said, Master Xiao, I heard that some of the victims in this case are still filing lawsuits. His Majesty is wise and powerful, and this case will be solved sooner or later. Master Zhao, how many women have died? Xiao Fan couldn't help but ask a question. Zhao Rendong remained silent for a while before saying, Back then, in Tianxuan City and some surrounding areas, a total of 36 girls were involved in this case. Based on the modus operandi, it is highly likely that they were all committed by the same perpetrator. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. Tianxuan City? He had been to Tianxuan City before. Tianxuan City is about 2,000 kilometers away from Lingxiao City. It is located on the banks of a large river and is a megacity with a population of 10 million. The Song family of Tianhe is very famous. The Song family is a prestigious family. A tradition passed down for thousands of years. According to the rules of Tianxian Imperial City, officials cannot serve in their local area. Although there are no members of the Song family serving as officials in Tianhe City, many of the officials in Tianhe City are related to the Song family. The current head of the Song family possesses the cultivation level of a martial emperor. He is already over 80 years old, but he could easily live another 50 years. In the Tianxuan Dynasty, ordinary people could live up to 100 years old. Each level of cultivation can extend one's lifespan by approximately 10 years. Without consuming special rare and precious treasures, a martial emperor-level figure can live up to 170 years old. Song Yuan, the head of the Song family, had 8 wives and concubines and more than a dozen children. The eldest son, Song Yongchang, is a high-ranking official of the second rank, while the second son, Song Yongji, is a martial arts master and has reached the 9th level martial arts king rank. If Song Yongji were to advance further, he too could become the martial emperor. If this case was committed by someone from the Song family, it's normal that his system can't calculate it now. Patriarch Zhao, were you an official in Tianhe City back then? Xiao Fan asked. Zhao Rendong nodded slightly. Back then, I was the prefect of Tianhe. This case had a terrible impact at the time, and I personally supervised the investigation, but I didn't expect that it still couldn't be solved. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. The prefect of Tianhe is, on the surface, the most powerful figure in Tianhe City. He can mobilize a large number of his subordinates when he issues an order. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for it not to be detected. Moreover, they dared to break his leg in secret. How arrogant they were. The imperial court has no suspicions about the Song family? Xiao Fan asked directly. Zhao Rundong was silent for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. Of course we have suspicions, but all the evidence from back then was destroyed. How could we possibly find anything? His Majesty sent people to investigate as soon as he ascended the throne. The reason given by the Song family was that other forces were maliciously framing the Song family. Without irrefutable evidence, even His Majesty cannot do anything to a powerful family like the Song family. Cough, cough. At this point, Zhao Rundong recalled some things from back then and coughed violently in anger. Zhao Kai said, Master Xiao, my father only came close to finding out the truth back then, so we can't be sure that the Song family was behind this. Xiao Fan smiled and said, What, are you afraid that if I hear about these things, I won't dare to improve the feng shui for your Zhao family anymore? Zhao Kaishan smiled. He didn't really care whether the case could be solved or not. As long as the Zhao family line didn't die out, that was enough. Zhao Rundong sighed softly. Master Xiao, after hearing about these things, I can understand if you dare not adjust the feng shui for our Zhao family. I heard from Kair that you have some connection with the Prince of Qin's mansion. It would be easy for the Prince of Qin's mansion to stand up for you and teach the Jiang family a lesson. The Jiang family is just a powerful clan. But even the Prince of Qin's mansion wouldn't dare to mess around with a family like the Song family, which has been passed down for hundreds of years. Zhao Kai gave his father several meaningful glances. His father had made it so clear. What would happen if Xiao Fan left? With the Zhao family's wealth, finding a feng shui master is easy, but finding one with real skills is very difficult. Many feng shui masters are complete frauds. Patriarch Zhao Kai, prepare 5,000 taels of silver, and I will begin adjusting the feng shui of your Zhao family. Xiao Fan said calmly. Although the Song family is formidable, they are not enough to frighten me. He's easily intimidated. He can't handle this job. There's absolutely no chance he'll marry Qin Menghua in the future. Besides, he's a cheat code with a system, and he'd be too embarrassed for the Song family to tell anyone. Master Xiao, thank you so much. Here is a 10,000 tael silver note, please keep it safe. Zhao Kai quickly took out the silver notes he had prepared beforehand from his pocket. Xiao Fan said calmly, 5,000 taels will do. We'll collect the money after it's all done. Chapter 25. Should we participate in the scientific expedition? In the Empress's palace. Lan Qin arrived in front of Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu had just finished a long day of work. With billions of people in the Tianxuan Dynasty, Empress Feng Qingwu has many things to deal with every day. Your Majesty, there is news about young Master Xiao. Lan Qin said respectfully. Feng Qingwu smiled. Now she wanted to hear news about Xiao Fan every day. Collecting and relaying information about Xiao Fan has now become an important part of Lan Qin's daily work. Lan Qin said, Your Majesty, young Master Xiao has divined that there is a spy in his family. The other party's name is Xia Zhu, and her real name is Li Mei Zhu. She has been confirmed to be a spy from the northern Liang Kingdom. Based on her information, she should be able to uncover quite a few more spies. Feng Qingwu said with amusement. Isn't it like a lamb to the slaughter for a spy like her to run to Master Zhao's place? It would be great if Master Xiao could calculate the fortunes of all the other suspects as well. Unfortunately, he only has 3 customers a day. He also has to designate the guests himself. Lan Qin said, Your Majesty, there's nothing to say about the second guest. As for young Master Zhao's third guest, he tried to cause trouble for him, but ended up dead. Feng Qingwu raised her eyebrows slightly. It actually involved a life? This is a very important matter. Your Majesty, it wasn't young Master Xiao who killed him. Here's the story. Lan Qin explained it in detail. Feng Qingwu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Xiao Fan didn't kill the person, Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Xiao Fan were arrested by the authorities. Your Majesty, Du Chuanshan's death is probably related to his failure to pay the divination fee, Lan Qin whispered. Feng Qingwu glanced at her. Lan Qin, it's fine for you to say such things in front of me, but don't say such things outside. Cases require evidence. Lan Qin's expression changed and she immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, this servant misspoke. All right, get started. Is there anything else? Thank you, Your Majesty. Lan Qin stood up. Your Majesty, there's one more thing. The Zhao family invited young Master Xiao to come and adjust the feng shui. Young Master Xiao stayed at the Zhao family's house for 3 hours. They should have adjusted the feng shui for the Zhao family. Feng Qingwu narrowed her eyes. Which Zhao family are you talking about? The Zhao family is also a common surname. There are many families with the surname Zhao in Lingxiao City, and several large families with the surname Zhao. Your Majesty, the head of the Zhao family is Zhao Rendong. Feng Qingwu frowned secretly. She knew about the Zhao family. She had reassigned officials to investigate the case in Tianxuan City. After 6 months, nothing was found. 11 years have passed, and it's extremely difficult to find evidence now. I don't know the specifics of what was said. Yes, Your Majesty. Feng Qingwu was silent for a moment before saying, Tell Commander Yan to take good care of Master Xiao and to keep an eye on the Song family's situation. The Song family was naturally the primary suspects in what happened back then. But everything must be based on evidence. Lan Qin retreated. Feng Qingwu pondered. Considering the Song family's situation, Xiao Fan probably couldn't figure it out right now. The Chang family? Jiang Peng also received news that Xiao Fan had adjusted the feng shui of the Zhao family. Jiang Peng was brutally beaten by the men of the Prince of Qin's mansion. He dared not retaliate openly, but he secretly harbored a grudge. Jiang Peng dared not retaliate against the Prince of Qin's mansion. He could only have someone keep a close eye on Xiao Fan. If he had the chance, he would kill Xiao Fan. As long as the evidence remains unknown, how could the Prince of Qin's mansion possibly kill him? Help the Zhao family adjust their feng shui. Xiao Fan, you've brought this upon yourself. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Peng's eyes. Zhao Rendong, as the prefect, had both legs broken. This incident caused quite a stir back then, and Jiang Peng had also learned about the relevant news. It's possible that the Song family did it. If the Song family learns of this news, I wonder if they will take any action. There might be a good show to watch. Jiang Peng summoned one of his trusted confidants. This trusted confidant doesn't need to contact anyone from the Song family. He just needs to go to Tianxuan City and spread some news about Xiao Fan there. The Song family will definitely get the news. If the Song family was responsible for what happened back then, they are very likely to take action. It's highly likely that the Song family did it. That means there's an 80% chance the Song family will secretly send someone to kill Xiao Fan. Jiang Peng smiled, quite pleased with his tactic of using someone else to do his dirty work. Waiter, bring me a few of your signature dishes and a pot of Shaoxing wine. Instead of having dinner at the Zhao family's house, Xiao Fan had the Zhao family's carriage take him to a restaurant. The wines and food in this world are pretty good. After a busy day, I earned 5,000 taels of silver. I can't neglect my stomach. All right, please wait a moment, sir. The food and drinks were served quickly. Xiao Fan sipped his wine, in a pretty good mood. With the addition of the newly acquired 5,000 taels of silver, his savings had now reached 23,000 taels. In the past 20 years or so, I had only saved 3,000 taels of silver, but recently I have saved a full 20,000 taels. At the current rate, we might be able to afford a 3-courtyard house within a month. Should we raise the target? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Buying a 3-courtyard house might be enough to marry the daughter of an ordinary wealthy family, but a mere 3-courtyard house is definitely not good enough for the daughter of the Prince of Qin. Miss Minghua is a princess, and a 3-courtyard house is really not in line with her status. She said she will not get married within 2 years and will prepare a house within 1 year. A 4-courtyard house isn't something we can't afford in the future. It's decided. We'll save up more money and then buy a nice 4-courtyard house in one go. Xiao Fan thought to himself. A 4-courtyard house is much more expensive than a 3-courtyard house. Even the cheapest ones cost 100,000 to 200,000 taels of silver, while the better ones cost 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan's current savings are far from enough. Huh, Xiao Fan? A surprised voice rang out, and a slick-haired young man walked towards Xiao Fan. He looked Xiao Fan up and down, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Xiao Fan was dressed casually. Xiao Fan is particular about food, but he usually just wears plain robes. The clothes are rather old-fashioned. As a fortune teller, he was too young, so he had to deliberately dress more maturely. Yue, Xiao Fan said with delight. I never expected to run into an acquaintance from my hometown in Lingxiao City. Before coming to Lingxiao City, Xiao Fan had lived in a small town for more than 10 years. Yue was his neighbor at that time. Later, somehow they became rich, and Yue and his family moved away and lost contact. Yue, sit down, want to have a drink together? Xiao Fan greeted them warmly. He and Yue used to have a good relationship. Yue would often call him Brother Xiao. Xiao Fan didn't pay attention when Yue called his name. Xiao Fan, are you here in the capital to take the imperial examination? Take my advice, go back and don't waste that money. You won't pass the exam. Yue glanced at Xiao Fan and said dismissively, Your food is not bad. It's not easy to come to Lingxiao City, so it's good to eat something good. Xiao Fan's expression turned cold. He had been in a good mood after meeting an old friend in a foreign land. But why is Yue acting so strangely? Yue, I don't think I've offended you in any way, have I? It's fine if Brother Xiao doesn't call me that anymore, but what's the point of your sarcastic remarks? Xiao Fan retorted directly, saying he couldn't be bothered to indulge Yue. Yue sneered. Xiao Fan, you were good at studying back then, but the education level in small places is far inferior to that in Lingxiao City. I'm sure I'll pass the exam. You're destined to fail. Xinyu will be mine too. Xiao Fan's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. 7 or 8 years ago, he, Xinyu, and Yue studied under the same teacher. He and Xinyu passed the imperial examination and became scholars. Yue failed the exam, and subsequently, both the Yu family and the Shen family moved away. In my memory, Xinyu was pretty and delicate looking, a beauty that would be rated 80 out of 100, which was not bad. Could it be that Xinyu has also come to the capital? Does she perhaps intend to participate in the imperial examination? Xiao Fan thought to himself. If you pass the imperial examination, you will become a jiren, a successful candidate in the provincial-level imperial examinations, which will greatly improve your social status. Xiao Fan had actually wanted to participate in scientific expeditions before. 2 years ago, when the system awakened, Xiao Fan gave up this idea. Should I participate in the scientific expedition? Xiao Fan pondered that passing the imperial examination would significantly improve his social status. Marrying Qin Mengwa might face slightly less resistance. Chapter 26 Yue's Shock. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't say anything, Yue felt even more smug. Xiao Fan, the most important thing in life is to accept your fate. That way, life will be a little easier. Someone like you should just stay in a small place and live your whole life. Yue said disdainfully. He used to call Xiao Fan Brother Xiao, but now he doesn't care about his former poor friends at all. He feels quite superior to Xiao Fan. If Xiao Fan still has feelings for Xinyu, he will strike Xiao Fan even harder. Xiao Fan said with a half-smile. Yue, you're trying to find a sense of superiority in me. It seems you're not having a very good time in Lingxiao City. Have you realized that the little money your family has is nothing here in Lingxiao City? Has your family bought a house? If you get married, will your family still be able to buy you a new house? Yue's face darkened. Xiao Fan's words pierced his heart. The Yu family had made some money through shady dealings before, but it was only a few thousand taels of silver, barely enough to buy an ordinary house in the outer city of Lingxiao. There are countless families in Lingxiao City with better living conditions than theirs. Given their family's circumstances, there's simply no way we could buy them another house. Yue, you'd better focus on living your own life well. Putting others down won't make your life any better. Xiao Fan said calmly. You can leave now. Don't spoil my appetite. Yue sneered. Xiao Fan, you're just being a sour grapes. A piece of trash like you will only ever be able to stay in a small place your whole life. You'll be stuck at the bottom of society your whole life. Don't think that just because you grit your teeth and eat at a decent restaurant like this, you're some kind of superior person. At this point, Yue's eyes lit up. He saw a wealthy young man. He had the privilege of having a meal and exchanging a few words with the other party once. Xiao Fan, do you know the difference between Lingxiao City and small towns? The world is vast here, and you can meet many important people. You'll never have that opportunity in a small town. Just then, the rich young man looked over. A smile immediately appeared on his face as he walked over. Yue was thrilled. Xiao Fan, did you see that? The one walking over is the third young master of the Zhang family. I've had dinner with him before. Do you have connections like that? Yue lowered his voice and said disdainfully. After saying that, he quickly put on a smile and greeted the approaching young man in brocade robes. Young Master Zhe, Yue said respectfully. The young man who came over was named Zhang Zhe. His family had some money. Although they were far from being considered powerful families, they were already considered young masters in the eyes of ordinary people like Yue. Who are you? Zhang Zhe asked in confusion, not recognizing Yue. Young Master Zhe, my name is Yue. We had dinner together last month. Yue's face flushed red. Zhang Zhe shook his head. I don't remember. Excuse me, could you move aside? Ignoring Yue, Zhang Zhe humbly stood in front of Xiao Fan. Hello, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, it is an honor for my humble abode to have you come to dine here. Master Xiao, let me change you to the best private room. Zhang Zhe said with utmost respect. He visited Xiao Fan's shop several times and knew how Jiang Feng and the others treated Xiao Fan. The Jiang family and the Lu family are both powerful clans. Furthermore, Zhang Zhe also knew that Xiao Fan was likely connected to the Qin prince's mansion. Perhaps Xiao Fan will become a prince consort in the future. Although the Zhang family had some money, Zhang Zhe knew that compared to truly important figures, they were nothing. This dash. Yue stared at Xiao Fan and the others in disbelief. In his eyes, the Zhang family was already very powerful. The Zhang family's assets are at least 1 or 200,000 taels of silver, enough for Zhang Zhe to boast about for years after having a meal with them. Xiao Fan is nothing. But now Zhang Zhe was standing in front of Xiao Fan with great obsequiousness, bowing as he spoke. Who are you? Xiao Fan asked in confusion. He had a slight impression of Zhang Zhe, but did not know his name. Zhang Zhe quickly replied, Master Xiao, my surname is Zhang Zhe. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. Master Xiao, your skills are truly amazing. I wonder when I'll be chosen to draw a card. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said, Zhang Zhe, it might not be a bad thing if you can't draw it. We don't need a private room. But could you please ask him to leave? He's disturbing my meal. As he spoke, Xiao Fan pointed at Yue. Zhang Zhe's gaze immediately fell on Yue. With his keen eye, he could tell at a glance that Yue was definitely not someone important. Whoever you are, get out of here right now! Zhang Zhe had said in a cold voice. Yue had actually displeased Xiao Fan, and Yue had even greeted him before, as if they knew each other. Zhang Zhe was worried that Xiao Fan would take his anger out on him because of this. Young Master Zhe, he is not a master. He's just a country bumpkin. Young Master Zhe, were you fooled by him? Yue quickly replied that he felt this could very well be an opportunity for him. Xiao Fan is an orphan, just an ordinary person. Where is this master? Smack! Zhang Zhe slapped Yue hard across the face. I told you to get out of here right now, And you're still spouting nonsense. Are you looking for death? Yue Wei covered his face and said unwillingly, Young Master Zhe, but he really isn't a master. We grew up together. Although we haven't met in recent years, it's absolutely impossible for him to become a master in just a few years. Zhang Zhe immediately understood what had happened. Yue Wei must have been showing off in front of Xiao Fan. They looked down on Xiao Fan. Whether Master Xiao is a true master or not, do I need to tell you? If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for being impolite, Zhang Zhe said sternly. He knew Xiao Fan's abilities very well. He had personally witnessed Xiao Fan's fortune-telling skills. Xiao Fan, your true colors will eventually be revealed. Young Master Zhe, then you'll know I wasn't lying today. After Yue Wei finished speaking, he quickly left. If you walk too slowly, you'll probably get a beating. Zhang Zhe returned to Xiao Fan's side. He said apologetically, Master Xiao, I am so sorry. It was our poor service that caused that guy to disturb your meal. Xiao Fan sighed softly. Back then, the only people I was close to were Yue Wei and Xinyu. I never expected Yue Wei to turn out like this. It's okay, you go ahead and do your thing. Xiao Fan waved his hand and said, Master Xiao, I'll treat you to a free meal. In addition, every meal you come here to dine will be on the house. Zhang Zhe was very obsequious. Xiao Fan said calmly, No need, I don't lack this little bit of money. Zhang Zhe sighed inwardly, realizing that it was impossible to get closer to Xiao Fan using such a method. Master Xiao, please enjoy your meal. Zhang Zhe quickly left. It was already a good thing to have become a familiar face to Xiao Fan today. Brother Fan, it really is you. A pleasant voice rang out, and a woman who looked to be about 21 or 22 years old approached Xiao Fan. She was dining on the second floor. I heard some noise downstairs while I was in my room, and when I came out I saw Xiao Fan. Xinyu! Xiao Fan said in surprise. This woman was Xinyu. 7 or 8 years ago, Xinyu was only 14 years old, and her appearance could only be described as delicate and pretty. Her looks only score 80 out of 100. Xinyu's looks are now around 90 out of 100 by Xiao Fan's standards. She's already considered a great beauty by ordinary people. However, compared to a near-perfect goddess like Feng Qingwu, the gap is still extremely obvious. No wonder Yue Wei is here. He's probably here to see Xinyu. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Chapter 27 Xinyu's Thoughts. Brother Fan, I didn't expect to see you here. Are you here to participate in the scientific expedition as well? Then I've met a formidable opponent. Xinyu smiled at Xiao Fan. Xiaoyu, you're making fun of me. I'm just an ordinary person, you're a true genius. As he spoke, Xiao Fan stood up, pulled out the chair opposite him, and gestured for Xinyu to sit down. He actually admired Xinyu quite a bit. This girl is really strong. The Tianxuan Dynasty has a population of several billion, and it is not easy to pass the imperial examination to become a Xiuzai, a successful candidate in the lowest level of the imperial examinations. Xinyu passed the examination at the age of 14. Xiao Fan and Xinyu both passed the imperial examination at the same time, but he was already 17 years old at that time. As a time traveler, Xiao Fan had been studying since childhood. As far as he knew, Xinyu had never attended school before the age of 8, yet she passed the imperial examination and became a scholar in just a few years. Brother Fan, what's so ordinary about you? Back then, you were so young, yet you were able to support yourself and even have money to buy us good food. You passed the imperial examination and became a scholar even with such qualifications. Xinyu said admiringly. In her opinion, Xiao Fan was indeed quite impressive. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. I'm a time traveler. If someone has the soul of an adult and memories of a past life, and can't even support themselves, then aren't they useless? Xiaoyu, I will not participate in the scientific expedition. I arrived in Lingxiao City a long time ago, and now I run a small shop here, doing some small business. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Upon seeing Xinyu, he abandoned his idea of participating in the scientific expedition. The Tianxuan Dynasty has a large population, and there are many geniuses like Qingwu. Even if he passes the imperial examination, his ranking will definitely be at the bottom. It's completely useless. In addition, Xiao Fan felt that his current life was quite good. He had no interest in becoming an official after passing the imperial examination. He's a cheat code user with a system. He becomes a low-ranking official, and then spends decades climbing the ranks. Brother Fan, even if you don't participate in the scientific expedition, you can definitely make a name for yourself in other fields, Qingwu said earnestly. She stared intently at Xiao Fan. After 7 or 8 years apart, Xiao Fan seemed to have become even more handsome than before. Her demeanor has also become more composed, more confident. Brother Fan, I actually went back 2 years ago, but I couldn't find you, Qingwu said softly. Xiao Fan was stunned. Could it be that Qingwu had fallen in love with him? But he always treated Qingwu like a younger sister. How old was Qingwu back then? She was only 14 when she participated in the imperial examination. He had lived 2 lives, and to him, 14 was just a little girl. Xiao Fan said. I had already left by then. Xiao Yu, you didn't participate in the imperial examination 4 years ago, did you? Otherwise, you should have passed the examination long ago. Qingwu nodded gently. A few years ago, something happened at home, and I wasn't in the mood to participate in the scientific expedition. This time, I believe I can definitely do well. Xiao Fan looked at Qingwu. Based on his understanding of Qingwu, even if she wasn't in the top 3, she was definitely in the top 10. At that time, it will soar straight up. Yui's desire to pursue her is simply a pipe dream. Brother Fan, where do you live? If I pass the imperial examination, I'll come to you first to share the good news. Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly as she spoke. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. The fact that Qingyu was the first to come to him with good news made her intentions quite clear. Xiaoyu, if you pass the imperial examination, your sister-in-law and I will celebrate with you properly. Xiao Fan chuckled. Qingyu stared blankly at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was already married? Brother Fan, your wife must be a very nice person. You must introduce her to me sometime. Brother Fan, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Qingyu left somewhat absent-mindedly. Xiao Fan did not chase after them. Although Qingyu is quite beautiful now, he doesn't want to have an ambiguous relationship with her, as it would hurt both of them. Brother Fan actually got married. That's good. If I'm with Brother Fan, it will be difficult for me to investigate cases anymore, otherwise I might implicate Brother Fan. As Qingyu left, she thought to herself. She studied hard because she wanted to pass the imperial examination and become an official, so that she could personally investigate the mystery of the Milky Way. 4 years ago, Qingyu learned a secret. Her older sister did not die in an accident, but was brutally murdered, a fact her parents kept from her. Upon hearing this news, Qingyu was filled with grief and had no heart for scientific research. Qingyu investigated this later. But she's just an ordinary person. She can't even access the case files from back then, so what can she possibly find out? After that, Qingyu devoted herself entirely to her studies. For a genius like her, once she studies hard, the results are amazing. Xiao Fan judged that Qingyu could advance 10 places, but for Qingyu, she only had one goal. Top scorer. Only by becoming the top scholar could she be qualified to make demands and have a chance to investigate the Tianhe mystery. They didn't even ask for the address. How about we introduce us another day? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Fortunately, Qingyu didn't ask. Otherwise, if Qingyu goes looking for him, where will he conjure up a sister-in-law for her? There's not even a hint of anything going on with Feng Qingwu yet. Inside the Empress's palace, Lan Qin approached Feng Qingwu again. Your Majesty, there's another piece of news about young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao encountered 2 childhood friends, one of whom was a woman, and she was quite beautiful. 1 in 1,000 level. Lan Qin spoke up. Feng Qingwu felt a slight tightness in her heart. She glanced at Lan Qin. Lan Qin, are you deliberately keeping me in suspense? Lan Qing quickly replied. Your Majesty, this servant dares not. That woman's name is Xingyu. She likes young Master Xiao, but he politely declined her. After hearing Luo Qing's words, Feng Qingwu's lips curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She discovered another good quality in Xiao Fan. Not a womanizer. Her feelings for Xiao Fan deepened. But given her status, it's almost impossible for her to be with Xiao Fan. I need to cultivate now, you may leave. Feng Qingwu waved her hand and said. During the day, she deals with state affairs, and at most, Feng Qingwu sleeps for an hour at night. Sometimes she doesn't sleep at all. She spends most of her nighttime cultivating. Otherwise, no matter how talented she is, how could she possibly be a high-level martial king at her age? Feng Qingwu is now an 8-star martial king. One night passed. Tianxuan City. Many people rushed to the early market. The streets were bustling with people. Brother Lu, it has been 2 years since the child was abducted. I'm afraid you won't be able to find him if you keep searching like this. Why don't you go to Lingxiao City? There's a powerful fortune teller there. Have him do a reading, he can give you the answer right away. Someone said to a man who was carrying a picture of a child and asking people about it. I can't afford a top-notch fortune teller. Besides, it's probably impossible to calculate. The man holding the child's portrait smiled bitterly, saying that his family originally had some money, but after the child was abducted, he searched desperately for 2 years, and all his wealth was gone. Brother Lu, that fortune teller is incredibly skilled. Moreover, if you get a reading from him and are chosen, the fee is only 1 tael of silver. Let me tell you, a few days ago there was a case where a child was abducted, and Master Xiao predicted it directly, and the child was saved. The man was tempted. Another person nearby said, if he's really that powerful, we could ask him to solve the mystery of the Milky Way. Maybe that would reveal who the murderer is. The people around immediately started talking about it. The Tianhe mystery was a huge sensation back then, and it hasn't subsided even now. Dozens of teenage girls have died, and many of their families are still searching for the truth. Let me tell you, Master Xiao is indeed very powerful. He even went to the Zhao family. Lord Zhao will likely ask him for help. There are humane people among the crowd. The people sent by the Jiang family have arrived here and have secretly spread the news. Master, there's something you need to know. Zhang Fugui, the chief steward of the Song family, respectfully greeted Song Yuan, the head of the Song family. Chapter 28 Provocation from Companions. After hearing what Zhang Fugui had to say, Song Yuan's eyes showed disdain. A mere fortune-teller, an ant-like figure dares to cause trouble for the Song family? Zhang Fugui stood respectfully to the side. Song Yuan twirled 2 jade beads in his hand. After thinking for a while, he said, Xiao Fan is nothing special, just a mere fortune-teller, but the Qin prince's mansion is a problem. The Song family is a prominent family, but compared to the Prince of Qin's mansion, they are certainly not quite as good. Even the head of the Jiang family was beaten. Could it be that Princess Qin really has taken a liking to Xiao Fan? Immediately send someone to Lingxiao City. I need all the information about Xiao Fan. Where is his home? Who else is in his family? I need to know everything. Yes, master. Zhang Fugui quickly took his leave and made the arrangements. Inside Lingxiao City, as the sun rose higher, Xiao Fan leisurely arrived at the shop after finishing his breakfast. The store was packed. Although we rented the shop next door, we can't keep up with the hundreds of people coming every day. Those who arrive early can get a seat, while those who arrive late have to stand. Don't be picky. At this rate, I estimate it won't be long before the store is completely full. Greetings, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, here's 100 taels of silver. Could you please give me priority in getting my bill calculated? Master Xiao dash. Upon seeing Xiao Fan arrive, many people spoke up with great enthusiasm. Not far away, an old man with a goatee was watching this side with intense envy. He was also a fortune-teller named Lu He. Lu He has a good appearance, with a somewhat otherworldly and dignified look. His business used to be quite good, earning 5 or 6 taels of silver every day. But recently his business has declined significantly, sometimes not even reaching 3 taels. Sometimes they don't even open for a whole day. At first, Lu He thought it was just bad luck, but after hearing about Xiao Fan yesterday, he realized that Xiao Fan had stolen his business. This is the so-called Master Xiao? So young, what kind of skill could he possibly have in face reading and divination? Lu He said coldly. A young man beside him quickly said, Master, you're right. He must have pulled some trick, hired someone or something. In terms of real skill, he certainly can't be compared to you, Master. Lu He's eyes gleamed. He must have some skill to attract so many ignorant people. But with that little bit of skill, you can only fool a few laymen. As he spoke, Lu He straightened his fortune teller's robe and walked toward Xiao Fan's shop. Lu He's apprentice immediately followed. Number 33, number 205, number 379. Xiao Fan announced the 3 numbers for today. The 3 people who won the lottery were both happy and worried. The good news is that it's not easy for a few hundred people to win the lottery. The worry is that Xiao Fan winning the lottery here might not be a good thing. Du Chunshan, who won the lottery yesterday, is now completely finished. Wait. Lu He walked into Xiao Fan's shop, and he looked extraordinary. Isn't that Elder Lu from Jiqian Pavilion? Old Lu is quite capable, but compared to Master Xiao, he is probably not as good. Yes, Master Xiao never makes a mistake here. Many people were whispering among themselves. Xiao Fan looked at Lu He and immediately recognized him from the fortune teller's robe he was wearing. They were colleagues. Those in the same industry are rivals. Lu He is probably here to cause trouble. What advice do you have for me? Xiao Fan said calmly. Even if the other party was a veteran fortune teller, he was not intimidated at all. Having a system gives you that kind of confidence. Furthermore, those who come to your door are most likely not particularly skilled fortune tellers. How could a top fortune teller be afraid of having their business stolen? I'm so busy I can't even keep up with my own schedule. So you're that Master Xiao? You're so young and you call yourself a master? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lu He put on airs and said that he had a good image and looked quite intimidating. Xiao Fan shook his head. You must be mistaken. I have never called myself a master. It is just the guests who call me that. I am just a fortune teller's apprentice. Despite his advanced age, Xiao Fan still possessed the virtues of respecting the elderly and caring for the young. Say a few words to the other person, and it would be best if they would leave. Open your door to do business, and harmony brings wealth. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lu He's expression became even more arrogant. Knowing that you're just a junior apprentice, you do have some self-awareness. The art of divination is as profound as the sea. I have studied it for decades and have only barely reached the level of a master. Young people should study it properly instead of seeking out unorthodox methods. Many of Xiao Fan's guests were dissatisfied, feeling that Lu He was using Xiao Fan to elevate himself. They also slandered Xiao Fan, claiming he had no real skills and was practicing unorthodox methods. Many long-time customers know very well that Xiao Fan could never have hired someone to deceive them. How could people like Jiang Feng be shills? It's true that Jiang Hui and his group were beaten. And Du Chunshan died yesterday. It's impossible that Du Chunshan would cooperate with him to commit suicide. Old Lu, Master Xiao is a man of real skill. Yes, Mr. Lu, although you are quite skilled in this area, Master Xiao is probably even more skilled. Who do you think you are, old man? Do you think you can just trample on Master Xiao like that? Many people have spoken out in condemnation. Xiao Fan raised his hand, and everyone quieted down. Xiao Fan looked at Lu He and said, Old Lu, I only watch 3 each day. I don't think I've taken away too much of your business, so you don't need to cause me trouble, do you? Lu He's expression darkened considerably. Although Xiao Fan only looked at 3, many people were drawn to this area. Even if they try their luck here, they won't continue spending money at his place. Young man, is this a business issue? This is a moral issue. When you entered this industry, didn't your master teach you to be a good person before you do anything else? Lu He said sternly. Everyone, don't be fooled by him. He's so young, how much ability could he possibly have? When facing the guests, Lu He's expression changed instantly, adopting a painstaking and earnest demeanor. Young people are full of tricks. Using this numbering system to select people means that those selected are people he has arranged in advance. He's just putting on an act for you. If you really believe him, the fortune-telling isn't very expensive, but it'll be a bit more expensive at my place. However, he'll swindle a lot of money from you afterwards. Lu He has a good image, and his acting skills are also good, so many people actually looked suspicious. A third of the hundreds of people were visiting for the first time. They mostly came to join in the fun based on recommendations from their relatives and friends. Xiao Fan frowned secretly, his temper gradually rising. He had been tolerant time and time again, but Lu He kept taking advantage of his kindness. Old Lu, although I am just a junior apprentice, I would never stoop to such a thing as hiring shills to cheat people. Please be careful with your words, old Lu. Xiao Fan said with some dissatisfaction. Lu He's apprentice laughed and said, Everyone, look how anxious he is. Everyone, I'm 30 years old this year, and I started learning when I was 10. I've only just begun. How old is he? He started learning in his mother's womb, so his level can't be very high. If you want to have your fortune told or have your feng shui checked, it's better to go to Jiqian Pavilion and find my master. Lu He stroked his beard, looking inscrutable. He thought his apprentice's assist was quite good. Xiao Fan said indifferently, Everyone, if you want to go to Jiqian Pavilion to have your fortune told by Elder Lu, feel free to go. Old Lu, you've gone too far today. Considering you're a senior figure, please apologize, and I'll pretend this never happened. Although he was furious, Xiao Fan held back. But in Lu He's and his group's eyes, Xiao Fan's concession was a sign of incompetence. Young man, you think you can get an apology from me? You're not so lucky. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Lu He said arrogantly. Let's pick a few people at random and see who can predict the most accurately. Lu He's apprentice said, Xiao Fan, if you lose, don't blame my master for bullying the weak. It's not too late for you to apologize and admit defeat now. Chapter 29 This girl is not suitable for marriage. Xiao Fan said indifferently. Elder Lu, I only do 3 divinations a day. That's my principle. These 3 are my guests today. If you're interested, you can have your fortune told first. If it's accurate, with so many customers here today, naturally many will choose to have their fortunes told by you. Lu He laughed heartily and said, Young man, you don't have the guts to compete with this old man. All right, I'll start by calculating the 3 shills you found. Xiao Fan looked at Chen Ping'an, who immediately understood and brought a chair for Lu He. The first guest was number 33. The guest was a young man in his 20s, and his face looked very pale. Greetings, masters. My name is Wang Hao. I have been feeling very weak lately, with my legs feeling very weak and powerless. I am eating and sleeping well. I've seen several doctors, but they haven't found anything wrong. It's been 2 or 3 months already. The young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said. The information provided by the system flooded Xiao Fan's mind, and Xiao Fan was slightly taken aback. Old Lu, you go first. Xiao Fan looked at Lu He and said. Lu He did not yield. Going first gave him an advantage. He explained what he could calculate, and if Xiao Fan followed suit, he would be merely parroting what others had said. Young man, tell me your birth date and time. Lu He inquired. Wang Hao spoke, and Lu He continued questioning him, while also taking out some of his special tools. Xiao Fan sipped his tea leisurely. Lu He does have some skill, but to say he has reached the level of a master is just him patting himself on the back. He simply relied on his rudimentary fortune-telling skills, along with various persuasive techniques, to fool his customers. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with me? After being asked for a while, Wang Hao asked somewhat anxiously. Young man, the root of the problem lies in the time you went into the mountains and ate something you shouldn't have. You're not seriously injured. You're still young. Keep a positive attitude and you'll get through this. Lu He stroked his beard and smiled. Based on his experience, if someone doesn't die within 2 or 3 months, they're likely to die very slowly in the end. Young people, you know. If you just tough it out, most of the time things will just pass. Wang Hao looked at Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, what do you think of my situation? Xiao Fan smiled and said, Guests, since you're new here, I'll do my usual thing and give you a reading first, so we can build some trust. Only when you trust me will you do what I say. Wang Hao nodded repeatedly. Xiao Fan said, Your family is not from Lingxiao City. There are 5 people in your family. Your parents are still alive, and you have 2 older sisters who are already married. When you were 7 years old, there was a great flood that almost swept you away and drowned you. You are still afraid of water to this day. Wang Hao stared at Xiao Fan in shock. He only arrived in Lingxiao City yesterday. Xiao Fan couldn't possibly have known or inquired about his family's situation beforehand. Moreover, he moved house after he was 10 years old, and his neighbors don't know what happened when he was 7. My fear of water was something even my family didn't know. Master Xiao, you are truly amazing. What you said is all true. Wang Hao exclaimed in admiration. Lu He's apprentice chuckled and said, Brother, your acting is indeed quite good, but it's a little bit exaggerated. You should pay attention to that in the future. Wang Hao was furious, but he didn't dare to offend Lu He, the fortune-teller's apprentice, so easily. Master Xiao, I believe you. Please continue. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Your problem is indeed related to your trip into the mountains, but it's not due to poisoning. Think back, didn't you release water next to a small mound at that time? It was night time. Wang Hao recalled carefully and said, Master Xiao, I did urinate at night. But I didn't bring a lantern, so I don't know if there are any small mounds of earth nearby. Xiao Fan said, That small mound is a grave. Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Master Xiao, you're not trying to say that I've encountered a ghost, are you? Xiao Fan said calmly. Top cultivators can fly and disappear into the earth, so it's strange that there are ghosts. You peed on someone, and they grabbed you. You're not sick, but rather possessed by malevolent energy. Lu He sneered. Xiao Fan, is it interesting for you to make up such nonsense to fool others? Are you going to say that I can get you to ward off evil spirits, but it will cost several hundred taels of silver? Xiao Fan looked at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, go and buy some glutinous rice. Okay, boss. There was a rice shop nearby, and Chen Ping'an quickly bought the glutinous rice. Wang Hao, roll up your left trouser leg. Then grab a handful of glutinous rice and sprinkle it on your ankles. It hurts a little, just bear with it. Xiao Fan said calmly. Wang Hao was puzzled. Glutinous rice was just a handful of rice. How could it hurt if it was spilled on his ankle? Without thinking, Wang Hao grabbed a handful of glutinous rice and sprinkled it on the rice. Ah! The next second, Wang Hao screamed in pain as he felt as if his ankle had been scalded by boiling water. How so? Why is there a scratch? Many people gasped in surprise. A purplish-blue scratch mark appeared on Wang Hao's ankle, looking quite terrifying. Master Xiao, this. Wang Hao bent down and saw it too. His face turned even paler. Xiao Fan said calmly, You peed in someone's house, and they just grabbed you to remind you. When you get back, prepare paper money and candles, go to the grave to apologize and offer incense, and you will recover quickly. In the future, when releasing water in the wilderness, just be a little careful. Wang Hao was quite frightened. He quickly said, Master Xiao, is it really that simple? Would you like me to cast a spell or something? I've prepared several dozen taels of silver. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, It's a very simple matter. Pay the divination fee and you can leave now. Next one. Wang Hao gave her 1 or 2 taels of silver and left, expressing his gratitude profusely. Lu He sneered. Xiao Fan, you've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve. You must have drawn that scratch mark on his leg with transparent paint beforehand. Did they add something to the glutinous rice? It can make transparent dye change color when sprinkled on. Some of the onlookers looked on with suspicion. Although there are very powerful cultivators in this world, many people still do not believe in ghosts and gods. Master Xiao, it's my turn. Guest number 205 quickly sat down in the chair opposite Xiao Fan. Old Lu, you go first, Xiao Fan said calmly. Lu He then conducted another round of questioning and actions. Master Lu, so your conclusion is that I've met my true love? The guest's name is Sun Fei, he said happily. Lu He stroked his beard. Guest, this is a promising opportunity, but you'll need to put in the effort for it to yield good results. Xiao Fan found it amusing. Lu He's rhetoric was top-notch. If Sun Fei breaks up with the other party, it means that Sun Fei didn't put in enough effort. Sun Fei, you've been here before, haven't you? You look familiar, but I want to count as having been here before. Xiao Fan spoke up. Sun Fei nodded repeatedly. Master Xiao, I visited several times last month, but I couldn't come this month because I was on a business trip. I have great faith in your skills, Master Xiao. Xiao Fan said with a half-smile. Sun Fei, you can't marry this girl. She's not your true love. It doesn't even qualify as a bad romantic encounter. People should be cautious about getting close to girls who only appear at night and never during the day. Chapter 30. You're about to die. Sun Fei swallowed hard, his heart pounding. Master Xiao, are you saying that girl is a ghost? Xiao Fan smiled and said, You can arrange to meet her during the day and see if she agrees. Don't be too scared, the other party has no intention of harming you. Sun Fei's eyes lit up. Master Xiao, so there's no danger? That young lady is quite pretty, Xiao Fan said calmly. I mean, the other party didn't intend to harm you, but humans and ghosts are different. If you come into contact with the other party, the yin energy will continuously invade your body. At a certain point, you will die. Haven't you noticed that you're more sensitive to the cold lately? It's not very cold now, but you're already wearing your winter coat. Sun Fei's expression changed. Ever since I met that girl, I've felt colder and colder every day. It only gets a little better when I'm in the sun. Master Xiao, if that young lady comes looking for me again, Xiao Fan said, you've been blinded by lust. As long as you don't want to have anything to do with her anymore, and there's nothing for you to gain from her, she naturally won't bother you again. Sun Fei nodded repeatedly. Master Xiao, what should I do about the yin energy in my body? Sunbathing. Just sunbathe for 10 or 8 days in a row. Next. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Master Xiao, thank you very much. Master Xiao, here is 10 taels of silver, just a small token of my appreciation. Sun Fei took out 10 taels of silver and said. Xiao Fan frowned. 1 tael of money is fine, you can take the rest, but don't break my rules. Well, okay. Sun Fei took the extra silver. Lu He felt like vomiting blood. Why is it so hard for him to make money? Customers at Xiao Fan's place are actually giving him extra money. Sun Fei, you actually listen to Xiao Fan's nonsense? There are no ghosts or monsters in this world. If you don't get in touch with him, you might miss out on a wonderful marriage. Lu He said in a deep voice. He just said that Sun Fei's hard work and dedication are his true love. Xiao Fan actually called that woman a ghost. Wasn't that a slap in his face? I still believe in Master Xiao. Master Xiao is a true master, while you, despite your advanced age, are nothing more than a fake master in my opinion. After finishing his sentence, Sun Fei hurriedly left, as he needed to find a sunny spot to bask in the sun. Lu He's face darkened. Master, please don't be angry. He doesn't believe you missed your chance. That's his loss. Everyone, we absolutely must not listen to Xiao Fan's nonsense. Wang Hao and Sun Fei are just shills hired by Xiao Fan, trying to deceive you with their tricks. Lu He's apprentice stepped forward and spoke. Lu He's expression improved considerably after hearing those words. Masters, it's my turn. Masters, I've been having a headache lately, and I've seen many doctors, but they haven't been able to find anything wrong. I would like to trouble you two masters to help me calculate what the problem is. Guest number 379 sat down on the stool opposite Xiao Fan. As he spoke, he rubbed his temples hard, a look of pain on his face. As the system imported the data, Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. What's your name? What's your birth date and time? Lu He made a lot of trouble. Finally, Lu He stroked his beard and smiled. Dong Zhihai, you are a good person, a good man, very responsible to your family, and you have sacrificed a lot to make your family live well. Your daughter's illness has increased your stress considerably. You're suffering from anxiety, it's a mental illness. Just relax, and everything will be alright. Lu He has encountered headaches many times, and most of them disappear naturally after a period of time. Master Xiao, what do you think? Dong Zhihai looked at Xiao Fan and said, I heard from a friend that you are incredibly accurate at fortune-telling. At this point, Dong Zhihai turned and glanced back at his wife. They were very much in love. Xiao Fan remained silent, unsure whether he should speak. Lu He sneered. What, Xiao Fan, weren't you very capable? I pointed out the problem, and now you find yourself speechless? Master Xiao, what exactly is the problem? Dong Zhihai thought anxiously. Xiao Fan isn't saying anything. I have a bad feeling. Xiao Fan sighed softly. Xiao Zhihai, are you sure you want to hear this? Or you don't need to pay the divination fee and can go back. If I didn't say so, it's fine not to pay the divination fee. Dong Zhihai took a deep breath and said, Master Xiao, I would like to know, could you please tell me? Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Dong Zhihai, go to the school and bring your children back, and bring your parents over too. That way you'll still have time to see them one last time. You only have 3 hours left. Dong Zhihai and his wife were dumbfounded. Many onlookers gasped in shock. Dong Zhihai said in a trembling voice, Master Xiao, do you mean I only have 3 hours left to die? Master Xiao, is there really no other way? My daughter is still sick. My son is still young. They all still need me. Dong Zhihai's wife knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Master Xiao, you are a deity, you can definitely save Zhihai, right? Master Xiao, I beg you. We still have some money at home, we'll give it all to you. If that's not enough, we'll sell the house. Lu He said sternly. Xiao Fan, are you trying to scare people and cheat them out of money using such methods? You take the money, then you cast a spell, and in the end, you're fine but the money is gone. You must not be fooled by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said to Dong Zhihai. Dong Zhihai, quickly help your wife up. I'm sorry, my skills are not good enough. Although I can calculate your fate, I cannot extend your life. You'd better hurry. Dong Zhihai stood up, bowed, and said, Master Xiao, thank you. Although it's not good news, at least I can see my family one last time and make arrangements before I go. Many of the onlookers nodded slightly. If you're really going to die, it would be great if you could see your loved ones and have everything arranged before you go. Master Xiao, I have one last question. Go ahead and ask. Dong Zhihai said. My daughter is sick, and I don't know if she'll be alright. Xiao Fan shook his head. You can rest assured that she will be fine. Even without medication, she will recover within 10 days. Dong Zhihai breathed a sigh of relief and helped his wife up. Madam, please don't make things difficult for Master Xiao, let's go home. The woman looked at Xiao Fan pleadingly. Master Xiao, aren't you skilled in Feng Shui? If you adjust the Feng Shui of our house, could you save Zhihai? Xiao Fan shook his head slightly. Death is imminent. Changing the Feng Shui won't have much effect. Of course, it's also possible that his current skill level isn't high enough. Madam, let's go home and take this opportunity to have a good family reunion. Dong Zhihai said. The two walked out of Xiao Fan's shop, holding hands tightly. Lu He sneered. Xiao Fan, you can see through a person's lifespan, that's amazing. Why can't I believe it? Everyone, didn't Xiao Fan say that Dong Zhihai would die in 3 hours? Is anyone going to come with me to keep an eye on him? That way, we can expose Xiao Fan as a liar. No one spoke, but when Lu He and his group left the store, many people followed them. Chapter 31 Predicting Life and Death with an Iron Will. Ladies and gentlemen, our shop is closed today. I'm not in the mood for feng shui adjustments, so please make yourselves at home. Xiao Fan stood up and said. He wasn't in a bad mood because of Lu He and his group's mischief. Their mischief was just a minor incident. Xiao Fan was because of Dong Zhihai. Based on the information provided by the system, Dong Zhihai is definitely a good husband, a good father, and a good son to his parents. But he was not so lucky. Unable to help, I could only watch helplessly as good people passed away. It's not a pleasant feeling. Master Xiao, you must come to my house tomorrow to help adjust the feng shui. Master Xiao, the money has already been prepared for you. Master Xiao dash. Many guests spoke up. They were all regulars, and they knew Xiao Fan's skill level very well. Asking Xiao Fan to adjust the feng shui would cost at least 100 taels of silver. Do they really think they're stupid? Every customer who wants Xiao Fan to adjust their feng shui has already done thorough research beforehand. Xiao Fan is definitely a true master. Qianpingyan, the shop is now in your hands. You'll get a bonus at the end of the month. Xiao Fan said to Qianpingyan. With Qianpingyan's help, his life became much easier. Otherwise, with so many people coming into the store, he would have to spend a lot of time cleaning up. Master Xiao, you asked me to do these things, and they are all within my duties. Qianpingyan said respectfully. He was extremely grateful to Xiao Fan. If it weren't for Xiao Fan, his family's revenge would probably never have been achieved. Even if it meant becoming a slave, Qianpingyan would be willing. After leaving the shop, Xiao Fan went to the tea house. I've been quite busy lately and haven't been able to come to the tea house to listen to storytelling much. While Xiao Fan was listening to the story, Lu He and many others arrived near Dong Zhihai's house. Dong Zhihai's parents did not live in Lingxiao City, but in a small town nearby. Dong Zhihai sent someone to invite his parents over. His wife rushed to the school to ask for leave and brought her son back. 2 hours later, Dong Zhihai's parents were brought over, and his wife prepared a sumptuous meal. But as they ate, Dong Zhihai's wife's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhihai, did you bully Xiaomei? Let me tell you, if you bullied Xiaomei, I'll be the first to make you pay. Dong Zhihai's mother said sternly. The elderly couple were somewhat flustered by this situation. Were Dong Zhihai and the others going to leave? Is this a farewell dinner? Mom, Zhihai didn't bully me. Dong Zhihai's wife quickly said. Dong Zhihai poured a glass of wine for his father. Father, I toast you. Father, mother, thank you for raising me. His parents panicked even more. What was going on? Dong Zhihai never drinks alcohol. Father! Dong Zhihai's children are starting to panic. Zhihai, what exactly is going on? That's what Dong Zhihai's father said in a deep voice. Dong Zhihai was silent for a while before saying, Father, I should only have 1 hour left to live. Pa, Zhihai, what nonsense are you talking about? Dong Zhihai's mother quickly said. Dong Zhihai explained the situation. Zhihai is just a charlatan, and you actually took him seriously. That Master Xiao is talking nonsense. I'll smash his shop to pieces. Dong Zhihai's parents were extremely angry. Father, mother, Master Xiao is very powerful. There's still a little time. I'd like to tell you something. Please listen to me first. Dong Zhihai said in a deep voice. Time passed second by second, and the 3 hours that Xiao Fan had mentioned were getting closer and closer. Lu He and many others were near the Dong family's residence. They can hear about anything happening to the Dong family immediately. Everyone, there's only half an incense stick's time left in the 3-hour period, and Dong Zhihai and his family are still chatting. Xiao Fan is just talking nonsense. Lu He's apprentice shouted loudly. Many others also discussed it. Some of them were martial artists, and there were even 2 martial arts masters among the crowd. They could hear the sounds coming from inside the room clearly. Dong Zhihai spoke with a strong voice, showing no sign that he was about to die. Creak! A little while later, the door to Dong Zhihai's house opened. Dong Zhihai and his family came out of the house, and Dong Zhihai looked perfectly fine. His complexion was rosy, and his steps were firm. How could it be even remotely related to impending death? Is this what Master Xiao meant when he said Dong Zhihai only has 3 hours to live? Lu He sneered. Lu He's apprentice shouted. Everyone, open your eyes and look. It's only been 3 hours, and Dong Zhihai is still alive and well. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear from this that Xiao Fan is a fraud. In the future, when you have your fortune told, you should still look for a highly respected senior like my master. How much skill can Xiao Fan have in fortune-telling at such a young age? Dong Zhihai said. Everyone, I think Master Xiao is a true master. Fortune-telling is never 100% accurate. It's normal for Master Xiao to make mistakes occasionally. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Zhihai clutched his head in agony. He fell straight down. Zhihai! Dong Zhihai's father was right next to him, and he immediately hugged Dong Zhihai. Zhihai! Dong Zhihai's mother and wife frantically tried to help. Dong Zhihai's eyes quickly became lifeless, and his heart soon stopped beating. This dash! There were hundreds of onlookers watching in disbelief. Dong Zhihai actually died. The time was exactly 3 hours. Lu He couldn't believe it. The first 2 Xiao Fans might have been planted, but how could Dong Zhihai have planted planters? Could it be that Xiao Fan poisoned it? Lu He's apprentice spoke up. Don't talk nonsense! Lu He glared and said, Poisoning someone to kill them? Do you really think the government officials are blind? Lingxiao City is right under the Emperor's nose. The government wields immense power. Even if a figure of the martial king or martial emperor level deliberately harms someone, it is very likely that the truth will be revealed. How could Xiao Fan possibly kill someone on purpose just to make some money? If we exclude that point, Xiao Fan is the real master, and they have offended a powerful figure. The right thing to do at this point is to admit your mistake. Otherwise, if Xiao Fan doesn't deal with them, there are plenty of other people willing to help him. Excuse me, please make way. Several constables arrived quickly, and the government's coroner also arrived soon after. They had already received the news from here and were secretly preparing. The coroner who came was a master coroner. Death caused by intracranial hemorrhage. Exclude the influence of external forces. It was a natural death caused by a brain disease. The coroner was extremely experienced, and quickly determined the cause of Dong Zhihai's death. After hearing the coroner's words, the people around no longer had any doubts. Master Xiao is amazing. They can even determine lifespan. Master Xiao seems to be a true master. Some people actually dare to challenge him. Master Zhao's predictions of life and death are truly accurate. The people around them were talking about it, and Lu He and his apprentice wished they could find a hole to crawl into. 2 ordinary-looking men in the crowd exchanged a glance, and then silently walked away. Before long, one of them rode out of the city quickly. Destination: Song Family Mansion, Tianxuan City. They are spies sent by the Song family. Chapter 32: Enjoying the Lake with Feng Qingwu. Afternoon, Empress's Palace. Lan Qin arrived in front of Feng Qingwu. Your Majesty, other fortune-tellers caused trouble for young Master Xiao today, making him lose all face. Lan Qin bowed and said. Feng Qingwu's expression remained unchanged. Isn't this inevitable? The only ones who could cause trouble for Xiao Fan now are probably not top-tier fortune-tellers. Xiao Fan has real skills. Ordinary fortune-tellers would only get beaten up if they went up against him. Your Majesty, the first 2 things that happened today were related to ghosts. The first guest had his foot grabbed by a ghost, and the second guest encountered a female ghost that was draining yang energy. Lan Qin said. Feng Qingwu was still not surprised. As an empress, she naturally knew far more than ordinary people. Feng Qingwu knew that ghosts truly existed. Your Majesty, the third guest, young Master Xiao, calculated that he only had 3 hours to live, and indeed he died 3 hours later. Feng Qingwu was shocked. Calculating a person's lifespan is much more difficult. Your Majesty, young Master Xiao calculated that the other party is a very good person, but he couldn't save the other party's life. He's not in a good mood and didn't adjust the feng shui for anyone else today. Feng Qingwu looked out the window. She wanted to leave the palace now and take a look. But there's still a lot to do today. Hurry up and get this done, then we'll go out of the palace to take a look tomorrow. Feng Qingwu thought to herself. The next day, after finishing the morning court session, Feng Qingwu quickly and secretly left the palace. When she arrived at Xiao Fan's shop, Xiao Fan strolled over casually. Miss Qin's carriage! Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. All the unpleasantness I felt yesterday vanished instantly. Dong Zhihai is a good person, and Xiao Fan felt uneasy that he couldn't save him. But in the end, he was just a stranger. With Qin Minghua already here, Xiao Fan immediately forgot about Dong Zhihai's matter. Master Xiao, you seem to be in a good mood. Feng Qingwu smiled and said. Unfortunately, she was wearing a veil, so Xiao Fan couldn't see her smile at the moment. Xiao Fan chuckled and said, I'm naturally happy to see Miss Qin. A hint of sadness flashed in Feng Qingwu's eyes. She felt relaxed and comfortable when she was with Xiao Fan. However, the difference in their social status is too great, making it almost impossible for Xiao Fan to become an emperor. Master Xiao, please attend to your business first. You treated me to a play last time, so I'll treat you to lunch today. Feng Qingwu smiled. She has less to do today, so she can take a little longer to relax. Normally, I'm busy until noon, and when there's a lot to do, I can't finish all day. Being a good emperor is not easy. Good! Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. If Feng Qingwu was treating him to dinner, then he could spend more time with her. Master Xiao, I was blind and presumptuous yesterday. I hope you will forgive my rudeness. Lu He and his apprentice were both experienced, and both had bruises on their faces. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, Lu He's apprentice immediately knelt down on the ground, and Lu He also bowed in greeting. Old Lu, what happened to you? I didn't order anyone to beat you up. Xiao Fan quickly replied. Lu He was suffering. He knew that Xiao Fan hadn't ordered anyone to attack them, but the others had. Jiang Feng and some other customers whom Xiao Fan had helped, as well as some customers who needed Xiao Fan's help, smashed up Lu He's shop early this morning and then beat Lu He and his group up like this. Master Xiao, we know it wasn't you who did it. We were wrong yesterday. Please let us off the hook and stop the others from targeting us. Lu He's apprentice kowtowed. Pa! Weren't you all very arrogant when you came here to provoke Master Xiao yesterday? That's right, show that same arrogance you had yesterday. Master Xiao is highly skilled, so I won't argue with you. But you keep slandering Master Xiao. Many of the guests spoke up. They were here yesterday. Lu He and his apprentice were extremely arrogant yesterday. Master Xiao, please. Lu He said, feeling aggrieved. They were beaten by the people who were helping Xiao Fan get revenge, and they still had to come to Xiao Fan to beg for forgiveness. I really feel terrible. But Jiang Feng and the others declared that if they didn't gain Xiao Fan's forgiveness, they would make it impossible for them to stay in Lingxiao City. Old Lu, consider this a way to avoid further trouble. If each of you donates 1,000 taels, I think no one will bother you anymore. Xiao Fan said calmly. 1,000 taels of silver was no small sum for Lu He and his men, but they had no problem coming out with it. This kind of punishment is about right. Thank you for your guidance, Master Xiao. Lu He gritted his teeth and said. The two of them left in a hurry. Xiao Fan entered the shop and sat down. Number 63, number 270, number 622. Because of the incident involving Dong Zhihai yesterday, even more guests came today. Of course, Feng Qingwu definitely has a good position. She had a seat not far from Xiao Fan. None of the guests had any objections to this. Even if Feng Qingwu doesn't have a powerful background, she might become the boss's wife in the future. For Xiao Fan, offending the landlady might be more serious than offending Xiao Fan himself. Master Xiao, my wife and I came from Tianxuan City. We traveled for 2 whole days. We heard that you can tell us where the missing child is. Our child went missing earlier this year, and we haven't been able to find him for 3 or 4 months. Number 63 was a man who sat down opposite Xiao Fan. His wife was wiping away tears beside him. A look of surprise flashed in Feng Qingwu's eyes. The news had actually reached Tianxuan City? Xiao Fan is only considered to be somewhat famous in Lingxiao City now. If it were just a normal message being sent to Tianxuan City, no one would deliberately travel this far. Tianxuan City is 2,000 kilometers away from here. The horses in this world run faster than those in Xiao Fan's previous life, but even for an ordinary horse, it would take 2 whole days to travel from Tianxuan City to here. It's not an easy journey. The couple were martial arts practitioners, but they rushed over without rest, and now they looked exhausted. Your child's name is Qilei, and he is 8 years old. Xiao Fan frowned. Yes, Master Xiao, you are truly amazing. The man was overjoyed and said that he had not revealed this information. No one in Lingxiao City knows them either. Xiao Fan remained silent for a long while. Guests, your son Qilei drowned. There is no body. If you trust me, you don't need to look for him anymore. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, the couple embraced and wept bitterly. Feng Qingwu was somewhat puzzled. She felt that Xiao Fan must have lied just now. A dozen minutes later, the second and third customers were served. The guests gradually dispersed. No one suggested that Xiao Fan adjust their feng shui. With Feng Qingwu here, anyone who makes such a request is simply blind. Miss Qin, there's still some time before noon. How about we go boating? Xiao Fan made the appointment. Feng Qingwu hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. A kilometer or 2 away is a sizable lake with clear water and many boats on it. Xiao Fan and Feng Qingwu rented a 2-person boat. Feng Qingwu's guards were stationed along the lakeside so they could quickly respond to any unusual activity. Master Xiao, it seems you lied before. The cruise ship is 100 or 200 meters from the shore, Feng Qingwu said softly. Xiao Fan sighed softly. The child was murdered, chopped up and fed to the dogs after death. If I were to tell them, the couple would go crazy. The mastermind behind this will not be spared either. Feng Qingwu was shocked. He had killed an 8-year-old child and then dismembered the body to feed the dogs. How cruel the methods were. Master Xiao, who is the murderer? I'll have someone take care of him, Feng Qingwu said in a cold voice. Xiao Fan shook his head. I don't know. The other party may have a high status or a high level of cultivation. I can't figure it out with my current strength. Feng Qingwu immediately suspected the Song family of Tianhe. The Song family are the local tyrants of Tianxuan City. Chapter 33 Feng Qingwu's Feelings. Master Xiao, if the other party has a very high status, even His Majesty cannot easily take action without solid evidence. The Empire has its own laws. Feng Qingwu said with a hint of helplessness. The Song family of Tianhe has a history spanning hundreds of years and has extensive connections in various aspects. The Song family has had marriage alliances with many powerful figures. Their business extends throughout the Tianxian Empire, and even extends to other countries. There are members of the Song family in the imperial court. There are people in the military. The Song family also has powerful cultivators. There were many people who rose to prominence after receiving financial support from the Song family. If the imperial court has solid evidence, taking action against the Song family is no problem. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the Song family can only bow their heads and accept punishment, and other forces will also draw a line between themselves and the Song family. Taking action without evidence would be like stirring up a hornet's nest. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. Sooner or later they will be brought to justice. Miss Mengwei, this is a beautiful day, let's not talk about such unromantic topics. Xiao Fan frowned. Feng Qingwu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Some people were indeed demons in human skin. If heaven didn't punish them, she would definitely destroy them when the time came. Hell is empty, all the devils are here on earth. Well said. Just then, a sound came from another turboat nearby. Xiao Fan and the others looked over. Brother Fan! The one who just spoke was actually Xingyu. She hadn't recognized Xiao Fan at first. Xiao Fan turned his head and looked over, and Xingyu finally saw him. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect to see you again. Xiao Fan smiled. Xingyu's gaze fell on Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu was not wearing a veil at this moment, and Xingyu's expression was slightly unnatural. Brother Fan, is this young lady your sister-in-law? Xingyu spoke up. Xiao Fan was a little embarrassed. He had told Xingyu earlier that she would be the first to go and share the good news, fearing that his sister-in-law would be jealous. He didn't expect to run into Xingyu again. Feng Qingwu was also there. Feng Qingwu glanced at Xiao Fan. She had heard Lan Qing mention Xingyu's situation. Seeing her now, Xingyu is indeed quite beautiful. Xingyu and Xiao Fan still have a past relationship. Hello Xiaoyu, I've heard Xiao Fan mention you before. Feng Qingwu smiled. Xingyu sincerely said, Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. Brother Fan, then we won't disturb your romantic time together. Goodbye, sister-in-law, goodbye, Brother Fan. There were several other girls on Xingyu's boat. Feng Qingwu's beauty made them feel inferior, and they didn't say a word the whole time. The two boats quickly parted ways and moved away from each other. Call! Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Qingwu said with a half-smile, Master Xiao, why do you seem a little guilty? I think this young lady is quite nice too. Xiao Fan looked at Feng Qingwu and said directly, Last time I told her she already had a sister-in-law, Miss Manhwa. When you just said that, did you agree to become her sister-in-law? Dream on. I didn't agree to that. Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan, a bitter smile playing on her lips. Even if she has such thoughts, it's probably impossible for them to become a reality. The gap in social status is simply insurmountable. Miss Manhwa, I will definitely marry you. Xiao Fan looked at Feng Qingwu with utmost seriousness and said. Feng Qingwu's heart trembled. Xiao Fan had truly confessed his feelings. After a long silence, Feng Qingwu said, Master Xiao, I'm afraid it's impossible for us given the current situation. Even if you marry into the family, it's still not possible. And you? Xiao Fan asked. Miss Manhwa, what are your feelings? As long as you nod, no matter how many difficulties there are, I will overcome them to marry you. Feng Qingwu's pretty face flushed slightly. After a long while, she nodded almost imperceptibly. At this moment, she didn't want to see herself as an empress, she just wanted to see herself as an ordinary woman. Even though she knew it was impossible to succeed, she still wanted to indulge herself a little. Miss Manhwa, I will definitely marry you. Xiao Fan said excitedly. Although Feng Qingwu's nod was very slight, he still saw it clearly. Master Xiao, let's go back. We can have dinner another day, Feng Qingwu said. She was very agitated at the moment, and decided to go back and calm down. Good. Xiao Fan nodded. He has already gained a great deal today. Although Feng Qingwu had visited several times before, and she had constantly helped him, Xiao Fan guessed that she must have feelings for him, but he didn't say anything. Now he clearly understands Feng Qingwu's feelings. As soon as the ship docked, Feng Qingwu's guards appeared. The way they looked at Xiao Fan was a little strange. From their angle, they couldn't see Feng Qingwu nodding, but they guessed that she probably did. Otherwise, Xiao Fan wouldn't have spoken like that. They heard everything Xiao Fan and Feng Qingwu said clearly. Da-da. Feng Qingwu boarded the carriage, which soon drove away. Even from a distance, Feng Qingwu's indifferent voice came from inside the carriage. What I heard today will rot in my heart. Anyone who dares to gossip will be punished. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Those around felt a chill run down their spines. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Fan paid the boat fare and happily headed to the shop. It was still early. The 3 divinations are complete, so I won't do any more, but I still have time today to help my client adjust their feng shui. Feng Qingwu understood his own feelings. The current issue was to improve himself. You can't force points. You only get 3 divinations a day, so you have to take it slowly. Once I gain fame, I should be able to earn more points. As his points increase and his abilities improve, his social status will also rise. For Xiao Fan right now, the most important thing is to buy a decent house. A decent 4-courtyard house could fetch 200,000 or 300,000 taels of silver, but we're still far from that. Master Xiao! Master Xiao, you're here again. Are you going to do 3 more divinations today? Master Xiao dash. As Xiao Fan approached the shop, many people gathered around. Even when the shop is closed, there are still quite a few people around Xiao Fan's shop every day. Many of them are newcomers who came to explore the area after being introduced by others. That way I can get here in time tomorrow morning. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, Everyone, I won't be doing divination today, but it's still early, so I can adjust the feng shui for one of our guests. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, an old man in a gray robe's eyes lit up. He immediately stepped forward and said, Master Xiao, my master would like to ask you to help adjust the feng shui. Xiao Fan sized up the other party and said, Starting at 100 taels. Please see the price list for details. Also, if it is a ruthless family, I will not help with feng shui adjustments. Large forces will inevitably have some dark side, which Xiao Fan can accept. However, if a force is too ruthless, Xiao Fan will not help it. Yes, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, since we didn't know you had time today, we didn't prepare a carriage. We'll have to trouble you to travel by ordinary carriage. That's what the old man in the gray robe said. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said, That's no problem at all. I'm just a rough man. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and the gray-robed old man arrived at their destination in a carriage. The Yin energy is so strong. Xiao Fan stared blankly at the mansion in front of him. Even in broad daylight, he could already feel a heavy Yin energy. What would it be like at night? Chapter 34 Redeeming New Abilities. With such heavy Yin energy, I doubt my ability to adjust the feng shui is sufficient. There's probably something inside this mansion. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. It's noon now, the time when the sun is at its strongest, but the entire mansion is still shrouded in Yin energy, and anyone who gets close feels a chill. System: exchange for master-level ghost-catching technique. Xiao Fan thought to himself. I currently have around 11,500 points, and master-level ghost-catching skills require 1,000 points. Xiao Fan felt a pang of sympathy. But now is not the time to be reluctant. With such heavy Yin energy, Xiao Fan was worried he'd be doomed without some tricks up his sleeve. As points were deducted, a flood of information rushed into Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan's ability to catch ghosts has reached the master level. As long as it's not an extremely ferocious ghost, Xiao Fan can easily handle it with his current abilities. System: exchange for another master-level physiognomy technique. Xiao Fan considered it for a moment, and thought it through in his mind. It's eerie and unsettling. Who knows if there's something wrong with this family? He doesn't want to be an accomplice to evil. Master-level physiognomy skills can bring him to the level of a master in physiognomy. Although it is far from being as powerful as systematic divination, it is more than enough to distinguish a person's goodness or evil. Okay, host. Another 1,000 points gone. Xiao Fan's points dropped to only 9,500. However, at the current rate of earning points, several hundred points can be earned in 3 to 5 days. Master Xiao, we finally managed to get you here. I am Lu Jingxin. As Xiao Fan was observing, an old man quickly walked out of the mansion. The old man was followed by 20 or 30 people, most of whom had pale faces. Hello, Mr. Lu. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting, his gaze sharpening as his physiognomy technique naturally activated. The old man was upright and righteous. In Xiao Fan's view, the others were not particularly wicked or evil. Master Xiao, I didn't know you were free today. Please forgive me for not greeting you properly. Lu Jingxin said politely. Xiao Fan shook his head. Elder Lu, it's all right, I'm not helping for free. At this point, Xiao Fan's gaze fell on a refined middle-aged man. He had been to the store a few times. But we only looked at it. There was no lottery. Master Xiao, this is my son, Lu Jianglu. He reads the classics and doesn't he really believe in ghosts and gods? I've sent him to your shop several times, but he couldn't get you to come back. Lu Jingxin said helplessly. Lu Jianglu said with a wry smile. Father, many of them said they saw a ghost, but I really didn't see one. Didn't you see it either, sir? Lu Jingxin glared at Lu Jianglu. Master Xiao, don't listen to his nonsense. 1 or 2 people might be lying, but a dozen or 20 people definitely have a problem. There is indeed a problem. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Let's talk inside. The group entered the Lu residence. The temperature wasn't low, probably around 26 or 27 degrees Celsius, but Xiao Fan felt a chill as he entered the Lu residence. Jian Lu, tell Master Xiao what's going on. Lu Jingxin led Xiao Fan to the main hall, and after they were seated as host and guest, Lu Jingxin said, Yes, father. Lu Jianglu nodded. He looked at Xiao Fan and organized his thoughts before saying, Master Xiao, about half a month ago, a servant in the manor screamed in the middle of the night, saying that he had encountered something evil. We didn't take it seriously. But for the next 2 weeks, people encountered something unclean every night, and last night several servants encountered something unclean at the same time. The servants had different ideas about what was dirty. Some said it was a child, some said it was a female ghost in white, and some said it was a headless man. They spoke in a very convincing manner, but my father and I have never noticed it. I have been walking around the house late at night for the past few days and haven't noticed anything. Lu Jianglu was clearly still somewhat skeptical. Xiao Fan said, Elder Lu, Lu Jianglu, you haven't seen it because you have enough righteous energy, and ordinary ghosts and monsters don't dare to approach you. Your entire Lu residence is now shrouded in energy. There must be something wrong with it. However, from what you've said, it's been half a month since the incident, and no one has died. The other party shouldn't be a particularly vicious ghost. But even so, if left untreated, living in such an environment for a long time will cause illness and even shorten lifespan. Lu Jingxin said, Master Xiao, please take a look for us. Money is not a problem. Lu Jianglu frowned slightly. If his own father said that, wouldn't Xiao Fan demand an exorbitant sum of money? Although the Lu family had some money, they weren't actually particularly wealthy. This house has been passed down from our ancestors. Old Lu, your Lu family needs feng shui adjustments and ghost exorcism. How about 200 taels of silver? Xiao Fan considered for a moment, and smiled faintly. Lu Jingxin and Lu Jianglu are upright men, so why would he overcharge them? Let's just get the lowest price. 200 taels? Lu Jianglu was stunned. He overheard others discussing that Xiao Fan's fees for adjusting the feng shui of wealthy families were not low, starting at least at 1,000 taels. Others just don't have any special problems at home. Given their family's situation, they had no choice but to accept Xiao Fan's offer of 10,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Elder Lu, I need to look around the house first. Jiang Lu, show Master Xiao around. Lu Jingxin gave the instructions. Master Xiao, please. A hint of respect appeared in Lu Jiangliu's eyes. A dozen minutes later, Xiao Fan and his group arrived at the backyard, where Xiao Fan looked at a well. In his eyes, the wellhead was where the yin energy was strongest. A considerable amount of yin energy spread out from the well. Lu Jianglu, has this well been disturbed recently? Xiao Fan spoke up. Lu Jianglu nodded. Master Xiao, that's true. The water output from this well has decreased. We had someone dig it up a few meters a while ago. What's wrong? Xiao Fan said. It must be that you were digging the well and disturbed the spirits at the bottom of it. This is an ancient well, and it's best not to disturb such an ancient well lightly. If this house has always belonged to your Lu family, your Lu family may have experienced a dark period in its history, with some people being killed and others jumping into wells. Lu Jingxin's expression changed. He knew that such a thing was indeed true. Xiao Fan sighed softly. The bottom of a well is eaten, and the souls of the dead are prone to hide in such places. The ancient well nourishes the souls of the dead, and over time, the ghosts that the souls of the dead become quite powerful. Fortunately, they should be your Lu family's ancestors, so they didn't do anything to you. Prepare incense, candles, and other offerings. I'll see them off tonight. He possesses master-level yin-yang magic, enabling him to communicate with both yin and yang, so sending away the ghosts here is no problem for him. If they don't behave, the ghost-catching skills he exchanged won't be for show. Gradually, it became evening. The entire Lu mansion was filled with an even stronger gloomy atmosphere, and strange sounds could be faintly heard coming from the bottom of the well. Lu Jingxin, Lu Jianlu, and many other members of the Lu family gathered at the ancient well. Various offerings were laid out, and paper money was burning in a large brazier. Come out! You didn't mean to harm anyone, did you? The Lu family made an unintentional mistake, and they are also your descendants. Xiao Fan spoke, his voice carrying a special rhythm. Chapter 35 Opening the Gate of Yin to Send Away Ghosts. Many people in the Lu family were watching the well with extreme tension. Among them were some skilled martial artists, but they were still afraid of ghosts. Gurgle, gurgle! A sound came from the well. Maureen energy emerged from the well, and Lu Jianlu and the others felt a chill. Woof woof! A large yellow dog, led by someone, started barking frantically at the well opening. A female ghost in white crawled out of the well first. His hair was disheveled, and his fingernails were very long. Although they couldn't see her face, some people around her were already pale with fright. Immediately afterwards, a little devil, only 4 or 5 years old, crawled out from inside. His gray eyes swept around. Many people couldn't help but take several steps back. Xiao Fan used to be quite afraid of ghosts, but now that he has mastered the art of ghost hunting, he has no fear of ghosts anymore. Lu Jingxin and his son Lu Jianlu were full of righteousness, but even they were terrified when they saw ghosts with their own eyes. Kill! Kill! A deep sound came from inside the well, and a headless corpse rushed out of it. It exudes a fierce aura. Ah! Someone from the Lu family screamed in fright. The white-clad female ghost and the child ghost arrived at the headless ghost's side. They each grabbed one of the headless ghost's hands, and the somewhat agitated headless ghost immediately calmed down. Xiao Fan sighed softly. They were a loving family. The man was killed, and the woman probably had no way to survive, so she took her child and chose to jump into the well to commit suicide. After death, he did not choose to be reincarnated, but hid at the bottom of a well. At this point, Xiao Fan took 2 steps forward. The 3 of you, if you don't go to the underworld soon, you will harm each other. They are descendants of your Lu family, and they may also suffer at your hands. Your fate in this life has come to an end. Go to the underworld and be reincarnated. At this point, Xiao Fan gestured with his hand. The smoke from the burning paper money instantly coalesced to form a gate 10 feet high. You have lingered too long and can no longer find your way to the underworld. I am opening the gates of the underworld for you. Depart at once. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. The 3 ghosts bowed to Xiao Fan, then quickly rushed into the Yin Gate and disappeared. The Yin Gate formed by the smoke also disappeared. Call! Many members of the Lu family breathed a long sigh of relief. Many of their backs were already soaked with sweat. I never imagined that ghosts really exist in this world. Lu Jianyan exclaimed in surprise, feeling that his worldview had been greatly impacted. Lu Jingxin asked, Master Xiao, they've stayed in the mortal realm for quite some time. I wonder if they'll be punished when they return to the underworld? Xiao Fan smiled and said, Elder Lu, don't worry. Although they stayed, they didn't harm anyone. Even if there is any punishment, it will be relatively minor. A member of the Lu family asked in confusion. Master Xiao, they are our Lu family ancestors, and they seem to have a certain level of rationality. If they know it will have a negative impact on us, why don't they leave? They can't leave. Xiao Fan shook his head. Ordinary ghosts have a relatively small range of activity. It's already quite impressive that they can operate within the entire Lu family. If they become vengeful ghosts, their range of activity can be much larger, but then your entire Lu family will suffer. Alright, things are settled, I should head back now. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, the Lu family members immediately urged him to stay for the night. Some of them initially thought Xiao Fan was too young and didn't believe in him. They don't think that way anymore. With Xiao Fan here, they can finally sleep soundly tonight. Master Xiao, it's already so late. The driver will probably be scared to take you back. Why don't you stay at our Lu family's house for the night? Lu Jianglu was extremely polite. Xiao Fan considered it for a moment, and nodded slightly. Since Lu Jianglu has already said so, it would seem rather unreasonable for him to refuse again. The coachman will definitely be scared when he comes back. Master Xiao, the banquet is ready. Let's go over and have a few drinks. Lu Jingxin said happily. With the Lu family's problems resolved, a weight was lifted from his heart. Good. Xiao Fan nodded. The Lu family is a scholarly family. Lu Jingxin and his son Lu Jianglu are upright and honest, and Xiao Fan is interested in their wine. After several rounds of drinks, Xiao Fan finally learned Lu Jingxin's true identity. Lu Jingxin is a great Confucian scholar of his time. He once taught Empress Feng Qingwu and still holds the title of Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor has no real power, but as the Imperial Tutor, who would dare not look down on him? Lu Jianglu is no ordinary person either. He was the Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. In Xiao Fan's previous life, this position was equivalent to the Vice President of the Supreme Court. Upon discovering Lu Jingxin and the others' identities, Xiao Fan was utterly shocked. Although the Lu family is far less wealthy than the Jiang and Lu families, in terms of social status, the Jiang and Lu families are incomparable and not even in the same league. Although Lu Jingxin, the Grand Tutor, had no real power, he would still receive rewards from the palace during festivals. Master Xiao, I'd like to offer you a toast. Do as you please. The rest of the Lu family members toasted Xiao Fan. Having witnessed it firsthand, they knew that Xiao Fan was a true master. Even if the Lu family has a high social status, they might still need to ask Xiao Fan for help in the future. 2 or 3 hours later, the banquet finally ended, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves immensely. Xiao Fan stayed at the Lu family's house, and everyone in the Lu family slept quite peacefully that night. The next day, the Lu family's carriage took Xiao Fan directly to Tianyuan Pavilion. Hundreds of guests are already waiting here. Xiao Fan's fame has spread rapidly recently, and more people are coming here to have their fortunes told by him. Among the hundreds of people, there were quite a few dressed in fine clothes and jade robes. Some of them possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Isn't that the Lu family's carriage? That's right, it is indeed the Lu family's carriage, and it's even Elder Lu's carriage. 2 middle-aged men in the crowd exchanged a glance, both showing shock. Lu Jingxin's carriage didn't look particularly flashy, but it was a gift from the Emperor Emeritus. It can drive directly into the Imperial Palace. Without special permission, civil officials must dismount from their sedan chairs and military officers must dismount from their horses in front of the Imperial Palace. Brother Jiang Lu usually doesn't let others ride in Elder Lu's carriage, but he actually gave it to Master Xiao. Master Xiao is amazing. 2 middle-aged men were talking in hushed tones. Xiao Fan was unaware of these things. He got off the carriage and went into the shop. Many people bowed in greeting. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, "Everyone, thank you for coming. However, our shop has limited space, so there's no need for you to come and join the fun if you don't have anything to do. Today is number 85, number 430, and number 762. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he sat down in his own chair. Qin Ping'an had already ground the ink and brewed hot tea for Xiao Fan on the wooden table. "Excuse me, everyone, please make way. Number 85 is me." A middle-aged man with half-gray hair squeezed out from the crowd. He was only in his 40s or 50s, but he looked like an old man in his 60s. Thump! The middle-aged man knelt down in front of Xiao Fan. "Master Xiao, my daughter was murdered 11 years ago. She was assaulted before her death, and the real culprit has been at large ever since. Master Xiao, please tell me who the real culprit is." Many people's expressions changed slightly. Could this person be from Tianxuan City, given the murder case 11 years ago? "Master Xiao, if this is the Tianxuan mystery, you'd better watch your words," someone kindly reminded me. The Tianxuan mystery is a huge pitfall. Many people who investigated this case openly or secretly have already fallen into this trap. Chapter 36: The Killer in the Crowd. "Please rise, guest. Since I've chosen you, I can have my fortune told by paying a fee. There's no need to kneel." Xiao Fan helped the middle-aged man up. The middle-aged man sobbed. "Master Xiao, my daughter is indeed the victim of the Tianxuan mystery case. Having your fortune told might harm you. But I really have no other choice." Xiao Fan asked the other person to sit down, and he also sat down in his own chair. Among the crowd, some people's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was an assassin sent by the Song family of Tianhe. "Your name is Feng Chao, you are 48 years old this year, you got married at 20, and you had a daughter at 21, named Feng Xiao. Your wife's surname is Tian, and over the past 10 years, your family's life has gotten better and better. Xiao Fan spoke slowly. The middle-aged man, Feng Chao, nodded repeatedly. "Master Xiao, you are truly a diviner." In the crowd, the assassin held a long needle in his hand. He was skilled in using flying needles and hidden weapons. It can easily pierce a person's skull from 100 paces away. "Guess your daughter Feng Xiao is not a victim of the Tianhe mystery." Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. Feng Chao's eyes widened. "Master Xiao, how could that be? Xiao is obviously the one." The assassin was already preparing to make his move, but after hearing what Xiao Fan said, he held back. Xiao Fan raised his hand. "Guests, please don't get excited. This is a good thing for you. Your daughter was involved in the Tianhe mystery case, but it was someone else who copied her. The Tianhe mystery was a big deal back then, and the truth was hard to find. Your daughter is beautiful, so some people had evil intentions and used the Tianhe mystery to cover up the truth. If it's the Tianhe mystery, I can't figure it out with my current skills, but your daughters can." Feng Chao said excitedly. "Master Xiao, please tell me who the murderer is. I'll give you all my money." Xiao Fan reassured him. "Guests, don't get agitated. I will definitely tell you who the murderer is. The murderer's name is Zhang Biao, and he's a butcher from your area." Feng Chao was stunned for a moment, then he immediately knew who it was. He often went to Zhang Biao's place to buy meat. Zhang Biao's name sounds fierce, but he doesn't actually look fierce. He always greets people with a smile. "Master Xiao, so much time has passed, can the authorities find out anything about this?" Feng Chao said in a trembling voice. "It's even more heartbreaking to watch helplessly as the murderer goes unpunished." Xiao Fan said calmly. "Evil will be punished, don't worry." According to the information he learned from the system, Zhang Biao was killed by a mysterious, powerful figure. "Thank you, Master Xiao." After leaving behind a tail of silver, Feng Chao left with tears streaming down his face. He finally has a chance to avenge his daughter. Xiao Fan sighed softly. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. To find the murderer and avenge his daughter, Feng Chao has endured 11 years of immense suffering. "Master Xiao, it's my turn." Number 430 arrived in front of Xiao Fan. This person was very fat, and his clothes were extremely expensive, giving him the appearance of a nouveau riche. System information flooded Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly as he said, "Your name is Guitian, and your family owns a coal mine, which brings in a very high income. Guetian grinned and said. Small change, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Master Xiao, I've recently taken a fancy to a young lady and would like you to tell me if we are destined to be together. Xiao Fan said coldly. Mr. Gue, you'd better put your mind elsewhere. Your coal mine is about to collapse. If nothing changes, 7 out of 10 will die and 9 out of 10 will be injured. You need to go back immediately and stop mining coal. Otherwise, you'll spend several years in jail. Guetian's expression changed drastically. No way, how could my coal mine collapse? Master Xiao, you're not lying to me, are you? Xiao Fan frowned and said. Boss Gue, you'd better trust him, or you'll still have a chance. Otherwise, you'll get several people killed, and you'll be in big trouble. Guetian was so frightened that sweat broke out on his forehead. Master Xiao, this is the divination fee. After leaving a tail of silver, Guetian hurriedly left. Xiao Fan saw through the system that Guetian's fate had changed, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 7 dead and 9 injured. See, this affects more than a dozen families. Master Xiao, Dong Zhihai's death cannot be changed, but can those 7 coal miners really escape this calamity? Someone asked in confusion. Hundreds of people stared at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and said, Gentlemen, fate, luck, and feng shui are the 3 most important factors. Fate is the hardest thing to change, but feng shui is the easiest. These 3 are interconnected. Dong Zhihai is mentally ill. Did he have it at the beginning? No. At first, it was just a matter of feng shui for him. He just needed to adjust the feng shui of his home. Later, when it reaches a certain point, it can no longer be solved by simply adjusting the feng shui. He needs exceptional luck to solve his problems. In the end, he only had 3 hours left to live, and even the best doctors were no longer of any use. At that point, it was his fate. Everyone suddenly realized. Xiao Fan continued. In Guetian's case, the miners' deaths were not their inevitable fate. It was entirely possible for them to survive. Splash! Someone started clapping, and a large number of others followed suit. Master Xiao, you are a true master. The other fortune tellers' explanations were all so vague and confusing that we couldn't understand them at all. Master Zhao's explanations are much better. Many people praised it. Before long, the last one was also done. Xiao Fan was in a good mood. He should have earned quite a few points today. The first one involves a murder case. Feng Chao has been searching for the killer for 11 years. The second one involves 7 lives. He has now figured out the pattern. The bigger the matter and the more special the identities of the people involved, the more points he will receive. The points I get today are likely to exceed 1,000. 2,000 is possible. If he can solve the Tianhe mystery, Xiao Fan estimates he can earn tens of thousands of points. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our limit of 3, so we are closing for today. Xiao Fan stood up, cupped his hands in greeting, and smiled. Master Xiao, could you please come to my house and adjust the feng shui? Master Xiao, come to my house. The guests immediately started arguing. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Fan had made a good harvest, gaining a total of 3,000 points in just a few days. He already has over 12,000 points. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Fan planned to accumulate points until he exceeded 20,000. He can then spend 10,000 points to exchange for a Grand Master level ability. Miss Manhwa hasn't come over for several days. Could I have frightened her last time? Or are you under house arrest? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. He missed Feng Qingwu terribly after not seeing her for several days. How about we go take a stroll around the Prince of Qin's residence? Hundreds of kilometers away, Guetian gazed at the distant mining area. Sir, it's been several days now. Stopping work every day isn't a solution. We're losing a lot of money every day. Guetian's butler said. Wait a few more days. Guetian said in a deep voice, indicating that he had considerable faith in Xiao Fan's abilities. Sir, the weather has been nice lately and it hasn't rained, so there shouldn't be any problems. Butler's way. Just then, the ground trembled. Dust billows in the distance. A mine collapse is imminent. Guitian's eyes widened in shock. He was filled with lingering fear. If I hadn't sought help from Xiao Fan, I reckon I would have been spending several years in jail. Chapter 37 Drinking with the King of Qin. Duh! Riding in a carriage, Xiao Fan headed towards the Qin prince's mansion. He knew the chances of seeing Qin Minghua were slim, but he hadn't seen her for several days and Xiao Fan missed her terribly. Is Xiao Fan heading in this direction to the Prince Qin's residence? Could it be that you know something? The assassins sent by the Song family quietly followed Xiao Fan. A few days ago, Xiao Fan said that he couldn't figure out the Tianhe mystery, so the assassin held back and then sent the message back to the Song family. The Song family's new instructions have arrived. If Xiao Fan makes any unusual moves, find an opportunity to eliminate him directly. To prevent future troubles. In the eyes of the assassins sent by the Song family, Xiao Fan's trip to the Prince of Qin's mansion was a rather dangerous move. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage was closer to the Prince of Qin's residence. Xiao Fan doesn't usually come here. The probability that he will go to the Prince of Qin's residence is not low. The assassin in the shadows is preparing to act. This assassin is very strong, reaching the martial grandmaster level, and is extremely skilled at concealment. Feng Qingwu's arrangement of powerful guards to protect Xiao Fan failed to detect him. There are 3 powerful individuals secretly protecting Xiao Fan. 1 martial grandmaster and 2 martial masters take turns. Currently, the person being secretly protected is a martial arts master. Normal is perfectly sufficient. The number of skilled members of the embroidered uniform guard is also limited. Feng Qingwu and Xiao Fan's relationship is still very basic. It's impossible to arrange for a Grand Master or several Grand Master level experts to protect them. As Xiao Fan's carriage passed the tavern, a middle-aged man dressed plainly and not particularly glamorous was drinking heavily inside. His eyes narrowed. He saw the assassin master following Xiao Fan's carriage. Using various shadows, the other party quietly followed without being detected. Now! The assassin's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he saw Xiao Fan lift the curtain of the carriage. The martial arts master protecting Xiao Fan happened to be distracted from him at that moment. Call out! The assassin's hand trembled. The 2-inch-long black needle shot towards Xiao Fan like a bullet. With less than 20 steps between them, this assassin was 100% confident of killing Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was terrified. He met the assassin's eyes. The other person looked at him as if he were a dead man. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Fan, with his back to him. The black needle aimed at Xiao Fan was caught by the opponent with great ease. The middle-aged man was holding a wine glass in his left hand. Not a drop of wine spilled from the glass. Not good! The master assassin sensed something was wrong. Instead of fleeing, he immediately bit down on a poison hidden in his mouth. Parking! Xiao Fan shouted loudly, his heart pounding. Although he knew he had points and the system could use those points to defend against attacks, Xiao Fan still felt a lingering fear when facing such an assassination attempt for the first time. Thank you, sir! Xiao Fan quickly got off the vehicle. If he didn't have the system, the middle-aged man's help would have been a lifesaver. Someone's dead! Someone screamed. The martial arts master who was secretly protecting them had naturally noticed the abnormality by this time. His face turned very pale. If it weren't for others protecting Xiao Fan, he would most likely have died. Xiao Fan is dead. He failed to protect him properly, and his head will probably be taken away. The Imperial Guards are investigating. There's no need to panic. The martial arts master, who was secretly protecting the assassin, took out his token and quickly checked the fallen killer. The other party is dead. No one may disturb the scene. Master Xiao, please move to the tavern next door immediately. Thank you for your help, sir. Please wait in the tavern for a moment. The martial arts master who was secretly protecting Xiao Fan quickly said. Xiao Fan nodded and looked at the middle-aged man, saying, "Uncle, let me treat you to a drink." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. The two entered the tavern, and the martial arts master who was secretly protecting Xiao Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. The middle-aged man probably didn't come to assassinate Xiao Fan. Even he couldn't resist. The assassin who made the move should be a martial grandmaster. The fact that he could easily block the hidden weapon shot by a martial grandmaster-level assassin suggests that the middle-aged man who was secretly protecting Xiao Fan was a martial king. Even top-tier grandmaster-level figures don't possess such strength. "Waiter, bring me the best wine, and a few of the best snacks to go with it," Xiao Fan shouted. The middle-aged man was actually King Qianlong. He used to come to this old tavern often with his wife. Even after his wife passed away, he would still come every 10 days or so. Because he kept a very low profile, no one here knew his identity. Qianlong looked at Xiao Fan with great interest. He had seen Xiao Fan's portrait, and already knew who Xiao Fan was. "Young man, at your age, people actually call you Master Xiao. There are extremely skilled assassins trying to kill you. You're no ordinary person," Qianlong said with a smile. Another thing he found quite unusual was that Xiao Fan calmed down in a very short time. Xiao Fan bowed deeply. "Uncle, I am truly grateful to you for your help just now. The title of master is just something others have given me. You are the real expert, a hidden master among the common people." Xiao Fan initially suspected that Qin Mengwei had secretly arranged for people to protect him. He no longer thought that way. Even if Qin Mengwei is a princess, she couldn't possibly arrange for a powerful expert of that level to secretly protect her. Even if he marries Qin Mengwei in the future, it is unlikely that the Qin prince's mansion will arrange for a powerful expert of this level to protect him. Qianlong just appeared in front of him as if he had teleported. "Uncle, my name is Xiao Fan, you can just call me Xiao Fan," Xiao Fan said respectfully. He secretly inquired with the system and found that the other party was a martial king-level figure. For ordinary people, a martial arts master is already a master, a martial arts grandmaster is already a great master, and a grand martial arts grandmaster is already a super master who is famous in one region. Ordinary people may never come into contact with a martial king-level expert in their entire lives. Throughout the entire Tianxuan Dynasty, there should be no more than 1,000 people at the martial king level. You should know that the Tianxuan Dynasty has billions of people. Only one in several million people might become a martial king level expert. Moreover, many martial king level experts are either in the army, in the palace, or in seclusion for cultivation. There are probably less than 100 martial kings who actually show their faces frequently. "Xiao Fan, what do you do? How did they try to assassinate you?" Qianlong said calmly. Xiao Fan coughed lightly and said, "Uncle, I am just a humble fortune teller." Qianlong asked with great interest, "A fortune teller? Could you take a look at me?" Xiao Fan said somewhat awkwardly, "Uncle, I only do 3 divinations a day, and I've finished today's 3. But I can read your face." With Qianlong's current strength, the system is no match for him, but he has exchanged for a master-level physiognomy technique, so he can see some things more or less. This doesn't mean that master-level physiognomy is more powerful. If the system's divination results are extremely accurate, even a master-level physiognomy expert can only get a rough estimate. Qianlong smiled and said, "All right, then you can help me read my face." Xiao Fan scrutinized Qianlong carefully, and after a while he said, "Uncle, you have a life of wealth and honor, but your romantic luck is short-lived, and you will face a great calamity in middle age." And dash. At this point, Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment. Qianlong was somewhat shocked. Xiao Fan's calculations were remarkably accurate. He was indeed destined for wealth and honor. As the king of Qin, how could he not be rich and powerful? With his wife gone early, his romantic opportunities naturally dwindled. It's not wrong to say it's a major calamity in middle age. At the age of 32, he was injured while protecting the emperor, and his cultivation level dropped from the martial emperor level to the current martial king level. And what else? Just say it. Qin Huaiyan said. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, Uncle, you are destined to have 2 children, but you are destined to be lonely in your old age. Qin Huaiyan's expression changed drastically. Chapter 38. I'll marry you sooner or later. Snap! Qin Huaiyan crushed the wine glass in his hand. His heart was in turmoil. If my son dies, will my daughter die too? His daughter's name is Qin Ji, and she has been granted the title of Princess Jian. She is 19 years old this year. In the Tianxuan Dynasty, most girls of this age are already engaged, and many are even married. Qin Ji is frail and sickly, so Qin Huaiyan hasn't considered this aspect yet. Given Qin Ji's physical condition, Qin Huaiyan was very afraid that if she became pregnant after marriage, she would suffer a difficult childbirth and die along with her unborn child. Xiao Fan, do I look lonely in my old age? Qin Huaiyan said with great trepidation. Xiao Fan nodded gently. Uncle, don't worry too much. With your strength, you should live a long life. Maybe your children will be 100 years old by the time you're old. Qin Huaiyan remained silent. He knew about his own situation. If it weren't for his powerful cultivation, he would probably be dead already. However, his old injuries had not yet healed, and his cultivation level was declining rapidly. It's good to live to 70. He is 46 years old this year. After he turns 60, he will be in his old age, and he will be alone in his old age. In other words, Qin Ji will die within 10 years, or even less. Xiao Fan, can this be changed? Qin Huaiyan took a deep breath and said. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Uncle, as long as things don't get really bad soon, there will definitely be a way, but I probably can't help you right now. With your abilities, Uncle, you can definitely find someone powerful to help you. Although I think I'm alright, I'm definitely not strong enough. Qin Huaiyan gazed intently at Xiao Fan. He might really need Xiao Fan's help in the future. However, he certainly can't invite Xiao Fan to the Prince of Qin's mansion to adjust the feng shui or anything like that right now. His Majesty asked him to help cover for him, so what's the meaning of him inviting Xiao Fan to the Prince of Qin's residence? Xiao Fan, you're very accurate. My son is dead, but my daughter is still alive and almost 19. She shouldn't be in any immediate danger, right? Xiao Fan said. Uncle, your strength is too great. I can't predict it very accurately right now. Judging from your appearance, that situation won't happen for the time being. If you're worried, sir, I can show your daughter to her directly. While it certainly won't be perfectly accurate, the results will be slightly more accurate. Qin Huaiyan said. My daughter isn't in Lingxiao City right now. I'll contact you later. Okay, Uncle, I have a shop in the West City Market called Tianyuan Pavilion. You can send someone to find me then, and I'll pay you a visit. Xiao Fan smiled. Qin Huaiyan nodded slightly. Visiting in person is not advisable, but Qin Ji could go directly to see Xiao Fan later. Empress's palace. Feng Qingwu was processing memorials when Lan Qin approached her with hurried steps. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the embroidered uniform guard. Young Master Xiao was attacked 2/4 of an hour ago by a master-level assassin. Lan Qin reported in a low voice. Feng Qingwu's hand trembled, and the handwriting on the memorial instantly changed. Your Majesty, young Master Xiao is all right. Prince Qin happened to be drinking over there when he intervened and saved young Master Xiao. The master assassin committed suicide by poisoning himself. Feng Qingwu glanced at Lan Qin with her beautiful eyes. Lan Qin felt a chill run down her back and immediately knelt down on the ground. Your Majesty, I was wrong, Lan Qin said nervously. Feng Qingwu said calmly. Let's get started. With that, Feng Qingwu put down her pen. She could no longer bear to read the memorial. Was Xiao Fan frightened? Why did the King of Qin happen to appear there? Was it a coincidence or premeditated? Feng Qingwu gazed at Lan Qin and said. Lan Qin said, Your Majesty, the assassin shot a flying needle. Master Xiao must have been frightened. It was probably just a coincidence that the Prince of Qin saved Master Xiao. The king of Qin went to that tavern twice a month, and he did so before the queen of Qin passed away. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. She glanced at the remaining memorials. None of them were particularly important, so it wouldn't matter if she reviewed them a little later. Get ready, let's leave the palace. Feng Qingwu took a deep breath and said. Although Xiao Fan was not injured, he was probably very uneasy after being attacked by assassins. She felt she should go and take a look. Xiao Fan had previously said he wanted to marry her and asked her how she felt, and she had agreed. She's been quite busy these past few days and hasn't left the palace, but Xiao Fan's image often pops into Feng Qingwu's mind. She knew that she had truly developed feelings for Xiao Fan. Yes, Your Majesty. Lan Qi nodded. Soon, Feng Qingwu secretly left the palace. She possesses the strength of a high-level martial king, so as long as she doesn't leave Lingxiao City, she will be relatively safe. It's impossible for a martial emperor to kill her easily. If a martial emperor-level figure were to come to Lingxiao City to assassinate her, even if he succeeded, he would also die. Which force would consider a martial emperor-level expert as a death squad? If other countries did this, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Tianxuan Dynasty. Losing a martial emperor like Feng Qingwu and incurring the Tianxuan Dynasty's furious retaliation is not worth it. Yan Quan arrived quickly on Xiao Fan's side. He was terrified. Feng Qingwu confessed her feelings to Xiao Fan, and Yan Quan knew about it. If Xiao Fan were to be assassinated successfully, Yan Quan knew that he would at least lose his official position, and at worst lose his head. If Feng Qingwu wanted to kill him, even with his cultivation level of Martial Emperor 9 stars, he would have no choice but to obediently accept his death. If he disobeyed the imperial decree, he would not be able to protect his entire family. Young Master Xiao, you've been frightened. When Yan Quan arrived at the room where Xiao Fan and the others were, he cupped his hands and bowed to Xiao Fan. Yan Quan certainly recognized Qin Huayan, but it wasn't appropriate for him to greet Qin Huayan at this moment. Xiao Fan quickly stood up and said, I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Thanks to this uncle. Yan Quan bowed to Qin Huayan and said, Thank you for your righteous act. Qin Huayan nodded slightly. It was nothing. Xiao Fan, I don't want to deal with people in officialdom, so let's stop here for today. Let's talk another day. Qin Huayan left quickly. Xiao Fan looked at Yan Quan and said, Was the person who took out the embroidered uniform guard token arranged by Miss Qin? She had the embroidered uniform guard secretly protect me. Is there any problem? The embroidered uniform guard is an official force, and Qin Mingyue's actions are suspected of abusing public power for private gain. Young Master Xiao, he is indeed a member of the embroidered uniform guard. Since you are involved in the Tianhe mystery case, it is normal for the embroidered uniform guard to secretly send people to protect you. Miss only spoke to the people in the embroidered uniform guard briefly. It's not against the rules. Yan Quan explained. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. That's good. Your young lady has a special status, so it's best for her to be careful with her words and actions. Yan Quan thought to himself. Feng Qingwu is the current emperor, she doesn't need this. However, Xiao Fan was unaware of this, so it's normal for him to have such concerns. Young Master Xiao, we have already sent the message back. Miss might come over. Yan Quan now. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. It's not easy to see your young lady even once, but I'll marry her sooner or later. Yan Quan's lips twitched. Marrying Feng Qingwu would be quite difficult. Chapter 39 Feng Qingwu's Proposal. Feng Qingwu arrived at the tavern where Xiao Fan was not long after. Mississippi. Yan Quan bowed respectfully. Feng Qingwu stared at Yan Quan for several seconds without saying a word. Miss, it's my fault for not arranging things properly, Yan Quan said in a trembling voice. Xiao Fan thought to himself. The daughters of wealthy families are indeed different. It's astonishing that a young girl like Feng Qingwu possesses such formidable power. Miss Manhwa, please don't blame him. The strong person who was secretly protecting me is already very powerful. Besides, I'm fine, aren't I? Look at me, I'm full of energy. Xiao Fan smiled. Feng Qingwu's expression softened somewhat. Master Xiao pleaded for you, so I won't hold it against you this time. Be more prudent in your actions in the future. Yes, miss. Thank you, Master Xiao. Yan Quan said respectfully, glancing gratefully at Xiao Fan. If Xiao Fan hadn't spoken up for him, he would have received some form of punishment. Feng Qingwu waved her hand, and Yan Quan quickly withdrew. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Miss Manhwa, please sit down. These dishes are all newly ordered. Feng Qingwu sat down, removed her veil, and looked at Xiao Fan with her beautiful eyes. Xiao Fan, this time, our family will definitely take some action. Thank you. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. This matter is actually a bit strange. Feng Qingwu looked at Xiao Fan with a puzzled expression. Xiao Fan frowned and said, Although I have offended some people by fortune-telling, there aren't many forces that can send out master-level assassins. Feng Qingwu nodded. Xiao Fan said, Although there is no evidence at the moment, it is highly likely to be the Song family of Tianhe. Miss Manhwa, you sent a powerful expert to protect me in secret, so that assassin should know that. Aren't you afraid of offending me by taking action under these circumstances? Given the Song family's situation, even if the case comes to light, can the Tianhe mystery shake the Song family's foundation? Feng Qingwu said thoughtfully. Master Xiao, do you mean there might be something else behind this case, or that the case itself is actually much bigger? That's possible. Xiao Fan said. Miss Manhwa, the power behind you should be no weaker than the Song family, right? Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. In the entire Tianxuan Dynasty, she is the boss. Xiao Fan was certain that Feng Qingwu was definitely the daughter of the Prince of Qin. He couldn't even imagine that Feng Qingwu was an empress. How could that be possible? Master Xiao, why don't you close that shop for now? The Song family is quite powerful, and there might be considerable risks if you continue to keep your shop open. Feng Qingwu spoke up, expressing her wish that Xiao Fan would not continue to take this risk. But for Xiao Fan, opening a shop is a must. This is how he can gain a continuous stream of points, and continuously improve his strength. That won't do. Xiao Fan shook his head. Miss Manhwa, although your family is rich and powerful, I don't want to be a kept man and marry into your family. I want to marry you. Feng Qingwu frowned slightly. Master Xiao, then you should open your shop in a different location, like the East City Market. The security there is much better than in the West City Market. And you can earn more here. Those who truly want their fortunes told by you will come even if it's from a faraway place. Xiao Fan began to consider it. What Feng Qingwu had suggested was indeed worth considering. There is a saying about Lingxiao City. The East is rich, the West is poor, the South is wealthy, the North is poor. The Imperial Palace is located on the east side, and many official residences are also on the east side. It's normal for people from the South to be wealthy. Many rich people from the South prefer to live on the south side of Lingxiao City. There are more ordinary people in the West. To the north, there is a threat from nomadic tribes. There have been precedents of powerful northern enemies invading this area. In addition, in the event of war, refugees would pour in from the north. Xiao Fan was just an ordinary person, so when he arrived in Lingxiao City, he naturally chose the West City Market first. Lingxiao City has large markets in its east, west, south, and north sections. Master Xiao, your skills are quite good. It's a waste of your talent to be living in a corner of the West City Market. You can buy a shop in the East City Market. Feng Qingwu said. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, I only have 35,000 taels of silver in total. I can't buy a very big shop in the East City Market. Feng Qingwu smiled and said, You can't buy a very big shop on the main street of the East City Market, but you don't need the best ones. The next level is much cheaper. I'll lend you a few tens of thousands of taels of silver, and you can buy a decent shop without any problem. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment. Feng Qingwu said, Master Xiao, with your abilities, earning tens of thousands of taels of silver is easy. If you buy a shop, you can truly put down roots in Lingxiao City. Good. Xiao Fan nodded. How much money you make is actually another matter. Xiao Fan mainly considered 2 points. First, it's much closer to the Prince of Qin's residence. Second, there are more powerful and influential people in the East City market. Feng Shui masters mainly make money from wealthy people. People with power and influence tend to pay more attention to Feng Shui. Then I'll help you find a good shop. You'll have to pay the brokerage firm, and you might even get ripped off. Feng Qingwu smiled and said she was quite happy that Xiao Fan agreed. It's much closer to her than to the East City market. Xiao Fan smiled at Feng Qingwu. Miss Minghue, we can't let ourselves be cheated. That's our family's money. Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, I thought you were frightened and planned to spend more time with you, but seeing you like this, there's no need. I'm leaving now to go check out the shop for you. It should be done in the next couple of days. Tell your guests tomorrow. After Feng Qingwu finished speaking, she got up and left. Xiao Fan was a little dumbfounded. He should have known better than to be so cheeky. Qin Minghue actually left just like that. Duh. Feng Qingwu's carriage drove away into the distance. Yan Quan, what are your plans regarding Master Xiao? Returning to the Imperial Palace. Feng Qingwu said calmly. Yan Quan knelt down and said, Your Majesty, I was careless with Master Xiao. I plan to arrange for 3 martial Grand Master level experts to take turns protecting him. Arrange for another Grand Master level expert to go and check on things every now and then. Feng Qingwu was silent for a moment before saying, It's not appropriate for the embroidered uniform guard to arrange for such a powerful expert to protect you. Go to the Prince of Qin's residence, and ask them to send someone. Also, you should talk to the King of Qin. He is, after all, the King of Qin, so he can act a little bolder. Please thank him for saving Xiao Fan. Also, have him send someone to the East City to find a shop for Xiao Fan, a slightly larger one, not on the main street, and the price should be around 100,000 taels. Yan Quan was astonished. Had the King of Qin gained the Emperor's favor? It's not necessarily about doing great things for the Emperor. The most important thing is to catch the Emperor's eye. Yes, Your Majesty, Yan Quan said respectfully. He secretly resolved that he still needed to maintain a good relationship with Xiao Fan in the future. Yan Quan soon arrived at the Prince of Qin's residence. Commander Yan, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Huayan cupped his hands and smiled, saying that Yan Quan was the commander of the embroidered uniform guard and a powerful expert at the 9th level of martial emperor, so his status was very high. You're too kind, Your Majesty. King Qin, I'm not here to investigate you. Yan Quan chuckled and said, His Majesty has something to instruct the Prince of Qin to do. Qin Huayan immediately prepared to kneel down. Yan Quan quickly said, Prince Qin, there is no need to kneel. His Majesty did not issue a decree, it was just a casual instruction. Yan Quan quickly relayed Feng Qingwu's request, and Qin Huayan's eyes lit up with delight. King Qin, congratulations! Yan Quan laughed. Qin Huayan said solemnly, Commander Yan, we are all just subjects, merely sharing His Majesty's burdens. Commander Yan, your embroidered uniform guard should also lend a hand in protecting Master Xiao. Yan Quan nodded. Xiao Fan even spoke up for him today. Besides, even if the Prince of Qin's mansion sends people to protect him, he will still be responsible if something really happens. Chapter 40 The Price of the New Shop. Qin Huayan issued the order, and not long after, Yang Dong, the chief steward of the Qin prince's mansion, went out to find a shop he had his eye on. The shop wasn't on the main street, but it was decorated in a quaint, antique style. The area is not small. This used to be a tea house, and it was very popular. The landlord, jealous and wanting to start his own business, drastically raised the rent, forcing the original owner to leave. Recently, the landlord renovated the entire tea house, making the environment even better. So you're the one who wanted to see me? Say what it is. The homeowner, Feng Dajiang, met Yang Dong and spoke to him in an unfriendly manner. He suspected that Yang Dong might have been sent by the original boss. Yang Dong said calmly, Feng Dajiang, are you selling this shop? Name your price. Feng Dajiang narrowed his eyes. He made an outrageous demand. You want to buy it? This shop of mine is in a good location, and the renovations cost a fortune. You can take it for 400,000 taels of silver. Yang Dong sneered. After all, this shop wasn't in the best location, and its value was estimated to be only 200,000 taels. Feng Dajiang doubled his investment. 100,000 taels. Yang Dong said calmly. Pa! Feng Dajiang immediately turned hostile. You think you can mess with me? You want to buy this great shop for 100,000 taels of silver? Are you out of your mind? Feng Dajiang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Feng Dajiang, you've used your connections to gain a lot of benefits. Yang Dong said calmly. Feng Dajiang sneered. What, you old bastard, are you trying to threaten me with this? I'm not easily intimidated. Let me tell you, I have connections in both official circles and the underworld. Yang Dong took a sip of tea and slowly said, I am Yang Dong, the Grand Steward of the Prince of Qin's mansion. As he spoke, Yang Dong tossed out a token. Feng Dajiang was stunned. His heart pounded, and cold sweat quickly broke out on his forehead. His arrogant behavior suggests he has connections behind him. But his connections meant nothing compared to the Qin prince's mansion. Please have mercy, Master Yang. Master Yang, I'll sell this shop. Just as you said, for 100,000 taels of silver. Feng Dajiang knelt down on the ground with a thud. He had no doubt that Yang Dong was lying. He impersonated the Grand Steward of the Prince of Qin's mansion to commit fraud. Even 3 heads wouldn't be enough to chop him off. 10,000 taels was the price you paid before you threatened Yang. Yang Dong said calmly. Feng Dajiang inwardly groaned. Selling it for 100,000 taels already resulted in a loss of half the original price, and now it can't even be sold for 100,000 taels. Master Yang, that 90,000 taels? Feng Dajiang asked tentatively. Yang Dong glared at Feng Dajiang. Feng Dajiang hurriedly said, Master Yang, I'll sell it for 70,000 taels, no, 60,000 taels. His heart was bleeding. All right, this price is reasonable, let's go with this price. Yang Dong said calmly. Not long after, Feng Dajiang signed the house sale contract with great frustration. The property deed also ended up in Yang Dong's hands. Damn, who is Xiao Fan? Feng Dajiang cursed inwardly. The buyer's name on the house sale contract was Xiao Fan. The next day, Yang Dong arrived at Tianxuan Pavilion. When he arrived, Xiao Fan had just finished serving his third customer, and was preparing to close up shop. Everyone, we will not be going out to adjust the feng shui today. I also have some news to share. Starting tomorrow, the shop will be relocated to the Dongqing market area, and the name will still be Tianxuan Pavilion. May we meet again someday. Xiao Fan glanced at the hundreds of customers crammed into the store and smiled. Master Xiao, you're moving out? Master Xiao, now that you've moved to the East City Market, it will be much more difficult to get there. Master Xiao, congratulations. With your abilities, it's truly a waste for you to be stuck in this corner. Everyone started to speak. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting. Everyone, I've been here for more than half a year. Thank you all for your support. The fortune-telling at the new shop is still 1 tael of silver. Anyone who needs it can come over. Yes, Master Xiao. I'll definitely go and support them. The group quickly left, and Yang Dong approached Xiao Fan and bowed. Master Xiao, my young lady asked me to buy this shop. This is the property deed. The total price is 60,000 taels of silver. Yang Dong now. 3 hours later, Xiao Fan and Chen Ping'an arrived at the new shop in Yang Dong's carriage. Manager Yang, this shop costs 60,000 taels? Xiao Fan said with a strange expression. The store has 3 floors, each with an area of 300 to 400 square meters. The 3rd floor is for the owner's residence, while the 1st and 2nd floors can be used to receive guests. The decoration is very nice. Xiao Fan estimated that the price of such a large shop in such a location would be no less than 200,000 taels of silver. Normally, if the price isn't increased by 30,000 to 50,000 taels of silver, the homeowner simply won't make a move. Master Xiao, it is indeed 60,000 taels of silver. The landlord is no good. He got a bargain by only asking for 60,000 taels. Yang Dong smiled. Xiao Fan nodded. If the homeowner were a kind person, he would find it inappropriate for the Prince of Qin's family to take advantage of them like this. But since the other party was no good, he would just let it be. There's no need to be polite to guys like that. Manager Yang, this shop is quite nice, I really like it. Please thank your lady for me. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I'll gather the 60,000 taels of silver and give it to her in a while. Yes, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, you're busy now, I'll go back and report. Yang Dong left quickly. Xiao Fan carefully inspected the entire store again, inside and out, and he was even more satisfied. It's just that the place is a bit big. Qin Pingan probably can't handle it all by himself. Cleaning every day is no easy task. Boss, shall I hang up the shop sign? Qin Pingan asked. Xiao Fan and his group brought over the original shop's signboard. Xiao Fan nodded. Soon the Tianyuan Pavilion signboard was hung up, and soon guests began to enter. Shopkeeper, has your tea house reopened? Bring me a pot of fine tea. The guest who came in said loudly. Xiao Fan greeted him with a smile. Guest, this is no longer a tea house. I am a fortune teller, specializing in divination and feng shui adjustments. The new customer looked at Xiao Fan suspiciously. You're just a young guy doing this? Alright, I think I'm the first customer to come in, so I'll patronize your business. Tell my fortune. Xiao Fan shook his head. Guest, I only do 3 divinations a day, and I've already done today's 3. Nonsense. The first customer laughed with a frown. Soon, the second and third guests arrived. After dealing with the 3 people, Xiao Fan got annoyed and simply wrote down some things and posted them on the front door. The shop door was completely shut. Now Xiao Fan had some peace and quiet, but the number of people gathering outside to watch the spectacle had increased considerably. Such a big shop, and you only do 3 divinations a day, how much do you charge? Tianyuan Pavilion. I've heard of this shop. Master Xiao is a highly skilled person. How capable can a young person be? Many people gathered downstairs questioned Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan didn't care at all. We can actually see the heavenly profound imperial palace from here. Empress Feng Qingwu is so young, yet she rules such a vast empire. Impressive. But in terms of looks, my future wife is definitely better. Xiao Fan went up to the viewing balcony on the 3rd floor and looked into the distance. The Tianxian Emperor Palace is only a few kilometers away. However, the walls of the Tianxian Imperial Palace are 9 zhang high, and most of the palaces are blocked from view by the walls. Standing on the 3rd floor, Xiao Fan could only see the upper parts of a few palaces. King Qin has chosen a good shop. In the Empress's palace, Feng Qingwu smiled. She now resides in the Star-Picking Tower, a palace located on a relatively high elevation within the palace grounds. You can see Xiao Fan directly. With Feng Qingwu's strength at the high-level Martial King level, she could see it clearly. Chapter 41 New Store Opening. Congratulations from all sides. With the new store opening, Miss Menghua might come over tomorrow. She helped me buy such a nice shop with 60,000 taels of silver. What gift should I give her in return? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Feng Qingwu could read lips, and although Xiao Fan's voice was very low, she knew what he was saying. Xiao Fan doesn't know what kind of gift he will give. Feng Qingwu thought to herself that she was really looking forward to it. Without lingering in the Star-Picking Tower, Feng Qingwu quickly went to review memorials. If she wants to leave the palace tomorrow, she'll have to spend even more time working overtime today. Time flew by and it was the next morning. Such a good location, such a big shop, it's a pity to open a fortune-telling shop. The boss is still a young man in his 20s. What kind of customers could he possibly have? It's probably going to fail as soon as it opens today. Many shop owners in the surrounding area gathered together and discussed the matter, showing no optimism about Xiao Fan. They admired Xiao Fan for being able to take over the shop from Feng Qingwu. Why open a fortune-telling shop at such a young age? The rest of the fortune-telling masters are at least 40 years old. Xiao Fan got up around 8 o'clock. Today should be quite relaxing. Xiao Fan thought to himself that he didn't think there would be any good business today. Regular customers don't know the exact address of the new store. After washing up, Xiao Fan leisurely ate breakfast nearby and returned to the shop around 9 o'clock. Master Xiao, congratulations! Congratulations, Master Xiao, on your new store. Master Xiao, this shop is only slightly more befitting of your status. Master Xiao dash. 200 or 300 people had already gathered at the store entrance, and many of them were bowing and greeting each other. Dozens of flower baskets were displayed at the store entrance to congratulate the new store opening. Old Jiang, how did you manage to find us so quickly? Xiao Fan asked in confusion. Many old guests, including old Master Jiang of the Jiang family, Jiang Feng, Luing, the head of the Lu family, Jiang Zhe and his son, and Guiqing of the Guo family, were all present. They also brought a lot of friends. Before arriving here, some of the people who were brought here were actually quite dismissive. He's just a fortune teller. Why would he need to personally come and give gifts for his business opening? Upon arriving here, they were utterly astonished by the many newcomers they had been brought with them. The Jiang family and the Lu family are both wealthy and powerful families. The old master of the Jiang family and the head of the Lu family actually came in person. Grandpa Jiang stroked his beard and laughed. Master Xiao, that's not very kind of you. You're moving to a new shop, and you didn't even tell me the address. Luckily, Xiao Chen told me. Xiao Fan looked at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an lowered his head and said, Boss, I went to the old shop yesterday afternoon. How can your new store opening be so quiet? Xiao Fan sighed softly. I was planning to take a break today, but it seems that's not going to happen. Duh. Then another carriage drove by. Zhao Kai and Zhao Rendong, the head of the Zhao family, quickly got off the carriage. Zhao Rendong is disabled in both legs and is supported by 2 family members. Zhao Kai was carrying a large flower basket. Isn't that the head of the Zhao family? It's him. The head of the Zhao family was a prefect back then. Although he retired long ago, the Zhao family still has considerable influence. Many people were whispering among themselves. Most of those present were just ordinary business people. The Zhao family couldn't possibly be associated with them. Master Xiao, congratulations. We're not too late, are we? Zhao Rendong laughed loudly. Zhao Rendong and Zhao Kai were truly grateful to Xiao Fan. The Zhao family had been cursed with a plan to cut off their lineage, and no male descendants had been born in the Zhao family for 10 years. None of the women in the Zhao family are pregnant. After Xiao Fan helped change the feng shui, several women have gotten pregnant recently. Zhao Rendong's crippled legs have improved slightly. No. Patriarch Zhao, thank you for coming. Xiao Fan cupped his hands and smiled. Duh. Just as I exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhao Rendong and the others, another carriage arrived. Some people in the crowd had already recognized the carriage, and their eyes showed shock. Once the carriage came to a stop, people quickly got out of it. It was none other than Elder Lu Jingxin. Jiang Lao and others recognized Lu Jingxin, and they all gasped in shock. Lu Jingxin even came in person to offer his congratulations. He is the Grand Tutor of the current dynasty, the Imperial Preceptor. Even figures like Elder Jiang and Song Zhe, the head of the Song family, are no match for Lu Jingxin. Master Xiao, congratulations! Lu Jingxin cupped his hands and smiled, expressing his own deep gratitude to Xiao Fan. After Xiao Fan sent away the ghost and adjusted the feng shui, the Lu family has returned to peace. Mr. Lu, you're too kind. Xiao Fan quickly returned the greeting. He hadn't expected Lu Jingxin to come in person, Lu Jingxin's identity was quite special. His arrival might cause quite a stir among scholars. Master Xiao, your help to our Lu family has been immense. I should come and offer my congratulations. Lu Jingxin smiled slightly. Thank you very much, Elder Lu. Just as Xiao Fan finished speaking, the sound of orderly hooves rang out, and dozens of elite knights quickly arrived. The silver-armored middle-aged man leading the group was none other than Qianlong from the Prince of Qin's mansion. Hiss, so many cavalry coming! It's the Qin Prince's iron cavalry! Isn't that General Qianlong leading the way? Many of the visitors were shocked, as were some shop owners in the surrounding area and many locals who had gathered there. It was just the opening of a shop, yet it managed to alarm even the Prince of Qin's residents. Master Xiao, congratulations! Qianlong dismounted and said with utmost politeness. He knows the truth. Qin Minghua is not the daughter of the Qin Prince's mansion, but the current Empress Feng Qingwu. Even if Xiao Fan doesn't become an emperor in the future, he still has a chance to become Feng Qingwu's man. Let alone him, even if the King of Qin came in person, he would still have to treat Xiao Fan with utmost respect. General, who are you? Xiao Fan clasped his hands in greeting. Qianlong smiled and said, Master Xiao, I am Qianlong from the Qin Prince's mansion. I am just the captain of the guards in the Qin Prince's mansion. You can just call me Captain Yuan. Master Xiao, if anyone causes trouble at your shop in the future, the guards of the Prince of Qin's mansion will come to suppress them immediately. Hearing Qianlong say this, many people around were stunned. Who is Xiao Fan? The Prince of Qin's mansion actually made such a promise. The Prince of Qin's mansion has always maintained a very low profile, except for a recent high-profile incident targeting the Jiang family. General Yuan, thank you very much. Xiao Fan said politely. General Yuan, would you like to have a seat inside? Qianlong laughed and said, Master Xiao, since you've just opened your new shop, I should naturally come and have a seat. But I'm just a rough fellow, so I might scare away your customers. No. Many of the guests who had already arrived began to speak. Everyone, please come into the store. Xiao Fan smiled. Soon, many people who hadn't yet entered the store came in. A few people, including Elder Lu, Qianlong, and Elder Jiang, went up to the second floor. You can see down to the first floor from the second floor corridor, and guests on the second floor can watch Xiao Fan tell fortunes if they want. There is no charge to enter the second floor. But Xiao Fan must agree. Ladies and gentlemen, today's numbers are number 26, number 87, and number 160. There is a 2-meter-high circular platform in the lobby on the first floor. A table and 2 chairs were placed on the round platform, and Xiao Fan sat behind the table. This round platform was originally prepared for storytellers and tea houses, and it's perfect for Xiao Fan to use. Master Zhao's new shop is quite nice. You can see Master Xiao clearly even from the back. That's really good. Before I could only hear sounds. It's good, but I wasn't chosen. Many guests were discussing it, and the guest who drew number 26 quickly sat down in front of Xiao Fan. He still harbored doubts about Xiao Fan's abilities. As a fortune teller, Xiao Fan is indeed too young. Master Xiao, I've heard that you can tell fortunes without the guests having to say anything. Then I'll trouble you, Master Xiao, to do my divination. The man sitting in front of Xiao Fan smiled. Hundreds of people have now flooded into the store, all staring at Xiao Fan. Chapter 42 Disaster. Half a day later. The middle-aged man in front of Xiao Fan looked at him. He spoke politely, but Xiao Fan could tell from his eyes that he didn't believe him. The newcomers present were basically the same as him. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said, All right, I'll do your fortune-telling, but sometimes fortune-telling involves some private matters, is that all right? The middle-aged man nodded. Master Xiao, please feel free to do as you please. Since it's a private matter, even those close to him might not know, so he didn't believe Xiao Fan could figure it out. The system's information had already been transmitted to Xiao Fan's mind. Your name is Kai Bin. Your family is in the seafood business. You have 2 sons and a daughter. Your daughter had a serious illness when she was 3 years old, and almost died. Kai Bin's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. Xiao Fan might know him, know his name, and know that he has 2 sons and a daughter. There's nothing surprising about that. But his daughter almost died at the age of 3, and none of his friends knew about it. He hadn't even arrived in Lingxiao City back then. Your wife's family is well off, and you started your business relying on her family. However, your business has now surpassed that of your husband's family. Kai Bin smiled and said, Master Xiao, these don't seem to fully reflect your level. Many people in the audience also spoke up. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and said, Your wife is usually quite strict with you, and you haven't taken a concubine, but you have 3 female confidants outside. Kai Bin's expression suddenly changed. He was certain he had kept this a secret very well. None of his friends knew. Master Xiao, you can't say such things. I didn't. Kai Bin quickly replied. Many people in the audience burst out laughing. Kai Bin's appearance was anything but nonchalant. Master Xiao, there must be a reason why you chose me, right? Kai Bin quickly changed the subject. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Your new confidant is ill. If you have sex with her, you will get the disease and then pass it on to your wife. Fortunately, you haven't reached that point yet. Pull back from the brink. You deserve it, your wife is innocent. Kai Bin's face turned pale. The new woman he had just met was very beautiful, and he was planning to win her over completely this week. Master Xiao, this is the divination fee. Kai Bin hurriedly came down from the stage. He was quite frightened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Master Xiao, it's my turn. Guest number 87 quickly went up on stage and sat down in front of Xiao Fan. He was in his 40s and had an extraordinary demeanor. He was brought here by Guiqing today. His family is quite well off. He originally came here just to give Guiqing face. Unexpectedly, I saw big shots like Lu Jingxin here. Moreover, based on his keen eye, he judged that Kai Bin was not an actor who had been invited to the event. Moreover, he himself was also selected. He himself is definitely not an actor. Please sit down. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Your name is Qingwu Tao. You came from a poor family when you were young, but you had a stroke of luck when you were 27, and your family's conditions gradually improved. Your wife stayed with you when you were poor, and you treated her very well. She agreed to let you take a concubine, but you never did that. Qingwu Tao nodded slightly. I can't let her down. Xiao Fan said, You have a daughter, but no son. Your daughter is only 11 years old. That's right. Qingwu Tao was somewhat surprised. His visit to Guiqing's place last night was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and Xiao Fan shouldn't have known about these things or had prior knowledge of his information. Xiao Fan sighed softly. Guess, do you know what it means to eat someone's entire fortune? Qingwu Tao's expression changed. Of course he knew about the scheme to exploit the family's wealth. The man of the family died, and there were no sons. The family property was seized by the rest of the clan. Master Xiao, are you saying that my days are numbered? Qingwu Tao said in a trembling voice. Xiao Fan nodded. There are still 3 years left. You have a heart problem, and that's hard to change. Qingwu Tao's fingers were trembling. Master Xiao, are you joking? Xiao Fan shook his head. Guest, I don't joke about such things. According to your original fate, you would have died 3 years later if you hadn't taken a concubine. Within a year, your family property was seized by some people in your clan, your wife was wrongly accused of immorality, and your daughter was questioned as not being your child. Their ending wasn't good. Qingwu Tao was terrified. If such a situation were to occur, he would die with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Guest, why don't you go back and take a concubine, or even just adopt a son? Xiao Fan sighed softly. Although the Tianxuan Dynasty is now ruled by a female emperor, it is still a patriarchal society. Many families with large fortunes but no sons end up with tragic fates. Thank you, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, is there really no cure for my heart problem? Qingwu Tao said that he had actually noticed something was wrong with his heart. Sometimes angina may occur. He consulted many famous doctors, but they couldn't even diagnose his illness, let alone provide treatment. Xiao Fan shook his head slightly. I can't help you for now. Even if I adjust the feng shui of your home, it will only slightly alleviate your condition. Qing Guotao's eyes lit up. Master Xiao, how much can it be alleviated? After considering for a moment, Xiao Fan said, It might only extend your life by 6 months. Qing Guotao quickly said, Master Xiao, I would like to ask you to adjust the feng shui of my home. For someone who only has 3 years to live, 6 months is already a considerable amount of time. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Qing Guotao paid the fortune-telling fee and stepped down. Guiqing patted Qing Guotao on the shoulder and sighed deeply. Guiqing knew Xiao Fan's skill level, so if Xiao Fan said that, it must be true. Brother Gue, let's talk outside. Qing Guotao said in a low voice as he and Guiqing walked outside Tianyuan Pavilion. Brother Gue, you didn't tell Master Xiao about my situation, did you? Qing Guotao inquired. Guiqing quickly shook his head. Brother Qing, absolutely not. I came here with you, and I didn't have time to talk to Master Xiao either. Brother Gue, do you think Master Zhao's predictions are true or false? Qing Guotao said with a complicated expression. Guiqing smiled wryly and said, Brother Qing, I also hope that Master Xiao is a fake master and that his calculations are flawed, but Master Xiao is the most skilled fortune teller I have ever met. He once calculated that a person would die in 3 hours, and the person really did die within 3 hours, from a sudden stroke caused by intracranial hemorrhage. Master Xiao can even calculate where a child abducted by human traffickers is. If it weren't for Master Zhao's high level of skill, do you think someone like Elder Lu would have been able to come here? What is Elder Lu's status? Qing Guotao nodded slightly. Old Lu, Old Jiang, and Old Zhao are all important figures. Besides, the Prince of Qin's mansion has already sent armored soldiers over. Brother Qing, don't overthink it. Just because Master Xiao can't solve it now doesn't mean he can't solve it in the future. Master Xiao is still very young. Guiqing comforted him. Qing Guotao's eyes lit up. That makes sense. He can live for another 3.5 years, and there might be a chance for things to turn around in the future. Inside Tianyuan Pavilion, Xiao Fan looked at the third guest, his expression turning grim. The customer opposite Xiao Fan, number 160, was a young man. When he saw Xiao Fan's appearance, his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Xiao Fan just told the fortunes of the 2 people in front of him with ease and nonchalance. Now look at this state. Master Xiao, what's wrong with me? Don't scare me, the young man said in a trembling voice. Xiao Fan took a deep breath. Guests, please accept my condolences. The young man's expression changed. Master Xiao, what do you mean by this? Xiao Fan said with a complicated expression. Your name is Li Ji, and you've come to Lingxiao City to take the imperial examination. There is a large reservoir upstream of your house. With continuous torrential rain, the reservoir will break in half a day, and your whole family will perish. A total of 68 people died in your village. 272 people died downstream. On the second floor, Feng Qingwu, who had come from behind, immediately stood up. The reservoir had breached, and more than 300 people had died. This was a major incident. Master Xiao, where does he live? Which reservoir is he near? We still have half a day, maybe we can make it. Feng Qingwu's voice came from the second floor. Xiao Fan looked up at the second floor. Miss Mengwe, his home is very far away. Even a martial emperor-level figure might not be able to get there in half a day. Just say it, it's all up to people. Feng Qingwu said solemnly. Chapter 43 has so many points. Xiao Fan quickly gave Li Ji's hometown address, and the address of the reservoir where the accident occurred. Elder Yun, please go there immediately. I await your good news. Feng Qingwu transmitted her voice. She sent a telepathic message to a martial emperor-level expert who was secretly protecting her. In half a day, it would be too late to find a martial emperor-level expert and persuade them to go, but Feng Qingwu could directly get a martial emperor-level expert to act. The martial emperor who was secretly protecting her also possessed the strength of a martial emperor at the 5th level. Your Majesty, but here you are. Old Yun hesitated for a moment. Don't worry, I have many other experts by my side. Go quickly! Yes, Your Majesty. Elder Yun immediately left quietly. As a martial emperor of the 5th rank, his flight speed is comparable to that of a supersonic aircraft. Long-distance flights will be slower on average, but getting to the reservoir where the accident occurred in half a day is not a problem at all. How dash! Li Ji, your fate has changed. Information about your future has become temporarily unclear. Xiao Fan said with some surprise. He looked down from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. Feng Qingwu raised her voice and said, Master Xiao, I have already sent word to my father for help. There should still be a chance to resolve this crisis. Xiao Fan's heart raced. If this crisis can be resolved, that would be wonderful. More than 300 people can be saved. As for Xiao Fan himself, he will definitely be able to gain a lot of points. You should get 30 points for saving a life. How could you not get tens of thousands of points for saving more than 300 people? Xiao Fan was filled with anticipation. Even if you can't get tens of thousands of points, a 50% discount makes 5,000 points a great deal. Thank you, Master Xiao. Thank you, young lady, Li Ji said with great trepidation. He gave the money for the divination and stumbled away. If the reservoir were to burst and his entire family were to perish, the blow to him would be devastating. Master Xiao, I'll be going now. I'll bring you the details tomorrow. Feng Qingwu came down from the 2nd floor. Miss Manhwa, please wait a moment. I have prepared a gift for you. Xiao Fan quickly went up to the 3rd floor, took out a gift box, and handed it to Feng Qingwu. Master Xiao, I'm not in the mood for sightseeing today. Let's see how things go tomorrow. Farewell. Feng Qingwu quickly boarded the carriage and left. Now that the martial emperor-level expert who was secretly protecting her has left, it's safer for her to return to the heavenly profound imperial palace. Moreover, Feng Qingwu was really not in the mood to deal with such a thing. I hope nothing bad happens, sigh. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. More than 300 lives lost, affecting countless families. Master Xiao, please adjust the feng shui of my home. I would be extremely grateful. When Qingguotao arrived in front of Xiao Fan, he bowed deeply. Xiao Fan nodded. If Feng Qingwu were here, he wouldn't want to go over immediately to adjust Qingguotao's feng shui. Now that Feng Qingwu is gone, he can go about his own business. By the time I arrived at the Qing family home and finished adjusting the feng shui, it was already evening. The fee is 1,500 taels. For Qingguotao, this price is completely affordable. Xiao Fan felt perfectly justified in accepting the money. Qingguotao should be able to extend his life by 6 months. The Qing family's fortunes will be even better than before. Li Family Village, in the southern part of the Tianxian Empire. After flying at high speed for 8 hours, Elder Yun finally arrived here. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured down. Old Yun quickly checked the situation at the reservoir and found that the reservoir upstream of Lingxiao village was indeed at risk of breaching its banks. Listen up, everyone in Lingxiao village, evacuate to higher ground immediately. Tianlu reservoir is at risk of breaching. The village head must immediately organize the evacuation of all villagers. Any casualties will be severely punished by the imperial court. Old Yun's loud voice resounded throughout the entire Li family village. Afterwards, Elder Yun went to some areas downstream of Lingxiao village to warn the residents to evacuate. Worried that some villagers might not listen, Elder Yun went to the county government office and flew directly to Lingxiao village with the county magistrate. There are quite a few people in Lingxiao village who don't believe it, especially many of the older folks who are rather stubborn. You all immediately evacuate to higher ground. Stop dawdling! If someone dies, don't blame the county for being ruthless towards your Li family village. The common people wouldn't listen to what Elder Yun said, but when the county magistrate stepped forward, they immediately obeyed. In Lijiakan and some downstream areas, all residents have been evacuated. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time of day, most of the villagers in Lijiao village are already asleep. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and the Julu reservoir upstream of Lijiao village finally gave way. The floodwaters, like a demon released from its clutches, surged fiercely towards the nearest village, Lijiao village. Many houses in Lijiao village were destroyed immediately after the flood. Then the floodwaters rushed downstream at high speed, and many areas downstream were quickly submerged. The dam has really burst. If no one had notified us, we would have been doomed. The villagers of Lijiao village were utterly horrified. The county magistrate, who was brought here, was pale. If it weren't for a wise person from the imperial court coming to inform him, the breach of the Jijio reservoir would have certainly caused great casualties. He's definitely not going to keep his official hat. Points plus 12,150. Inside Tianyuan Pavilion, a system notification suddenly sounded in Xiao Fan's mind. Hiss! Xiao Fan's eyes widened in surprise. He had actually gained over 12,000 points. System, you changed the fate of more than 300 people who died, and you've earned so many points? Xiao Fan asked in his mind, somewhat incredulous. The system said calmly. Originally, there were over 300 deaths, many more injuries, and substantial property damage. I see. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. If you only change the fate of those who die, you might only get 6 or 7,000 points. I've struck it rich! Xiao Fan was extremely excited. He originally had over 12,800 points. With these 12,150 points, Xiao Fan now had a total of 25,000 points. Unprecedented wealth. To have achieved so much so soon after moving here, the future looks very promising. Xiao Fan had a broad smile on his face. System, redeem Grandmaster Feng Qingwu. Xiao Fan thought to himself. With 20,000 points, Xiao Fan had already figured out what to prioritize redeem. With 10,000 points deducted, a massive amount of information quickly flooded into Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan's feng shui skills improved to the level of a grandmaster in a very short period of time. The abilities of a grandmaster are indeed much stronger than those of a master. Xiao Fan thought to himself. With his master-level feng shui skills, Xiao Fan could transform a very inauspicious house into an auspicious one, but he could never transform it into a very auspicious, or extremely auspicious, house. Now, reaching the Grandmaster level is possible. My Tianyuan Pavilion is only auspicious, but changing it to extremely auspicious is not difficult. Xiao Fan was still awake, and he immediately got to work. After 2 hours of work, Xiao Fan changed the feng shui of Tianyuan Pavilion to Great Fortune. As for achieving the best possible outcome, it's not entirely impossible for Xiao Fan with his current master-level abilities, but it would require a lot of time and preparation. TSK, this house is so nice, it feels much more comfortable to stay here. Xiao Fan's face showed satisfaction. Chapter 44 I'll call you Mingwei. Inside the Tianxian Emperor Palace, Feng Qingwu looked at the gift box that Xiao Fan had given her. She still didn't open it. News from Li family village hasn't come back yet, and Feng Qingwu is currently feeling uneasy. She didn't want to look at the gift Xiao Fan had given her in this state. I hope nothing bad will happen. No, nothing will happen. With Elder Yun's speed, he will have plenty of time to get there and deal with the emergency. Feng Qingwu thought to herself. A night passed, and before Feng Qingwu's morning court session, Elder Yun returned to the Tianxian Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, as Master Xiao said, the Jilu Reservoir breached its banks due to torrential rain, exactly as Master Xiao predicted. The people were safely evacuated without any casualties. Elder Yun reported the news to Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu breathed a long sigh of relief. Elder Yun, you've worked hard. Go down and get some rest. I will most likely leave the palace after the morning court session ends. I must thank Master Xiao. Elder Yun glanced at Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu's gratitude to Xiao Fan was a pretense. Her real intention was to see Xiao Fan. Yes, Your Majesty. Elder Yun bowed and left. Feng Qingwu took out the gift box that Xiao Fan had given her. Now that she knew about the situation in the family village, she felt relieved. Now they are eager to know what Xiao Fan gave them. The gift box was opened, and inside was a rolled-up calligraphy scroll. Feng Qingwu carefully unfolded the words. The ospreys cry guan guan on the river's islet. A fair maiden is the object of a gentleman's affections. The watercress grows unevenly, drifting left and right. A graceful and virtuous lady, I long for her day and night. I long for it but cannot have it, I yearn for it day and night. I toss and turn, unable to sleep. Feng Qingwu read it softly, her face turning slightly red. The poem is quite bold, revealing the man's pursuit of the woman. Master Xiao, I didn't expect you to have such good literary talent. Your calligraphy is also at a master level. Feng Qingwu murmured to herself. Your Majesty, it's time for the morning court session. The maid Xiulan came over to remind her. Feng Qingwu quickly rolled up the calligraphy scroll that Xiao Fan had given her. After the morning court session ended, Feng Qingwu felt a little conflicted. The calligraphy Xiao Fan gave her made her feel a little embarrassed to see him now. But deep down, she really wanted to see Xiao Fan. Master Xiao's divination saved more than 300 people. I am the emperor of a country, and those people are all my subjects. I should go and thank Master Xiao. Feng Qingwu found a reason to convince herself. Just before Xiao Fan started his business for the day, Feng Qingwu's carriage arrived at Tianyuan Pavilion. Miss Qin has arrived. Miss Qin may already have news. Many people gazed at the carriage with its phoenix-like movements. Li Ji was one of them. His overall mental state was much worse than yesterday. He didn't sleep at all last night. Miss Qin, do you have any news from the family village? Li Ji bowed deeply. Xiao Fan knew that Feng Qingwu was coming, so he walked outside from inside Tianyuan Pavilion. Feng Qingwu glanced at Xiao Fan before saying to Li Ji, Li Ji, I have received news from the family village that your family is safe. That's great, that's great. Li Jixin was overjoyed. Someone asked, Miss Qin, has the reservoir over at Li family village breached its banks? Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. The dam has burst, and the timing is about the same as Master Xiao predicted. Master Xiao, you have saved hundreds of lives. As she continued, Feng Qingwu naturally looked at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled as he looked at Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu was grateful to him, and he was actually quite grateful to Feng Qingwu as well. If Feng Qingwu hadn't found someone, what would have happened if he had figured it out? Hundreds of people will still die. He couldn't possibly get that many points. Miss Mingwei, I only mentioned it. It was you who found someone to save them. Xiao Fan smiled. He was even more satisfied with his future wife. If Feng Qingwu wants to save people, she would need to send someone at the level of a martial emperor, and the Qin prince's mansion would likely have to pay a considerable price. Master Xiao, if you hadn't spoken up, they would have died. The credit still goes to you. I will have my father report this to His Majesty, and His Majesty will surely reward you. Feng Qingwu smiled. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Miss Mingwei, let's talk inside. Ladies and gentlemen, those who wish to have their fortunes told, hurry and take your numbers. The 3 divinations for today will begin immediately. Many people immediately rushed into Tianyuan Pavilion. Xiao Fan and Feng Qingwu naturally followed, and he accompanied Feng Qingwu to the 2nd floor. This is Feng Qingwu's private room. Even if Feng Qingwu hadn't come, this room wouldn't normally be open to the public. Miss Mingwei, how is the gift I gave you? Compared to you, I am poor and have nothing else to offer. Xiao Fan looked at Feng Qingwu and said. Feng Qingwu blushed slightly. Master Xiao, the gift is quite nice. There are many people waiting downstairs, you should go and have your fortune told first. Xiao Fan gazed intently at Feng Qingwu, Miss Manhwa, may I call you Manhwa in private? Continuing to call you Miss Manhwa or Miss Jean seems a bit too formal. Feng Qingwu hesitated for a moment, and then nodded slightly. There wasn't much of a problem with Xiao Fan addressing her that way in private. Dream Moon! Xiao Fan called out happily, and Feng Qingwu responded softly. Her pretty face flushed slightly. This kind of address is quite intimate. If any of the blind dates arranged for her by the Empress Dowager dared to call her that, their legs would be broken. Manhwa, I'll go and get back to work now. I need to hurry up and make money to marry you, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Having earned over 10,000 points last night, Xiao Fan felt much more confident, and his morale soared. Yesterday's events made him realize the possibility of gaining a large number of points in a short period of time. As long as he has enough points, what does it matter if Qin Manhwa is a princess of the Qin Prince's mansion? He believes that he will definitely have enough ability to marry Qin Manhwa in the future. Don't talk nonsense. Why aren't you getting down here right now? Feng Qingwu said with a touch of shyness. Xiao Fan went downstairs with a smile, where hundreds of guests had already drawn lots. Everyone, today's three numbers are number 66, number 305, and number 523. Xiao Fan spoke up. The three people who were selected had mixed feelings, some were happy, and some were worried. Those who have important matters to ask Xiao Fan for help are naturally happy to be selected, while those who have nothing to do and just want peace of mind are very sad to be selected. Many customers already understand that if they don't encounter any difficulties and get a bad fortune slip, it usually means that they won't have any problems. It's heartbreaking to get a lottery ticket. Like Qingwu Tao, he was just smoking for fun yesterday at Gui Cheng's urging, but he learned from Xiao Fan that he only has 3 more years to live. Master Xiao, I would like to ask you to predict whether I will pass the imperial examination. Guest number 66 was a scholar, and he quickly sat down opposite Xiao Fan. The system quickly transmitted his information to Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan's eyes showed surprise. Normally, this scholar could indeed pass the imperial examination, but due to cheating, his paper was switched, and someone else took his place and became a successful candidate. His reputation has fallen from grace. He couldn't accept this result after 10 years of hard study. Unable to face his family, he ended his life out of guilt. The imperial examination fraud certainly involves more than just him. On a small scale, it concerns the scores of many test takers. On a larger scale, it concerns the future of the Tianxuan Empire. If this is resolved, I estimate I can earn a lot more points. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Could it be that these guests are coming because Tianyuan Pavilion was renamed Daji last night? Chapter 45 Manhwa, give me a hug? The scholar in front of Xiao Fan stared at him nervously. Master Xiao, what was the result? My wife fully supported my decision to take the exam. If I fail, The scholar covered his head. He was extremely nervous. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Your name is Lu Bin, you are 29 years old this year, and your birthday is in May. I have participated in 2 scientific expeditions and failed both times. I have a son and a daughter. My family was poor, and the money I spent to come and participate in the scientific expedition was borrowed. Lu Bin nodded with a wry smile. Master Xiao, you are truly amazing, everything you said is correct. I've been a burden to my family. I spend all my time reading, which has been tough on my wife and children. Xiao Fan shook his head. Since you've tried your best, you haven't let your family down. With your current level of ability, you are capable of passing the imperial examination. But Lu Bin's heart pounded with fear. He looked at Xiao Fan with extreme tension and asked, Master Xiao, have I failed again? Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Actually, with your level 4 years ago, you could have passed the imperial examination. But you don't have any connections. Your exam paper was replaced 4 years ago. Your exam paper has been replaced again. The hundreds of people in the store were utterly shocked. Cheating in scientific research examinations is a very serious matter, and it must have far-reaching implications. On the second floor, Feng Qingwu's expression became extremely solemn. She was the emperor, and her cheating in the imperial examinations was tantamount to undermining the foundation of the empire. Lu Bin's face turned pale. Master Xiao, does this mean I'll fail again? Master Xiao, you shouldn't have said that. I'm afraid this will implicate you. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Lu Bin, don't even think about dying. If you die, your wife and children will suffer terribly. Now that I've exposed it, there might be a turning point in this matter. As for me, you don't need to worry about me. Lu Bin stood up and bowed deeply. Master Xiao, thank you. Many people in the store were filled with awe and respect. Cheating on scientific expeditions is not something that ordinary people can manipulate, yet Xiao Fan dared to expose it directly. Even with the support of the Prince of Qin's mansion, there might still be great trouble. You should thank me, but you can't shortchange me even a tael of silver for the divination fee. Xiao Fan chuckled. Lu Bin quickly paid the divination fee. Although the money to come here for the exam was all borrowed, we could still pay the tael or 2 of silver for the divination fee. A dozen minutes later, the second and third customers finished their fortune-telling. Their situation is much simpler. Xiao Fan went up to the second floor and entered the room where Feng Qingwu was. Master Xiao, by exposing the cheating in the imperial examination, you are likely to offend a lot of people. Feng Qingwu spoke. This must involve one of the examiners. They are all big shots. Students are everywhere. Those who bribe the examiners are certainly not simple people either. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. If I don't tell, Lu Bin will die, and his family won't fare well either. Behind the cheating scandal in the imperial examinations, how many more Lu Bins are there? Feng Qingwu looked at Xiao Fan, and she greatly admired his courage to speak up. Master Xiao, which of the 3 examiners is it? Feng Qingwu asked. Xiao Fan shook his head. With my current skill level, I can't figure out which one it is. However, I can figure out who switched Lu Bin's exam paper. A sharp glint flashed in Feng Qingwu's eyes. Who? Knowing who it is, she can guide people to find the mastermind. Xiao Fan looked at Feng Qingwu with some hesitation. Mingyue, if your family gets involved, it might not be a good thing. If the Prince of Qin's mansion offends someone, many people might speak ill of it. Even if the emperor knew that those people were spreading rumors, he might still take the opportunity to reduce the power of the princes of the Qin prince's mansion. Master Xiao, please speak first. At least I can get my father to pay attention. Even if you don't tell me, others will suspect that I know. Feng Qingwu said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Mingwei, you must talk to your father and tell your family to try not to get involved. That person is Xiliang. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. This name wasn't particularly common, so it would definitely be easy to find out. Mingwei, let's have lunch here. I cooked it myself. Feng Qingwu looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. Master Xiao, you can actually cook? Xiao Fan smiled and said, I'm an orphan, so naturally I know a little bit about it. He would have done it in his past life. The current level is not bad. However, if he cooks for Feng Qingwu, he plans to exchange for master-level culinary skills. Master Xiao, I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy your cooking today. There are still some things to take care of today. I need to talk to my father about the cheating situation in the scientific expedition as soon as possible. Feng Qingwu said with some regret. After saying that, Feng Qingwu stood up. Master Xiao, I have to go back. I might be quite busy these next few days. The scientific expedition cheating scandal has far-reaching implications, and the next few days will certainly be busy. Mingwei, it's been days since I've seen you. Xiao Fan said somewhat dejectedly. He was growing more and more fond of Feng Qingwu. A day without seeing her felt like 3 autumns. Master Xiao, a few days will pass quickly. Feng Qingwu smiled. All right, if love between 2 people is meant to last, why should they be together every day and night? Mingwei, want a hug? Xiao Fan opened his arms as he spoke. Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, don't even dream about it. I'm leaving. Xiao Fan escorted Feng Qingwu downstairs. Feng Qingwu's carriage quickly departed. If love between two people is meant to last, why should they be together every day and night? Feng Qingwu silently recited Xiao Fan's words, and she was filled with amazement. These are lines of poetry worthy of being passed down through the ages. Xiao Fan read it aloud quite casually. With the talent to write such poems and to casually utter such timeless verses, Xiao Fan should have no problem passing the imperial examinations. Feng Qingwu thought to herself. However, given Xiao Fan's current situation, there is no need for him to participate in the scientific expedition. With the imperial examination just a month away, the exposure of cheating during the examination at this time would have a huge impact. The news spread quickly throughout Lingxiao City. Can the words of a fortune teller be trusted? Everyone, let me tell you, Master Xiao is no ordinary fortune teller. His skill in this area is extremely high. I heard that Master Zhao's new store opened, and even old Lu went to show his support. Dozens of riders have gone to the Prince of Qin's residence. There are tens of thousands of candidates in Lingxiao City, and since it concerns their own vital interests, many candidates are discussing it heatedly. When the new store opened, Lu Jingxin and his group went there. The news only spread in a small circle, and everyone listened to it like gossip, treating it as something to talk about over tea. This is different from cheating in scientific expeditions. If Lu Bin is like that, who can guarantee that they won't end up like him? After 10 years of hard study, who could bear it if their exam paper were easily switched by someone else? How dare you, you brat! How dare a mere fortune teller utterly defile an official of the imperial court? When Xie Zhongyuan, the Minister of Rites, received the news, his face turned extremely grim. He was the mastermind behind the cheating in the scientific examinations, as it would bring him a lot of money and support from his family. Father, should we have someone shut down Xiao Fan's shop and then throw him in jail? Xie Zhongyuan's son said in a cold voice. Don't act rashly, observe the situation first. Xie Zhongyuan took a deep breath and said, cheating in the scientific examinations is investigated every time. As long as they can't find anything, we won't be in any trouble. We can deal with him later. Chapter 46 The Empress's edict arrives. Xie Zhongyuan's son said viciously, once things calm down, I'll kill him myself. They're spreading rumors and misleading the public. We'll have plenty of ways to put him in a life-or-death situation. Xie Zhongyuan said coldly. He was the Minister of Rites, a high-ranking and powerful official, and a mere mathematician was nothing in his eyes. Father, what about the Prince of Qin's residence? So what if it's the Prince of Qin's residence? Even if he were already a prince consort, let alone someone who hasn't become one yet, if he slanders an official of the court, the King of Qin wouldn't be able to protect him. Xie Zhongyuan said domineeringly. If the King of Qin doesn't provoke him, Xie Zhongyuan certainly won't take the initiative to provoke the King of Qin. But if the King of Qin does provoke him, Xie Zhongyuan, with his status, is not afraid of the King of Qin. In the Empress's palace. Commander Yan, find out which faction Jing Xiliang belongs to, and then follow the clues to find out the mastermind behind it all. There's only 1 month left before the scientific expedition. Those who needed to be bribed should have already done so. Don't alert the enemy. Feng Qingwu said in a deep voice, with Yan Quan standing respectfully in front of her. Yes, Your Majesty. Yan Quan nodded. Feng Qingwu stared at Yan Quan. Commander Yan, I'm giving you 5 days. Give me a result. I've already given you clear clues. Don't disappoint me. Yan Quan felt a chill run down his spine. Your Majesty, I will certainly do it. Yan Quan quickly launched a secret investigation. Among tens of thousands of candidates, only one was named Jing Xiliang, making it easy for Yan Quan to trace the Jing family of Lingnan back to him. The Jing family is quite powerful. When Jing Xiliang went to take the imperial examination, his father, Zheng Renqiang, came to Lingxiao City to see him off. Moreover, they arrived 3 months ago. Yan Quan trusted Xiao Fan's words completely, and he secretly went directly to Zheng Renqiang. Zheng Renqiang, do you know who I am? Yan Quan said in a deep voice. Zheng Rinchang was terrified. Of course he knew who Yan Quan was. In official circles, Yan Quan was known as the Living Yama. As the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, few officials who were targeted by him met a good end. Lord Yan, of course we know each other, Zheng Rinchang said. He looked very respectful. Lingnan was a powerful region, and its rulers were considered local tyrants, but they were nothing in front of Yan Quan. Yan Quan is the commander of the embroidered uniform guard and also a supermaster at the level of Martial Emperor 9-star. It's good that we know each other. Yan Quan nodded. Since I've come to you so quickly, don't harbor any illusions. Your Jing family's problems aren't that serious, but if you cover up for others and obstruct the investigation, His Majesty will be furious, and your entire Jing family will not have a good end. Let me be frank with you, His Majesty has only given me a few days. If you cause me to lose my post, I swear I will send you and your son to the Western Paradise. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Zheng Rinchang's forehead. Yan Quan was putting immense pressure on him. My lord, I don't know what it is, Zheng Rinchang said, forcing himself to speak. Yan Quan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Let me remind you, cheating in the imperial examinations is no small matter. If you don't behave yourself, His Majesty will surely chop off your and your father's heads. Sir, it's just the fortune teller talking nonsense. Why take it seriously? Zheng Rinchang said. Yan Quan said calmly. Master Xiao predicted the dam would burst, saving hundreds of people. His Majesty's decree of reward should reach Master Xiao soon. Zheng Rinchang, I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't behave, you're doomed. Zheng Rinchang's face turned pale. Thump! Zheng Rinchang knelt on the ground. My lord, spare my life! I was just confused for a moment. Yan Quan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Who did you contact? Don't you dare say anything out of the ordinary, or if the truth comes out, your crime will be compounded. I wouldn't dare, how could I possibly wrong Lord Xie? Zheng Rinchang smiled wryly. Yan Quan narrowed his eyes. Minister of Rights Xie Zhongyuan, Your Excellency? Lord Yan, the person I contacted was not Lord Xie, but his son Xie Linquan. Zheng Rinchang kowtowed. Yan Quan said in a deep voice. Do you have any evidence to prove your dealings with me? Lord Yan, how could that be? Lord Xie would never give me such leverage. Yan Quan stared into Zheng Rinchang's eyes. Zheng Rinchang, if you lie, you will be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor, which is a capital offense punishable by the confiscation of your property and the extermination of your entire clan. Think carefully. I know. Please, sir, put in a good word for me before His Majesty. Zheng Rinchang pleaded. Yan Quan nodded slightly. You've been quite cooperative. I will explain this to His Majesty. Summon your son and come with me. Zheng Rinchang and his son were quickly taken away by the embroidered uniform guard and imprisoned in the embroidered uniform guard's prison. When the news reached the Xie family, Xie Zhongyuan's expression turned grim. The speed at which the embroidered uniform guard acted was astonishing. Father, now that Zheng Rinchang and his son have been arrested, they have likely already implicated us. What should we do now? Xie Linquan said in a trembling voice. Xie Zhongyuan felt bitter. He knew the capabilities of the embroidered uniform guard. Now that a breakthrough had been made, the embroidered uniform guard would surely be able to find out the truth. Moreover, there are definitely skilled members of the embroidered uniform guard secretly watching the Xie family, so it's impossible for them to escape. Time passed slowly, and Yan Quan continued his investigation. Xie Zhongyuan was also one of the chief examiners 4 years ago. It was no secret to the embroidered uniform guard which new people had become closely associated with the Xie family in recent years. Past exam papers are also archived. The exam papers were placed in front of some successful candidates, who were asked to copy them. By comparing the handwriting, it was possible to determine if there were any problems. The next day arrived quickly, and Xiao Fan was woken up early in the morning by a lot of people downstairs. 2,000 to 3,000 people gathered at the entrance of Tianyuan Pavilion. Normally, There are only a few hundred guests, but after the news of the cheating incident in the imperial examination yesterday spread, hundreds of thousands of people learned about Xiao Fan, and many people rushed to Xiao Fan's place early this morning. So many people. Xiao Fan opened the window and glanced out. The street below was packed with people, completely blocking the way. Among the 2,000 or 3,000 people, there were many scholars. Qinping'an, tell the people outside to disperse first. We will open for business at 9 a.m. Xiao Fan left the room and gave the instructions. He won't bring the time forward. Qin Mingwei always arrives around 9 a.m., and many guests don't arrive that early either. There's an even more important reason: he doesn't want to get up early. Wouldn't it be wonderful to marry Qin Mingwei and sleep in late with such a beautiful wife? Yes, boss! Qinping'an went outside and called out. Some people left, but more people came. More and more people gathered around Tianyuan Pavilion, and by the time it was about to open, there were already 7,000 or 8,000 people outside. Imperial edict has arrived! Make way! A sharp sound rang out, and a palace eunuch came over, an old eunuch and a young eunuch. The old eunuch possessed martial arts master-level skills, and the young eunuch was also a martial artist. The three of them moved very quickly. The people in front quickly made way. 3 eunuchs made their way through the crowd to the main gate of Tianyuan Pavilion, and the gate immediately opened. Xiao Fan frowned secretly. The imperial edict should be a reward, which would be a great honor for ordinary people. Xiao Fan was a little helpless. He didn't want to kneel down. Master Xiao, His Majesty has specifically instructed that you have rendered great service to the country, and you may receive the decree standing up. The old eunuch smiled and said. He was amazed, for the honor of standing to receive an imperial decree was usually reserved for very old people. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qinping'an knelt down, and the other 7,000 or 8,000 people around him also knelt down. They didn't have the guts to stand and listen to the imperial edict. The old eunuch unfolded the imperial edict. There is a diviner named Xiao Fan who has glimpsed the secrets of heaven and saved lives. He predicted that the dam would burst, saving hundreds of people from drowning. He is hereby granted the title of Celestial Master, and is granted the privilege of not kneeling when meeting officials or when receiving imperial decrees. So be it. The old eunuch was even more shocked after reading the imperial edict. The title of Celestial Master is not bestowed lightly. Moreover, there was a rule that one should not kneel before officials or when receiving imperial edicts. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Fan was overjoyed. Empress Feng Qingwu was a good person. This reward was excellent. If an imperial decree could be issued to bestow a marriage upon him, that would be the best outcome. Chapter 47, Eunuch's Fortune-Telling reveals major events on the frontier. Master Xiao, accept the decree. To become a master at such a young age, Master Zhao's future is limitless. The old eunuch said with emotion. It's rare for someone so young to receive an imperial edict, let alone such a reward. Thank you for your kind words, father-in-law. Xiao Fan accepted the imperial edict and smiled. The old eunuch said, Master Xiao, our family name is He. When we were young, we had a younger brother who was lost during a famine. If you have time in the future, Master Xiao, would you be able to tell our fortune? Xiao Fan smiled and said, Since you're here, eunuch, why wait until later? The 3 divinations for today haven't started yet. Let me tell your fortune, eunuch. With thousands of people watching, he couldn't very well give the old eunuch some silver. It would be better to have his fortune told instead. Eunuch, he looked at Xiao Fan with interest. He actually wanted Xiao Fan to stop now. If Xiao Fan couldn't figure it out after hearing this, wouldn't that be a slap in Xiao Fan's face? His Majesty just issued an imperial decree bestowing upon Xiao Fan the title of Celestial Master, and he immediately slapped his face. How can he possibly maintain his reputation after this? Master Xiao, but your rule isn't to draw lots. I hesitated for a moment before speaking, said Eunuch. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Eunuch, I set the rules. Sometimes when I'm in a good mood, I can naturally change the rules a little. Today, I'll do the first divination for you, eunuch. There are 3 spots available, and Xiao Fan can occasionally decide one himself. Doing this every day won't work. Then thank you very much, Master Xiao. Eunuch he cupped his hands in greeting. Xiao Fan arrived at the round platform on the first floor of Tianyuan Pavilion, where Eunuch he sat down opposite him. Over 1,000 people crowded into the store. Several thousand more people are stuck outside. Not to mention seeing him, most people couldn't even hear Xiao Fan's voice. Fortunately, the order was not bad. The imperial edict from the palace made it clear to some troublemakers that Xiao Fan was not someone to be trifled with. In the past 10 days to half a month, either the Song family of Tianhe nor Xie Zhongyuan, the Minister of Rights, would dare to provoke Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan has just received the imperial decree. Openly targeting or assassinating Xiao Fan would incur the Emperor's wrath. Master Xiao, is there anything else I should say? He asked. Xiao Fan shook his head. The system had already transmitted He Gong's information into his mind. Grandpa He, your name is He Yanxin. You lived in Shamhe village when you were a child. You have a younger brother who is 2 years younger than you. Your parents passed away unexpectedly when you were 7 years old. Grandpa He nodded repeatedly. He was shocked. Xiao Fan had actually been able to calculate it. Your younger brother's name was Hiyoshin. He passed away the year before last. However, he has a son who is 35 years old this year. He is already married and has 2 children. Although the family is not wealthy, they are doing all right. A look of sadness appeared in Eunuch's eyes. His younger brother had actually passed away. But at least he has a nephew. Master Xiao, could you please give us their address? When we retire and return to our hometown, at least we'll still have relatives. Eunuch requested. Certainly. Xiao Fan picked up a pen and wrote down the address, then handed the paper with the address to Eunuch. Master Xiao, thank you. This is the divination fee. Eunuch happily handed over the silver and left. Xiao Fan's address was written very clearly, so he could find the person by following the address. Since Xiao Fan dared to write it this way, Eunuch believed that he was not deceiving himself. The other 2 guests are number 175 and number 873. Xiao Fan glanced at the densely packed people in the hall and spoke. I am number 175. Someone in the crowd exclaimed with delight. There were too many people, and he couldn't squeeze onto the round platform in a short time. Xiao Fan frowned. Gentlemen, given that too many people are coming here to watch the excitement, those who actually have something to do may not even be able to get in. Starting tomorrow, you will need to pay 100 copper coins to enter the shop. 1 tael of silver is equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, and 100 copper coins are equivalent to $50 in the previous life. This ticket price can scare away most people who just want to watch the spectacle. Master Xiao, isn't this inappropriate? Yes, Master Xiao, you actually have to pay to come in and take a look. I think this is actually a good thing. There are just too many people. It's difficult for people who really have something to do to even get in. Many people spoke out, with quite a few agreeing and disagreeing. Xiao Fan pressed his hand down. Everyone, please be quiet. I will not take a single penny of this money. I will donate it all as a contribution to everyone. Many people nodded. That's not bad. Master Xiao, it wasn't easy to finally squeeze through. I wholeheartedly agree with your decision, Master Xiao. There are indeed too many people here. The second guest stepped onto the round platform, panting heavily. Please have a seat, guest. Xiao Fan spoke calmly and serenely. Master Xiao, I need to go abroad for business, and I would like to know if the trip will go smoothly. The second guest spoke. There were quite a few regular customers in the crowd, and their expressions were a little strange. This person has something on his mind. Yes, if there's no situation that gets picked, then there definitely will be. The 2 old guests whispered among themselves. Xiao Fan stared at the guest in front of him, his heart filled with shock. This trip was going to kill him. There is war on the frontier. While the Tianxian Empire was focused on the imperial examination, the AUS Empire to the north of the Tianxian Empire suddenly launched an attack, causing considerable casualties to the Tianxian Empire. With more guests coming, the chances of something serious happening are much higher. If we execute this well, we can earn a lot of points. Xiao Fan thought to himself. The Tianxian Empire is actually stronger than the AUS Empire. As long as they are prepared, the AUS Empire will have a hard time gaining an advantage. Perhaps 3,000 to 5,000 fewer people will die that way. It's entirely possible to get 30,000 to 50,000 points, let alone 100,000. Master Xiao, did my trip not go smoothly? Seeing that Xiao Fan hadn't spoken for a while, the man in front of Xiao Fan said nervously. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Guests, your life will be in danger on this trip. I can't figure out the reason because my skills are limited. The man took a deep breath. Master Xiao, thank you. In that case, I won't go on this business trip. Life is more important than money. After paying the divination fee, the man left satisfied. Such advice for a mere tale of silver is well worth it. The third guest was an ordinary old man, and with so many people watching, he looked bewildered. Sir, please have a seat. Xiao Fan smiled. The old man said in a trembling voice. Master Xiao, I'd better not sit down. I'm dirty, don't get your chair dirty. Xiao Fan got up and helped the old man sit down. Grandpa, it doesn't matter if your body is dirty, as long as your heart is clean. Besides, you look quite clean. Master Xiao, thank you. The old man, his body hunched over, said he estimated he was about 80 years old, his hair completely white. Master Xiao, please calculate for this old man how much longer I can live. The old man spoke nervously. Xiao Fan remained silent. The information provided by the system indicated that the old man had killed his wife. The elderly couple had no children. His wife had been bedridden for 20 years, and he had taken care of her for 20 years. He killed his wife simply so that she could die before him. That way, if someone dies, he can help collect their body. The old man asked him because he wanted to know when would be the best time to make a move. The old man's question stumped Xiao Fan. Chapter 48 New Grandmaster Level Abilities. Master Xiao, I won't live much longer, will I? Thank you, Master Xiao. The old man stood up shakily. He could tell from Xiao Fan's reaction that he probably didn't have much time left. Grandpa, wait a moment. Xiao Fan spoke up. If the old man goes back like this, he will probably end his wife's life even faster. He himself would die even faster. System, exchange this for a Grand Master level medical skill. Xiao Fan thought to himself. A Master level medical skill requires 10,000 points, and he currently has over 15,000 points. Yes, it is possible to exchange. After you switch, your points will drop below 10,000 for a while. Xiao Fan would absolutely not do this if an ordinary guest needed him to do something. Without more than 10,000 points, you can't exchange for martial emperor level strength when you encounter danger. But this old man broke Xiao Fan's defenses. His wife had been bedridden for 20 years, and he had taken meticulous care of her for all 20 years. It was too cruel for him to end his wife's life with his own hands. Master Xiao, is there anything else? The old man asked in confusion. The system had already exchanged a Grand Master level medical skill for Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan felt that he had reached a state of perfection in this area. Martial artist ranks are as follows: Martial Master, Martial Grand Master, Great Martial Grand Master, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Venerable. There aren't that many levels behind Masters of Feng Shui, Art, Medicine, etc. There are only 3 levels: Grand Master, Great Grand Master, and Saint Master. A Grand Master is already extremely powerful. You can start your own school of thought. In the Tianxuan Dynasty, with a population of billions, there are no more than 10 Grandmasters in any industry. Xiao Fan has not yet reached the Grandmaster level. He's already a top-tier Grandmaster. It's a very comprehensive one. Grandmasters often have a specific area of expertise, and they reach the Grandmaster level in that area. In other aspects, he might not even be as good as an ordinary Grandmaster. Xiao Fan is not like that. Combined with the information obtained from the system's divination, Xiao Fan's current level of diagnosis and treatment is extremely high. Grandpa, I'll go to your house with you later. Perhaps it can help your wife stand up, and also allow you to live another year or two. Xiao Fan smiled. The old man stared blankly at Xiao Fan. Master Xiao, you're serious? The old man said in a trembling voice. There is still a good chance. Xiao Fan smiled. Master Xiao, this old man kneels before you. The old man was about to kneel down when Xiao Fan quickly got up and helped him up. Old man, there's no need for that. The old man said nervously. Master Xiao, I don't have that much money. Grandpa, I offered to help you, so please don't take any money. Xiao Fan said. An hour later, Xiao Fan and the old man left Lingxiao City together in a carriage. In the evening, Xiao Fan returned to Lingxiao City looking exhausted. By the time Xiao Fan returned to the shop, it was already dark. Boss, Miss Qin is waiting upstairs. Chen Pingyan saw Xiao Fan and quickly said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. When he left, he asked Chen Pingyan to go to the Qin residence after he finished his work. I have something important to tell Qin Mingyue. He had just seen Qin Mingyue's carriage parked not far away. Xiao Fan quickly arrived on the third floor, where Feng Qingwu had used the kitchen and had actually prepared a meal. Master Xiao, my skills are just average, please don't look down on me. Feng Qingwu said somewhat embarrassedly. She only did it a few times in total. They were all made for her parents, to show her filial piety. Miss Mingyue, your skill level is quite good. Xiao Fan tasted it and said with some surprise. Feng Qingwu's skill level is already quite good among ordinary people. Feng Qingwu smiled. Although she hadn't done it many times, she did receive guidance from the imperial chef when she did. Master Xiao, if you like it, please have more. Feng Qingwu said with a smile. By candlelight, Xiao Fan thought Feng Qingwu was absolutely gorgeous. The meal was enjoyed in a warm and cozy atmosphere. Feng Qingwu said, Master Xiao, you asked Chen Pingyan to invite me here because you wanted me to help you find a skilled doctor to treat your third client today? Xiao Fan shook his head. No, I've already solved his problem. I want to talk to you about the second guest. Feng Qingwu was puzzled. Was the second guest situation not quite ordinary? Dream Moon, the Orson Empire suddenly launched an attack a month later, and our Tianxuan Dynasty suffered more than 10,000 casualties. Many of the common people have died. Xiao Fan said solemnly. Feng Qingwu's expression suddenly changed. Although there are conflicts on the border every year, there have been no cases of more than 10,000 casualties in the last 10 years. This is no longer a conflict, this is war. Master Xiao, are you sure about this? Feng Qingwu said solemnly. Xiao Fan nodded. The second customer went to the OS Empire to do business. I calculated that he would die in a surprise attack by the OS Empire's army a month later. Feng Qingwu was furious. This was a sudden, unannounced attack. Although the Tianxuan Dynasty is stronger, it will still suffer heavy losses in the face of such a sudden attack. Master Xiao, do you have any more detailed information? Have. Xiao Fan then shared the more detailed information he knew with Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu stood up. Master Xiao, I must tell my father the news immediately so that he can report it to higher authorities. However, His Majesty may not openly reward you, lest the OS Empire target you. After saying that, Feng Qingwu left quickly. Xiao Fan felt somewhat lost and disappointed. It's already dark. If only Feng Qingwu could stay. Since His Majesty has issued a decree to reward those who helped with the reservoir crisis, His Majesty will certainly take the imperial examination cheating case seriously. It shouldn't take long to find out the truth. There will be a lot of points to be earned then. If the invasion of the OS Empire results in fewer deaths, we can also gain a lot of points. Xiao Fan thought to himself. At the current rate of point accumulation, the system upgrade may not take too long. After the system upgrade, he will be even stronger, his abilities will improve, and he will have more confidence when facing the Qin Prince's mansion. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yan Quan stood in front of Feng Qingwu and presented her with all the evidence. What a fine minister of rights! A cold glint flashed in Feng Qingwu's eyes. The minister of rights, Xie Zhongyuan, is hereby appointed. Feng Qingwu suppressed her anger and said calmly. Half an hour later, Xie Zhongyuan arrived at the imperial study where Feng Qingwu was. When he saw Yan Quan there, his heart sank. Your subject pays respects to your majesty. Xie Zhongyuan knelt down and shouted loudly. Feng Qingwu pretended not to hear and continued reviewing the memorials. Half an hour later, she finally looked at Xie Zhongyuan. Commander Yan, tell Xie Zhongyuan about the information you've gathered. Feng Qingwu said indifferently. Xie Zhongyuan was terrified when Feng Qingwu called him by his name directly. This is bad, very bad. Yan Quan said in a deep voice. Lord Xie, the evidence of cheating in the imperial examinations is now irrefutable. Do you wish to confront me? Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty. Your Majesty was confused for a moment. Xie Zhongyuan kowtowed and said that Feng Qingwu's attitude had already explained everything. Without solid evidence, Feng Qingwu would not have been so indifferent to such an important official as him. Tell me the truth, Feng Qingwu said coldly. Xie Zhongyuan cautiously recounted some of the things he had done, which implicated many officials. Several high-ranking officials in the court were implicated. Points plus 32,586. A system notification sounded in Xiao Fan's mind. Chapter 49. The Empress Dowager plans to leave the palace to see Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was stunned. After a while, he asked in his mind, somewhat incredulously. System, you just said over 32,000 points, right? Host, 32,586 points. The system responded. Xiao Fan took a deep breath. Fortune truly does come from danger. Getting involved in a case of cheating in the imperial examinations could mean certain death, but the rewards were incredibly generous. A regular fortune-telling session only earns you 40 or 50 points a day. You can't accumulate this many points in 2 years. A Grandmaster level ability costs only 10,000 points, and more than 30,000 points can be exchanged for 3 Grandmaster level abilities. Host, you're too complacent, otherwise you would have already gained a lot of points. The system complained to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan secretly rolled his eyes. Before I was single and didn't have a family to worry about, so why was I so high profile? I just slowly and stealthily developed my skills and lived a pretty good life. Being too high profile often leads to a quick demise. If it weren't for his desire to marry Qin Mingwei, Xiao Fan would definitely still be developing his career at a slower pace. System, do you think I should exchange for something else, or accumulate 100,000 points to upgrade the system? Xiao Fan asked. He now has a total of 38,000 points. Unprecedented wealth. Even if you exchange for 2 Grandmaster level skills, you'll still have 18,000 points. Host, you may consider this yourself. After careful consideration, Xiao Fan concluded that having a master-level feng shui master was sufficient for making money. It's best not to expose the medical skills of a master. Even if he were to exchange for other Grandmaster-level abilities, he would definitely avoid using them if possible. Save it for now. Saving money makes me happy, Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Qin Mingwei had said she wanted him to help her parents, and that her brother's death might be suspicious. This capability was not available before the system upgrade. The system might be able to reach level 2. Xiao Fan believes that Qin Mingyue's brother, at least, can definitely figure out the truth. Qin Mingyue's father is the king of Qin, a powerful and high-status figure who might be too difficult for even a level 2 system to handle. Master Xiao, that old man came a few days ago. He wants to see you. Chen Ping'an reported this upon arriving at the 3rd floor of Tianyuan Pavilion. Xiao Fan hurried downstairs, and at the door he saw the old man from that day carefully helping an old woman into the house. Master Xiao, my wife is able to get out of bed and walk a little today. Thank you. The old man was extremely grateful. The old woman became even more agitated. Walking is nothing for ordinary people, but for her it is the greatest luxury. Master Xiao, thank you, thank you. The old woman said repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa, please don't be so polite. Please come upstairs and have a seat. Let me take another look at you, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Half an hour later, the two elderly people left, expressing their deepest gratitude. As evening fell, Lan Qin arrived in front of Feng Qingwu. Your Majesty, there is important news from Master Xiao. Feng Qingwu paused her calligraphy practice and looked at Lan Qin. What's going on? Lan Qin said. Your Majesty, didn't Master Xiao treat an old man 3 days ago? The elderly couple had been paralyzed for 20 years. Today, they came to Tianyuan Pavilion together to thank Master Xiao. Feng Qingwu remained silent. Lan Qin continued. Your Majesty, the embroidered uniform guard who was secretly protecting Master Xiao reported it immediately, and Commander Yan found a master-level doctor to examine the old man. That master-level doctor said that Master Xiao should possess Grand Master-level medical skills. Feng Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Feng Qingwu said. How old is Xiao Fan? He's only in his early 20s. If someone his age already possesses master-level medical skills, he will surely become a grandmaster in the future. A master or grandmaster in medicine has a much higher social status than a master or grandmaster in feng shui. Feng shui is something you can't see or touch, and many people don't believe in it. Different medical techniques. Your Majesty, to avoid any mistakes, Commander Yan said he would find another master-level doctor to verify it, and we should have the results by tomorrow morning. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. Tell me the results as soon as possible tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Feng Qingwu got up, washed up, and prepared to go to the morning court. Your Majesty, the results are in. Commander Yan consulted Grandmaster Dai Run, who told Commander Yan that Master Zhao's medical skills had definitely reached the Grandmaster level, and that his level was inferior to Master Zhao's. Lan Qin said respectfully. Feng Qingwu was shocked once again. She knew that Master Dai Run was among the more advanced medical masters. He once went to the palace to be seen by the retired emperor. He is a person who has a great chance of becoming a grandmaster. So, Master Zhao's medical skills must be at the level of a top-tier grandmaster. Feng Qingwu said softly. Lan Qin nodded. Feng Qingwu waved her hand, and Lan Qin withdrew. Feng Qingwu's heart remained unsettled for a long time. A master in his 20s may become a grandmaster in his 30s. They could all become future saintly masters. Why am I the emperor? Feng Qingwu felt bitter. If she really is just a princess of the Qin prince's mansion, given the strength and potential that Xiao Fan has shown, it's not impossible for him to marry her. Regarding father's condition, Xiao Fan doesn't know if there's anything he can do. Feng Qingwu thought to herself. The retired emperor had been ill for quite some time, and the imperial physicians could not find the cause. They even searched for figures like Dai Run from the general public, but still couldn't find the root cause. After the morning court session ended, the Empress Dowager summoned Feng Qingwu to Yannian Palace. Your subject greets your Majesty. Feng Qingwu bowed and said. The Empress Dowager nodded. Qingwu, I heard that you appointed that little fortune teller as the celestial master? Feng Qingwu frowned slightly. She deliberately ordered that this news be prevented from reaching the Empress Dowager's ears, but the Empress Dowager still found out. Yes, mother! Master Xiao has such an ability. He predicted that the reservoir would burst its banks. Your son sent a martial emperor-level expert to the site, and the reservoir did indeed burst its banks at the time he predicted. Many people were saved as a result, and property losses were greatly reduced. Feng Qingwu said. The Empress Dowager frowned and said, Qingwu, Xiao Fan is so young, does he really have such abilities? I've heard that he also exposed cheating in the imperial examinations. Is there some powerful force supporting him behind the scenes? Feng Qingwu said. Mother, if you don't believe him, you can send someone to test him. Mother, I have just received news that Master Xiao may possess master-level medical skills. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. She didn't really believe in feng shui masters, but she had great respect for skilled doctors. Mother, Yan Quan and the others shouldn't have the guts to deceive me, Feng Qingwu said. The Empress Dowager was slightly tempted. If Xiao Fan were just a feng shui master, she definitely wouldn't go to see him now. But Xiao Fan is also a master of medicine. Such a young master of medicine must have a grand master of medicine behind him. The Empress Dowager thought to herself. Qingwu, I'm going out of the palace tomorrow to take a look, but I won't be going with you. The Empress Dowager spoke. When she was with Feng Qingwu, she felt she couldn't see through Xiao Fan's true colors. Feng Qingwu was a little nervous. I wonder if my mother will get along well with Xiao Fan after she leaves the palace. Chapter 50 The Empress Dowager arrives. Early the next morning, the Empress Dowager quietly left the palace under the protection of several elite guards. Not long after, the Empress Dowager's carriage arrived near Tianxuan Pavilion. Madam, there are too many people ahead, making it difficult for the carriage to move forward. The woman rushing to catch her carriage stopped on the carriage road. The Empress Dowager lifted the carriage curtain and saw a dense crowd of people ahead. Madam, perhaps we should turn back? A skilled bodyguard on horseback nearby said worriedly. With so many people, if anything happens to the Empress Dowager, he won't have enough heads to lose. Since we've come all this way, there's no reason for us to go back. The Empress Dowager stepped down from the carriage. A large number of people were gathered in front of us. There must be 10,000 people, right? The Empress Dowager said softly. A skilled bodyguard nearby quickly estimated and said, Madam, it's about 15,000 people, and many more are coming. When Tianxuan Pavilion opens for business, it might exceed 20,000. Madam, we'll clear the way for you. 2 elite bodyguards led the way, while 2 personal maids stood guard beside them. Several elite bodyguards followed behind. The Empress Dowager was protected and continued to move forward. Thanks to Master Xiao. That's right. If it weren't for Master Xiao, we poor scholars would have suffered greatly from the cheating in the imperial examinations, and it would have been extremely detrimental to the country. I thought Master Xiao was talking nonsense, but I didn't expect it to be true. I came here today to properly thank Master Xiao, but I didn't expect so many people to come. Many people were whispering among themselves. Xie Zhongyuan and his son have been arrested, and other members of the Xie family involved have also been arrested. Although the authorities have not yet released an official statement, the news has already spread. I see. The Empress Dowager thought to herself. According to the information she received, there aren't usually this many people here. Normally there are around 2,000 people, but only 400 or 500 usually pay to enter the store. Old man, there are too many people. I'm afraid we won't be able to get into Master Zhao's shop. An aged voice rang out. The Empress Dowager looked over and saw a very old couple. Then let's go back. We'll come back another day to thank Master Xiao in public. The 2 elderly people were preparing to leave. The woman to the Empress Dowager's right whispered, Madam, they are the elderly couple that Xiao Fan helped. There is no problem with their identities. The Empress Dowager is leaving the palace, and the Imperial Guards have already conducted an overnight investigation into the information of relevant individuals. Past. The Empress Dowager said calmly. The elite guards in front immediately changed direction slightly. Soon the Empress Dowager and her entourage arrived at the 2 elderly people's side. Grandpas, you're all so old, why are you still here to join in the fun? The Empress Dowager inquired. The 2 elderly people looked at the Empress Dowager with a look of awe in their eyes. Although the Empress Dowager was dressed up, it was clear that she came from a wealthy and powerful family. Madam, we're not here to join in the fun. Master Xiao cured my illness, and we plan to thank him in public. We were late yesterday, so we stayed in the city last night. The old woman said with a look of regret in her eyes. I didn't expect there to be so many people today. It seems I won't be able to see Master Xiao. I'll have to thank him in public another day. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, I see. You elders can come with us. Is this appropriate? The two elderly people hesitated. The Empress Dowager nodded. I'd like to hear how Master Xiao can help you. Shall we talk as we walk? Well. The two elderly people followed the Empress Dowager and her entourage. It took about 10 minutes to get to the store entrance. Along the way, the Empress Dowager learned the full story. If it wasn't a setup by someone with ulterior motives, then Xiao Fan is actually a decent person. It's just that it's impossible for him to become the emperor. The Empress Dowager thought to herself. Previously, the Tianxuan Dynasty had never had a female emperor, so there was naturally no precedent for how to address the husband of a female emperor. The royal family has recently made a decision on this matter. The Empress's husband was granted the title of prince and was called emperor. With the titles finalized, the various factions will then rush to send people into the palace. No matter which family it is, if someone becomes the empress, the family's strength will increase significantly. Another quarter of an hour passed, and nearly 20,000 people had gathered at Tianyuan Pavilion. Creak! The tightly locked doors of Tianyuan Pavilion were finally opened. With officials maintaining order, the crowd did not frantically push into Tianyuan Pavilion. The few of us plus those two elderly people. The maidservant beside the Empress Dowager took out 2 taels of silver and put it into the donation box next to her. Instead of going up to the second floor, the Empress Dowager found a seat on the side and sat down. Her 2 maids and several elite guards stood beside her, carefully protecting her. Let's each take a stick. The Empress Dowager gave the order. It would be best if they were selected. Time quickly came to the daily opening time, and Xiao Fan came downstairs. Although he was wearing a plain robe, his refined demeanor was undeniable. The demeanor of a Grand Master. The Empress Dowager's eyes showed surprise. She has met many Grandmasters and Great Grandmasters, and they all have a special aura about them. Xiao Fan gave the Empress Dowager the same feeling. Everyone, welcome to the event. Thank you all for your support. However, with so many people gathered, the traffic outside is blocked. Friends who couldn't get into the store, let's leave now and come back another time. I'm still young and have plenty of time to live. Xiao Fan laughed loudly, his voice carrying outside the shop. However, the 20,000 or so people who had gathered here did not intend to leave immediately. Thank you, Master Xiao, for exposing the cheating in the imperial examinations. Someone shouted outside the store. Thank you, Master Xiao. Thank you, Master Xiao. The remaining 20,000 or so people joined in the shouting. The momentum was earth-shattering. After 10 years of hard study, they were unwilling to be innocently eliminated because of behind-the-scenes manipulation. Xiao Fan's exposure of the cheating in the imperial examinations was a great favor to them. Xiao Fan went outside and stood in a higher place. He cupped his hands and said, Gentlemen, I am a fortune teller. All who come are guests. I am just telling a fortune for my guest. There's no need for everyone to worry about it too much. Please disperse, everyone, or the authorities will come after me. The 20,000 or so people who had gathered there gradually dispersed. Xiao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With so many people gathered here, it would be very troublesome if something happened. Back in the shop, Xiao Fan smiled and said, Everyone, thank you for waiting. Today's 3 numbers are number 16, number 299, and number 460. I am number 16! Someone said excitedly. Many people looked over, including the Empress Dowager, whose eyes gleamed with a strange light. She recognized the shouting young man. Qin Tian, the youngest son of General Qin. Qin Tian has a high talent for martial arts. At the age of 18, he already possessed the cultivation level of a martial grandmaster. However, he prefers literature to martial arts and spends most of his time on literature. But his talent in this area is quite average. He was qualified to participate in the imperial examination, but there was no way he could pass and become a successful candidate. Please come up to the stage, first guest. Xiao Fan smiled and slowly walked to the round platform and sat down. Qin Tian happily went up on stage. Master Xiao, thank you for what you have done for us students. I would like to ask when I will pass the imperial examination. There were some regular customers in the shop, and they looked a little strange. The fact that Qin Tian asked such a question meant that he was actually fine. When there's no important business to attend to, accidents often happen. Let's see what they have to say. The Empress Dowager looked at Xiao Fan. She was absolutely certain that Qin Tian could not have been a shill hired by Xiao Fan. Chapter 51. Calculate how much longer you can live. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. The system had given him information, but the information was very simple. Surname Qin, 18 years old, died within 3 days. That's all the information I have. System, is that all? Right. Xiao Fan secretly rolled his eyes. This little bit of information was not easy to process. Using his master-level physiognomy skills, he observed that Qin Tian indeed had the appearance of an early death. Xiao Fan couldn't see the details very clearly. System, exchange for a grandmaster-level physiognomy technique. Xiao Fan thought to himself. It's still a life, after all. Moreover, Qin Tian thanked him as soon as he took the stage, and judging from his appearance, Qin Tian was not a bad person. Yes, host! In an instant, Xiao Fan's 38,000 points decreased by 10,000. A massive amount of information flooded into Xiao Fan's mind, but thanks to the system's protection, this vast amount of information did not impact his brain. Xiao Fan's physiognomy skills have directly reached the level of a grandmaster. He's a top-tier master. The system is quite generous in this respect. The exchange capabilities are all top-tier among their respective levels. Master Xiao, when will I be able to pass the imperial examination? Qin Tian asked with some doubt. It took Xiao Fan 7 or 8 seconds to inquire with the system in exchange for the ability. Guest, please be patient. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice, and then used his master-level physiognomy skills to observe Qin Tian. The physiognomy skills of a grandmaster are far more powerful, and Xiao Fan saw much more. Not only does Qin Tian show signs of an early death, but he also shows signs of losing his brother. The death of more than one elder brother likely occurred around the same time as Qin Tian's death. However, such an unexpected death could be completely changed if obtained in advance. 2 minutes passed. This young man is probably in trouble. That's right, the trouble is probably quite significant. Some regular customers were whispering among themselves. Xiao Fan usually speaks directly when divining the future, so this situation is quite unusual. Master Xiao, just say what you have to say. Even if I don't pass the exam, I will persevere. You don't need to consider my feelings. Qin Tian spoke up. He had never been here before and didn't know much about Xiao Fan. They would think that Xiao Fan was considering how to tactfully tell him the results of the divination. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Guess, then I'll be frank. Your background must be extraordinary. The result I calculated is rather simple, so please bear with me. Qin Tian was somewhat surprised, as he was dressed simply as a scholar today. She also had no valuable jewelry on her. Xiao Fan actually said that he had an extraordinary background. Master Xiao, please speak. Qin Tian now. Xiao Fan said solemnly. Guest, you will face a great calamity within 3 days, a death calamity. Qin Tian's expression changed drastically. Master Xiao, what did you say? Xiao Fan raised his hand to signal Qin Tian not to get excited. Guest, you also have the signs of losing your brother, and not just one. They should be facing the same calamity as you at the same time. Qin Tian's face turned extremely ugly. If Qin Tian hadn't already known Xiao Fan to some extent, and if he hadn't received the imperial decree appointing Xiao Fan as a celestial master, he would have definitely demolished Xiao Fan's shop right now.
Master Xiao, do you know what you're saying?
Qin Tian gritted his teeth and said. He is the youngest son of General Qin, and he has 2 older brothers. Xiao Fan said that more than one of his brothers is facing a death calamity, so wouldn't all 3 of them be at risk? Given the power of General Qin's mansion, could it be an execution of the entire family?
Nature.
Xiao Fan nodded. Qin Tian took a deep breath and asked,
Master Xiao, where are my parents?
Xiao Fan said bluntly,
I can't predict your father's fate, but you don't show any signs of losing your mother.
Qin Tian felt a little relieved. This meant that the entire family would not be executed.
Guests, don't worry too much. After I told you this, your understanding of this matter has become vague. If you pay more attention, you may be able to get through this ordeal.
Xiao Fan comforted him. The information provided by the system has turned into a bunch of question marks. Judging from his appearance, Qin Tian is also shrouded in mystery.
Master Xiao, I would like to invite you to my home to adjust the feng shui,
Qin Tian said with a hint of panic in his heart. Xiao Fan shook his head.
No need, your situation should have nothing to do with the feng shui of your home. Besides, given your situation, if I go to your house, something might happen that's hard to say.
Qin Tian stood up.
Master Xiao, thank you for the reminder. I hope your divination this time was wrong.
After paying the divination fee, Qin Tian hurriedly left. The Empress Dowager was filled with suspicion. Could it be that General Qin's mansion was really facing a great calamity? If something were to happen to Qin Tian and his 2 brothers, it would be an enormous blow to General Qin. This will have a huge impact on the entire Tianxuan Dynasty.
Master Xiao, I am number 299.
The second guest nervously stepped onto the round platform. She was surprisingly only 12 or 13 years old. Master Xiao, this is my divination fee. The child's hands trembled as he pulled out small pieces of silver and some copper coins from his pocket.
Master Xiao, that should be enough. If it's not enough, I'll think of something else.
Xiao Fan smiled gently and said,
Guest, since you have been chosen, your divination fee is definitely sufficient. You don't need to worry or be nervous. Please sit down.
The system transmitted the child's information into Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly.
Thank you, Master Xiao. I want to know where my parents are, and why they abandoned me. I'm a good boy, and I can earn money now.
Tears welled up in the child's eyes. Many people present felt a pang of sadness. Judging from the child's clothes, her fortune-telling fees were most likely obtained through begging. Xiao Fan handed the child a piece of paper and said,
Guest, your name is Qianlong. Your parents left you when you were 6 years old, and you have been supporting yourself ever since.
Qianlong nodded repeatedly. She said with great sadness,
Master Xiao, why did my parents abandon me? I remember they used to love me very much.
The Empress Dowager gazed at the round platform. With her keen eye, she could naturally tell that the little girl's emotions were absolutely genuine.
Xiao Fan said gently, Qianlong, your parents did this for your own good. Your parents are martial arts practitioners and have enemies. When those enemies came for revenge, they had to part ways with you with great pain. Master Xiao, then why didn't they come looking for me?
Qianlong asked in confusion. Many people present secretly sighed. Xiao Fan remained silent. Qianlong said in a trembling voice,
Master Xiao, my parents are dead, aren't they?
Xiao Fan nodded gently, and Qianlong's tears flowed like broken pearls.
Xiaolong, Qin Pinyin is a bit overwhelmed by the workload. Would you be willing to stay at Tianyuan Pavilion and do some work?
Xiao Fan asked. Qianlong stared blankly at Xiao Fan. Tianyuan Pavilion is very grand and upscale. She mustered up her courage to enter Tianyuan Pavilion. Can I really stay and work at Tianyuan Pavilion?
Xiaolong, why don't you hurry up and thank the boss?
Qin Pinyin said from the side. He felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Seeing Qianlong reminded him of his deceased child.
Thank you, Master Xiao. No, thank you, boss.
Qianlong said with immense joy.
Xiao Fan smiled and said, Xiaolon, you can go down first. Please come up for the third guest.
Soon, 460 guests arrived at the round platform. Many people are discussing it. This guest is dressed in Hu clothing, so he is clearly not from the Tianxuan Dynasty. When he arrived in front of Xiao Fan, the man sat down casually.
Master Xiao, you people of the Tianxuan Dynasty just love to play tricks and deceive. Since you're so powerful, why don't you calculate how much longer you have to live?
As he spoke, the Hu man drew his golden knife from his waist and placed it on the table in front of him. Chapter 52. The Empress Dowager asks Xiao Fan to read her fortune-telling. There are currently 3 Martial Grandmasters and 1 Grand Martial Grandmaster level expert secretly protecting Xiao Fan. Their expressions changed after the Hu people finished speaking. However, they did not take any action. They could tell that the Hu people were not very strong. Even if he were close to Xiao Fan, he would absolutely not have the ability to kill Xiao Fan with his sword.
How dare you! What do you want to do, you dog?
Many people in the store shouted sternly. Several powerful figures around the Empress Dowager became more vigilant. The Hu man grinned and said,
Don't get excited, everyone. I was just saying this to see just how good you Southerners are at pretending to be gods and ghosts.
The Hu people were in the north, and the Tianxuan Dynasty was in the south. Many Hu people referred to the people of the Tianxuan Dynasty as Southerners. Xiao Fan remained unfazed. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said calmly,
Guests, we count others, not ourselves. That's the rule in our line of work. Since you've been chosen, I can say a few words to you.
The Hu man laughed heartily.
All right, Master Xiao, say whatever you want. Don't be afraid to speak.
Xiao Fan said calmly,
Your name is Wu Kelu, and you come from the assassin organization Blood Raven. You are just a peripheral member of this assassin organization. Just a pathetic pawn.
The 4 powerful figures secretly protecting him changed their expressions slightly. They all knew that Blood Raven was a very famous assassin organization in the Northern OS Empire, known for its strange and ruthless actions. The Hu man's expression changed. Xiao Fan actually figured out his identity. Xiao Fan really has real skills.
Wu Kelu, I don't know when I will die, but I already know when you will die. You will die in the Jinyi prison in 3 days.
Yukaru's face turned pale.
I didn't do anything. I just took out a knife. What do you Southerners want? Do you want to start a war with our OS Empire?
Wu Kelu said sternly.
Xiao Fan said coldly. 7 years ago, when you first joined the Blood Raven, you carried out a low-level mission and killed 2 ordinary old people in our Tianxuan Dynasty. They haven't offended you Blood Ravens, and no one has issued a bounty. This is just your Blood Raven's introductory mission.
Yukaru's expression changed drastically. The assassin was naturally cautious, and he knew he hadn't left any clues back then.
In the past 7 years, you have taken on a total of 13 missions, during which you killed 19 people from our Tianxuan Dynasty, including an infant who was not even a month old.
Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, everyone in Tianyuan Pavilion was filled with rage. Yukaru's face turned pale. He knew he was likely doomed.
You surnamed Xiao, are you crazy? You dare to expose this like this? You've seriously offended the Blood Raven, and you'll have absolutely no way out.
Yukaru said viciously. As he spoke, he picked up a knife and slit his own throat, thinking that suicide would be quicker.
Bite!
A hidden weapon, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, instantly knocked the knife out of his hand.
Yukaru, come with us!
2 skilled Imperial guards rushed onto the round platform. Both were martial arts masters. Yukaru was instantly taken control of by them.
Gentlemen, is there anything else to say?
Xiao Fan asked.
Master Xiao, there's no need. We have plenty of good things in our embroidered uniform guard prison to make him talk.
2 skilled members of the Imperial Guard quickly led Wu Kelu away from Tianyuan Pavilion. The Empress Dowager looked at an elderly man who was protecting her. This old man possesses the cultivation level of a martial emperor.
Your Majesty, Master Xiao is not acting abnormally at all. Wu Kela's demeanor, breathing, heartbeat, and so on are also normal. Master Xiao is truly skilled.
The old man transmitted his voice. The Empress Dowager nodded almost imperceptibly. She herself shared the same judgment.
It seems that the possibility of other forces deliberately setting a trap has been ruled out. Xiao Fan is also a good person. But becoming an emperor is still impossible.
The Empress Dowager thought to herself. On the round platform, Xiao Fan stood up and cupped his hands in greeting.
Everyone, the 3 guests have finished watching. Our shop will be closed for the day. Thank you all for your support.
The elderly couple that Xiao Fan had helped walked forward, supporting each other. Master Xiao, after your treatment yesterday, my wife has improved a lot.
Thank you, Master Xiao.
The 2 elderly people bowed, but Xiao Fan quickly turned around and refused to accept their greeting. After they straightened up, Xiao Fan faced them and said,
Gentlemen, your lifelong love is truly enviable, which is why I helped you. Don't worry about it too much.
The old man said gratefully.
Master Xiao, my wife has been paralyzed and bedridden for 20 years. Now that she can stand up and walk, we should be grateful to you no matter what.
The eyes of many of the other guests lit up.
Master Xiao, I didn't know you were so skilled in medicine too. Master Xiao, your medical skills are so superb, why don't you mention it? Master Xiao, could you please take a look at my father? Money is absolutely no problem.
Many guests spoke up.
Xiao Fan clasped his hands and said, Everyone has their own expertise. My main profession is fortune-telling, so please don't get me wrong. As for medical skills, my level is just SOSO.
Xiao Fan had no intention of developing a medical practice. If he only treats the rich and not the poor, he will bear a huge reputation. If he gets all of these treatments, he won't have to do anything else all day long. The feng shui aspects are different. Ordinary people generally don't need feng shui adjustments, but for rich people, it's no big deal if they make more money. In addition, his system is the heavenly calculation system, where points can only be earned through divination. Our core business must not be neglected.
Master Xiao, have we caused you any trouble?
The old man paused for a moment before speaking. They actually wanted to thank Xiao Fan in public and let more people know that Xiao Fan is a good person.
This also makes people believe in Xiao Fan's medical skills.
Xiao Fan smiled and said,
Old man, it's all right. Who can force me to see a doctor? Gentlemen, feng shui is a rather unorthodox field, and not many people understand it. However, our Tianxuan Dynasty has many medical experts, so you can rest assured to consult them.
The Empress Dowager stood up.
Master Xiao, you only perform 3 divinations a day. Besides that, could you also tell fortunes for others?
There are some differences between fortune-telling and face reading.
Xiao Fan looked at the Empress Dowager and smiled, saying, This guest is certainly suitable. But my fortune-telling, which involves more than 3 divinations, is not cheap. It starts at 100 taels. Face reading can only give a general idea. If something really happens, just wait for the fortune-telling to come up.
The Empress Dowager calmly said,
Master Xiao, money is not a problem. Please take a look at it. Is it all right to do a fortune-telling privately?
Xiao Fan nodded slightly.
Of course, please come upstairs, guest.
Soon the Empress Dowager and 2 maids went upstairs, but the rest of the imperial guards did not follow. The 2 maids beside the Empress Dowager both possessed the cultivation level of a martial king.
Master Xiao, let us talk in that room. It is brighter there.
The Empress Dowager pointed to the private room that Xiao Fan had reserved for Qin Mingwei.
Xiao Fan shook his head. I'm sorry, guests, that room is not open to the public.
Chapter 53. The Empress Dowager was stunned.
10,000 taels.
The Empress Dowager said calmly. She knew that the room was specially reserved by Xiao Fan for Feng Qingwu. If Xiao Fan lets her in for money, then he can talk to Feng Qingwu about it.
Xiao Fan frowned slightly. Guest, not even 10,000 taels, let alone 10,000 taels. This way, please.
The Empress Dowager nodded slightly and followed Xiao Fan into another room. The 2 sat down, and Xiao Fan stared at the Empress Dowager, a look of surprise in his eyes.
Guest, fortune-telling starts at 100 taels, you'll need 1,000 taels of silver.
After a while, Xiao Fan spoke. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly.
They're both fortune-tellers, so why is there such a big difference?
Xiao Fan said calmly.
Guest, the difficulty of fortune-telling varies, and the benefits you receive after obtaining the results also differ, so naturally the prices will vary.
The Empress Dowager nodded slightly, and the maid beside her immediately took out 1,000 taels of silver notes.
Xiao Fan smiled and said, Guest, you are destined for great wealth and honor throughout your life. But fate also has its tribulations. You yourself had a close call when you were young, which was related to water, and you almost drowned.
The Empress Dowager's eyes showed surprise. That's true, it happened when she was 5 years old. The Emperor Emeritus and Feng Qingwu were unaware of this matter.
The second tribulation was the tribulation of her husband. She almost lost him. The third tribulation is the child tribulation. This tribulation has not passed yet, and you have lost one of your children.
The Empress Dowager was shocked. The retired emperor was attacked back then, but was fortunately saved by Qin Huayan. Feng Qingwu's brother wasn't so lucky, he died.
Does Xiao Fan know my identity?
Such a thought came to the Empress Dowager's mind. However, Xiao Fan doesn't look like it. Knowing that she was the Empress Dowager, how could Xiao Fan remain so calm? Master Xiao, you're right, but if that's all there is to it, doesn't he seem worth 1,000 taels? The Empress Dowager said calmly.
Xiao Fan smiled and said, I only mentioned the past to gain your trust. You still have tribulations in your life. One is a tribulation of your child, and the other is a tribulation of your family.
The Empress Dowager's expression changed. The two maids beside him stared wide-eyed. The Empress Dowager has only one child, who is the current Empress. The calamity of the child, will it not come true for your Majesty? Even more terrifying is the potential for a family calamity. If the royal family were to suffer such a calamity, it would be utterly terrifying. Or it was invaded by foreign enemies and reached Lingxiao City. Or there could be an internal rebellion, leading to a change of power. Either way, it's an extremely terrifying thing.
Master Xiao, please continue.
The Empress Dowager said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan noticed that the Empress Dowager's expression was not good, but he didn't pay much attention to it. It would be strange if one could still look good upon hearing such news.
The calamity will occur relatively recently, within 6 months to a year, and will be a time of war. It's best to strengthen the protection of your child during that period. You can have her come over for a fortune-telling then. She'll likely win the lottery and get more detailed information. The family calamity will last a long time, 2 to 3 years. If you get through this, everything will go smoothly from here on out. If you don't, there may be bloodshed.
The Empress Dowager's heart was filled with turbulent emotions.
Master Xiao, are you sure what you're saying is true, and you're not just trying to fool me?
The Empress Dowager took a deep breath and said.
Xiao Fan frowned and said, If you don't believe me, take the silver note and don't come to our Tianyuan pavilion again. I wouldn't stoop to cheating you out of this 1,000 taels. There are plenty of people waiting outside to hand over their money.
The Empress Dowager quickly said,
Master Xiao, please don't be offended. Master Xiao, is there any way to resolve the family's calamity? Please explain in more detail.
Xiao Fan shook his head.
Guest, your family is powerful, that's all I can see. There are still 2 or 3 years left, you can come back in a year or 2. My skill level should improve by then.
The Empress Dowager nodded slightly.
Master Xiao, I have a daughter. Could you please help me look at her marriage prospects?
Xiao Fan frowned.
I really can't see anything about your daughter's marriage prospects. Perhaps you could have your daughter come over in person.
The Empress Dowager stood up and said,
All right, I will bring my daughter here when there is a chance. Didn't you say she was going to face a calamity? We can take a look then.
Xiao Fan saw the Empress Dowager and the others out the door. Da-da. The Empress Dowager's carriage was already at the door, and she soon boarded it and left. Back in the palace, the Empress Dowager summoned Feng Qingwu.
Mother, what did you say to Master Xiao?
Feng Qingwu asked. Feng Qingwu received news of Xiao Fan's 3 divinations in public before the Empress Dowager even entered the palace, and she had already secretly sent powerful figures to General Qin's mansion. Feng Qingwu was unaware of what the Empress Dowager discussed with Xiao Fan on the 2nd floor. The Empress Dowager frowned.
Qingwu, what do you think of Xiao Fan's skill in physiognomy?
This dash. Feng Qingwu thought for a moment and said truthfully,
Mother, his skill in divination is definitely top-notch, but I don't know much about physiognomy. Mother, is something wrong?
The Empress Dowager nodded slightly.
He calculated the 3 calamities in my life, your father, your brother, and the calamity I experienced when I was a child. They are all very accurate. Then I calculated the 2 future calamities.
The Empress Dowager recounted the entire situation to Feng Qingwu in detail. Feng Qingwu took a deep breath and said with an extremely solemn expression,
Mother, you must not tell anyone about this. This is a top secret. If this gets out, it could cause turmoil in the court.
The Empress Dowager nodded. If others knew and believed that the royal family would face a great calamity in 2 or 3 years, some officials might harbor rebellious intentions even before that time arrived. It will also help some officials choose sides.
Qingwu, do you think Xiao Fan is exaggerating?
Feng Qingwu remained silent for a while before saying,
Mother, based on my understanding of him, I'm afraid it's not him. However, fate can change. Mother, please don't worry too much. Your Majesty, I need to leave the palace to see Xiao Fan.
The Empress Dowager frowned as she looked at Feng Qingwu.
Qingwu, even if Xiao Fan is skilled in fortune-telling, he is still just a minor fortune-teller, and his status and position are far from sufficient. Don't get too involved. Even if you want him to enter the palace, he will never become the emperor.
Feng Qingwu quickly left the palace and arrived at Tianyuan Pavilion in less than half an hour.
Master Xiao, you've messed with the assassin organization Blood Raven again. What am I supposed to say to you?
Upon seeing Xiao Fan, Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at him.
Xiao Fan said somewhat helplessly, Mingyu, it's not that I provoked Blood Raven. Blood Raven sent people to test me, which means they've clearly received an assassination mission for me.
Feng Qingwu's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly.
Then can you figure out which faction was behind it?
Xiao Fan shook his head.
He's just a small fry. He knows only limited things. Originally, such an incident was most likely the work of the Song family of Tianhe. The imperial examination cheating case affected the interests of many people, but now it's unclear what happened.
Feng Qingwu sighed.
I will ask my father to help find someone to warn the Blood Ravens, but it may not be effective against an assassin organization like the Blood Ravens.
Xiao Fan chuckled and said,
Manhwa, don't worry too much about me. Although I'm not counting others, I don't think I'm destined to die young. Manhwa, it's almost noon. You cooked for me the other day, so let me cook for you today.
Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. While we were eating, I took the opportunity to ask Xiao Fan about Empress Dowager Xiao Fan's fortune-telling. Xiao Fan was secretly delighted. If we can eat together at home more often in the future, how could this wife possibly run away? Chapter 54 His Majesty bestows a marriage?
System: exchange for master-level culinary skills.
Xiao Fan entered the kitchen and thought to himself. It only takes 1,000 points to redeem this, and he currently has 28,000 points, so it's no big deal. As for master-level cooking skills, there's no need, spending 10,000 points on that would be a waste. While winning over your future wife's stomach, you also need to improve your own abilities. Otherwise, you can only dream of marrying a princess. A flood of information rushed into Xiao Fan's mind, and his culinary skills soared to the master level in a very short time.
TSK, with master-level culinary skills, looking back, my previous cooking skills were simply not worth a glance.
Xiao Fan was filled with emotion. In feng shui, calligraphy, and culinary arts, master level is already a very high level. There might be only 1 in a million. Any restaurant with a master chef is guaranteed to become a huge hit. Master chefs are often no longer on the front lines. They usually teach apprentices or something similar.
Master Xiao, do you need me to pick some vegetables?
Feng Qingwu arrived at the kitchen door and said.
No, you should rest for a bit. It won't be long before you're all better.
Xiao Fan turned around and smiled.
Then I'll just eat what's already prepared.
Feng Qingwu smiled.
Didn't I get to eat it ready-made last time too?
As Xiao Fan spoke, he deftly prepared the ingredients. Feng Qingwu stared at Xiao Fan in surprise. Xiao Fan's movements were all too familiar. Within half an hour, Xiao Fan had served the food. 4 dishes and 1 soup.
Manhwa, I only made this much food. Any more than this would be a waste of food for the 2 of us. If you want something else, I'll make it for you later.
Xiao Fan smiled. Feng Qingwu nodded, and quickly picked up a piece of food to taste.
Master Xiao, it's delicious. Your cooking skills are probably no less than most of the imperial chefs in the palace.
Xiao Fan looked at Feng Qingwu with a smile. As a princess of the Qin kingdom, Feng Qingwu must have eaten dishes prepared by the imperial chefs.
Manhwa, as long as you like it.
Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan.
I do like it, but you said last time that my cooking was delicious. I'm far from good enough. You haven't done much, but you've already done a great job. Here, try this.
Xiao Fan served some food to Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu blushed slightly. It was a very intimate act for a man and a woman to serve each other food. In the Tianxuan Dynasty, this usually only happens after a relationship has been established.
Thanks,
Feng Qingwu said softly. Xiao Fan looked at Feng Qingwu. His future wife was too beautiful. They're a feast for the eyes. I just don't know when I'll be able to marry her and eat, Feng Qingwu.
Manhwa, I've thought of a way to marry you in the future,
Xiao Fan said. Feng Qingwu looked at Xiao Fan with her beautiful eyes. Xiao Fan laughed and said,
Disasters like dam breaches will definitely happen again, and I can make a lot of contributions in the future. I don't want any other rewards at that time. I can ask His Majesty to grant me the marriage.
Feng Qingwu stared blankly at Xiao Fan. He issued his own decree, bestowing a marriage upon himself?
Manhwa, you said your father wants to marry into our family, and he might oppose us.
But if His Majesty bestows the marriage upon us, your father won't he be able to object? Xiao Fan smiled. He secretly gave himself a thumbs up. I was so clever for nothing. Feng Qingwu felt a little strange, but she still nodded and said,
Master Xiao, I think your idea is indeed quite good. But getting His Majesty to grant a marriage isn't that easy,
Xiao Fan said confidently.
As long as I accumulate enough merit, I think His Majesty will definitely grant me a marriage. I will try my best to marry you within a year. Okay, I'll wait.
Feng Qingwu nodded. She felt a bitter taste in her mouth. The emperor had already been given the title of emperor, and the empress dowager and the ministers would definitely urge her to get married.
Master Xiao, how much did you make from having your fortune told today?
Feng Qingwu changed the subject. The topic of her arranging her own marriage sounded rather strange to her.
1,000 taels. I should be able to buy a decent house by then.
Xiao Fan smiled. Feng Qingwu feigned surprise and said,
1,000 taels of silver? The other party's condition must be quite serious.
Xiao Fan nodded.
The other party was destined for great wealth and honor, but one of their children has already died, another child is also facing calamity, and their family is also facing calamity. Knowing your fate in advance can change it. Even if she only received 10,000 taels of silver, it would be well worth it for her.
Feng Qingwu was shocked. She could tell that Xiao Fan was serious, and wasn't deliberately trying to fool her.
Master Xiao, is the other person in such a terrible state? Could it be that your fortune-telling is inaccurate? Don't let this cause you any big trouble,
Feng Qingwu said.
Xiao Fan shook his head. I have the skill of a grandmaster in physiognomy, so I shouldn't be wrong.
Feng Qingwu's expression changed slightly.
Master Xiao, didn't you read my fortune?
No.
Xiao Fan shook his head. Although I am a fortune teller, I believe that human will can overcome fate. I will definitely marry you.
Feng Qingwu silently recited in her heart.
Human determination can overcome fate.
She became more composed. Having already received advance notice, if the situation couldn't be reversed, she might as well hand over the throne sooner rather than later. After lunch was finished in a warm atmosphere, Feng Qingwu took her leave. She still has many memorials to process. The imperial examination fraud case has far-reaching implications, and she will be much busier than before for the next period of time. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Many fine horses and several carriages emerged from General Qin's mansion. We've already held a family memorial service, now we need to go to the mountains.
Father, please keep in mind what I told you before,
Qin Tian whispered. He felt a little uneasy.
The fortune-teller's words are utter nonsense.
General Qin Jinyu said coldly.
You are not allowed to go to Tianyuan Pavilion again.
Qin Jinyu didn't believe in fortune-tellers or feng shui at all. With his martial emperor-level cultivation, he only believed in his own strength. Father, but Master Xiao is really amazing, otherwise he wouldn't have been bestowed the title of Master.
Qin Jinyu frowned and said, What do you know? No matter what method Xiao Fan used, if the imperial court hasn't found out, then this matter can only be true. Having saved hundreds of lives, His Majesty will surely show his appreciation. That doesn't mean he actually has that ability. A young man in his 20s calculating a reservoir breach 10,000 kilometers away? That's utter nonsense.
Qin Tian looked helpless. If he continues talking, he might get another beating.
Third brother, with father's strength and our strength, there won't be any problems. Don't worry. That's right.
Qin Tian's eldest and second eldest brothers spoke with great confidence. Their martial arts talent was actually inferior to Qin Tian's, but they were older and trained much more diligently. Qin Tian had already reached the martial king level. Qin Tian's second brother is also at the great martial grand master level. Looking at the entire Tianxuan Dynasty, they are all top geniuses. However, their martial arts talent is still far inferior to Feng Qingwu's. Feng Qingwu is younger than them, and she is already at the 8th level of the martial king realm. Although brother Qin Tian is already a martial king, he only has the cultivation level of martial king 2-star. Chapter 55. The Qin family is attacked. The Qin family left Lingxiao City and successfully completed the ancestral worship ceremony on the mountain. Qin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Problems are most likely to occur on the mountain. Since no problems have occurred on the mountain, there shouldn't be any more problems. Just then, Qin Jinyue's expression changed. He sensed something was amiss. My own strength is actually decreasing. In the span of half a breath, he went from a 6th-level martial emperor to only a 5th-level martial emperor, and he's still going down. The situation for Qin Tian and his 2 brothers was even worse. In the span of half a breath, they dropped a whole realm.
Watch out for the enemy!
Qin Jinyue roared. In the short time he spoke, his strength dropped to only 3-star martial emperor. Accelerated decline. Martial emperor level 1, martial sovereign level. Martial king level. In just half a minute, Qin Jinyue's strength, as a 5-star martial emperor, dropped to less than that of a martial king. Qin Tian and his 2 brothers have temporarily lost all their strength. The other strong members of Qin Jinyue's team picked up their weapons and nervously stared at their surroundings. Qin Jinyue and the others were protected inside.
Kill them now!
One of Qin Jinyue's personal guards turned around and slashed his sword fiercely at Qin Tian and the others. This bodyguard is Qin Jinyue's confidant, with the cultivation level of a martial emperor. Just now, he and the other powerful guards pretended to have reduced their strength. But his strength has not diminished in the slightest. The strength of the rest of the guards had dropped to below the martial king level, while he alone still possessed the strength of the martial emperor level. Qin Jinyue glared angrily and attacked with all his might. However, his strength has now dropped to the level of a great martial grandmaster, which is far inferior to that of a martial emperor.
Oh no, I'm still a virgin!
Such a thought flashed through Qin Tian's mind. The first person the guards killed was him. If he hadn't gone to Xiao Fan for divination, he would have been much safer to take action. Making a move now carries considerable risk. But he had no choice. Such an opportunity was too rare to pass up, so he had to make a move. It took a lot of time and money to reduce the strength of Qin Jingyue and others. Elixirs that can deceive even martial emperor-level experts and significantly reduce their strength are extremely expensive. Qin Jingyue possesses powerful defensive treasures, so he lacks confidence in killing Qin Jingyue, and neither do the people behind him. Killing Qin Tian and the others, however, should not be a problem. The plan was flawless. Puff! Just then, a golden arrow descended from the sky at an incredibly fast speed. The arrow pierced through the sword-wielding hand of the guard who had just made the move. The sword fell from his hand. Whoosh! 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 Less than half a second later, the other 3 arrows also fell. One of the branches pierced through the other hand of the bodyguard who had just attacked. 2 more arrows pierced his feet, pinning him to the ground. General Qin, His Majesty ordered me to keep a close watch, but I didn't expect something like this to actually happen. An old man in a green robe descended from the sky. Lord Li! Qin Jingyue breathed a sigh of relief and politely cupped his hands in greeting. The old man in the green robe was a palace attendant, and only the emperor could summon him. General Qin, I will help you clear the effects of the medicine from your body. The old man in the green robe said. As he spoke, a powerful force entered Qin Jinyue's body. With the help of the old man in the green robe, Qin Jinyue's strength was quickly restored. 5 minutes later, Qin Jinyue's strength had fully recovered. Then the two of them worked together, and the medicinal effects in the rest of the body were quickly cleared. Lordly, our Qin family is deeply grateful. Qin Jinyue led Qin Tian and the others in a deep bow. Li Gongfeng said with a faint smile. General Qin, His Majesty ordered me to come. If you want to thank someone, thank His Majesty. Perhaps you should also thank Master Xiao. Qin Jinyue nodded slightly. Even so, I must thank Elderly for his help. General Qin, take care. Li Gongfeng didn't say much to Qin Jinyue. As a retainer, he had to keep some distance from military generals like Qin Jinyue. Qin Jinyue looked at Qin Tian, his expression somewhat complicated. Xiao Fan's prediction was right. If Xiao Fan hadn't spoken up, and if His Majesty hadn't sent anyone over, he himself might not have died, but Qin Tian and the other 2 would have been doomed today. His 3 sons were all exceptionally talented. If they all died, it would be an enormous blow to Qin Jingyue. His mental state is affected, and he may very well only reach the 6th star of the martial emperor realm in his lifetime. Why? Qin Jingyue stared at the guard who had made the move with an extremely gloomy expression. The others glared at him menacingly. Have no idea. The guard who made the move said blankly. He was actually about to commit suicide, but Li Gongfeng acted too quickly and he didn't have time. Take away! Qin Jingyue said in a cold voice. The Qin family entered the city half an hour later, by which time Li Gongfeng had already arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, General Qin and his men have just encountered an accident. General Qin and his men must have been poisoned by a special compound poison, which caused their strength to drop drastically in a short period of time. One of the guards has defected and has been apprehended. General Qin and the others are unharmed. Li Gongfeng respectfully reported to Feng Qingwu. Even if he were a martial emperor-level expert, he would still have to be respectful in front of Feng Qingwu, an emperor. Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. She wasn't particularly surprised. Now she trusts Xiao Fan completely? Since Xiao Fan said that Qin Tian and the others would face such a calamity within 3 days, they must face such a calamity. Li Gongfeng, you've worked hard. You can go down now. Feng Qingwu said. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Gongfeng nodded and took his leave. Feng Qingwu got up and went to Yannian Palace.
Mother, I just received news that General Qin and his men have been attacked.
The Empress Dowager's expression changed slightly. Since this is true, what Xiao Fan told her is much more credible.
Mother, Master Zhao's divination this time has brought great help to our Tianxuan Dynasty. If General Qin's 3 sons were to die, it would have a tremendous impact on him. General Qin is a figure who has the potential to reach the 9th level of martial emperor, and there is even a slight possibility that he can become a martial venerable.
Feng Qingwu said. A figure like Qin Jinyue can be considered the pillar of stability for the Tianxuan dynasty. They possess formidable strength and are masters of military strategy. If Qin Jinyue reaches the level of martial emperor 9 stars, the national strength of the Tianxuan dynasty can be greatly improved.
Xiao Fan has made great contributions, but Your Majesty, he is not qualified. Don't even think about it.
The Empress Dowager shook her head and said,
An emperor can only emerge from among the major aristocratic families. Otherwise, Xiao Fan would inevitably face a united attack from many of them. Do you want him to die?
Feng Qingwu's expression changed slightly. If the major families unite to kill Xiao Fan, even if she were the emperor, she might not be able to protect him. The emperor's ability to maintain his throne was inseparable from the support of the powerful clans.
Your Majesty, I have official duties to attend to, so I must take my leave now.
Feng Qingwu quickly made her escape. Half an hour later, Qin Jinyue and his group returned to the general's mansion. The system's voice suddenly rang in Xiao Fan's mind. Points plus 46,895. Xiao Fan was stunned.
What's going on? System, what's going on? You've suddenly gained so many points.
Xiao Fan asked. As soon as he asked the question, he immediately realized that it must be related to Qin Tian. He didn't know Qin Tian's exact identity, but it was definitely not low. The 3 brothers should have survived. Chapter 56 Qin Jinyue visits to express his gratitude. Originally, he had more than 28,000 points. With the addition of these nearly 46,900 points, Xiao Fan's total points exceeded 75,000. The feeling of suddenly becoming rich made Xiao Fan feel somewhat unreal. I used to only get a few dozen points a day, but now I've suddenly gained tens of thousands of points. The 100,000 points needed for the system upgrade, which used to be out of reach, are now within easy reach.
In another 20 days or so, the war on the frontier should bring in at least 20,000 points. 30,000 points is not impossible. It's entirely possible that it will exceed 100,000 by then.
Xiao Fan's heart burned with passion. The system upgrade requires so many points, so the benefits of the upgrade must be considerable.
I used to feel like I had a lot of money but few points, but now I have a lot of points. I need to hurry up and make more money.
Xiao Fan thought to himself. He now has 50,000 taels of silver, which is no small sum, but the shop alone cost him 60,000 taels of silver, and he still owes Qin Mengwei. Buying a 4-courtyard house would cost 200,000 or 300,000 taels of silver.
Master Xiao, please take a look at my son quickly.
What's wrong with my son? The group hurried into Tianyuan Pavilion. 2 of them carried a stretcher on which lay a young man with a purplish-blue face.
Guest, this is not a clinic. Please see a doctor if you need medical attention.
Xiao Fan said that he planned to go to Qinghuitao's place. Qinghuitao was a friend of Guiqing. After Qing adjusted the feng shui, he only had 3.5 years left to live. Now that he has reached the level of a Grand Master in feng shui, Xiao Fan estimates that if he were to be given another boost, it wouldn't be a problem to extend his lifespan by 5 years.
Master Xiao, my son is sick. He has probably come into contact with something unclean. Master Xiao, please save my son. Money is no object.
The speaker was an obese middle-aged man, in his 40s or 50s, dressed in silk and adorned with gold and silver. Xiao Fan approached. He won't help ordinary patients. There's no need for him to steal the doctor's business. But if someone has come into contact with something unclean, then he might be willing to help. As soon as you get close to Xiao Fan, you can feel a strong energy. The young man lying on the stretcher had something inside his body. It is located in the spleen. The 5 internal organs are inherently yin, with the spleen belonging to earth and residing in the middle jiao, representing the ultimate yin within yin. It was broad daylight, and the sun was shining brightly. The substance inside the young man's body was hidden in his spleen. Although his skin was purplish-blue, he showed no other symptoms. At night, when the things inside his body start to move, he will be in excruciating pain. Master Xiao, if you can save my son, I'll give you 5,000 taels, no, 10,000 taels of silver. The obese middle-aged man was nervous and authentic. He only has one son, and he cherishes him dearly. Xiao Fan's gaze sharpened, and he used his master-level physiognomy skills to observe the young man lying on the stretcher. Then Xiao Fan looked at the obese middle-aged man. Take it away. Your money is dirty, I won't accept it here. Xiao Fan's expression turned cold. Through physiognomy, Xiao Fan could tell that the middle-aged man was rich but heartless, and the young man lying down was no better. There were other people around, and they all looked surprised. 10,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan actually refused it. Master Xiao, please save my son. I'll give you 20,000 taels of silver. The obese middle-aged man prayed. He had actually found 2 other feng shui masters, who, although they were quite famous, could not solve his son's problem at all. Xiao Fan sneered. Your son has committed many evil deeds and deserves to be haunted by vengeful ghosts. Go back and prepare the coffin. The obese middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, Master Xiao, 50,000 taels of silver. Cure my son, and I'll offer you 50,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Master Xiao, 100,000 taels. This is the limit of my offer. If you refuse again, Master Xiao, you won't earn this money. The obese middle-aged man said in a deep voice. With so much money, he believed Xiao Fan would definitely be tempted. Many people around looked eager. 100,000 taels of silver, what a huge sum of money! A gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it in a proper way. Don't even mention 100,000 taels, even if it's 1,000,000 taels of silver. I don't want your dirty money. Xiao Fan said coldly. 100,000 taels is indeed a huge sum of money, but he could earn it with a little effort. There was no need for him to make money that went against his conscience. You! The obese middle-aged man looked extremely unwell. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Xiao Fan had actually refused to make a move. The young man on the stretcher was not unconscious. He said fiercely, You surnamed Xiao, if you don't treat me, I'll haunt you even after I die. Xiao Fan was amused. Young man, do you think you can defeat me if you turn into a vengeful ghost? The young man lying down. Xiao Fan sneered. You and your son shouldn't think that money can solve everything. You will eventually face retribution for your evil deeds. Get out! The fat, middle-aged man knew that even if the price was increased, Xiao Fan definitely wouldn't get treatment. He left with a dark expression, and his men quickly carried the young man away in a sorry state. Xiao Fan soon followed suit and went out as well. Xiao Fan hailed a carriage and arrived at Qingwu residence. After a busy afternoon, Xiao Fan earned 4,000 taels of silver from Qingwu. The previous fee for extending lifespan by 6 months was 1,500 taels of silver, but this time, extending lifespan by more than a year and a half will only cost 4,000 taels of silver. Fair price. Compared to 100,000 taels of silver, this is much less, and it will take much more time and effort. But Xiao Fan accepted the money with a clear conscience. As night fell, Xiao Fan returned to Tianyuan Pavilion in a carriage belonging to the Qing family. Boss, we have guests. Uncle Chen has arranged for them to stay on the 2nd floor. Qianlong saw Xiao Fan and quickly bowed. Although she was only 12 or 13 years old, she had been supporting herself since she was 6 and was very efficient in doing things. With her joining, Chen Ping'an's pressure was greatly reduced. Xiao Fan nodded, preparing to go upstairs. Then the obese middle-aged man they had seen during the day came again, and his son was also brought over. Ah! Ah! The young man lying on the stretcher screamed repeatedly as he struggled violently. However, he was tied up and couldn't move his hands and feet. Master Xiao, you must cure my son, or I'll have them smash up your shop, the obese middle-aged man said sternly. If I smash up your shop, I'll just pay for it. I can afford to pay. Xiao Fan glanced at the young man on the stretcher. Now that it was night, the yin energy emanating from him was even stronger. The vengeful spirit inside him was tearing at his internal organs, causing him immense pain. If you don't treat him, you're going to bring people over to smash up the shop? Xiao Fan said coldly. The obese middle-aged man said in a chilling tone. Master Xiao, if my son dies, there might be others who will be buried with him. Yuri's so noble that you wouldn't accept money, but if you offer 100,000 taels of silver for a life, someone will probably take action. The powerful figure secretly protecting Xiao Fan is preparing to reveal himself and make a move. Just then, Qin Jingyue, dressed in casual clothes, came down from the second floor of Tianyuan Pavilion. He had no feelings for the fortune-teller, but Xiao Fan saved the lives of his 3 sons. He felt he owed Xiao Fan a huge favor. There were few people around at night, so he quietly came over to thank them by himself. Hiring people to smash up your shop and threatening to kill people, you have a lot of nerve, Qin Jingyue said in a deep voice. Chapter 57 Qin Jingyue sees a ghost. The obese middle-aged man glared fiercely at Qin Jingyue. None of your business, get lost! Xiao Fan also looked at Qin Jingyue. Sir, this is indeed none of your business. You may leave. Come again tomorrow if you need anything. Xiao Fan spoke up. Qin Jingyue was dressed plainly. He was an overweight middle-aged man who was very wealthy and not someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. Qin Jingyue shook his head. Now that I've encountered this situation, I definitely have to do something about it. Master Xiao, what exactly is going on? Qin Jingyue inquired. Qin Jingyue was unaware of what had happened earlier. Xiao Fan frowned and said, His son did evil deeds and was attacked by a vengeful ghost. He offered me 100,000 taels of silver to save his son, but I don't want to earn that money. The obese middle-aged man threatened. Master Xiao, you'd better keep this money. If you take the money and do a good deed, everyone will be happy. If my son were gone, I don't know what I would do. Qin Jingyue looked at the young man lying down. The young man's skin color was strange, but his complexion had returned to normal. Master Xiao, is there really a vengeful ghost inside him? Qin Jingyue did not believe it. He had never seen a ghost. Xiao Fan looked at Qin Jingyue with some surprise. As Qin Jingyue approached, the vengeful spirits within the young man's body actually became docile. Xiao Fan sensed the fear of the vengeful spirit within the young man. This person's strength is probably unfathomable. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Guessed. There is indeed a vengeful ghost inside him. Xiao Fan spoke up. Qin Jingyue pondered for a moment and said, Master Xiao, could you get the evil spirit out of his body? I'd like to see it for myself. You can accept 100,000 taels of silver. I'll handle them, father and son. We'll make sure they understand everything perfectly. Xiao Fan used his physiognomy skills to observe Qin Jingyue, and soon a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Qin Jinyue's official career and military career were both extremely prosperous. Could it be that one? Xiao Fan had a guess. There were very few people in the entire Lingxiao City with such good fortune in both officialdom and martial arts. Can? Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. Since this father and son are doomed, why doesn't he accept the 100,000 taels of silver? Where's the money? Xiao Fan looked at the obese middle-aged man and said calmly. Here. The obese middle-aged man brought 100,000 taels of silver with him this time, and he immediately gave the silver to Xiao Fan. As long as Xiao Fan cures his son, Qin Jingyue is not afraid at all. Xiao Fan counted the silver notes and put them away. Come out. Xiao Fan used his ghost-catching technique. With a flick of his wrist, The vengeful spirit inside the young man on the stretcher was instantly pulled out by an invisible force. Qin Jinhua possessed the cultivation level of a martial emperor. His senses were sharp, and although he did not see the evil spirit that had emerged, he vaguely sensed its presence. Xiao Fan took out a talisman he had drawn from his pocket. The talisman spontaneously combusted without fire. A wisp of smoke drifted toward Qin Jinua's eyes, and he immediately saw clearly the red-clad ghost standing on tiptoe beside him. Xiao Fan then took out another talisman to remind himself to stay alert. The talisman also caught fire, and all the smoke it emitted was absorbed by the red-clothed ghost. The red-clad ghost regained a little of its senses. "Young lady, I, the Celestial Master, will take on your case. Once you are completely transformed into a vengeful ghost, you will be unable to reincarnate. Go ahead, they won't get away with this." Xiao Fan spoke up. "Master Xiao, I know you." "Thank you, Master Xiao." The girl in red bowed. She had been dead for less than 7 days, and feeling the pulling force from the underworld, her figure vanished instantly. Qin Jinhua felt a significant increase in the surrounding temperature. "Master Xiao, why haven't I encountered any ghosts in decades?" Qin Jinhua spoke, feeling that his worldview had been greatly impacted. Xiao Fan smiled and said, "There aren't many ghosts lingering in the mortal realm to begin with, and those who practice martial arts have strong yang energy, making it even less likely that ghosts will appear around them." Qin Jinhua nodded slightly. "Father, I feel better. I'm fine now, please let me go," the young man on the stretcher said with immense joy. Even though the vengeful spirit inside him didn't move, he still felt as if he were in an ice cave, his body extremely cold. "Everything is back to normal now." "Untie me, quick!" The obese middle-aged man spoke with excitement. The young man lying on the stretcher quickly stood up, his cold gaze fixed on Xiao Fan. "Hey Xiao, don't you think holding 100,000 taels of silver is too much? Return the 90,000 taels, and we'll leave now. Otherwise, we'll give you a good talking to and let everyone know how heartless you are, charging us 300,000 taels of silver for a simple exorcism." Qin Jinhua said coldly. "Master Xiao only accepted 100,000 taels, but you make it out to be 300,000 taels. He saved your life, and you still want to slander Master Xiao? Have you been watching the show for enough?" A few people came out. Besides the Grand Master from the Qin Prince's mansion, several Jinui Imperial Guards experts were also secretly protecting Xiao Fan. Those Jinui experts immediately appeared. "General Qin!" Several elite members of the embroidered uniform guard bowed respectfully. The obese middle-aged man and his son stared in disbelief. The people who appeared were all wearing the uniforms of the embroidered uniform guard. What's even more terrifying is their name. There is only one General Qin in the entire Lingxiao City. "General Qin, we didn't know it was you, please spare us." The obese middle-aged man's knees buckled and he knelt on the ground. His son also knelt down. The rest of the thugs they brought all turned deathly pale. Qin Jinua's gaze swept over the several Jinui men. "Lock them all in your Jinui prison. This general suspects them of treason. You Jinui Imperial Guards should interrogate him thoroughly." The obese middle-aged man felt a heat in his crotch and was so frightened that he wet himself. Entering the Jinui's prison is already a painful experience, let alone being personally looked after by General Qin. The reason remains suspicion of treason. Treason is an extremely serious matter, and it would be only natural to use torture in such cases. "Yes, General Qin." Several elite members of the embroidered uniform guard spoke in unison. These guys dared to cause trouble for Xiao Fan. Even if General Qin doesn't intervene, they'll definitely not get away with it. Yan Quan would never personally skin them alive. "Get them out of here right now," Qin Jinhua said in a deep voice. "You are all coming with us immediately. Anyone who dares to run away will be executed on the spot." One of the strongest members of the embroidered uniform guard shouted. "Wait!" Xiao Fan spoke up. He pointed to the urine on the ground. "Please have them lick this clean." "Yes." Several elite members of the embroidered uniform guard spoke in unison. In their view, Xiao Fan's order was actually more effective than Qin Jinyue's order. Xiao Fan has the emperor himself behind him. Xiao Fan spoke up for Yan Quan, and their commander Yan Quan owes Xiao Fan a favor. General Qin, let's talk upstairs, please. Xiao Fan looked at Qin Jinyue and smiled. Chapter 58 General Qin's Goodwill. Once the two reached the upper floor, Chen Pingyan poured 2 cups of tea for Xiao Fan and the others before leaving. Qin Jinyue exclaimed, I never imagined that ghosts really existed in this world. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. Master Xiao, thank you for giving me this face. Xiao Fan smiled and said, General Qin, you flatter me. I should be thanking you. I haven't even earned 100,000 taels of silver in the past 20-odd years. With this additional 100,000 taels, the savings instantly soared to 150,000 taels, making him very happy. Qin Jinyue chuckled and said, Master Xiao, you can earn another 100,000 taels right away. At this point, Qin Jinyue took out a stack of silver notes from his pocket. All of them were large denomination banknotes of 10,000 taels of silver. 10 in total. Master Xiao, thanks to you, my 3 sons survived. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Qin Jinyue placed the silver notes in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan shook his head repeatedly. General Qin, Qin Tian came to me for fortune telling and paid for it. It's only right and proper for me to tell his fortune. No extra charge. Although the divination fee was only 1 tael, he gained more than 40,000 points. This is far more valuable than 100,000 taels of silver. 10,000 points can be exchanged for a sec-level skill. Alternatively, you can exchange it for 10 minutes of top-tier martial emperor level strength. It is extremely useful. Qin Jinyue said. Master Xiao, please accept this money. There's nothing wrong with it. Our Qin family's business can still make a lot of money. Xiao Fan shook his head. General Qin, before you, there were people who gave away houses, money, and other treasures. No extra services are offered. I only charge 1 tael of silver for the divination fee. That's the rule. Qin Jinyue looked at Xiao Fan with some surprise. Some of the houses are estimated to be worth more than 100,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan actually refused too. Master Xiao, your help to our Qin family is far more valuable than 100,000 taels of silver. Qin Jinyue said sincerely. If all 3 sons die, the Qin family line may end. The higher one's cultivation level, the harder it is to have children. In addition, he is already close to 50 years old and his wife is also getting old, so the chances of having children are extremely low. Xiao Fan smiled and said, General Qin, my rules are more important than this 100,000 taels of silver. Qin Jinyue nodded slightly and did not press the matter further. He took back the banknotes. Master Xiao, you're about the same age as my 3 sons, may I call you Little Xiao? Qin Jinyue took a sip of tea. Given his status and position, his words were an expression of goodwill towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan accepted the money, so it became a monetary relationship. He felt he owed Xiao Fan a huge favor by refusing to accept money. Nature! Xiao Fan nodded with a smile. General Qin's goodwill should certainly be accepted. He might need Qin Jinyue's help to marry Qin Menghua in the future. Xiao, then don't call me General Qin anymore, just call me Uncle Qin. Qin Jinyue said with a smile. Xiao Fan's kindness to the Qin family was enough to warrant this. Uncle Qin. Xiao Fan called out immediately. Haha, great! Qin Jinyue laughed loudly. Xiao, your body is a bit weak. Would you like to become a martial artist? Uncle Qin can prepare a marrow cleansing elixir for you, which should allow you to become a martial artist. Xiao Fan was tempted. He quickly asked in his mind, System, can I become a martial artist? The system replied, Host, if you cultivate, your limit is only the martial artist level. Martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial grand master, great martial grand master, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, these 9 levels of martial artists are just the beginning. Host, ordinary marrow cleansing elixirs cannot help you reach the martial artist level. Elixirs that can help you reach the martial artist level are worth no less than 1,000,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan. If it only costs 10 or 20,000 taels of silver, he would accept it, and give Qin Jingyue the money later. But 1,000,000 taels of silver to reach the martial artist level is unnecessary. Don't try to get more points. You can directly exchange for strength at the level of a martial emperor or martial god. Uncle Qin, thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. I don't have the talent for cultivation. Xiao Fan refused. Qin Jingyue was stunned. He hadn't expected Xiao Fan to refuse. If Xiao Fan agrees, he plans to prepare a very good spiritual medicine for him. Its value is no less than 100,000 taels. Xiao, after the marrow cleansing, you will directly possess the strength of a martial artist. In the future you may become even stronger. Qin Jingyue advised. Xiao Fan still refused. Alright, Xiao, if you change your mind later, you can always come to Uncle Qin. Qin Jingyue rode. He stood up and said, Xiao, Uncle Qin still has a lot to do, I'll be going now. Take care, Uncle Qin. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Qin Jingyue disappeared without a trace. As a great general, he has many things to do, so it's impossible for him to walk slowly. Wow, I got 100,000 taels of silver directly. My savings have skyrocketed. My points have increased dramatically recently, and my savings have also increased dramatically. It seems like I'm on the path to the pinnacle of life and marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman. Xiao Fan was overjoyed. Life is getting better and better. Qin Jingyue returned to the general's mansion and summoned his youngest son, Qin Tian, to his presence. Saner, Xiao is a nice person. If you have more time, you can get closer to him in the future. Qin Jingyue spoke up. Qin Tian asked in surprise. Father, the Xiao you mentioned, is it Master Xiao? Qin Jingyue nodded slightly. I gave him 100,000 taels of silver as a token of my gratitude, but he refused to accept it. Furthermore, he showed no fear whatsoever in front of me. That's very rare. Qin Tian said. Father, Master Xiao will definitely not accept it. Master Xiao has his own rules in this regard. However, you can ask Master Xiao to read your face and adjust the feng shui. Master Xiao charges for extra services, and many people seek his services. Based on what I understand, the extra services provided by Master Xiao are absolutely worthwhile. Qin Jingyue nodded slightly, then frowned and said, I wanted to provide him with a marrow cleansing elixir, but he refused. Is there anything I can do to help him? Qin Tian sighed. Father, I've heard people say that fortune-telling and divination come at a price. Master Xiao's inability to cultivate is likely the price he paid. Father, we do have a way to help Master Xiao. Qin Jingyue's eyes lit up. As a great general, he felt distressed because he owed favors to others and couldn't repay them. Qin Tian smiled and said, Father, I heard that Princess Qin and Master Xiao are getting close. Master Xiao probably wants to marry Princess Qin. To marry Qin Ji? Qin Jingyue said that he had met Qin Ji before, but it was 7 or 8 years ago. Qin Ji was still young at that time. In his memory, Qin Jiro was a frail and sickly young girl. She is quite beautiful. After all, the king of Qin was not good-looking, while the queen consort of Qin was a stunning beauty in her prime. I heard that her name is Qin Mengwei. I guess Princess Qin Ji is using an alias. Qin Tian now. Qin Jingyue nodded slightly. Saner, we're afraid we can't help with this. Qin Jingyue thought for a moment and frowned. In terms of status and position, this general was actually somewhat weaker than the king of Qin. Qin Tian laughed and said, Father, not now. The time is not right yet. When Master Xiao has rendered even greater service to the country, Father, you can ask His Majesty on Master Zhao's behalf. With Master Zhao's abilities, it's only a matter of time before he makes great contributions to the country. Qin Jingyue nodded slightly. Given his status, it was certainly possible for him to ask His Majesty for a marriage decree on behalf of Master Xiao. Chapter 59 Martial King Level Guardian. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and the heat surrounding the imperial examination cheating scandal has subsided. After all, Lingxiao City is the capital of the Tianxuan Dynasty, with a population of 30 million. Every day, many things happen that can distract everyone. Xiao Fan thought it was a good thing. The large number of people crowding his area every day is quite troublesome. I can't even get a good night's sleep in the morning.
Boss, someone requests an audience.
Chen Ping'an arrived on the 3rd floor and said respectfully. What's the other person's name?
Boss, he said his name is Li Changxing.
Xiao Fan stood up, a faint smile on his face. Li Changxing has finally returned. When his parents came to have their fortunes told, Xiao Fan predicted that they would die in despair. The eldest son died, the second son died, and Li Changxing's third son has been at sea for more than 2 years without any news. The 2 old people can no longer bear it. With Xiao Fan's divination, they were sure they would pull through. Xiao Fan arrived downstairs.
Thump!
Li Changxing was in his 30s. When he saw Xiao Fan, he knelt down directly in front of Xiao Fan.
Master Xiao, thank you for saving my parents.
Li Changxing kowtowed. He had a fortuitous encounter at sea and obtained an unparalleled inheritance. He now possesses the cultivation level of a martial king, and his talent has also been greatly enhanced. After seeing his parents and checking their health, Li Changxing knew that if it weren't for Xiao Fan, he might not have been able to see his parents again after returning. It's only right that your parents pay for fortune-telling, and I tell them some things that you don't need to do. Xiao Fan quickly replied. He wanted to help Li Changxing, but how could he possibly help a martial king-level expert like Li Changxing unless he converted his strength? Li Changxing respectfully kowtowed 3 times.
Master Xiao, I'm currently unemployed and would like to find a job with you. I think I can help you get rid of some troublemakers.
Li Changxing stood up and said. He already knew before he came that Xiao Fan would definitely not accept the money. But Xiao Fan saved his parents, which was an immense favor to him.
With your skills, why don't you come and find me a bodyguard job?
Xiao Fan asked in surprise. He didn't know Li Changxing's exact strength, as the system hadn't calculated it before, but he knew that Li Changxing's strength was definitely not low. Finding him a bodyguard job would be a waste of his talents.
Yes, Master Xiao. 20 or 30 taels of silver a month would be fine.
Li Changxing said respectfully. 20 or 30 taels of silver is something that a diligent ordinary person in Lingxiao City can earn in a month. Chen Ping'an and Qianlong now have more than that.
Are you sure? I do need guards here.
Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. He knew that there were powerful figures from the Prince of Qin's mansion and members of the embroidered uniform guard in the shadows, but those were not his forces. He needed his own subordinates. Li Changxing is strong, talented, and loyal, making him an excellent candidate.
Master Xiao, I'm sure,
Li Changxing said solemnly. He came home last night and saw the coffin his parents had prepared for him. If it weren't for Xiao Fan, Li Changxing would know he would regret it for the rest of his life.
Okay, then you can stay. I will give you 200 taels of silver every month.
Xiao Fan considered for a moment before speaking. This amount of money is significantly more than what Chen Ping'an and Qianlong received. However, compared to Li Changxing's strength, 200 taels of silver is already a small amount.
Thank you, boss,
Li Changxing said respectfully. He didn't really care whether he had a lot of money or a little. He is now richer than Xiao Fan, the boss. Xiao Fan asked.
Li Changxing, what realm are you at now? Boss, I'm a martial king 5 stars.
Li Changxing replied.
Boss, there are some powerful individuals lurking nearby. Should we drive them away?
The expressions of the people secretly protecting Xiao Fan around him changed slightly. Li Changxing actually possesses the strength of a martial king at the 5th level. Looking at the entire Tianxuan Dynasty, Li Changxing is already a great master. Qin Tian's elder brother, Qin Zhong, has great talent and is being nurtured by the family. However, he is only at the second level of martial king, which is much weaker than Li Changxing.
Report this immediately.
One of the elite members of the embroidered uniform guard transmitted his voice. If Li Changxing were to harm Xiao Fan, they would have absolutely no way to guarantee Xiao Fan's safety.
Li Changxing, they are protecting me.
Xiao Fan spoke up. At this point, Xiao Fan raised his voice and said,
Everyone, Li Changxing can protect me from now on. There's no need for you to stay here any longer. Go back and report. You don't need to worry about Li Changxing harming me, he won't do that.
The powerful figures from the Qin prince's mansion secretly retreated. The Prince of Qin's mansion has 1 Grand Martial Master and 3 Martial Masters here, so their strength is quite formidable, but compared to Li Changxing, their strength is far inferior. Li Changxing is a martial king of the 5th rank, enough to contend with 10 martial Grand Masters of the 5th rank. Several elite members of the embroidered uniform guard, having not received orders, did not immediately withdraw. Empress's palace. Not long after, Feng Qingwu received the news that Li Changxing's information had also arrived in her hands.
He was just an ordinary martial artist, but after a 2-year voyage at sea, he returned as a martial king. Li Changxing must have had an extraordinary adventure.
Feng Qingwu murmured to herself. The scientific expedition is approaching soon, and she has been too busy to visit Tianyuan Pavilion these days. Now that she knows about Li Changxing, Feng Qingwu wants to go out for a trip. She needs to give Li Changxing a talking to prevent him from hurting Xiao Fan.
Xiaolan, go to Yannian Palace and tell the Empress Dowager that I will not be visiting her this afternoon. I have more important matters to attend to.
Feng Qingwu gave the instructions. Under the Empress Dowager's arrangement, she met with several promising young men over the past 10 days. They're actually all pretty good people. They were all quite good-looking and talented, but Feng Qingwu had no interest in them whatsoever.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Xiaolan nodded, a little saddened, thinking that the Empress Dowager might get angry. Feng Qingwu left the palace quickly, and arrived at Tianyuan Pavilion in less than half an hour. Li Changxing's expression changed. He stood up instantly, his entire being seemingly transforming into a sharp sword in its sheath. Inside the carriage, Feng Qingwu raised her eyebrows slightly.
Good sensing ability.
Feng Qingwu thought to herself. She had only released a tiny bit of her aura, but Li Changxing had already detected it. She is now a martial king at the 9th level. It would be very difficult for Li Changxing to hide the approach of a martial king of 5 or 6 stars.
Li Changxing, do not reveal my identity. Furthermore, if you dare to harm Master Xiao, I will exterminate your entire family.
Feng Qingwu's domineering voice echoed in Li Changxing's mind. Li Changxing was greatly shocked. His Majesty?
Miss Qin, you're here. The boss is upstairs. I'll go tell him right away.
Chen Ping'an said respectfully. Feng Qingwu entered Tianyuan Pavilion, accompanied by several elite guards. Xiao Fan quickly went downstairs with Li Changxing. Seeing Feng Qingwu and the others, Li Changxing was terrified. Several bodyguards secretly exerted a little pressure on him. Li Changxing immediately realized that any one of them possessed the cultivation level of a martial emperor. Qin Mengwe is the current emperor.
Mengwe, have you been busy lately? I've missed you so much since you last visited.
Xiao Fan went up to him with a smile. Xiao Fan has now learned to ignore the glaring enemies around Feng Qingwu. Li Changxing secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Wow, the boss is really something. How dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Chapter 60. The Empress and Empress Dowager have arrived. Feng Qingwu rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan. There were other people around.
Master Xiao, I've been quite busy lately.
Feng Qingwu spoke, her voice still as melodious and pleasant as ever. Xiao Fan nodded in understanding.
Mengwe, let's go upstairs.
The two went upstairs, and Xiao Fan took out 60,000 taels of silver notes.
Mengwe, this is the money you helped pay. Are you sure it only costs 60,000 taels? You can't lie to me if it costs more than this much, or it will damage your father's impression of me."
Feng Qingwu smiled and said,
60,000 taels, of course I won't lie to you about that.
She put the banknotes away as she spoke. She knew that if he didn't accept the money, Xiao Fan might not want the shop anymore.
"Master Xiao, congratulations. This shop is now officially yours. You can say that you have truly put down roots in Lingxiao City."
Xiao Fan nodded with emotion. "But that's not all. He is a time traveler who was an orphan from a young age. He lacks a sense of belonging to this world and always feels like an outsider. Now that he has someone he loves in his own house, Xiao Fan feels that the world is more real."
"Menghua, thank you."
Xiao Fan said that Feng Qingwu had helped him a lot since they first met. Feng Qingwu smiled and said,
"Master Xiao, I heard that you let the people who were secretly protecting you leave?" "Yes, Li Changxing will do."
Xiao Fan smiled.
"Good."
Feng Qingwu nodded slightly. Now that Xiao Fan was certain, she naturally trusted his judgment. Li Changxing's strength is indeed quite good. Even if a martial king-level expert could kill Xiao Fan, there's a very high chance that Li Changxing would discover it. In this way, it will be very difficult for the opponent to escape from Lingxiao City. Inside Yannian Palace, Qianlong came to report the news, and the Empress Dowager frowned deeply. Feng Qingwu actually went to see Xiao Fan again. Although she thought Xiao Fan was indeed a decent person, he was definitely not suitable to become an emperor.
"Your Majesty, Prince Ellen has arrived."
The servants in the Empress Dowager's palace respectfully reported this.
"Pass."
The Empress Dowager took a deep breath and said, Lu Anshizi was the son of Duke Lu, who was nearly 60 years old when he had this only son. He is quite talented and his martial arts skills are also decent. The Empress Dowager had heard that he was somewhat arrogant, but he would never be arrogant in front of Feng Qingwu.
"Greetings, Empress Dowager."
Ellen bowed respectfully. The Empress Dowager sized up Ellen. Luan was 25 or 26 years old, and was handsome and talented.
"Luan, I've heard that you're quite good at poetry, lyrics, and prose."
The Empress Dowager inquired, and she came up with an idea.
"Your Majesty, I have some knowledge in these areas."
Luan spoke modestly, but his appearance was full of confidence.
"Very good. You will accompany me, disguised, out of the palace. When the time comes, you should exchange ideas with another person on these topics, but you must not reveal your identity."
The Empress Dowager spoke. She wanted to make Feng Qingwu realize the gap between Xiao Fan and the privileged sons of great families. Xiao Fan is very skilled at fortune-telling, but as an emperor, talent and learning are the most important things. The future emperor will definitely accompany Feng Qingwu to some important occasions. While others compose poems and couplets with unparalleled elegance, is Xiao Fan supposed to go up and tell everyone's fortunes?
"Yes, Your Majesty."
Ellen nodded respectfully. Less than half an hour later, the Empress Dowager and Ellen arrived at Tianyuan Pavilion. Feng Qingwu planned to have dinner at Xiao Fan's place, and the two of them made dumplings together. Feng Qingwu had never made dumplings like this before, and the ones she made were all oddly shaped. Xiao Fan would occasionally offer his comments, and Feng Qingwu's silvery laughter would frequently echo throughout the room. She felt very relaxed while she was with Xiao Fan. Only here can she not be a queen, and only here can she enjoy the happiness of an ordinary girl.
"Boss, the lady whose face you once examined has arrived." He brought a young man with him. "She wants to see you."
Chen Pingyan went upstairs to report. Downstairs, Li Changxing glanced at the Empress Dowager's subordinates with some confusion. He had a vague feeling that the other party was not simple. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the other party only possessed the cultivation level of a master. They are not as good as the young people who follow the Empress Dowager. Luan has a good talent for martial arts. He has already reached the level of martial grandmaster in his 20s. With hard work, he is expected to become a great martial grandmaster before the age of 30.
"Madam, the boss would like to invite you upstairs."
Chen Pingyan quickly went upstairs. Feng Qingwu put on a veil. She frowned slightly. What was the Empress Dowager doing here? When the Empress Dowager arrived, she immediately received a report from her subordinates.
Master Xiao, may I observe for a moment?
Feng Qingwu said to Xiao Fan. She sensed that the Empress Dowager's arrival was most likely intended to make things difficult for Xiao Fan. With me by her side, the Empress Dowager will probably be more lenient. Xiao Fan smiled and said,
Manhwa, it depends on the situation. If the guest doesn't mind, it's fine for you to watch from the side.
Although Qin Mingwei is the woman he loves, he still has to stick to his principles. Fortune-telling is done publicly. It's not like customers pay exorbitant prices to have their faces read privately. The Empress Dowager and her entourage quickly went upstairs. Lu An's eyes lit up. Although Feng Qingwu was wearing a veil, her figure and temperament were absolutely perfect.
Master Xiao, one of my juniors is about to get married, and I would like to trouble you to look at his face.
Money is not a problem. The Empress Dowager spoke, but she didn't look at Feng Qingwu, as if she didn't know her. Xiao Fan smiled and said,
Madam, that's no problem. It's just that a friend of mine is quite interested in fortune-telling, and she'd like to observe. I wonder if that's all right? I'll watch it for him for free.
Lu An's gaze finally shifted from Feng Qingwu to Xiao Fan. He already knew that the Empress Dowager wanted to suppress Xiao Fan.
I originally thought my opponent was some young master from a prestigious family, but I didn't expect him to be just a mere fortune-teller. It seems the Empress Dowager ordered me to suppress him not because he is my opponent.
Lu An thought to himself. He never imagined that Feng Qingwu, who was wearing a veil, would be the current emperor. This is incredible. How could His Majesty possibly leave the palace and get involved with a mere fortune-teller?
Your name is Xiao Fan? I've heard of you. A mere fortune-teller, you're clueless about everything, from music and chess to calligraphy and painting. You think you can decide my marriage with just a few words? Ridiculous.
Lu An immediately retorted. The Empress Dowager said displeasedly,
Xiaoan, how can you speak like that? Master Xiao is a highly accomplished person. He may not be unaware of what you are saying. Don't be so arrogant.
Feng Qingwu frowned slightly, instantly understanding the Empress Dowager's thoughts. The Empress Dowager wanted to use Ellen to discourage Xiao Fan and make her lose faith in him. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. If Feng Qingwu weren't here, he probably wouldn't bother arguing with her. My beloved girl is right beside me. If someone criticizes him, can he back down?
Master Xiao, there's no need to fight him. You're already very capable.
Feng Qingwu looked at Xiao Fan with her beautiful eyes and smiled. She knew that Xiao Fan's calligraphy was excellent, at the level of a master, and that he was certainly no less capable than Xiao Fan in this regard. In other aspects, Xiao Fan is probably inferior. Even though Xiao Fan wrote love poems for her, and showed a very good level of skill, those poems probably took a lot of time to write, and Xiao Fan might not be able to beat her in a poetry contest. Feng Qingwu had never seen Xiao Fan demonstrate any of the three skills, playing the zither, playing chess, or painting.
Young lady, I think you shouldn't be fooled by him. A mere fortune-teller is hardly worthy of a respectable position.
Lu An said arrogantly. Xiao Fan was furious. He asked himself if he had used the abilities he had gained to help many people.
If you wish to exchange skills, that's fine, but please refrain from making unwarranted criticisms.
Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Seeing that Xiao Fan had taken the bait, Ellen smiled and said,
A friendly exchange? Whether you win in the four arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, you win.
Lu An was full of confidence. Chapter 61 Xiao Fan confronts the Empress Dowager. Feng Qingwu frowned slightly. The arts of Qin, a stringed instrument, chess, calligraphy, painting, and poetry are all contained within the category of books. Even if your handwriting is good, if your poetry is mediocre, you'll most likely still lose.
Xiao Fan, for the first round, we'll compete in poetry, with a time limit of 1 incense stick. Let's see whose poem is better and whose calligraphy is better.
Lu An said with an arrogant expression. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Luwen looked at Feng Qingwu.
Miss, to avoid us using old poems to fill in the blanks, why don't you give us a topic now? I'm sure the girl will set fair questions.
Feng Qingwu was anxious. She didn't want Xiao Fan to make a bad impression on the Empress Dowager. As for herself, Feng Qingwu could accept it even if Xiao Fan's performance was a little lacking.
Manhwa, you set the question.
Xiao Fan smiled. He remained completely calm. In his previous life, he thought poetry was beautiful and had read many books on the subject.
System, exchange for the ability to remember everything you see.
Xiao Fan thought to himself. This is a master-level ability, and it requires 10,000 points. It turns out that Xiao Fan definitely couldn't bear to part with it. He now has 77,000 points, so spending 10,000 shouldn't be a problem. In an instant, Xiao Fan gained the ability to remember everything he saw. Xiao Fan could clearly recall every scene from his past and present lives, whenever he wanted. Xiao Fan remembered all the poems he had read. Xiao Fan wouldn't use these opportunities to go out and show off to make money, but if someone messes with him, then don't blame him for being impolite.
Wait a moment, prepare the brush and ink first.
The Empress Dowager spoke. As she spoke, she clapped her hands, and immediately servants downstairs quickly brought over some things. There was no shortage of writing brush, ink, paper, or inkstone. Chessboards, guqin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument, and painting brushes were also delivered. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes.
Madam, you came prepared. When I examined your face last time, madam, the result wasn't good. There's no need for you to go through with that, is there? I'm just telling the truth.
The Empress Dowager calmly said.
Master Xiao, if you dare not compete anymore, you can admit defeat. Madam, it is impossible for me to admit defeat. Compared to before, I will return the money that was collected from the lady to her. From now on, there is no need for the lady to come to my small shop, Tianyuan Pavilion, for fortune-telling.
Xiao Fan was quite angry. He sensed that the woman had listened to his explanation, and when she went back and told her family, they were unhappy. I came here specifically to cause trouble. Feng Qingwu smiled bitterly to herself. Xiao Fan had actually started arguing with her mother.
Manhwa, you set the question.
Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Feng Qingwu considered for a moment and said,
The imperial examination is coming soon, so let's write a poem on the theme of encouraging learning.
Xiao Fan had written love poems for her, but with Ellen present, she couldn't very well ask him to write love poems. Luwen was taken aback. Poems encouraging learning are rather unconventional. He had never written such a poem before. But he believed that with his talent and learning, this would not be a problem for him. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, and then picked up his pen.
The lamp burns at midnight, the rooster crows at dawn. This is the time for a young man to study. He who does not study diligently in his youth will regret it when he is old.
The vigorous and powerful characters fell onto the slightly yellowed xian paper. Feng Qingwu silently recited the poem once, and her beautiful eyes lit up. This poem was excellent.
Beautiful poem, beautiful calligraphy. But wasn't this poem already written a while ago? Master Xiao, you wrote it far too quickly.
The Empress Dowager spoke. Luwen walked closer and took a look. He sneered.
Xiao Fan, this was definitely written a long time ago. It's even possible that you didn't write this poem at all.
Xiao Fan said calmly.
Since you put it that way, then you can set the question yourself.
Luwen sneered. He sets the questions? Then he won't hold back.
Now that it's autumn, let's write a poem on the theme of autumn.
Elandao said that he had written such a poem, but it was not circulated. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. He started to think about it. This time, Ellen pretended to consider it for a few seconds before picking up his pen and starting to compose a poem.
Let's go with this one.
Xiao Fan thought to himself. There are so many poems describing autumn that he was having trouble choosing.
Since ancient times, autumn has been associated with sorrow and desolation, but I say that autumn days surpass even spring mornings.
A crane soars into the clear sky, its flight inspiring poetic thoughts that reach the heavens. Xiao Fan put down his pen, and Ellen also stopped, satisfied. In terms of calligraphy, Ellen knew he was inferior to Xiao Fan, but he could tell that Xiao Fan's calligraphy had reached the level of a master. But I'm sure my poem will win. He meticulously crafted this poem for half a month, hoping to make a stunning debut at the poetry gathering. Luan wrote first, and Feng Qingwu went to read his poem first, feeling somewhat worried. Ellan's skill level is quite good. The poem is good. If Xiao Fan's poem is significantly inferior, even if his handwriting is better, this round will only end in a draw. Autumn has always been a season of abundance. Lu Anxin walked up to Xiao Fan and read aloud the poem Xiao Fan had written. Before he could finish reciting the poem, Ellan's face darkened. His poem happens to depict the melancholy of autumn. It ran right into the line of fire for Xiao Fan's poem. If his poetry were of a higher level, it wouldn't be a problem, but his poetry is far inferior to Xiao Fan's. Feng Qingwu also approached and read Xiao Fan's poem. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. In such a short time, Xiao Fan actually wrote such a poem. What literary talent! Who won this round? Xiao Fan said calmly. Lu An's face turned even uglier. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't say that he had won. Even a draw is not acceptable. If he considers it a draw and Xiao Fan publishes both poems, he will be drowned in the spittle of scholars all over the world. The Empress Dowager's lips twitched. She sent Ellen over to dampen Xiao Fan's spirits, but she didn't expect Ellen to be completely crushed by Xiao Fan in the first round. Whether it's calligraphy or poetry, Ellen is far inferior to Xiao Fan. Master Xiao is quite good in this aspect. I wonder how he is in terms of his musical skills, chess skills, and painting skills. The Empress Dowager spoke. If Ellen can defeat Xiao Fan in all three aspects, that would be quite good. Feng Qingwu said calmly. I don't know who just said that as long as Master Xiao wins one game, he wins. Young Master, did you say that? In terms of music, chess, and painting, Feng Qingwu estimated that Xiao Fan would definitely lose. Lu An's face flushed red. He was extremely confident in his abilities, which is why he made such a boast. He never expected that Xiao Fan, a fortune-teller, would be so good at writing poetry. Master Xiao, are you afraid to compete in the other three aspects? Luan gritted his teeth and said, If you don't dare to compete, then just admit defeat in the other three aspects. As we agreed before, if you win one round, you win the overall competition. Xiao Fan took out a silver note from his pocket, and then took out a 1,000-tael silver note, and placed it on the table in front of him. Madam, this is the silver note you paid for the last fortune-telling. You are not welcome here from now on. As he spoke, Xiao Fan sat down in front of the guqin that had already been set up. Dream Moon, I dedicate this poem, Phoenix Seeks Its Mate, to you. Xiao Fan looked at Feng Qingwu and smiled. At that moment, his eyes were only on Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu blushed slightly. Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. The title of this song is truly direct. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly. Luan sneered inwardly. It seemed that Xiao Fan's composition was an original one. That's absolutely suicidal. Chapter 62 Manhwa, are you Princess Qin? The beautiful melody quickly captivated Feng Qingwu, and the Empress Dowager listened attentively as well. After listening to a passage, Lan's expression turned extremely ugly. He has considerable musical talent, and is expected to reach the level of a master in the future. But the piece that Xiao Fan played is enough to be passed down through the ages. Moreover, Xiao Fan's musical skills have already reached the level of a master. Luan had heard several masters perform, but none of them seemed to be as good as Xiao Fan. The music ended, but the lingering melody remained. Feng Qingwu and the others came to their senses. The Empress Dowager sighed softly. Master Xiao is so young, yet he has created such a divine piece. Naturally, his skill level has reached that of a top master. Rare. Feng Qingwu stared at Xiao Fan with surprise in her beautiful eyes. She had no idea that Xiao Fan was so skilled in playing the guqin. Xiao Fan stood up and looked at the Empress Dowager and the others. He said indifferently, "Gentlemen, there is no need to compare the other two. You two are not welcome at Tianyuan Pavilion. Please leave." Empress Dowager. As the Empress Dowager, she felt humiliated to be driven away. "What can we do?" She came here concealing her identity. Revealing it would only make her lose even more face. "Master Xiao, perhaps we will meet again in the future," the Empress Dowager said calmly. "Lingxiao City is so big, it shouldn't be possible." Xiao Fan did not stand on ceremony. If guests are polite, he will be polite in return. Even if a guest is slightly impolite, Xiao Fan will not mind. The Empress Dowager and her group came prepared to provoke Xiao Fan, which he considered excessive. Lu An's skill level is quite good. If he didn't have the system, he would likely have been completely crushed by Lu An today. What would Feng Qingwu think then? Even if Feng Qingwu didn't care, Xiao Fan, as a man, would still feel humiliated. "Well," Feng Qingwu, standing beside her, looked somewhat sad. On one side is her mother, and on the other is the person she loves. "Master Xiao, we will definitely meet again. Let's go." The Empress Dowager went downstairs and left, with Ellen following closely behind. "Take your things with you," Xiao Fan spoke up. The Empress Dowager said without turning her head. "We were wrong in coming here today. Those things were quite nice, so we're giving them to you." Xiao Fan's expression improved slightly, and his impression of the woman improved a little. However, he couldn't be bothered with these things. "I don't want the stuff. Take it with you and don't come back again," Xiao Fan said coldly. The Empress Dowager frowned and said, "Since Master Xiao doesn't like these things, take them with him. Lu An, go back by yourself. Study hard and don't think about anything else." The Empress Dowager boarded the carriage, and her somewhat indifferent voice came from inside. Lu An felt bitter. He knew that his poor performance had embarrassed the Empress Dowager, and that he had lost his chance to become the emperor. "Yes." Lu An lowered his head and said. The Empress Dowager's carriage quickly departed. Inside Tianyuan Pavilion, Feng Qingwu gazed at Xiao Fan with her beautiful eyes. "Master Xiao, I didn't expect your Qin skills to be at the level of a top master. Is there anything else I don't know?" Xiao Fan smiled and looked at Feng Qingwu. "Mengwe, what's the rush? You'll have a lifetime to get to know her." Feng Qingwu gazed at Xiao Fan with her beautiful eyes. "I absolutely cannot choose anyone else to be the emperor. But if she asks Xiao Fan to be her emperor, will he agree?" Feng Qingwu had tested Xiao Fan before. Xiao Fan was against the idea of marrying into the family. He preferred to marry her. Becoming an emperor can also be considered as marrying into the family. Xiao Fan might not be able to accept it. "Master Xiao, the dumplings aren't finished yet. Let's continue making dumplings," Feng Qingwu said. "Okay." Xiao Fan nodded with a smile, and the two chatted and laughed as they finished wrapping the remaining dumplings, so that Chen Pingyan and the others could all have a big bowl to eat. After eating the steaming hot dumplings, it was already getting a little dark. "Master Xiao, I probably won't have time to come over for the next month. Take care of yourself. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, send someone to the Prince of Qin's residence for help," Feng Qingwu said. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and asked, "Mengwe, are you Princess Qin?" Feng Qingwu hesitated slightly for a moment, and then nodded. She felt that it was still inappropriate for Xiao Fan to know her true identity. If Xiao Fan knew that she was the emperor, would he still be able to face her like this? Moreover, if he knew she was the emperor, there would be no chance of him marrying her. Would Xiao Fan give up? If Feng Qingwu cared about Xiao Fan even a little, she would have said it outright. But she cares about it a lot now. Every time Feng Qingwu left the palace to see Xiao Fan, it was something she looked forward to immensely. "Mengwe, I will definitely marry you," Xiao Fan said confidently. Having earned few points in the past, Xiao Fan wasn't very confident. Now he earns points much faster. Xiao Fan spent 12,000 points today, and still has 66,000 points left.
Master Xiao, I'll be going now.
Feng Qingwu stood up and said.
Xiao Fan escorted Feng Qingwu downstairs and watched her leave. Li Changxing, you seem a little strange today?
Xiao Fan looked at Li Changxing beside him and said. Li Changxing sighed inwardly. He didn't actually want to lie to Xiao Fan, or hide anything from him, but the one who had previously issued the ban on him was none other than the current emperor.
Boss, no.
Li Changxing shook his head. Xiao Fan didn't think much of it. Feng Qingwu has already admitted that she is Princess of Qin, so there is no way he could possibly associate Feng Qingwu's identity with the current emperor. The next day, Feng Qingwu came over yesterday, and Xiao Fan had a good night's sleep. It's just a little embarrassing to have to wash my underwear so early in the morning.
Greetings, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, could you come to my house today and help adjust the feng shui?
After washing up and eating the breakfast Yang Lan had bought, Xiao Fan leisurely went downstairs. The lobby on the first floor was already packed with 500 or 600 people. Many regular customers greeted Xiao Fan. Among the crowd, Xiao Fan saw familiar faces such as Jiang Feng and Gui Qing. They come here now and then, whether they have something to do or not.
Everyone as usual. If the person who draws the lottery doesn't need feng shui adjustments, then everyone else will have a chance. Today is number 72, number 299, number 400.
Xiao Fan smiled and stepped onto the round platform. Li Changxing followed behind. Previously it was Qin Ping'an who followed Xiao Fan, but now it's Li Changxing who has taken his place.
Master Xiao, I am number 72. I'm getting engaged soon and would like to have my marriage fortune told.
Number 72 was a beautiful woman who nervously sat down in front of Xiao Fan. According to her understanding, those who consult Xiao Fan about marriage rarely end up with good results.
Xiao Fan smiled and said, Guest, would you like me to calculate your past?
The woman shook her head repeatedly.
Master Xiao, I don't need to believe you.
Xiao Fan nodded slightly.
Miss, he is your true love, but he has a calamity in his life. Not long after you get married, he will break his leg. He'll be disabled for life. After you get married, remember not to let him go to other places for a month.
The woman was both surprised and delighted.
Master Xiao, is it possible to avoid this calamity?
Xiao Fan smiled and said,
This calamity is not the kind that is definitely unavoidable, but whether you can get through it depends on your fate. Snort!
Just then, a cold laugh came from behind the crowd.
First, use this method to scare people, and then make huge profits from it. What a clever trick!
Ellen squeezed his way from the back of the crowd to the front. Many people glared angrily at Ellen.
Xiao Fan, I am number 299, and today I'm here to expose you.
Luan raised the number in his hand. Many regular customers looked excited. There should be a good show to watch today. Luan came to Xiao Fan for fortune-telling when he had no reason to do anything, but instead came to provoke him. No wonder he's in trouble. Chapter 63 Luan's fortune-telling is heartbreaking. Xiao Fan looked at Ellen. He said yesterday that Tianyuan Pavilion no longer welcomes Ellen and his group, but I didn't expect Ellen to still come.
And I even won the lottery. System, Luan's information.
Xiao Fan thought to himself. The next second, the system presented Ellen's information to Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan's lips curled slightly. This was interesting. Luan walked onto the round platform and sneered.
You surnamed Xiao, you didn't expect me to come again, and you even won the lottery, didn't you? Let's see how I expose you today.
When he got back yesterday, Ellen became angrier and angrier. He was scolded by his father. If the Empress Dowager is displeased, Ellen will likely find it difficult to inherit his title of Duke, and even being granted the title of Marquis will be a big problem. Having lost in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, even if he won in the other two, he still couldn't suppress Xiao Fan. So Ellen set his sights on Xiao Fan's main profession. Xiao Fan is highly skilled in calligraphy and playing the zither, and he is also good at writing poetry. He must have spent a lot of time in these areas. He is also young. How good can he be at fortune-telling? Even if Xiao Fan is appointed as the celestial master, Ellen is not afraid because his father is a duke. He felt that if he exposed Xiao Fan and prevented His Majesty from being deceived in the future, perhaps His Majesty and the Empress Dowager would look at him in a different light again.
Luan, you shouldn't have come. That way you can still live the life of a rich young master,
Xiao Fan said indifferently, without asking Ellen to sit down. Luan pulled out a chair and plopped down.
Xiao Fan, do you mean that if I come here, my family will go bankrupt?
Joke. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and said calmly,
Your adoptive father must have a high status. I didn't calculate his status, I only calculated that he had a child late in life. But this son of yours is not his biological son.
Lu An's face flushed red, and he slammed his fist on the table and stood up.
You're talking nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll cut you down with one sword.
Luan roared in fury. Li Changxing glanced coldly at Ellen. Luan has the cultivation level of a grandmaster, which is not bad. But in front of a martial king-level expert, he was nothing.
Xiao Fan said calmly. Your biological father's surname is Gu, and he is a musician in your family. Now that you know the target, your adoptive father should be able to find out the truth.
Lu An's face turned somewhat pale. There was indeed a musician named Gu in the Duke's mansion, and he was taught the zither by him. The other person's gaze occasionally seemed a little off. If the other person is his biological father, then that look in his eyes would be normal.
No. You, surnamed Xiao, are definitely talking nonsense. Do you know what the price will be for spouting such nonsense?
Luan said sternly.
Xiao Fan said calmly. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you'll be able to tell in no time. You can leave now. One tael of money for the divination, thank you.
Lu An's face was extremely gloomy. He felt that hundreds of people below the stage were watching him make a fool of himself, and some of them might have already recognized him.
I'll give you my ass.
Luan left in a rage without giving Xiao Fan any money for the divination. By paying the divination fee, wouldn't that imply that he agreed with Xiao Fan's claim that he was a bastard?
This guy isn't paying for the divination yet, he's probably going to be in deep trouble.
Definitely. Many people are discussing it. A few people in the crowd recognized Ellen, but this was not revealed at the time. Because of Duke L's high status, they dared not speak recklessly.
Please come up to the stage, third guest.
Xiao Fan smiled. He was in a good mood. He was not in a good mood when he saw Ellen, but the divination result was very good. Ellen was actually the bastard child born from his mother's affair. The third guest soon came on stage. It turned out to be a child, only 6 or 7 years old. It's already late October and the weather is getting cooler, but she's still wearing very thin clothes.
Xiao. Master Xiao. I want to know where my parents are.
The little girl said timidly, taking out some loose silver coins from her pocket. Many regular customers' expressions changed slightly. They would hope that someone like Ellen would get into an accident, but they didn't want that to happen to a little girl like him.
Changxing, pour her a cup of hot tea.
Xiao Fan gave the instructions.
Yes, boss.
Li Changxing immediately poured a cup of hot tea for the little girl. The little girl took a sip and her expression calmed down a bit. Xiao Fan's mind was filled with a lot of information about the little girl. Xiao Fan's expression changed. From that information, Xiao Fan learned that the little girl's hometown was in the northeast of the Tianxuan Dynasty, and that her parents had an urgent matter to attend to and had to return to their hometown. I asked a friend to take care of the little girl for a few days. However, her parents had been gone for a month, which was too long, and some of their friends had complaints, and were not as attentive to her care as they had been. The little girl knew he was accurate in fortune-telling, so she sold some of her toys to raise some money to have him tell her fortune.
Little sister, don't worry, your parents are both doing well. They will be back soon.
Xiao Fan smiled. Many regular customers looked on with suspicion. If nothing unexpected happens, based on their understanding,
it's unlikely they'll win the lottery. Master Xiao, are you just trying to comfort me? The little girl was somewhat skeptical. She had just overheard people in the crowd saying that there were certain circumstances that would lead to winning the lottery. Xiao Fan smiled slightly. Little sister, your parents were originally destined to have an accident in the future. But you saved your parents! At this point, Xiao Fan stood up and bowed to the hundreds of guests. Everyone, in the next few days there will be a heavy snowstorm in the area several hundred kilometers around Qianlong City in the northeast, with snow depths exceeding 3 meters, which is unprecedented in history. The blizzard will damage many people's homes and cause many people to freeze or starve to death. If anyone has connections or resources, I hope you can hurry up and purchase food, fuel, and warm clothes to send over there. Selling it at a lower price later would be a great act of merit. Xiao Fan's expression was extremely solemn. According to the information he had just received, the little girl's parents would freeze to death. The total number of people who froze to death, starved to death, or were crushed to death by collapsing houses exceeded 10,000. Master Xiao, rest assured, our Jiang family will take immediate action. Master Xiao, our Gua family will also take immediate action. Master Xiao Many people spoke up. Xiao Fan clasped his hands and said, Everyone, thank you all! Please remember not to profit from this national crisis, and the items must not be sold at very high prices. Otherwise, not only will you not accumulate merit, but you will also damage your karmic virtue. Jiang Feng and the others nodded repeatedly. Xiao Fan looked at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, go to the cabinet in my room on the 3rd floor and take out 100,000 taels of silver notes. Yes, boss. Chen Ping'an immediately went upstairs and soon retrieved the silver notes. Jiang Feng, I trust your Jiang family. Please use all 100,000 taels of silver to buy rice and flour and send it over there. Set up more disaster relief stations over there. We need to publicize the information in advance so that people know where the disaster relief sites are located. Once this is done, I'll owe the Jiang family a favor. Many people looked at Jiang Feng with envy. Xiao Fan's favors were quite valuable. If Xiao Fan becomes a prince consort in the future, the value of this favor will be even greater. Master Xiao, our Jiang family will definitely handle this matter properly. Our Jiang family will also donate 100,000 taels of silver. Jiang Feng said solemnly. Guiqing said, Master Xiao, this is all the money you've ever earned, right? You've given it all away at once. I admire you. Our Gua family will donate 50,000 taels. The others also spoke up. Among the hundreds of people present, the donated silver amounted to 500,000 taels. If the news spreads, there will surely be other regular customers donating as well. The total donations will definitely exceed 1 million taels. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting and said, Jiang Feng, please stay here for a moment. I'll write down the address of this child's parents for you. Have your men go, and tell them to come back immediately. Chapter 64 Duke L's Wrath. The Jiang family, the Song family, the Gua family. Many of Xiao Fan's old customers quickly sprang into action. Xiao Fan had finally managed to get everyone's help, so he definitely had to support them. Moreover, everyone was moved by Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had only earned a total of about 100,000 taels of silver, and he immediately donated 100,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. Inside the Empress's palace, Lan Qin approached Feng Qingwu, who had just finished court. I've been quite busy lately, so I need to spend more time on morning court sessions. Your Majesty, there is important news from young Master Xiao. Lan Qin said respectfully. Feng Qingwu ate her breakfast while glancing at Lan Qin, who continued. Your Majesty, Ellen went to young Master Xiao's place to provoke him again. He won the lottery. Young Master Xiao has calculated that he is not the son of Duke L, but his biological father is a musician in Duke L's household. Feng Qingwu was initially angry, but then a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. It's interesting that Ellen wasn't actually the son of the Duke of L. Once this is mentioned to the Empress Dowager,
she'll probably be too embarrassed to introduce her to anyone else for a while. Your Majesty, this is a small matter compared to another matter. Young Master Xiao has calculated that there will be a heavy snowstorm within several hundred kilometers around Qianlong City, with snow accumulation reaching 3 meters. People will starve to death, freeze to death, and many will be killed by collapsing houses. Lan Qin said with a solemn expression. Feng Qingwu's expression changed drastically. Your Majesty, young Master Xiao donated 100,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. He also called on the Jiang family and others to donate, and the amount donated on the spot exceeded 500,000 taels. The Jiang family will immediately send people to purchase all kinds of supplies. After Lan Qin finished speaking, Feng Qingwu's expression softened somewhat. The total value of all of Xiao Fan's guests will definitely exceed 1 million taels of silver. It's sufficient to handle this disaster. 10,000 taels should be all his savings, Feng Qingwu said with emotion. Feng Qingwu knew very well how much Xiao Fan had earned in total. After receiving the 100,000 taels, Xiao Fan had a little over 150,000 taels. They made a little more money later, and it is estimated that they had a total of 160,000 taels of silver. He returned 60,000 taels to her. The remaining amount is only 100,000 taels. Lan Qin, take this secret decree to Qianlong City and instruct the prefect of Qianlong to prepare for a major snow disaster. Master Xiao has already gone to such lengths. I will not allow even a single person to die in this snow disaster, Feng Qingwu said with utmost seriousness. On the surface, Feng Qingwu cannot act easily. As the emperor, if she so readily believes the fortune-teller's words, what will the court officials think? The secret decree was issued in secret. The actions of the prefect of Qianlong were his own business. If he did well, he would naturally have the opportunity to rise to prominence in the future. If you don't perform well, you'll be stripped of all your qualifications. Yes, Your Majesty, Lan Qin said respectfully. Feng Qingwu quickly wrote a secret decree for Lan Qin. Holding the secret decree, Lan Qin quickly headed to Qianlong City. The weather in Qianlong City is quite nice now, and neither the government nor the people could have imagined that the temperature would plummet by 20 degrees in just a few days. There will be a blizzard with snow depths of up to 3 meters. Feng Qingwu arrived at Yannian Palace. Qingwu, Xiao Fan is really amazing. He actually drove me away yesterday. The Empress Dowager snorted, clearly displeased. She is the Empress Dowager. I've never been kicked out like this before. Feng Qingwu first told the Empress Dowager about the disaster. Mother, Master Xiao is unaware of your identity. It is only natural that Master Xiao would be angry when you went to provoke him. For the sake of how he treats the people, please don't be angry with him. Feng Qingwu massaged the Empress Dowager's shoulders. If the natural disaster is true, Xiao Fan has made another great contribution. How much silver does he have in total? The Empress Dowager spoke, her anger having subsided. The country belongs to the royal family. If such a natural disaster occurs and many people die, Feng Qingwu will be under immense pressure. The cost of disaster relief will increase more than tenfold if it is carried out after the disaster has already occurred. Feng Qingwu paused and said, he only had 160,000 taels in total. He returned 60,000 taels to me, and the 100,000 taels he took out was all he had. The Empress Dowager was stunned. With tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of taels, donating 100,000 taels would not be a small amount, yet Xiao Fan actually donated all of his money. His character is so good that he's suited to be an emperor. But he has no powerful backing, so becoming an emperor is impossible for him. The Empress Dowager sighed softly. Feng Qingwu said, Mother, there is another important matter. Master Xiao has calculated that Ellen is not the son of Duke El. The Empress Dowager was stunned once again. Mother, do you think Master Zhao's skill level makes this genuine or fake? Feng Qingwu asked with a smile. The Empress Dowager took a deep breath. It must be true. The Empress Dowager still had some faith in Xiao Fan's fortune-telling skills. Moreover, Even if Xiao Fan had 100 times the courage, he probably wouldn't dare to say such a thing.
Mother, you should thank Master Xiao. If El Onruo becomes the emperor, it will be a huge joke on the royal family.
The Empress Dowager remained silent, and that was indeed the case. After a long silence, the Empress Dowager said softly,
Qingwu, we can talk about your meeting with the emperor next year. Are you happy now?
Feng Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her own mother doesn't get involved for the time being, it's fine. She can't handle the Empress Dowager, but she can manage the ministers. Tianyuan Pavilion. Xiao Fan opened the drawer. Seeing the few lonely silver notes, and some loose silver inside, Xiao Fan felt a little sad. The total amount of money in the drawer was less than 100 taels of silver. 200,000 or 300,000 taels of silver could buy a 4-courtyard house. We originally had 100,000 taels, which was almost half of the total. Now we have to start from scratch.
Forget it, that 100,000 taels of silver was a windfall. I'll just consider it a good deed for myself. I wonder how Ellen is doing.
Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Luwen returned to the Duke of Lu's mansion, where he was protected by his men. Soon, one of them approached the Duke of Lu. Duke L was 60 years old when he had his only son, Ellen, who is now over 80. However, he has the cultivation level of a great martial grandmaster, and looks to be only 50 or 60 years old.
Sir, there's something I'm not sure if I should say.
The man knelt before Duke L and said,
Speak, why are you being so fussy?
Duke L frowned.
Master, the young master has gone to Master Zhao's place again. He won the lottery, and Master Xiao has calculated that he is not your son.
Duke L's expression changed drastically. Is there anything else? Master Xiao said that the young master's biological father's surname is Gu, and he is a musician in our Duke's mansion. Duke L gripped the chair so tightly that he tore the sandalwood armrests to pieces. There was only one musician surnamed Gu in the Duke's mansion. He was found by Ellen's mother, who was originally just one of his concubines. Because of her son, she has become the Duchess of the state.
Bring Gu Yan here,
Duke L said in a cold voice. He didn't realize it until he knew, and after thinking about it carefully, Gu Yan and Ellen really do look somewhat alike.
Yes.
Gu Yan was soon summoned before Duke L.
Gu Yan, kneel down,
Duke L said with a dark face, and Gu Yan knelt down with trepidation. Duke L, possessing the cultivation level of a grandmaster, clearly heard Gu Yan's heartbeat rapidly accelerating. Gu Yan's eyes also showed some panic. 9 times out of 10, it's true.
Gu Yan, is there anything you want to say to this old man? To be frank, I can leave you with a complete corpse and I won't target your family,
Duke L said menacingly. Gu Yan was terrified and kowtowed desperately.
Master, it was Madam who approached me first. I didn't want to.
Duke L felt a sudden darkness engulf his vision. The son he had nurtured with all his might turned out to be the bastard child of his own woman and another man. Chapter 65. The system can finally upgrade.
Bring Ellen and his mother over here.
Duke L took a deep breath and said, his eyes filled with a chilling light. The deeper the love was, the deeper the hate is now. As a duke, he was actually cuckolded. He even raised someone else's son to his 20s. I even want him to become the emperor. Duke L was filled with lingering fear. If El Onru really becomes the emperor, and it is exposed in the future, his entire El family will probably be wiped out, leaving no one alive.
Yes, sir.
Ellen and her son quickly arrived at the main hall, chatting and laughing. Seeing Duke L's expression and Gu Yan kneeling, Ellen's mother felt a sudden jolt in her heart.
Father, you heard the news? That was just the nonsense of Xiao Fan, a mere fortune-teller.
Luwen retorted illogically. If he were no longer the heir apparent of the Duke, everything he had now would be gone. Duke L stared coldly at Ellen. Luwen was once his only son and a source of great pride. He was proficient in all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Looking at Ellen now, Duke El felt as if sharp knives were stabbing into his heart.
Gu Yan has already admitted it,
Duke El said coldly.
Master, I'm sorry, I did have a relationship with Gu Yan, but Shaoan is your child, he must be your child. Look how much he looks like you.
Lu En's mother knelt down and wept, knowing that as long as Lu En was alright, she, as his mother, would certainly be safe. Duke L's face was frighteningly dark.
Gu Yan, raise your head!
Duke El shouted. Gu Yan quickly raised his head. Duke El stared at him and Ellen, and the more he looked, the more he felt that Ellen and Gu Yan looked alike. Now both of them are filled with fear and their expressions are even more alike.
I am a duke, yet I never imagined that I would be deceived by you for 2 or 3 decades. Bring me 3 cups of poisoned wine.
Duke El gave the instructions. Make Ellen and the others drink poisoned wine, and then claim to the outside world that they committed suicide by drinking poison. It's a matter for the Duke's family, so who would investigate him? Lu En gritted his teeth and said coldly,
Duke Lu, since you don't care about our years of father-son relationship, then don't blame me.
I know some secrets of the Duke's mansion. I wrote them down and signed and pressed my fingerprints on them before I came back.
If we die, that information will be exposed immediately. The Duke's mansion is going to be in big trouble.
Duke El was amused by the situation. The methods that I usually teach Ellen actually used on me.
Very well, you pulled this stunt before you came back. It seems you've figured out you're not my son.
Duke Lu said angrily. Lu En sneered.
Duke Lu, give us some money, and we'll leave the Tianxuan Dynasty and never come back. Or you'll suffer along with us. You can't use torture. You can't possibly know where that document is.
Lu En's mother and Gu Yan exchanged a glance, and both of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Son, that's a good method. Just then, a steward from the Duke's mansion rushed into the main hall.
Sir, Eunuch Chao from the government office has arrived. Eunuch Chao said he has a few words to say in front of you and Ellen.
The butler said respectfully. Duke El took a deep breath.
Please invite Eunuch Chao over.
Eunuch Chao quickly entered the main hall. He didn't even glance at Ellen and the others.
Duke El, His Majesty has decreed that you have been deceived for many years. You are hereby granted special permission to act as you see fit in your family affairs, and the government will not interfere. Eunuch Chao said in a shrill voice.
Duke El's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed and said,
Thank you, Your Majesty. Butler, take Eunuch Chao downstairs for a cup of tea.
The steward and Eunuch Chao quickly withdrew. Lu En and the other two turned pale. With His Majesty's decree, even if Duke El wanted to cut them into 1,000 pieces, it wouldn't be a problem.
Guards, take all 3 of them away. Prepare all kinds of torture instruments,
Duke El said coldly. Lu En and the other two were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan's longtime clients donated a total of 1.2 million taels of silver. The Jiang family and others also sent many people. Before the heavy snow even fell, all sorts of supplies had already been delivered to the vicinity of Qianlong City. Numerous earthquake disaster prevention and mitigation points were set up within a radius of several hundred kilometers. The prefect of Qianlong issued a notice in the name of the government, ordering all counties and villages to make preparations and prohibiting people from living in dilapidated houses. Every death in any county or village must be thoroughly investigated and dealt with.
Will it really snow? I don't think so. We don't even need to wear cotton-padded coats yet. The county magistrate has given a strict order. Everyone should be prepared. If any village suffers an accident, they will definitely face dire consequences next year.
Within a radius of several hundred kilometers from Qianlong City, countless people were discussing this matter. Many people don't believe it. But we still made all sorts of preparations according to the requirements above. Even if some individuals in a village don't care, the rest of the villagers will make sure they are prepared so as not to affect the rest of the village. Night falls. The people drifted off to sleep. A cold wind howled in, and the blizzard arrived as expected.
They're here. The temperature dropped so quickly. Such heavy snow! I've never seen so much snow in my entire life. Master Xiao is truly amazing. People sent by the Jiang family and others were stationed at various disaster relief sites. In the city of Bailiang, and in every village and township, the sounds of gongs and drums resounded. While the snow was still light, those who couldn't stay at home hurried to the various disaster relief sites. Those households that can hold out should have someone stay home to keep watch at night and promptly clear the snow from the roof. It snowed for 3 days straight. The snow was indeed 3 meters thick. The snow has stopped, and the sun is out. Thank you, Master Xiao. At numerous disaster relief sites, countless people knelt and bowed in gratitude towards Lingxiao City. Points plus 73,598. The system notification sounded in Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan was taken aback. I actually got over 70,000 points. This is much more than he estimated. A simple warning shouldn't be worth that many points. 30,000 to 40,000 points would be more appropriate. The rest should be the reward for the silver I donated, and for requesting donations from many other people. Xiao Fan thought to himself. He brought up his points page. The total score has reached a staggering 140,600. My goodness! I thought that my points would only break through 100,000 after the border war, but I didn't expect this wave to directly reach 140,000 points. Xiao Fan was incredibly excited. The system can be upgraded to level 2 with 100,000 points. I thought it was a long way off, but it seems I just didn't find the points password before. System upgrade! Upgrade now! Xiao Fan quickly thought to himself. I wonder what changes will occur when the system is upgraded to level 2. Host, the system upgrade will take 3 days and will be unusable during the upgrade period. The system notified me. Chapter 66 Secret Investigation of the Tianhe Mystery. System grandpa, system grandson. Xiao Fan called out a few times in his mind, but there was no response. The system upgrade has begun. Upgrading costs 100,000 points, and I still have 40,000 points left. When the border war starts in a few days, I'll definitely get more points for defeating the army of the Orson Empire. The points will most likely exceed 60,000 by then. Xiao Fan's face was full of smiles. He felt richer than ever before in terms of points. I'm currently short of money. Qin Pinyin, come here for a moment. Xiao Fan called out. Qin Pinyin quickly arrived in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Qin Pinyin, go and put up a notice that Tianyuan Pavilion will be closed for 3 days. We will not be open for business tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. Okay, boss. Qin Pinyin said respectfully. He said he was going to put up a notice. Wait a minute, Qin Pinyin, what do you think of Xiaolan? Xiao Fan looked at Qin Pinyin and said. Qin Pinyin looked at Xiao Fan with a puzzled expression. Xiao Fan said, Qin Pinyin, judging from your face, your wife and children have passed away, and you have no intention of remarrying. Xiaolan is a good girl. She lacked a father's love. If you adopt her, she'll take care of you in your old age and see you off when you die. Qin Pinyin was tempted. He truly had no intention of remarrying, and Qianlong was a good girl. She is very diligent and sensible. Boss, Xiaolan is a good girl. I wonder if Xiaolan would be willing? Xiao Fan smiled and said, Qin Pinyin, I had already asked Xiaolan's opinion privately before asking you, and she said she would follow my arrangements. Go and call Xiaolan. Soon, Qin Pinyin and Qianlong arrived in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Qin Pinyin, you treat your wife and children very well. I believe you will be a good father. Xiaolan, from today onwards, Qin Pinyin will be your godfather. He raised you when you were young, and you will have to take care of him when he's old, understand? Qin Pinyin and Qianlong both bowed deeply. Thank you, boss. Godfather. Xiaolan. Qianlong knelt down and kowed out 3 times to Qin Pinyin. Qin Pinyin quickly helped Qianlong up. Xiao Fan looked at them with a smile.
They both do a great job in everyday tasks, but after finishing, the two of them often space out, constantly bearing the pain of losing their loved ones. Now that Yanlan has become Qin Pingan's adopted daughter, they will have someone to rely on in the future. Qin Pingan, here is 100 taels of silver. Take this and buy Xiaolan some pretty clothes, and some toys or something. Sign her up for another afternoon of private tutoring. There's not much to do at the shop in the afternoon. Xiao Fan took out several silver notes, and some loose silver from his pocket. Boss, this is unacceptable. You only have about 100 taels of silver in total, and giving 100 taels of silver is too much. Qin Pingan quickly replied. 100 taels of silver is equivalent to 50,000 yuan in the previous life, which is not a small amount of money for ordinary people. Xiao Fan glared and said, What, you're complaining about the small change? Since you've recognized each other, as your boss, I have to give you a little something. The private schools around here aren't cheap. They probably cost no less than 100 taels a year, and even half a day's lessons would cost at least 60 taels. With the remaining money, I can buy some nice clothes, some books and toys, and there won't be much left. Qin Pingan looked at Xiao Fan hesitantly. All right, take it. I can easily earn several hundred or even 1,000 taels of silver just by doing a feng shui check for a random family. Xiao Fan said irritably. Thank you, boss. Qin Pingan expressed his deepest gratitude. Thank you, boss. Yang Lan was also very sensible. Xiao Fan patted Yang Lan's head and smiled. Xiao Lan, you'd better study hard then. Qin Pingan, you can leave after you put up the notice. You are free to do as you please for the next 3 days. Li Changxing and I are unlikely to come. Xiao Fan and Li Changxing left quickly. Li Changxing, we'll go to Tianxuan City over the next 3 days. Dare you? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. With the system upgraded, the Tianxuan mystery should most likely be solved by then. Even if the system can't directly determine who the murderer is, Xiao Fan now possesses master-level physiognomy skills and can go and observe. He could also use his master-level feng shui skills to bring misfortune upon the Song family. The Tianxuan mystery case implicated dozens of young girls. Moreover, based on the clues we've gathered before, there's likely to be other evil deeds going on. Boss, of course I dare, but it's too dangerous for you to go to Tianxuan City. Li Changxing's expression changed slightly. Tianxuan City is Song family territory. The Song family are local tyrants there. If they go to Tianxuan City like this, they'll probably be discovered before they even reach it. Even with his martial king level cultivation, he might not be able to leave Tianxuan City alive. Let's disguise ourselves. Xiao Fan smiled. Before the system upgrade, Xiao Fan redeemed a master-level disguise technique. Li Changxing said, Boss, even if you disguise yourself, you might still be in danger. Should we inform Miss Qin Menghua first? Li Changxing knew that Qin Menghua was the current emperor. Tell her that it will be much safer for them to go to Tianxuan City. No. Xiao Fan shook his head. I want to gain more merit so that I can use it to ask His Majesty for a marriage. Why did the powerful figures from the Qin Prince's mansion go along to investigate? We won't confront them directly. We'll just go over and observe. There won't be any problems. You have to trust my disguise skills. Half an hour later, Li Changxing stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief. He and Xiao Fan have both changed drastically. The master-level disguise skills are no joke. Boss, as long as we don't do anything reckless, we should be able to go to Tianxuan City now. It's a long and arduous journey, boss. You'll have to endure some hardship. Li Changxing said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Let's hurry up and set off. The Song family of Tianxuan should be focusing on the imperial examinations now, so it's a good time. Good. Li Changxing and Xiao Fan set off quickly. Li Changxing drove the carriage, while Xiao Shu sat inside. The Tianxuan Dynasty has many powerful figures, and the roads are very smooth, comparable to highways. The speed of the carriage pulled by the wind spirit horse can reach 80 kilometers per hour. A whole day passed, and Xiao Fan and his carriage approached Tianxuan City, which was 2,000 kilometers away. Li Changxing was a martial king-level expert, and he was perfectly fine after driving all day. Xiao Fan took a nap in the car and was in relatively good spirits.
Young master, we'll reach Tianxuan City soon, Li Changxing said in a rough voice. For a martial king-level expert like him, changing his voice was not a difficult thing. Let's find an inn to stay in first, any ordinary inn will do. Xiao Fan coughed lightly. I'm short of money. If he could earn a lot of money by doing feng shui for people, he would have come over directly, but Xiao Fan had less than 10 taels of silver in his pocket. Yes, young master, Li Changxing said. On the way, he had actually told Xiao Fan that he had a lot of money and that he could give Xiao Fan some of it first, but Xiao Fan did not accept his money. Li Changxing, a martial king-level expert, came to be his bodyguard, and he even had to pay Li Changxing to do it. That doesn't make sense. The carriage quickly entered the city. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and his group checked into an inn. The inn was ordinary and the conditions were average, but it wasn't far from the Song family's residence. The Song family often passes through this area. Greetings, fourth young master. Fourth young master, where have you been having fun again? Less than half an hour after Xiao Fan and his group arrived at the inn, a young man in brocade robes swaggered toward them with several lackeys. Many people greeted him on the street. Song Tianbao, the fourth son of Song Yuan, the head of the Song family. Xiao Fan immediately recognized the other person. As Song Tianbao approached, Xiao Fan quietly used his physiognomy skills to observe him. Chapter 67 Xiao Fan enters a brothel. This face indicates the loss of one's father, mother, brother, sister, or other relatives in middle age. This is the execution of the entire family. Xiao Fan was shocked. What serious crime has the Song family committed? The Tianhe mystery case involves the deaths of dozens of teenage girls. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for all members of the Song family to be involved in such a matter. The reigning empress was not a bloodthirsty person. Even if the Song family patriarch killed someone, and Song Tianbao and his group were involved, the woman shouldn't have died. Cases that warrant the execution of the entire family are extremely rare. Of course, there is another possibility that the entire Song family died. They were wiped out by the other powerful figures. It could be revenge, or it could be that a powerful figure from another force killed him to silence him. If it is the latter situation, the one who makes the move must be a martial emperor-level expert, because Song Yuan, the head of the Song family, is a martial emperor-level figure. Song Tianbao has this kind of face, and his brothers probably do too. This is difficult. Xiao Fan frowned secretly. The situation of Song Tianbao and his group is a case of one aspect covering up the whole picture. Before coming here, Xiao Fan's idea was to find one of them. Then, by observing their facial features, one can tell whether the other person has lost an older or younger brother. The murderer is most likely the person who died. By finding other people, we can narrow down the search. For example, if we learn from Song Tianbao that he lost his younger brother, and from Song Tianbao's sixth brother that he lost his elder brother, we can basically determine that the one with the problem is the fifth brother. Given the current situation, it is no longer possible to identify the murderer using this method. The underlings around Song Tianbao did not appear to have died a violent death in middle age. If it really was the Song family that was wiped out, they wouldn't be the ones to suffer the consequences. However, it's also possible that a martial emperor-level expert made a precise move. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Given the current situation, we still need to continue to observe it further. Come on, let's go for a stroll and digest our food. Xiao Fan called Li Changxing and they left the inn. The innkeeper gave them a few extra glances. They were unfamiliar faces. However, Xiao Fan's master-level makeup skills were impressive, and he and Li Changxing were now made up to look very ordinary, so the innkeeper didn't pay much attention to it. If Xiao Fan and his group had come in their original forms, even with simple disguises, the innkeeper would most likely have recognized them. The innkeeper has a keen eye for observing all sorts of guests every day. Half an hour later,
Xiao Fan and his group strolled to the vicinity of a brothel.
Come on, let's go inside and have a look, broaden our horizons.
Xiao Fan smiled. He was still somewhat curious about what it was like inside a brothel. Even though he had money, he had never been to a brothel before. We entered now because Song Tianbao's seventh brother, Song Yunfei, was in this brothel.
Young master, isn't this inappropriate? What if Miss Qin finds out then?
Li Changxing coughed lightly and asked.
If Empress Feng Qingwu knew that I went to a brothel with Xiao Fan, would she teach me a lesson? Hey, even if we were married, wouldn't I be the one calling the shots at home?
Xiao Fan glanced at Li Changxing and said. Li Changxing found it amusing. If Xiao Fan marries Feng Qingwu, who will be in charge at home will be a real problem. He didn't have much confidence in Xiao Fan.
Let's go inside and take a look. It doesn't cost any money to take a look.
Xiao Fan led the way into the brothel, and Li Changxing followed with a helpless expression. Their original intention was to wait outside. Xiao Fan couldn't wait. Song Yunfei is having a great time inside. Who knows when he'll come out?
Please come in, esteemed guests.
The madam warmly welcomed Xiao Fan and his companions inside. The sounds of string and wind instruments, and the laughter of women kept reaching Xiao Fan and his companions. It was still daytime, so Song Yunfei didn't take any women to his room for pleasure. Instead, he sat in the living room, with a young woman on each side of him. Xiao Fan frowned slightly, while Song Yunfei sat in the front row. All you can see from behind is the back of his head. Running ahead of Song Yunfei to look at him, it would be strange if no one suspected him.
Young masters, please find a seat where you like. The front row is a bit more expensive. The back seats are much cheaper. If you can compose a poem that pleases Miss Miaoyu, not only will you not have to pay, but you can also have dinner with her.
The madam said with a smile. Miaoyu is their top courtesan and cash cow at Tianxuan Tower.
That's Miss Miaoyu?
Xiao Fan looked at the woman playing the piano on the stage and said. The woman on stage is quite skilled. He's probably not even 20 years old yet, but his piano skills are already close to the level of a master.
Yes, she is Miss Miaoyu,
the madam said. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He noticed two things. First, Miss Miaoyu was still a virgin. Second, Miss Miaoyu was not long for this world. Xiao Fan couldn't see the more detailed things clearly from a distance.
Song Yunfei seems to be infatuated with Miss Miaoyu. In Tianxuan City, who would provoke Song Yunfei to kill Miss Miaoyu?
A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He felt that Miaoyu's death was very likely related to the Song family. We might not find a breakthrough with Song Yunfei, but perhaps with Miaoyu.
You can get a free meal by writing a poem, and even have dinner with Miss Miaoyu? Then I'll give it my all today. I'm determined to get this one spot today,
Xiao Fan said with a slightly arrogant tone. Many people looked at Xiao Fan, and seeing that Xiao Fan and Li Changxing looked ordinary, most of them showed disdain in their eyes.
Ridiculous! Even the young lady Miaoyu didn't fancy my poems before. How dare this country bumpkin come to Tianxuan Tower and speak so arrogantly?
Song Yunfei glared at Xiao Fan and the others. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had already seen Song Yunfei's face clearly, and it looked just like Song Tianbao's. Death can cover everything. The whole family is in this situation, so it's hard to tell anything. Although Miss Miaoyu is nearing the end of her life, her situation is different from that of the Song family, and she is not destined to die.
It seems that looking for the Song brothers is of no use at all. I hope we can find something from Miss Miaoyu,
Xiao Fan thought to himself. About 10 minutes later, the song ended. Miaoyu rose and gave a curtsy.
Young masters and gentlemen, Miaoyu's topic for today is a couplet. Everyone only has the time it takes to drink a cup of tea.
Miaoyu smiled and said that a maidservant next to her displayed half of a couplet. Immediately, a talented scholar in the front row recited,
The green water is originally carefree, but the wind wrinkles its surface.
There were quite a few people in the hall, and many of them started discussing the couplet after seeing it. Song Yunfei frowned deeply. He was educated, but to call him a great talent would be too much of an exaggeration. Composing such a couplet in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea is an almost impossible task for him. Song Yunfei glanced at a scholar beside him, whom he had invited to help, but the scholar shook his head helplessly when Song Yunfei looked at him. The time it takes to drink a cup of tea is not long, and it passes quickly. You country bumpkin, weren't you so arrogant before? Now you tell me what you've got to say. Feeling frustrated, Song Yunfei turned to look at Xiao Fan and sneered. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea, looked at Miss Miaoyu, and smiled. Miss Miaoyu, I agree, the green hills never grow old, but their snow-covered peaks turn white. I wonder what Miss Miaoyu thinks? Miaoyu silently recited something in her mind and stared blankly at Xiao Fan. Without a doubt, Xiao Fan matched the couplet perfectly. She couldn't even find fault with it. Young master, Miaoyu invites you to dinner tonight. Miss Miaoyu bowed and said. Song Yunfei glared at Xiao Fan with eyes blazing with anger. Chapter 68. On the way back, the enemy blocked the road. Xiao Fan laughed and said, Miss Miaoyu, if I have dinner with you tonight, I'm afraid many people here will want to beat me to death. Let's skip dinner, Miss Miaoyu, please treat us to afternoon tea. Miaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The others present also looked at Xiao Fan with much more kindness. You're smart to know what's good for you. Song Yunfei snorted. Xiao Fan glanced at Song Yunfei. He wasn't doing this to give Song Yunfei any face. In his eyes, Song Yunfei was already a dead man. Time is of the essence. There are only 3 days off in total, and 2 days will be spent traveling to and from the holiday. In reality, Xiao Fan and his team only had a single day to investigate. Soon, Xiao Fan and Miss Miaoyu arrived at the second floor of Tianxiang Tower. Please, young master. Miaoyu poured tea for Xiao Fan. Li Changxing did not sit down to drink tea. He appeared relaxed, but was actually standing guard nearby. Miss Miaoyu is truly a beauty of unparalleled grace. Xiao Fan looked at Miaoyu and smiled. While saying this, Xiao Fan secretly and quickly examined Miaoyu's face. Time of death, 1 month later. There are no signs of financial loss, so it's not a robbery. Does Song Yunfei have the appearance of a woman who attracts unwanted romantic attention? In the span of half a breath, Xiao Fan had made quite a few calculations. Having the ability to remember everything he saw, Xiao Fan also clearly remembered Miaoyu's face. Young master, you flatter me. Miaoyu is unworthy of such praise. Miaoyu blushed slightly as she spoke. Xiao Fan chuckled and asked, Miss Miaoyu, do you have paper and pen? Miaoyu quickly instructed the maid beside her to fetch paper and pen. Miss Miaoyu, I have a wonderful poem to share with you, but no one else can see it. Xiao Fan said. Miaoyu was passionate about poetry, so she quickly instructed the maid beside her to move away. Xiao Fan dipped his brush in ink. Miss Miaoyu, you'd better go to Tianxuan Pavilion in Lingxiao City within half a month, otherwise your life may be in danger. Remember. Xiao Fan showed the words he had written to Miaoyu. A look of surprise appeared in Miaoyu's eyes. Miss Miaoyu, I would like to refine this poem a little more. Please keep it a secret. Xiao Fan smiled and, as he spoke, picked up a pen and blacked out all the words. A look of regret appeared in Miaoyu's eyes. She could tell that Xiao Fan's calligraphy was at a master level. Young master, you have excellent poetry and calligraphy. That's what Miss Miaoyu said. Xiao Fan finished his tea in one gulp. Miss Miaoyu, this is my first time visiting a brothel. I'm just here to see what it's like. Please forgive me for any inconvenience. Let's go. After greeting Li Changxing, Xiao Fan and the others quickly left Tianxiang Tower. Miaoyu frowned secretly. The words Xiao Fan wrote were already imprinted in her mind. If Xiao Fan had acted normally and written those words carelessly, Miss Miaoyu wouldn't have taken them to heart at all. But Xiao Fan first matched the couplet she wrote, and then displayed his master-level calligraphy. Would someone like that inexplicably deceive a courtesan? Despite being the top courtesan at Tianxiang Pavilion and having many young men like Song Yunfei vying for her attention, what is she in the eyes of top talents?
Lingxiao City's Tianyuan Pavilion, why does that name sound familiar? Oh, right, Master Xiao. Miao Yu's eyes showed admiration. In the past few days, she has heard people talking about Master Xiao more than once. Master Xiao donated 100,000 taels of silver, and the guests followed him and donated more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. Even more astonishingly, a blizzard struck Bailiang City. Many people say that if it weren't for Master Zhao's warning and the large amount of supplies donated by Master Xiao and others, tens of thousands of people might have died in this blizzard. Since they asked me to go find Master Xiao, they probably don't want to harm me. Could I really be in mortal danger? Miao Yu had already become wary. Time flew by and it was already the next morning. Xiao Fan and his companions left Tianhe City in their carriage. For the rest of yesterday, Xiao Fan and his carriage traveled to many places in Tianhe City. The harvest was meager. Drive! There were hardly any people on the official road early in the morning, and Xiao Fan and his carriage sped along at breakneck speed. Soon, Xiao Fan and his group had traveled 20 or 30 miles away. A man stood in the middle of the official road, and when he saw Xiao Fan and his carriage coming quickly, he did not move aside. Li Changxing pulled on the reins, and the galloping horse quickly came to a stop. You two came from Lingxiao City in a hurry, and you're returning to Lingxiao City in a hurry as well. What is it for? The middle-aged man blocking Xiao Fan's way said in a low voice. It was obvious that he deliberately changed his voice. His expression was unnatural. He was likely wearing a human skin mask or something similar. Xiao Fan felt a chill run down his spine. They came over in disguise, but they were still caught out. The Song family may not be too wary. Even if the Song family was responsible for the Tianhe mystery, they didn't really need to be so vigilant. Boss, the opponent only has the cultivation level of a master. With my strength, I can knock him unconscious instantly. Li Changxing's voice echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan lifted the carriage curtain and smiled. Isn't the scientific expedition about to begin? I'm nervous. Come out and relax. The middle-aged man blocking the way narrowed his eyes. Are you a scholar? Xiao Fan curled his lip. What are you saying, sir? Is there something about me that doesn't resemble that of a scholar? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Since you're a scholar, write a few words for me to see. I'll lend you my dagger. Xiao Fan got off the carriage and frowned. The middle-aged man pulled out a dagger from his waist and threw it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan quickly turned around to dodge it. His movements were stiff, showing no signs of martial arts training. All right, you don't need to write anymore, let's go. The middle-aged man said coldly. It would be almost impossible for someone who has practiced martial arts to completely imitate Xiao Fan's movements under such circumstances. You are truly an insult to civility. If you hurt me or delay my participation in scientific expeditions, I'll never forgive you. Xiao Fan said angrily. Drive! Xiao Fan boarded the carriage, and Li Changxing drove it away at high speed. Soon, two other people appeared beside the middle-aged man. They should both be fine. I'm going back now. You guys keep watch here. The middle-aged man quickly headed to Tianhe City. Xiao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief when the carriage had gone far away. With Li Changxing's strength, he could easily stun or even kill the opponent, but that place is only 20 or 30 kilometers away from Tianhe City. If the powerful members of the Song family were alerted and came to pursue them, Li Changxing might not be able to withstand it. The system is still being upgraded, so he can't exchange it for martial emperor level strength. Boss, something feels off about Tianhe City. Li Changxing spoke up. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. The Song family seems to be plotting something. Or perhaps the scheme wasn't actually orchestrated by the Song family. The Song family was merely a participant. At this point, Xiao Fan suddenly froze, gazing into the distance. The sun rises in the east. Auspicious purple clouds are coming from the east. The distant mountains gave Xiao Fan the feeling of a giant dragon. Hiss! Dragon vein!
A flood of information rushed into Xiao Fan's mind instantly.
Does the Song family intend to sever the dragon vein?
Xiao Fan quickly determined the direction of the dragon vein. This dragon vein should be beneficial to the current emperor, that is, to Empress Feng Qingwu.
To murder young women and use their unjust blood and souls to forge the dragon-slaying blood sword? But the earliest ones of them had their accidents more than 10 years ago. At that time, Empress Feng Qingwu's brother was still alive. Later, her brother had an accident.
Xiao Fan felt goosebumps rise on his skin. If it was just a coincidence, that would be fine. But if it wasn't, then someone was playing a grand game. The Song family could never be the ones playing chess. Even if Feng Qingwu steps down, the country will never fall into the hands of the Song family.
Using the world as a chessboard and figures like Song Yuan as chess pieces, the plan has been in place for over a decade. It couldn't possibly be anything other than scheming for the country.
Xiao Fan thought to himself. He felt a headache coming on. His future wife was a princess, and if something like this happened, the king of Qin might be implicated.
I hope I'm just overthinking it,
Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 69 Benefits of System Upgrade. They set off at dawn and traveled all day, and Xiao Fan and his companions returned to Lingxiao City in their carriage the next morning. Li Changxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't worried about himself, having the cultivation level of a martial king, but Xiao Fan was just an ordinary person. If something happens to Xiao Fan, even if His Majesty doesn't cause him any trouble, he still won't be able to get over his own conscience. His elderly parents would also scold him severely.
Duh!
The carriage slowed down as it headed towards Tianyuan Pavilion.
Host upgrade complete.
The system's voice suddenly rang in Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. The system has finally come back online. He felt a strong sense of security. With enough points, he can exchange them for the strength of a martial emperor or martial god. Even if you are assassinated, as long as you have enough points, the system can use those points to defend against the attack.
System, I finally earned 100,000 points to level up. What are the benefits of leveling up?
Xiao Fan quickly thought to himself. 100,000 points can be exchanged for a Grandmaster level skill. If the benefits of leveling up are minimal, he'll curse the system to the ground.
Host, there are two main benefits to system upgrades. First, the system has a stronger divination ability. It can directly predict the fate of officials below the second rank in the imperial court. The families of first and second rank officials, or those of equivalent status, can be directly calculated.
Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Not bad. When the system was at level 1, Xiao Fan felt that he couldn't even count officials who reached the 5th rank. Nowadays, even high-ranking officials of the 3rd rank can be calculated, which is quite impressive. A 3rd rank official is not a low rank. In the Tianxuan Dynasty, the Prime Minister, Grand Tutor, and Grand Master were of the 1st rank, the ministers of various departments were of the 2nd rank, and the vice ministers of the departments had already been reduced to the 3rd rank. The prefect of Lingxiao City was only a 3rd rank official. In local areas, the prefectural governor is only a 4th rank official.
System, what's the second benefit?
Xiao Fan asked. The first benefit is quite good. See how great the second benefit is, the system said.
Host, the second benefit is that the time it takes for you to exchange for the strength of a martial emperor or martial god will be doubled to 20 minutes. The points consumed are still 1,000 and 10,000. In addition, if you are attacked, the cost of defending yourself with points will also be halved.
Xiao Fan quickly asked in his mind.
System, how about exchanging abilities? Can the points required to exchange for those abilities be halved?
He has never exchanged for the strength of a martial emperor or martial god. Unless something important happens, he won't waste his points on this, the system said.
Host, the points required to exchange for the remaining skills remain unchanged,
Xiao Fan said quietly.
System, are you sure there are no more benefits? Host, the benefits of the upgrade are already significant. The system has been upgraded, making it easier for you to earn points. This 100,000 points is definitely worth it. After the system finished speaking, it ignored Xiao Fan. System Master. One last question. If you continue to level up, is it possible for me to truly possess the strength of a martial emperor or martial sovereign in the future? Xiao Fan thought to himself. After a long while, the system said calmly, Host, as the system continues to upgrade, it should be possible to permanently grant you powerful strength. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Even though he still can't cultivate, as long as he can permanently possess powerful strength, it doesn't matter whether it's strength obtained through exchange or cultivation. System, I'll let you off the hook for now. I hope you can give me this surprise when you upgrade to level 3. By the way, how many points are needed to advance to level 3? The system said calmly. Upgrading to level 3 requires 300,000 points, upgrading to level 4 requires 600,000 points, and upgrading to level 5 requires 1,000,000 points. Xiao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It's not going to increase tenfold. If it increases like that, his system will probably only reach level 3 in the future. Li Changxing, let's go to your house. You've been away for 3 days, you must miss your family a bit. I slept on the way here and now I'm full of energy. Let me adjust the feng shui of your house. Xiao Fan gave the instructions. Li Changxing was deeply moved. A boss like Xiao Fan was truly rare. Boss, are you out of money and want to come to my house for breakfast? Li Changxing laughed. Hey, you figured it out. Xiao Fan chuckled and said that he truly had no money left. After giving Qinping'an and Yanlan, less than 20 taels were left. The people and horses on the road have spent all their money on food and drink. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and his group arrived at Li Changxing's home. Li Changxing possessed the strength of a martial king and made money at sea, so his family lived quite well. It is a 2-courtyard house. Li Changxing could easily afford a 3-courtyard house, but such a large house would require hiring servants, so his parents and wife thought a 2-courtyard house would be better. Father, Mother, my boss is here. Wife, we haven't had breakfast yet. Get us some breakfast. Upon entering the front yard, Li Changxing called out loudly. Hello, Master Xiao. Master Xiao, we owe you so much. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have made it to Changxing and the others. Li Changxing's wife greeted him, and then quickly went to prepare breakfast. Words of gratitude kept flowing from Li Changxing's parents' mouths. Xiao Fan carefully examined the condition of Li Changxing's parents. Li Changxing had come back to help them improve their health, but many of their hidden ailments were still unresolved. Boss, how are my parents? Li Changxing said somewhat nervously. Xiao Fan smiled and said, They could have lived for another 2 or 3 years, but I've already made it through. If I can't let them live for another 10 years, wouldn't their skills be a bit wasted? I'll treat their hidden ailments with silver needles later, and then adjust the feng shui. Your parents can easily live another 10 years. Li Changxing knelt down and respectfully kowtowed to Xiao Fan. My lord, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Never betray, Li Changxing said solemnly. Xiao Fan looked at Li Changxing with a solemn expression. Li Changxing, are you sure? Although Li Changxing had become his bodyguard before, he could leave at any time. But if Li Changxing followed him, he couldn't leave so easily. Loyalty is a lifelong commitment. My lord, I'm sure, Li Changxing said solemnly. Beside them, Li Changxing's parents smiled. They were quite satisfied with Li Changxing's choice. Get up. You don't need to call me lord anymore. From now on, you can still call me boss as before. Xiao Fan spoke up. Li Changxing stood up. His father said in a deep voice, Changxing, if you do anything to betray Master Xiao, we will disown you as our son, and you should never come back to this family. Li Changxing repeatedly said no. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Grandpa, if Li Changxing were that kind of person, I wouldn't have taken him in. Let me treat you first. 2 hours later, Xiao Fan had treated Li Changxing's parents, and also adjusted the feng shui of their home.
Traveling by carriage, Xiao Fan and his companions arrived near Tianyuan Pavilion.
Boss, there's a traffic jam ahead, Li Chongxing said.
Normally, there are only 2,000 to 3,000 people at Tianyuan Pavilion every morning. There are now 30,000 to 40,000 people gathered here. Xiao Fan lifted the carriage curtain and saw countless ordinary people.
It's Master Xiao! Master Xiao is back! Everyone, make way for Master Xiao!
Someone shouted, and the crowded people moved aside, clearing a path in the middle. It was large enough to allow Xiao Fan and his carriage to pass. Xiao Fan did not sit inside the carriage. He got off and walked forward.
Thank you, Master Xiao! Thank you, Master Xiao!
Countless people shouted in unison. Tens of thousands of them came from Beiliang Prefecture. There are still 20,000 to 30,000 people whose hometowns are there. Chapter 70 The Moved/Touched of Tens of Thousands of People. Xiao Fan moved forward step by step, deeply moved. After walking for a few minutes, Xiao Fan finally arrived at the main entrance of Tianyuan Pavilion. This place is piled high with all sorts of local specialties. Eggs, smoked bacon and fish. Mushrooms picked in the mountains, wild game hunted. There are many varieties. All the food added up, Xiao Fan felt that even if the 4 people in their shop ate there from the beginning to the end of the year, they still wouldn't be able to finish it all.
Boss, there are many more plaques in the shop. These things will be taken care of when you get back. We'll put the plaque away for now because there's no room for it,
Qianlong said. Xiao Fan turned around, his gaze sweeping over the countless people gathered there.
Master Xiao, you closed your business for 3 days just to avoid us, didn't you? Master Xiao, our family arrived the day before yesterday. We'll wait another 3 days to properly thank you. If it weren't for you, our family would be in dire straits. Master Xiao, even if you rest for 3 more days, it won't help, haha.
Before Xiao Fan could even speak, many people couldn't help but shout. Countless people are deeply grateful to Xiao Fan for his help during this snow disaster. Despite the terrible snow disaster, not a single person died. There are still quite a few collapsed houses. A few of the people living in such houses found temporary accommodation in other people's homes, while the majority went to refugee camps. They knew that if it weren't for Xiao Fan, they and their families might have perished.
Big brother, thank you!
A crisp sound rang out. Xiao Fan looked over and saw the little girl who had come to him for fortune-telling earlier. She was sitting on her father's shoulders, a happy smile on her face. Her parents were supposed to die, but they both survived.
Master Xiao, thank you! Master Xiao, if it weren't for you, our family would be finished.
The little girl's parents were also extremely grateful. Xiao Fan smiled at them. Then Xiao Fan's gaze swept over the countless people who had gathered at Tianyuan Pavilion.
Everyone!
Xiao Fan spoke, and his voice carried far.
Thank you all for your support. I've just set an example. The total donation this time amounted to over 1 million taels of silver, and I only received less than 1/10 of that. Moreover, the Jiang family, the Lu family, the Gua family, and others contributed both money and effort. The imperial court also contributed a great deal of effort.
With Jiang Feng present, he smiled and said,
Master Xiao, if you hadn't calculated it, no one else would have known. If you hadn't rallied everyone, we wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. Furthermore, a donation of 100,000 taels from our Jiang family is less than 1% of our family's assets. How much will you have left after you donate your 100,000 taels?
Just then, Yanlan, with tears glistening in her eyes, said,
After the boss donated money, he only has a little over 100 taels of silver left.
He also gave me and my godfather 100 taels of silver. Many people were shocked. After donating 100,000 taels, Xiao Fan only had a little over 100 taels of silver left. Luing squatted down and asked,
Qianlong, who is your godfather?
Yanlan pointed at Qianlong. Qianlong said with emotion,
The boss made Xiaolan my adopted daughter, so that we could depend on each other for survival, and he gave us 100 taels of silver as the last bit of money. I helped Xiaolan find a private school and bought her some clothes and toys.
Xiao Fan coughed lightly and said,
Qinpingyan, don't talk nonsense. It's as if I can't live without those 100 taels. Isn't making that little money easy and enjoyable for me?
Li Changxing then said in a low voice,
Boss, do you even have a tael of silver in your pocket right now? Some people even eat breakfast at my house.
Xiao Fan. The people were already very grateful to Xiao Fan, and they were even more grateful after hearing what Qinpingyan and the others had to say.
Everyone, I appreciate your kindness, thank you all. It's not safe for so many of you to gather here. If no one needs their fortune told, please disperse. Thank you for your cooperation.
As the crowd gradually dispersed, Xiao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Tens of thousands of people. A stampede could easily occur if things go wrong. There are still 4,000 or 5,000 left. The number of people isn't much higher than usual. The doors of Tianyuan Pavilion finally opened, and many people paid the entrance fee to enter the store.
Qinpingyan, keep a little bit of these things, and find a few carriages to send the rest to the nearest lonely garden later.
Xiao Fan gave the instructions. The Lonely Garden is a place in the Tianxuan Dynasty that shelters orphaned elderly people and orphaned children.
Yes, boss.
Qinpingyan said. Xiao Fan entered the store.
Everyone, today's 3 numbers are number 77, number 523, and number 860.
As he spoke, Xiao Fan walked to the round platform. Li Changxing followed Xiao Fan. With so many people here, there might be an assassin hiding among them. Li Changxing knew that the Blood Raven assassin organization had taken the job to kill Xiao Fan. In fact, an assassin did come this time. Hearing the cries of the people, and knowing that Xiao Fan had donated all his money, the assassin hidden in the crowd abandoned his mission. Although he was an assassin, he was not entirely devoid of humanity. If he were to kill someone like Xiao Fan, he would feel unworthy of being called a human being. Master Xiao, it's me, I am the first one.
Look, I'm number 77.
The first customer was a young man in his 20s who squeezed out of the crowd, panting as he spoke. Thousands of people in the store were staring at Xiao Fan. We usually have more regular customers, but today most of them are new customers. There are quite a few people gathered outside the store now. If you can't squeeze into the store, it's good to just look around from the outside. Master Xiao, I always feel like I can't breathe and my shoulders ache, but I've seen many doctors, and they all say there's nothing wrong with my body. The youth's distress was genuine. Xiao Fan looked at the young man. Xiao Fan wasn't surprised at all that he won the lottery. He was carrying an old man on his back. Even when he was sitting, the old man had his hands on his shoulders.
You are the only son in your family. Your father died early, and your mother raised you. Your mother passed away a few years ago. You got married and had a child who is now 6 months old.
Xiao Fan smiled. The young man nodded repeatedly.
Master Xiao, you are amazing. You figured it out so easily. Master Xiao, what is my problem?
Xiao Fan said.
Your son was sick a while ago, and you were busy taking care of him. Did you forget something?
The young man was stunned. He quickly smiled wryly and said,
I did forget something. 10 days ago was the anniversary of my mother's death. My child was sick, and I forgot to pay my respects.
Xiao Fan sighed softly.
Your mother was worried that you hadn't been reincarnated, so she came back on the anniversary of her death. After a few years of delay, she became somewhat confused. On the day she didn't receive any offerings, she lay on your back.
You've been carrying her on your back these past few days. Many people stared wide-eyed, but they couldn't see anything. Someone asked doubtfully,
Master Xiao, can ghosts appear in broad daylight? After returning to normal, can one stay for a relatively long period of time?
Xiao Fan said,
Ordinary ghosts won't work. To do this, one must have been a virtuous person for at least 3 lifetimes, but even then, staying in the mortal realm for too long will cause harm.
At this point, Xiao Fan looked at the young man sitting in front of him.
Guest, if you go back and your family properly pay respects to your mother, everything will be fine. Now that your mother sees that you already have a child, she can probably go and be reincarnated in peace.
Xiao Fan smiled.
Thank you very much, Master Xiao. I've let my mother down.
The young man's eyes were red as he explained that his mother had raised him alone, which had been very difficult.
Master Xiao, this is the divination fee.
After leaving behind a tail of silver, the young man quickly stepped down from the round platform.
Master Xiao, could you please tell me if I'm destined to become the top scholar in the imperial examination?
A familiar voice rang out. Xinyu actually emerged from the crowd. She arrived at the round platform. Chapter 71: Xinyu's Fortune-Telling Results. Xiao Fan's expression changed slightly. Xinyu actually won the lottery. The situation isn't looking good. Regular customers already knew that if something went wrong and someone won the lottery, something definitely was going to happen, and Xiao Fan himself was even more aware of it.
Xiao Yu, what brings you here?
Xiao Fan sighed softly.
Xinyu blinked and said, Brother Fan, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that the revered Master Xiao was actually you, Brother Fan.
Among the customers were some regulars, and many of them frowned.
Xiao Yu, please sit down.
Xiao Fan said that the system had imported a lot of information about Xinyu into Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Fan already knew some of it. There are many things that Xiao Fan doesn't know.
Xiao Yu's older sister is actually a victim of the Tianhe mystery. Xiao Yu became the top student in the college entrance examination, applied to investigate the Tianhe mystery case, and died 3 months later.
Xiao Fan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. To be honest, Xinyu was his only friend. Feng Qingwu is the woman Xiao Fan wants to pursue. Jiang Feng and the others are just guests.
Master Xiao, can I become the top scholar in the imperial examination?
Xinyu asked with a smile. There was a hint of sadness in her smile. Even if someone is the top scorer in the college entrance exam, it's questionable whether they can solve the Tianhe mystery. Xiao Fan carefully examined the information provided by the system. There isn't much useful information in it. But with this information, Xiao Fan was basically certain that there was a huge hidden force behind the Song family.
Xiao Yu, whether you become the top scholar or not is not that important. You will die in 3 months.
Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said. Xinyu was taken aback. She was extremely intelligent, and when Xiao Fan said that, she immediately realized that she was very likely to become the top scholar in the imperial examination. It is estimated that he died not long after investigating the Tianhe mystery.
Xiao Yu, do you believe me?
Xiao Fan said seriously. Xinyu nodded gently.
Brother Fan, of course I believe you. I've believed you since I was a child. There are some things you shouldn't touch. I'll find out for you later. Think about your parents.
Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. The audience was a little confused, but they did know one thing. If nothing changed, Xinyu would die soon.
Brother Fan, I'll listen to you.
Xinyu said. Xiao Fan noticed that Xinyu's fate had changed, but her future was still unclear, and even Xiao Fan himself didn't know.
Brother Fan, this is the divination fee.
Xinyu stepped down from the round platform, looking somewhat preoccupied.
I've already received a warning from Brother Fan. If I'm in high school, and I'm extra careful, can I avoid dying? If I don't investigate Brother Fan, I definitely will. Brother Fan might die.
Xinyu glanced at Xiao Fan. Between Xiao Fan and himself, she would rather it was her who got into trouble. Xinyu felt that it was only natural for her to investigate her sister's death. Xiao Fan had absolutely no need to get involved. Master Xiao, I am number 860. A young man in white robes walked onto the circular platform, a sword hanging at his waist.
Hiss, it's Liu Yuchen.
Who is Liu Yuchen?
Liu Yuchen is one of the top 10 swordsmen of the younger generation in our Tianxuan Dynasty. I know him. He's not even 30 yet, but he's already a martial king.
There was a lot of discussion inside the store. Many regular customers looked surprised. The fact that even a martial king level figure could win a lottery shows that Xiao Fan is capable of fortune-telling for people of that level.
Please have a seat, guest.
Xiao Fan smiled. Li Changxing stared intently at Lu Yuchen, whose cultivation was at the second level of martial king, weaker than his own. However, if he is careless, it is entirely possible that Lu Yuchen could kill Xiao Fan.
Thank you, Master Xiao,
Lu Yuchen said, glancing at Li Changxing as he spoke. Lu Yuchen sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. If he made any unusual movement, Li Changxing would definitely draw his sword and attack. Information about Lu Yuchen appeared in Xiao Fan's mind. After the system upgrade, it is now possible to calculate the number of characters at the martial king level. Master Xiao, 20 years ago, our Lu family was wiped out overnight.
I was the only one who survived by hiding in the cellar. For the past 20 years, I have been practicing my skills and searching for clues, but I still don't know who the murderer is,
Lu Yuchen said. Pain was evident in his eyes. Many people present felt a deep sorrow. The pain of their entire family's massacre was etched into their hearts.
Master Xiao, I just came here to try my luck. I didn't expect to actually win. Master Xiao, if you can tell me who our Lu family's enemies are and why our Lu family was wiped out, I will pledge my loyalty to you after avenging them,
Lu Yuchen said solemnly. Many people looked shocked. What a great benefit it is to have a martial king-level expert pledge allegiance. Xiao Fan shook his head.
Guest, you paid the divination fee and won the lottery. I will tell you what you want to know. No other benefits are needed.
He didn't want any money or other benefits. Li Changxing's loyalty was accepted because he provided additional services.
They actually refused. Master Xiao, please don't refuse this. Yes, Master Xiao, you can refuse 1,000,000 taels of silver, but don't refuse this.
Many people in the store spoke up. They were all worried for Xiao Fan. Lu Yuchen is already a martial king at a young age, and he will most likely reach the martial emperor level in the future. The losses were enormous.
Master Xiao, are you sure?
Lu Yuchen was also surprised. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, his expression calm. He wasn't that concerned about the loyalty of a martial king-level expert. With 1,000 points, he can exchange them for the strength of a martial emperor. Moreover, he possesses the strength of a top-tier martial emperor. A mere martial king is nothing compared to the strength of a top-tier martial emperor. Master Xiao, your principles and bottom line are truly admirable.
Master Xiao, who is my enemy?
Lu Yuchen asked nervously. Many people in the store were also watching Xiao Fan nervously, knowing that if Xiao Fan spoke out, he would offend the other party. The opponent, who dared to wipe out an entire family, is no ordinary person. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice.
Lu Yuchen, it was the Yinyang evils who wiped out your entire family. You are a person of the martial world, you should know who they are.
Lu Yuchen's heart skipped a beat. Of course he knew about the Yinyang monsters. Both of them were martial king-level experts, and their strength was no weaker than his.
It was them. Master Xiao is probably in trouble.
Jiang Feng and others frowned. Provoking either of the Yinyang monsters would be very troublesome, and Xiao Fan's words were tantamount to angering both of them at the same time.
Master Xiao, I'm sorry. You don't need to tell me that my enemy is so powerful,
Lu Yuchen said apologetically.
Master Xiao, you don't need to tell me the reason. I'll investigate it myself later.
As she spoke, Lu Yuchen stood up. Xiao Fan said in a deep voice.
Your Lu family was wiped out because you possessed a treasure. The item has already been stolen by the Yinyang duo.
Lu Yuchen's body trembled. There was no enmity between them, yet they wiped out the entire Lu family just because the Lu family obtained something good.
How cruel!
Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. What the Lu family obtained back then was a piece of resentful dragon stone. Only in places where more than 100,000 wrong souls are buried can the resentful dragon stone possibly form. This is needed to forge the dragon-slaying blood sword.
Besides for forging the dragon-slaying blood sword, this thing doesn't seem to have any other use. The Yinyang monsters may also be pawns of the mastermind behind the scenes.
Xiao Fan thought to himself. Chapter 72 Imperial Edict arrives again. Feng Shui of Yin houses.
Thank you, Master Xiao. If I get my revenge, I will stay here and follow you, regardless of whether you accept it or not.
Lu Yuchen stood up, bowed, and said solemnly. After saying that, Lu Yuchen put down the divination money and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 3 divinations for today have been completed, and the remaining guests have all departed. Before all the guests had left, Eunuch He and 2 eunuchs arrived outside Tianyuan Pavilion.
Imperial Edict has arrived!
Eunuch He's sharp and loud voice rang out. Many people inside and outside Tianyuan Pavilion were shocked. Xiao Fan had just received an Imperial Edict to be appointed Celestial Master, and now another Imperial Edict has arrived. However, considering what happened in Lingxiao City, it's normal for an Imperial Edict to arrive. With so many people coming, the Emperor couldn't possibly pretend he didn't see them.
This humble subject receives the Imperial Decree.
Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting. With the Emperor's special permission, he did not kneel, while everyone else knelt on the ground. Eunuch He unfolded the Imperial Edict and proclaimed,
Master Xiao predicted the blizzard, took the lead in donating relief funds, and is exceptionally capable and of noble character. He is hereby appointed as a 3rd-rank Celestial Master.
Upon receiving the Imperial Decree, Eunuch He's face was beaming with smiles.
Master Xiao, congratulations. Master Xiao, please accept the decree.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Fan accepted the Imperial Edict with both hands. This edict was of great importance. It turns out that although he was granted the title of Celestial Master, it was just a title and did not bring any real benefits. It just sounds nice. If others give you face, you have face. If they don't, it's useless. A 3rd-rank Celestial Master is different. The first 2 words aren't just for show. With this Imperial Edict, Xiao Fan could be on equal footing with a 3rd-rank official, and even a 4th-rank prefect would have to address him as Your Excellency. Once he has a formal rank, the Imperial Court will officially register him, and he can be found among the officials, where he can receive a salary. In addition, there are hidden benefits. He was bestowed the title of 3rd-rank Celestial Master, so any enemy who wanted to kill him would definitely have to think twice. A 3rd-rank official is already a high-ranking official in the Imperial Court. Killing a low-ranking county magistrate is a major case, but killing a high-ranking official of the Imperial Court is an even more serious case.
Master Xiao, shall I continue to address you as such, or shall I call you Lord Xiao?
He Gonggung said with a smile. Xiao Fan smiled and said,
Eunuch He, please continue to call me Master Xiao. Eunuch He, I don't have money for tea right now. If you're not in a hurry, why don't you just have a cup of tea here?
Eunuch He quickly said,
Master Xiao, we can't accept your payment for tea. We've already contacted my younger brother. Master Zhao's kindness is beyond our gratitude. Master Xiao, let's have tea another time. His Majesty is waiting for my reply.
The 3 of them, including Eunuch He, left quickly. The people around immediately came over to offer their congratulations. Jiang Feng and the others were initially very worried about Xiao Fan's safety, but now that they saw Xiao Fan being appointed as a 3rd-rank Celestial Master, they felt much more at ease.
He was actually appointed as a 3rd-rank Celestial Master, not bad at all.
Xiao Fan went upstairs and put away the Imperial Edict. He was in a good mood. Although he was eager to accumulate merits, he hoped that General Qin Jinhua would help him directly request the Emperor to grant him a marriage. Being promoted to a 3rd-rank Celestial Master wouldn't be bad either. At least in terms of status and position, the gap between her and the Princess of Qin was much smaller. Furthermore, since His Majesty has appointed him as a 3rd-rank Celestial Master, he may be appointed as a 2nd-rank Celestial Master or even a 1st-rank Celestial Master if he makes further merits in the future. If a 3rd-rank Celestial Master marries a princess, others might think he's marrying above his station. But if he becomes a 2nd-rank Celestial Master, people generally wouldn't think that way. A 1st-rank Celestial Master is qualified to marry not only a county princess, but even a princess.
Master Xiao, it's not easy to finally get your help to adjust the feng shui.
After carefully putting away the imperial edict, Xiao Fan went downstairs. He has already agreed to have someone help adjust the feng shui. The other party comes from a good family. Although the commission starts at 100 taels, earning 1,000 taels today should be no problem at all. Let's go. Xiao Fan smiled and said that he was eager to make money right now. Although Tianyuan Pavilion belongs to him, he will still need his own house when he gets married. Xiao Fan's pockets are now empty. Riding in the carriage arranged by the other party, Xiao Fan and Li Changxing arrived at the other party's residence half an hour later. Master Xiao, please! I don't know what's wrong with me lately, but everything is going wrong. I lost a lot of money in business, and my family members have been getting sick one after another. The guest who invited Xiao Fan said helplessly. His name is Su Qingyang. His family is in business, and the Su family has been in business for hundreds of years, making them quite wealthy. Guest, there seems to be no problem with your home. Although there is room for improvement, the feng shui of your home will not affect your business, nor will it affect your health. Xiao Fan looked around and frowned. The feng shui of the Su family is not bad, it can be rated as auspicious. Although it's not as auspicious as the most auspicious or the most auspicious, it's still a very good house. Most families have only neutral feng shui. Master Xiao, please take another look. Lately, nothing I do has been going smoothly. Master Xiao, I can pay more. 3,000 to 5,000 taels is fine. Su Qingyang said nervously. If Xiao Fan can't solve the problem, I really don't know what to do. 3,000 to 5,000 taels is not a small amount, but the Su family's business is quite large. If things continue like this, they will lose more than that amount in a month. Has there been any construction work done at your house recently? Xiao Fan suddenly asked. Su Qingyang thought for a moment and said, Master Xiao, not recently, but a few months ago my mother had someone move my father's grave. This shouldn't have any impact, right? There were no problems for the first few months. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, Guest, please go and take a look first. Su Qingyang frowned and said, Master Xiao, but my father's grave is outside the city. Will you be in danger if you leave Lingxiao City? While Su Qingyang was in the shop, Xiao Fan offended the Yinyang Tu stranger again. Xiao Fan should be safe in the city, but it's hard to say what will happen outside the city. Xiao Fan said, Guest, let me first look at your face to determine if this is the problem. Good. Su Qingyang nodded. Xiao Fan stared intently at Su Qingyang. Reading faces consumes mental energy. Reading more than 10 faces a day is exhausting, so Xiao Fan doesn't usually read faces for people casually. Xiao Fan quickly withdrew his gaze. Guest, your facial features indeed indicate that your ancestral graves were not peaceful. More specific information requires on-site investigation. Su Qingyang nodded repeatedly, naturally believing Xiao Fan's words. Soon, Su Qingyang gathered some servants, and they, along with their tools, followed Master Xiao and the others to a mountain on the outskirts of the city. Short blessing point. Xiao Fan glanced at it, and quickly shook his head. Su Qingyang asked in confusion. Master Xiao, what is a short-lived auspicious spot? Xiao Fan said, If the ancestors are buried in a place like this, things will improve for the family in a short time, and then they will quickly get worse. Some feng shui masters use this to deceive people. If I'm not mistaken, the other party should have helped you for free, and afterwards you felt it was good and paid them a high price. Su Qingyang smiled wryly and said, That's right. Mother gave them 2,000 taels of silver. Master Xiao, what should we do about this? Should we rebury him in another place? Xiao Fan shook his head. It's not appropriate to move a grave twice in a short period of time. The feng shui of ancestral graves can also be adjusted. I can adjust it for you directly. Xiao Fan is now a master in feng shui, so solving this problem shouldn't be a problem for him. 2 hours later, under Xiao Fan's command, the feng shui adjustment of this burial site was completed. Master Xiao, thank you so much. Su Qingyang offered a reward of 5,000 taels. Guest, you need to stay here to pay your respects to the ancestors tonight, so I'll head back now. Lord Xiao accepted the silver notes. Soon, Xiao Fan and Li Changxing descended the mountain and headed back in a carriage. "Who?" Li Changxing shouted. He stopped the carriage and drew the long sword from his waist. Xiao Fan's heart tightened inside the carriage. This was the first time Li Changxing had drawn his sword since he had been by his side these past few days. Chapter 73, Making Friends with a Million Taels of Silver. Li Changxing's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings. As a martial king-level expert, Li Changxing had extremely keen senses. He sensed danger. "Master Xiao, you actually have a martial king-level expert protecting you. I underestimated you. Think carefully about what you can and cannot do. Otherwise, let alone a martial king, even a martial emperor-level expert wouldn't be able to protect you." A chilling voice drifted over from afar. Li Changxing gradually relaxed. "Boss, the opponent is a martial king-level expert, and his strength should be a bit stronger than mine, but his killing intent is not strong this time. It seems to be primarily a warning," Li Changxing reported, and as he spoke, he sat down and quickly urged the horses on. "It's good that you're all right." Xiao Fan spoke, a slight regret in his heart. Why doesn't the other party show up and make a move? If the opponent makes a move and Li Changxing is no match for them, he can spend 1,000 points to exchange for the strength of a martial emperor, and kill them. Li Changxing is loyal to him, so it's fine to let Li Changxing know that he has great strength. "What a pity!" Xiao Fan muttered to himself. "The enemy hasn't made a move yet, and he can't very well exchange for martial emperor-level strength right now. 1,000 points is a lot for him. That's enough to exchange for a master-level skill. Boss, the other party is very likely one of the Yinyan duo. He said that even a martial emperor-level expert couldn't protect you. He might just be trying to scare you." Li Changxing spoke up. "Yes, I know what I'm doing." A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. The other party could indeed be one of the Yinyan 2 monsters. But what the other party said may not have been just empty words. The mastermind behind this might have already sensed the threat. The Song family of Tianhe is likely involved with a mastermind behind the scenes, as are the Yinyan 2 strange beings. The stronger his fortune-telling abilities became, the more the mastermind behind the scenes feared him. The other party didn't want him to get involved anymore. If I continue investigating the Tianhe mystery, next time it might not just be a warning, but a real murder. Xiao Fan thought to himself. I'm getting a little excited just thinking about it. I wonder what it feels like to have the strength of a top-tier martial emperor. Drive! A dozen minutes later, Xiao Fan and his carriage entered Lingxiao City. Li Changxing breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, as darkness fell, Xiao Fan and his group returned to Tianyuan Pavilion. Boss, we have a guest, Chimpingen said. Xiao Fan rubbed his stomach. He had eaten lunch at the Su family's house, but he hadn't figured out dinner yet. Never mind, business is more important, Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Although I earned 5,000 taels of silver today, I'm still far from being able to afford a 4-courtyard house. Upon going upstairs, Xiao Fan met the guest. The other person looked to be in his 50s or 60s, dressed in ordinary clothes, but the aura he exuded was still extraordinary. Boss, the opponent has the cultivation level of a great martial grandmaster, and his strength is not weak. However, if the other party dares to act recklessly, I can definitely cripple him first. Li Changxing transmitted his voice to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan entered the room. I wonder what brings you here, guest? The old man inside the room looked at Xiao Fan. My surname is L, the old man said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan was stunned for a moment. The other party's surname was L, and he also had the cultivation level of a great martial grandmaster. His status was also very high. The other party's identity had been confirmed. Duke L. So it was Duke L in person. Could it be that Duke L has come here to demand an explanation? Xiao Fan asked. Duke L shook his head and said calmly, Master Xiao, let's talk alone. Surely you don't suspect that I would kill you?
Of course not. Xiao Fan chuckled. How could a duke become an assassin? Besides, he was just appointed as a third-rank celestial master today. No matter how great the grudge between them, it shouldn't be enough for him to slap the emperor in the face today. Changxing, you can go out for a bit. Xiao Fan gave the instructions. Li Changxing nodded and left the room. The door closed, and even with Li Changxing's martial king-level cultivation, he couldn't hear anything inside. This room was specially created as a quiet retreat by the original owner of the house. The soundproofing materials are very good, and there are special runes on the walls and doors that have the effect of blocking sound. Master Xiao, first of all, congratulations on becoming a third-rank celestial master, Lu Guogong said openly. Thank you? Xiao Fan smiled and nodded, waiting for Duke L to continue. Thanking you was just a side note. I must thank Master Xiao for what happened to Ellen. Although it was somewhat shameful, it's much better than being deceived my whole life, Duke L said in a deep voice. His face darkened when he said this. The anger in his heart could not be extinguished in a short time after he found out that the son he had raised for more than 20 years was someone else's bastard. Duke L, I apologize for your high status. I couldn't have calculated it. I really didn't know that Ellen was related to you at the time. Xiao Fan spoke up. Even if I knew, he would probably still say it. However, it's best not to be so stubborn in front of Duke L. The other party is, after all, a duke. In the Tianxuan Dynasty, the status of a duke was similar to that of a prime minister. Duke L waved his hand and said, Master Xiao, I've come here today to thank you, not to punish you. At this point, Duke L pulled out a thick stack of silver notes from his pocket. Master Xiao, each of these silver notes is worth 10,000 taels, totaling 1,000,000 taels. Lu Guogongdo. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. 1,000,000 taels of silver is equivalent to 500 million in my previous life. That's a huge sum of money. Although Duke L was a duke with considerable wealth, it was definitely not an easy task for him to come up with such a sum of money. Moreover, Duke L had absolutely no reason to give him so much money as a token of gratitude. Duke L, tell me your true purpose for coming, Xiao Fan said calmly. Duke L took a deep breath and said, Master Xiao, I have two things to ask of you. First, I need you to find a way to give me a son. Xiao Fan remained silent. Although this matter was listed first, what followed was the real reason why Duke L spent so much money. Secondly, Master Xiao, you should stop investigating the mystery of the Milky Way. There are some things you'd better stay away from, as the consequences can be severe. Keep this money, consider it a token of friendship. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. If Duke L simply wanted a son, he would have helped if he had prepared 300 to 500 taels of silver. The 1,000,000 taels of silver were entirely used to make friends. Lord L, it's not that you want to be friends with me, but that someone else wants to be friends with me. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Duke L is quite old. He could never be the mastermind behind this. He was a duke, not a prince, so he couldn't possibly come to power through a rebellion. And now his son is gone. Duke L narrowed his eyes. Master Xiao, sometimes it's good to be a little confused. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said, Your method of making friends is quite unique. First you send someone to warn us, and then you send so many silver notes. Duke L took a sip of tea and said, Master Xiao, I don't know anything else. I came here simply to make friends with you. Master Xiao, please accept this money. Now that my son is gone, I'm giving you this much money to thank you for your help. No one will suspect anything. Xiao Fan looked at the stack of silver notes. 1,000,000 taels of silver, that's a lot of money. However, I don't like the way you make friends. Duke L, you can take this money back with you. Chapter 74 Your Majesty, could Master Xiao be bribed? Duke L was stunned. He could hardly believe it. Xiao Fan actually refused such a huge sum of money, 1,000,000 taels of silver. Xiao Fan, do you know what you're saying? Don't think you're so great just because you've been appointed a third-rank celestial master. You may have a complete understanding of heaven and earth, but you are still just a mortal being.
Duke L said indifferently. Xiao Fan took a sip of tea and said,
Duke L, take the money back. You brought so much money to make friends, I can keep this a secret.
Duke L narrowed his eyes. Even if Xiao Fan were to tell others, he wouldn't be afraid, but Xiao Fan's willingness to keep it a secret suggests that Xiao Fan might not want to get involved in this matter.
Master Xiao, wouldn't it be better if everyone was happy after taking the money?
Duke L said in a deep voice.
Xiao Fan smiled and said, Duke L, don't make things difficult for me. You might have to come to me for help if you want a son in the future.
Duke L's expression softened considerably. He felt that Xiao Fan's words showed some goodwill. Master Xiao, you don't have to accept it.
With your abilities, as long as you remain neutral, you'll definitely have a very good life. I was rather rude today. I will come to apologize another day.
Duke L stood up and said. He naturally kept the million-tael silver note. Xiao Fan nodded slightly.
Please take care, Duke L. Come again for tea next time. Good.
Duke L opened the door and left with a calm expression. Xiao Fan's eyes turned cold.
Old man, if you had just started a normal rebellion, I probably wouldn't have bothered with your mess. You shouldn't have been so cruel.
The Tianhe mystery case. Dozens of teenage girls were tragically murdered. If the other party had forged the dragon-slaying blood sword, they would certainly not be the only ones to die. Many of the people who disappear from the Tianxuan Dynasty every year are likely related to this matter. Dragon veins are not easy to cut. Empress Feng Qingwu did a good job. The world is at peace. Under these circumstances, it is even more difficult to cut off the dragon vein. To forge a powerful enough dragon-slaying blood sword, Xiao Fan estimated that no fewer than 100,000 people would die. Dozens of teenage girls from Tianhe City were just blood fodder.
If my judgment is correct, the dozens of girls had secretly arrested many people before they died. The dragon-slaying blood sword began to be forged when they died. Now that more than 10 years have passed, it's highly likely that it's almost finished being refined. They still need one last batch of awakened swordsmen.
Xiao Fan frowned secretly. This,
awakening the sword,
doesn't mean having someone go to the sword and awaken the dragon-slaying blood sword. Instead, he used the dragon slayer blood sword to kill people one by one, fully activating the sword's ferocity. The dragon-slaying blood sword is meant to sever the dragon vein, and it is specifically targeted at the Empress. Therefore, whether it's the bloodlust or the awakening swordsman, it's best to choose a young girl in her prime.
Miss Miaoyu, could she be one of the awakened swordsmen?
Xiao Fan thought to himself. He had previously read Miaoyu's face and determined that she would die a month later. If Miss Miaoyu is one of the awakened sword users, the dragon-slaying blood sword will likely be completely forged within a month.
The Song family will be wiped out in a few months. If my guess is correct, the dragon-slaying blood sword will be used within a few months. The Song family was most likely executed because they participated in the rebellion.
Xiao Fan pondered, and in a short time he thought of many things. The results of the analysis gave him a chill down his spine. If the Tianxuan Dynasty falls into chaos, the people will suffer greatly, and heaven knows how many people will die.
If we can stop the rebellion, this wave could potentially yield 1,000,000 points.
A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Whether for the sake of the people or for his own gain of more points, Xiao Fan is determined to take charge of this matter. However, while he was willing to take charge, Xiao Fan did not intend to intervene immediately. His strength is not strong enough yet. 40,000 points isn't enough. There's another serious problem. All of this is just his speculation. He didn't know who was behind it all. Even if he had made meritorious contributions, if he rashly reported to the court that a prince was going to rebel, and he had no evidence, even the emperor could not protect him. Doing this would offend all the princes, and the princes are not pushovers.
Never mind, let's not think about these things for now.
Xiao Fan walked out of the room. These things give me a headache. It's still better to be intimate with Qin Mingwei, enjoying romantic moments. Unfortunately, Qin Mingwei is busy right now.
How about we pay a visit tomorrow? This thought popped into Xiao Fan's mind. He's now a third-rank celestial master, so the king of Qin's attitude shouldn't be too bad, right? The more Xiao Fan thought about it, the more tempted he became. What's there to be afraid of? We'll go to the Prince of Qin's mansion tomorrow. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. He's much more confident than before. Duke L returned to his residence. One of his retainers, a martial arts master, accompanied him to a quiet room within the Duke's mansion. Duke, how is it? Guests, please inquire. Duke L pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Fan did not accept the money. However, he also said he would keep it a secret and would not spread the news. He even said that if I want a son in the future, I might have to beg him. The guest elder said, So Master Xiao might want to stay out of this? Duke L nodded slightly. There's a 70 to 80% chance that's the case. After all, he's just a lowly fortune teller. Getting involved in something like this is practically suicide, isn't it? Duke L said. If he remains neutral, with his abilities, he will still be able to live a very good life after the new emperor ascends the throne. The guest minister said in a deep voice. Duke, we must find out exactly what Master Xiao is thinking. Could his statement just be a delaying tactic? Duke L shook his head. I think it's unlikely. He's just an ordinary person, I'm 100% certain of that. While at Tianxuan Pavilion, Duke L carefully observed Xiao Fan. Whether someone practices martial arts can be determined through subtle movements. He's an ordinary person, that's for sure, guest elder said. They already have a martial emperor-level expert who has approached and inspected this area. There wasn't a trace of martial energy in Xiao Fan's body. Duke L laughed and said, A skilled diviner always has all sorts of problems. He may have sacrificed his talent in cultivation. After all, he's just an ordinary person. I don't think he'd dare to meddle. The guest elder nodded slightly. If he doesn't become our enemy, we should try to befriend him. We might need his help in the future. He enjoys a high reputation among the people. Duke L nodded slightly. Empress's palace. It was already evening, but Yan Quan urgently requested an audience with Feng Qingwu. Your Majesty, Duke L has arrived at Tianxuan Pavilion and met with Celestial Master Xiao. Yan Quan said respectfully. Ellen was not the son of the Duke of L, yet he had become a candidate for the Emperor, prompting the embroidered uniform guard to conduct a secret investigation. Originally, the investigation was just to find out if there were any problems behind Ellen, but the embroidered uniform guard found out that Duke L had some issues. There are also some problems with that Martial King-level guest advisor in the Duke of L's mansion. Isn't it normal for Duke L to meet with Master Xiao? Feng Qingwu said. After Xiao Fan exposed Ellen's affair, it would be normal for Duke L to either go and thank him or go and cause trouble. Yan Quan said, Your Majesty, after discovering that Duke L had gone to Tianxuan Pavilion, I personally went to Tianxuan Pavilion. I was worried that something might have happened to Master Xiao, but when we arrived, Lord L was just coming out of Tianxuan Pavilion with 1,000,000 taels of silver on him. Feng Qingwu's expression changed slightly. He tried to bribe Master Xiao with money, but he failed. Yan Quan nodded. Your Majesty, this also shows that Duke L and the others have grand ambitions. If they didn't know that Duke L had a problem, it would be fine. But knowing that he had a problem, Feng Qingwu and the others wouldn't think that Duke L went to thank Xiao Fan. Even offering 1,000,000 taels of silver for a son is unlikely. Your Majesty, the Duke of L's attempt to bribe him has failed. Is Master Xiao in danger? At this point, Yan Quan hesitated. Commander Yan, what else do you want to say? Yan Quan took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, could it be that Master Xiao has been bribed? Chapter 75 King Qin invites Xiao Fan to his door. Feng Qingwu's face darkened. Commander Yan, do you doubt Master Xiao? Thump! Yan Quan knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, Master Xiao helped me, and I am grateful to him. But it is my duty to express my doubts. Feng Qingwu frowned and said, Didn't Duke L take the silver notes with him? Yan Quan said, Your Majesty, the temptation of 1,000,000 taels of silver is very strong. Master Xiao may have accepted it, but he let Duke L take it away first. To avoid arousing suspicion.
Feng Qingwu shook her head.
Master Xiao is not that kind of person. He has rendered great service to the country. Without concrete evidence, I do not wish for you to have any doubts about him, understand?
Yan Quan nodded and said,
Your Majesty, I understand. Get up.
Feng Qingwu said calmly.
Yan Quan quickly stood up. Your Majesty, what about Master Zhao's protection?
Feng Qingwu considered for a moment and said,
Don't make any moves yet. He was just appointed as a third-rank celestial master, so he's safe for now. If we take any action, unless we send a martial emperor-level expert to protect us, it will not only be ineffective, but may also alert the enemy.
Yan Quan nodded.
All right, you can go now. Investigate discreetly, don't rush things.
Feng Qingwu said calmly. Feng Qingwu didn't know who Duke L was secretly contacting, but she felt that the other party probably had no hope. The Tianxuan Dynasty is now at peace. Unless the empire is in turmoil, no amount of rebellion will make a difference. Feng Qingwu believed that as long as she worked hard and diligently, the troubles could be resolved without any problems. She knew nothing about the dragon-slaying blood sword. I knew nothing about the dragon vein. If Feng Qingwu knew these things, she certainly wouldn't be so calm.
To acquire 1,000,000 taels of silver to make friends, what a grand gesture. However, Master Xiao is absolutely worth the money they spent to befriend him.
Feng Qingwu thought to herself, a look of longing on her face. She really wanted to go out and see Xiao Fan. However, the imperial examinations will begin the day after tomorrow, and border wars will soon break out. As the emperor, she has many things to deal with. One night passed. Xiao Fan slept soundly through the night. Li Changxing did not sleep all night. When faced with threats from powerful figures during the day, Li Changxing dared not take it lightly. If he falls asleep, even if a powerful expert comes, they might not wake him up. By the time the expert makes a move, it will be too late for him to wake up. After having breakfast outside, Xiao Fan strolled back to the shop. The number of people gathered at Tianyuan Pavilion has decreased significantly. There are 4,000 or 5,000 people gathered here, but only 700 or 800 people actually go into the store. Secretly, spies were watching Xiao Fan. They even listened to Xiao Fan's heartbeat. After the three guests finished their fortune-telling, the person secretly listening in noticed nothing unusual. If Xiao Fan were just an ordinary person, and intended to be an enemy of Duke L and his group, the powerful figures secretly listening would probably be nervous. Xiao Fan wasn't nervous at all about the results of the listening session. After all, he's a cheat code with a system. Spending 10,000 points can exchange for the strength of a top-tier martial emperor, which can be maintained for 20 minutes, enough to do many things. It seems Xiao Fan intends to remain neutral. The powerful individuals who were secretly listening made their own judgment. As long as Xiao Fan remains neutral, neither the current emperor nor the rebellious prince will try to win him over, let alone attack him. Master Xiao, could you please adjust the feng shui of my home? After Xiao Fan finished his 3 divinations, Qin Huayan entered the Tianyuan Pavilion. Master Xiao, isn't it my turn today? Master Xiao, I have been waiting for several days. Several other people chimed in. They had all heard that after Xiao Fan adjusted the feng shui, everything went smoothly for each family. The businesses of the Jiang family, the Lu family, and others have improved by more than half. They didn't spend a lot of money at the time, but now they've earned back dozens of times that amount. Uncle, I thought you didn't trust my skills and weren't planning to hire me. Xiao Fan smiled at Qin Huayan. When they first met, Xiao Fan told Qin Huayan that he looked lonely in his later years. Qin Huayan hasn't come looking for me in all this time. However, he also told Qin Huayan at the time that he was not capable enough to solve Qin Huayan's problem. Master Xiao, I naturally believe in and have never doubted your abilities. Qin Huayan said. He had actually wanted to ask Xiao Fan for help for a long time. With his son gone, he only had one daughter, who was enduring the torment of illness and would likely die young. How could Qin Huayan bear it? But His Majesty wants to keep it a secret. Inviting Xiao Fan over would expose our scheme. These days, Qin Huayan came up with a plan. He bought a nice courtyard house and gave it to Qin Ji. The property deed is all in Qin Ji's name. If Xiao Fan is taking care of the newly purchased courtyard, and Qin Ji stays there longer, is that all right? Ladies and gentlemen, this uncle has been kind to me. Since he asked me to help him adjust the feng shui today, I must do so. I'm so sorry. Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting to the others. Master Xiao, you're busy. Since this elder brother has done you a favor, Master Xiao, we certainly won't compete with him. The others then spoke up. Their eyes were full of goodwill as they looked at Qin Huayan. Master Xiao, please, Qin Huayan said. The carriage traveled smoothly, but Xiao Fan and his group arrived at their destination in less than half an hour. Uncle, this is a wealthy area. Looks like you're quite wealthy. Xiao Fan smiled. Qin Huayan nodded. Master Xiao, you're right. After you've adjusted the feng shui, it's no problem for you to ask for a higher price. Uncle, you're joking? You saved my life, why would I take your money? There's no reason for that, haha. Xiao Fan smiled. The two quickly entered the courtyard. Xiao Fan had a slight doubt. He immediately realized that this seemed to be a new courtyard, and the decoration was rather fresh and simple. They don't match Qin Huayan at all. Master Xiao, this is the courtyard I bought for my daughter. My current courtyard is not very convenient. Master Xiao, would it be beneficial for my daughter to live here if you could renovate this courtyard? Qin Huayan asked somewhat nervously. Xiao Fan nodded. Of course. Uncle, it's been so long and I still don't know your last name. Qin Huayan said. My surname is Qin. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat. The surname was Qin, and the cultivation level was Martial King. Could he be the King of Qin? However, it is rumored that the King of Qin is now at the Martial Emperor level. Furthermore, if Qin Huayan were the King of Qin, he wouldn't have treated me this way. Moreover, Qin Mingwe has no health problems. Uncle Qin, it seems I have a connection with people surnamed Qin. Xiao Fan smiled. The King of Qin was surnamed Qin, Qin Jinyue and others were also surnamed Qin, and here is another one. Qin Huayan said. The surname Qin is a common surname in our Tianxuan Dynasty. King Qin, General Qin, and others all have the surname Qin. Uncle Qin, you already have the cultivation level of a martial king, which is quite impressive. Xiao Fan smiled. How dash. Suddenly, Xiao Fan stared at Qin Huayan. Qin Huayan was startled. Had Xiao Fan figured out that he was the king of Qin? Uncle, you don't look well. I didn't notice it last time, but my abilities have improved recently. You appear to have been seriously injured. Xiao Fan said, somewhat shocked. Despite suffering severe injuries, Qin Huayan still possesses the strength of a martial king. Xiao Fan began to have some doubts about Qin Huayan again. Could he really be the king of Qin? The king of Qin was seriously injured while saving His Majesty, and was only later granted the title of King of Qin. Father, have any guests arrived? Just then, a soft, weak voice rang out. Princess Qin Ji of Jiang has arrived. Chapter 76 Xiao Fan suspects Qin Huayan. Xiao Fan looked over. Qin Ji approached gracefully. It wasn't very cold yet, but she had already put on a fur coat. What a beautiful, sickly woman! Xiao Fan thought to himself. Qin Ji has delicate features and is very charming, but her complexion looks a bit pale, and she gives off a fragile and delicate feeling. Xiao Fan immediately thought of one person. Lin Daiyu. Since arriving in Lingxiao City, Xiao Fan has seen quite a few beautiful women, but only Feng Qingwu could truly surpass Qin Ji. Father, is this Master Xiao? Qin Ji looked at Xiao Fan, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of admiration. Qin Huayan had told her about Xiao Fan, and he especially emphasized that she should never, ever develop feelings for Xiao Fan.
That's right, he is Master Xiao. Master Xiao, this is my daughter, Qinji, Qin Huayan said. Qinji rarely appears in public, and few outsiders know her name. Qin Huayan felt there was no problem with revealing it. Master Xiao, I have long admired your name. I should have gone to Tianyuan Pavilion in person, but my health is not very good. Qinji gave a blessing. Xiao Fan quickly returned the greeting and said, Miss Qinji, you're too kind. I'm just a small business owner. I provide door-to-door service whenever a customer pays. Uncle Qin has done me a great favor. Xiao Fan originally suspected that Qin Huayan was the king of Qin. Seeing Qinji and hearing her call Qin Huayan father, dispelled Xiao Fan's doubts. Master Xiao, my daughter doesn't he want to have her face read, doesn't he want to know how long she has to live, and she can't he accept treatment from a male doctor. Do you think simply adjusting the feng shui can improve her condition to a great extent? Qin Huayan inquired. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Uncle Qin, the feng shui of this house is quite good, it's auspicious in itself, and I can adjust it to be extremely auspicious. From a residential perspective, this is the best feng shui layout, but it's impossible to resolve Miss Qinji's problem solely through feng shui, Xiao Fan said. Qin Huayan and the others looked at Xiao Fan with some nervousness. Xiao Fan considered for a moment and said, Extending my lifespan by 5 years should be possible. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. Although he hadn't read her face, his medical skills were now at the master level, and he could tell that Qinji's condition was very bad. He was originally estimated to live to be only 24 or 25 years old. Even if we extend it by 5 years, we might not be able to break through 30. This means that Miss Qinji will have to stay here. If she doesn't stay here for a significant portion of the year, the effect will be diminished. It would be good if it could extend my life by 5 years. Master Xiao, thank you. Qinji bowed again. Xiao Fan said solemnly, Uncle Qin, only by having Miss Qinji spend most of her time here can we guarantee an extension of 5 years in her life. You must remember this. I will begin adjusting the feng shui now. After the adjustment is complete, Miss Qinji should feel a noticeable difference. Qin Huayan nodded. Master Xiao, then I'll trouble you. It took Xiao Fan 2 or 3 hours to finish. I only ate a few bites of lunch. Uncle Qin, Miss Qinji should already have some feelings about it. Xiao Fan looked at Qin Huayan beside him and smiled. Qin Huayan said with some surprise, Master Xiao, I feel much better now. The rate at which my cultivation level is decreasing has slowed down by half. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Uncle Qin, as Miss Qinji's father, you will naturally have a more obvious sense of it. At this moment, Qinji came out of the room. She was not wearing a lone fur coat. Xie, why aren't you wearing a cloak? Qin Huayan quickly replied. Qinji's body is too weak. She will cough for several days if she catches a slight chill. Father, I feel warm all over right now. Wearing a hot coat. Master Xiao, I feel much more energetic. Has the feng shui been adjusted? Qinji said. Qin Huayan looked at Qinji and was pleasantly surprised to find that Qinji's face had become more flushed, and she looked much more normal. The feng shui adjustment is indeed complete. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Uncle Qin, shall I take a look at your illness? Qin Huayan may have consulted doctors at the level of grandmasters or even great grandmasters, but even grandmasters' medical skills are not as comprehensive as his. He believed he could help Qin Huayan. Good. Qin Huayan is a grown man, so there's no problem with him taking off his clothes to be treated by Xiao Fan. Qin Huayan quickly sat down, and Xiao Fan placed his hand on Qin Huayan's wrist. Not long after, Xiao Fan was startled. His medical skills were top-notch, no joke. He could tell that Qin Huayan had once been a martial emperor-level expert. It will take quite a while. Before taking his pulse, Xiao Fan thought that Qin Huayan was originally only at the martial king level, just much stronger than he is now. The difference between being a martial king and being a martial emperor is enormous. According to his pulse, Uncle Qin was only in his early 30s when he was injured. With such strength at just over 30 years old, you couldn't find many like him in the entire Tianxuan Dynasty. Xiao Fan thought to himself. The king of Qin was also in theft as a king around that time. The king of Qin was injured while protecting the emperor. Xiao Fan was 80% certain that the person in front of him was the king of Qin. If Uncle Qin hadn't been injured back then, he would definitely be a martial emperor by now. The entire Tianxuan dynasty only has about 10 martial emperors on the surface, and even if there are twice that number secretly, it still won't exceed 20. Xiao Fan thought to himself. There are so few martial emperor level experts, which shows just how high Qin Huayan's talent is. And coincidentally, his surname is Qin. If Uncle Qin is the king of Qin, then Qin Ji is a princess. So, whose daughter is Meng Yu? Xiao Fan was a little confused. Qin Huayan coughed lightly. Master Xiao, this is an old ailment of mine. I have sought treatment from skilled doctors, but it has not been effective. Xiao Fan suppressed his doubts for the time being. He withdrew his hand and said, Uncle Qin, I don't have the ability to heal you right now. However, if you continue acupuncture for a few days and drink a few doses of herbal medicine, your condition should not worsen, Uncle Qin. Qin Huayan stared at Xiao Fan in shock. He had consulted several Grand Master-level doctors, and even a Saint-level Imperial Master had examined him back then, but none of them could stop it. Even though his cultivation level is lower now, making it easier to prevent it from decreasing, it is still quite astonishing that Xiao Fan was able to do it. Uncle Qin, let me prepare your medicine first. Then I'll give you an acupuncture treatment. For the next few days, please visit Tianyuan Pavilion in the afternoons. Xiao Fan said. Qin Huayan nodded, and soon Xiao Fan prepared the medicine for him. The prescription is very obscure, even a Grand Master might not be able to understand it. Uncle Qin, you have to wear only a single layer of clothing and stand still for 15 minutes. Xiao Fan gave the instructions. Qin Huayan nodded. The weather is a bit chilly now, but that's nothing to Qin Huayan, a martial king-level expert. Xiao Fan held a box of silver needles in his hand, and with his right hand, he picked up a needle and the first needle fell directly into Qin Huayan's body through his clothes. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Huayan had hundreds of needles stuck in his body. Xiao Fan pinched or flicked the object, appearing completely calm and collected. The system's rewards are so magical. When he received the reward, he instantly gained all the experience points. Regarding the exchange for martial emperor or martial god level strength, Xiao Fan inquired with the system. Like other skills, once obtained, they are mastered. There will be no problem with insufficient combat experience at that time. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Uncle Qin, there is bruising where the next 36 needles are. When I remove the needles, please force the bruising out from the needle holes. Xiao Fan gave instructions. Qin Huayan nodded. This one, get ready! Xiao Fan said in a deep voice, and as he spoke, he instantly pulled out one of the silver needles. Qin Huayan's martial energy instantly forced the stagnant blood that had gathered there out through the needle hole. Before long, Qin Huayan's clothes were stained red in many places. Qin Ji, who was standing nearby, was secretly alarmed. After all the silver needles were removed, Qin Huayan felt much better. The body's internal energy becomes more active. The effect is immediate. Master Xiao, you're amazing! Your medical skills are truly exceptional. You can use needles even through clothes, so Jia might need your help to treat her in the future. Qin Huayan praised. Your Majesty flatters me. Xiao Fan smiled and said. Qin Huayan's expression froze. Chapter 77 Summon the King of Qin to see me. Master Xiao, why are you calling me King Qin? I don't have that kind of fate. Be careful what you say, be careful what you say. Qin Huayan quickly realized what was happening and said. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Uncle Qin, perhaps I've made a mistake. Despite saying that, Xiao Fan was basically certain in his heart that Qin Huayan was the king of Qin.
He had just carefully observed Qin Huayan and Qin Ji's reactions. Both of them looked rather unnatural. "Uncle Qin, it's getting late, so I'll head back now. Make sure you take your medicine on time, and you'll need to go for acupuncture for the next 3 days." Xiao Fan smiled. Qin Huayan escorted Xiao Fan to the gate of the courtyard. Watching Xiao Fan leave, Qin Huayan looked somewhat helpless. Xiao Fan's medical skills exceeded his expectations. They were able to tell roughly when he was injured and what level of strength he had once possessed just by taking his pulse. He guessed that Xiao Fan deduced he was the king of Qin from these 2 points. "Knowing that I am the king of Qin, His Majesty's identity may not be able to be hidden from Xiao Fan for long," Qin Huayan thought to himself. "Duh." Xiao Fan's carriage drove away, taking a detour before quickly arriving near the Prince of Qin's residence. Qin Ji's courtyard is not far from the Qin Prince's mansion. An elderly man was sweeping the street. "Changxing, stop!" Xiao Fan spoke up. He alighted from the carriage, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Sir, may I ask if you know the name of Princess Qin?" The old man glanced at Xiao Fan and said, "Young man, you've come to the right person. Since you're polite, I'll tell you. Most people don't know what Princess Jiang's name is." Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. "Princess Jiang? That's enough for him. Qin Ji, Princess Jiang, it would be a miracle if she weren't a genius." "Young man, Princess Jiang's name is Qin Ji. You mustn't tell anyone, it's taboo." The old man lowered his voice. "Thank you, sir." Xiao Fan cupped his hands in greeting. The old man glanced at Xiao Fan and said, "Young man, you are quite good-looking, but if you want to marry Princess Jiang, you are far from it." "Sir, I was just passing by and asking out of curiosity." "You're busy." Xiao Fan boarded the carriage, and the carriage quickly drove away. "Changxing Mengyu's bodyguard, what kind of strength does he possess?" After the carriage had traveled a short distance, Xiao Fan suddenly asked a question. Xiao Fan didn't ask about that. He had always believed that Qin Mingyue's bodyguards were grandmasters. At most, he has the cultivation level of a grandmaster,